The apocalypse will begin in 10 seconds. Players, prepare yourselves. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in everyone's mind. Inside the classroom, the students were still whispering to each other, confused by the mysterious announcement they had just heard. A lightning arrow of diamond rank. I'm unbeatable, ha ha ha. Zhao Hui's arrogant laughter filled the room. Black iron rank scouting, just my damn luck. Xing Anlin grumbled from his spot by the window. Before Xing Anlin could finish his complaint, the sound of shattering glass erupted. A mantis-like creature, roughly the size of a child, crashed through the window. Its razor-sharp blade-like arms slashed through the air, and in an instant, Xing Anlin's head was severed from his body. The classroom fell into a moment of eerie silence before panicked screams erupted from every corner. But amidst the chaos, Luli stepped forward instead of retreating. He moved closer to the mantis monster. Having experienced this apocalyptic game once before, he knew this creature's weakness, the fragile neck. Just as he prepared to strike, a blinding lightning arrow shot past him, striking the mantis. Get out of my way. Watch my lightning arrow. Zhao Hui stood in the center of the classroom, launching lightning arrows one after another. Unfortunately, unaware of the creature's weak spot, his attacks failed to deliver a fatal blow and only succeeded in enraging the monster further. Taking advantage of the chaos, Luli quietly approached Xing Anlin's lifeless body. Having been reborn into this apocalyptic scenario, he was well aware of the incredible potential of his unique soul-devouring ability that allowed him to consume the soul of any corpse, bypassing rank or level restrictions. Soul of a player devoured. Soul points 1. Ability acquired. Black iron scouting. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Luli chose to preserve Xing Anlin's soul consciousness. This decent classmate might prove to be a valuable soul guard in the future. Meanwhile, Zhao Hui finally managed to take down the mantis monster through sheer brute force and relentless attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Luli quickly devoured the monster's soul as well. Soul of a monster devoured. Soul points 2. Ability acquired. Bronze blade arm. What are you doing, Luli? Ingzian's sharp voice cut through the air. Zhao Hui's lackey glared at him with suspicion and hostility. Luli had already prepared for this. Calmly, he replied. My ability is scouting, black iron rank. I can locate energy crystals. His words immediately piqued Zhao Hui's interest. He ordered Ingzian to use his silver-ranked claw ability to extract the energy crystal. Moments later, a small, grayish-black first-tier energy crystal was revealed. These crystals were precious items that provided experience points. Each player could absorb up to 10 per week, regardless of their tier. This crucial detail, however, was a secret only Luli knew. All energy crystals belong to me, Zhao Hui declared after absorbing the crystal, his tone full of arrogance. Any crystals you find must be handed over to me. Faced with the group's discontent, Zhao Hui sneered, sparks of electricity crackling in his palm. Because I awakened a diamond-ranked ability, and you didn't. The crackling roar of lightning bolts filled the classroom, deafening and overpowering. The student who had previously voiced opposition was instantly struck down, reduced to a charred corpse lying on the floor, wisps of smoke rising from the remains. The room erupted into chaos. You killed him. He was one of us, our classmate. Zhao Hui, are you insane? Someone screamed in terror. Imam, I want to go home, whimpered a girl, curled up in the corner, tears streaming down her face. As the crowd began to stir again, Zhao Hui's brows furrowed. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and fired off another lightning bolt. Another charred body hit the ground with a thud, the acrid smell of burning flesh permeating the air. This time, the classroom fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to utter a sound, holding their breath as if their very lives depended on it. Zhao Hui surveyed the room with satisfaction and coldly asked, Now, does anyone else have objections? The room remained silent, the students too fearful to even breathe audibly. Quietly, Luli moved to the back of the group, dragging the two charred corpses off to the side. Though his actions appeared servile, they earned him 2 points of soul energy. Additionally, he gained 2 new abilities, Rapid Silver and Mighty Silver. Unfortunately, neither of these soul extractions resulted in the preservation of consciousness, leaving him no choice but to move on. Zhao Hui noticed Lu Li's actions, a smirk of triumph curling his lips. He turned to the others and continued, Listen up, everyone. The world has changed. Strength is the only thing that matters now. If you want to survive, learn to adapt. Take Lu Li, for example. Even though he's just a worthless black iron, by following me, he can live through this apocalypse. The crowd turned their gaze to Lu Li, their expressions a mix of confusion, envy, and disdain. But Lu Li paid no mind to their reactions. He had his own plans. While his soul-devouring ability had unlimited potential, it was incredibly weak in its early stages. For now, he resolved to remain low-key and focus on building his strength. Whispers rippled through the group as some began to make their decisions. Brother Zhao, my awakened ability is healing, and it's of the gold grade. Let me stay by your side, Wang Shuyan said with a flirtatious glance, her tone dripping with charm. Zhao Hui immediately accepted Wang Shuyan into his ranks. Shortly after, another voice emerged from the crowd. Brother Zhao, my ability is also detection, but it's of the bronze grade. I can take Lu Li's place. Lu Li glanced toward the speaker, Tian Yuhao. In his previous life, this very person had groveled before him, coveting his soul-devouring ability, only to betray him for personal gain. In this life, with Lu Li hiding his true power, Tian Yuhao was now attempting to replace him for his own benefit. Lu Li silently vowed to himself, Tian Yuhao must die. Oh, a bronze-grade detection ability? Not bad. You can stay by my side, Zhao Hui said with a raised brow. He then turned to Lu Li, go outside and hunt down some monsters. Bring back the crystals when you're done. Zhao Hui, now drunk on his newfound power, didn't bother to consider Lu Li's reaction. In this world where strength dictated everything, Zhao Hu's words were law. Mocking laughter rippled through the crowd, as everyone assumed Lu Li would explode with anger. Yet, to their surprise, Lu Li simply responded with a calm, got it, and obediently left the classroom. In truth, he was relieved that Zhao Hui hadn't insisted on keeping him close. This gave him the freedom to venture outside and hunt monsters. His top priority was to grow stronger as quickly as possible. After all, every second in the early days of the apocalypse was invaluable. One by one, more people began to step forward, eager to curry favor with Zhao Hui. However, Zhao Hui only selected a few attractive girls to join him, driving the rest out of the classroom. Meanwhile, Lu Li headed toward the school's back hill, relying on his memory. He recalled a mantis nest located there. Over time, this nest would grow exponentially, eventually becoming a mutant stronghold requiring hundreds of people to clear. But for now, with the apocalypse still in its infancy, the nest should only contain a single mantis queen and a cluster of unhatched eggs. At the same time, in the Zhao family's Beijing estate, a critical meeting concerning the family's future was underway. A burly, bearded elder stood at the center of the room, his expression grim. In front of him, a holographic projection glowed blue, displaying the images of 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman. The youngest-looking man, dressed in combat attire, broke the silence. Patriarch, the other 2 families in my region have already started collecting crystals. Why don't we forget about that old book and just have our people level up instead? The elder's face darkened, his voice cutting like a blade. That old book? If it weren't for the ancient manuscript we seized from the Lu family, do you think the Zhao family would have any hope of standing firm in this resurgence war? If you insist on acting recklessly, don't blame me for expelling your branch from the family. The second man, dressed in scholarly robes, quickly interjected to defuse the tension. Patriarch, please calm down. The third brother is only thinking of the family's best interests. If we can demonstrate our strength early on, perhaps the other families will re-evaluate their stance on us. Don't you agree, little sister? He turned to the woman in military uniform. She nodded at first, but then shook her head. Demonstrating strength is important, but I think it's safer to follow the patriarch's plan. The scholar raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Little sister, has the military received any new intel? The woman hesitated before answering. I only know that the resurgence process is accelerating. The higher-ups are waiting and haven't issued any concrete orders yet. Waiting? Waiting for what? I don't know. My rank isn't high enough to access classified information, she admitted. But one thing is clear. The higher-ups have strictly forbidden anyone from absorbing crystals to level up. All we're doing is killing monsters and collecting crystals. The scholar stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems the military has its own experts. The ancient predictions from the book are proving to be quite accurate. The man in combat attire, Zhao Jin, rolled his eyes and scoffed. Fence-sitter. The scholar's expression darkened, and a rare hint of menace crossed his usually gentle face. Zhao Jin, watch your mouth. I'm still your elder brother. Zhao Jin opened his mouth to retort, but the patriarch's thunderous voice silenced him. Enough. The resurgence has just begun, and every second is critical. If you want to bicker, save it for after the Zhao family has secured its place among the elite. Zhao Jin, curb your impatience. If you truly wish to strengthen the family, focus on collecting crystals and identifying promising talents. Zhao Jin hesitated, then replied with a grimace, Patriarch, the Zhao branch in Yong City doesn't have many members left. I can't just recruit random people, can I? The elder took a deep breath, his stern expression softening slightly. Of course not, but you can still develop members from the extended family. After all, the Zhao name binds us together. If you find any Zhao descendants with platinum-grade abilities or higher, bring them into the fold. Lu Li silently crept up the hillside, his sharp eyes quickly locking onto the mantis nest. Just as he had anticipated, the nest was still in its infancy, without even a single guard stationed. He casually picked up a rock and gently tossed it toward the entrance of the burrow. Moments later, a piercing screech echoed from within the nest. A monstrous mantis burst out, its body glowing with an eerie purple hue, its size comparable to that of a full-grown adult. Its compound eyes scanned its surroundings warily, searching for the intruder. Luli's interface immediately displayed the creature's information. Name: Mantis Broodmother Lord. Creature level: LV.5. Warning: this creature's level is far higher than the player's. Immediate retreat is advised. Luli, however, paid no heed to the warning. He stepped out boldly, standing in plain sight of the Mantis Broodmother. Despite being a mere LV.0, Luli knew that in an unknown fight, the LV.5 Broodmother was no match for him. The true danger of a lore-tier creature lay in its endless minions. But at this stage, the Broodmother's minions were still unhatched, defenseless eggs. With a mere thought, Luli's right arm morphed into a sharp, 3-foot-long blade. This was the innate ability of the blade arm mantis species blade arm. He strode forward unhurriedly, activating both his enhanced strength and speed abilities, causing his combat power to surge in an instant. Even so, Luli did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, he continuously provoked the Broodmother with thrown stones, acting deliberately irritating and evasive. He was waiting for the perfect moment when the Broodmother would expose a fatal flaw. At last, the Mantis Broodmother could no longer hold back. With a sharp screech, it lunged toward Luli. At the critical moment, Luli suddenly shifted his footing, his body twisting like lightning as he plummeted toward the ground. The blade that was now his right arm thrust upward, piercing the Broodmother's abdomen. With the added momentum and his enhanced strength, he carved a gruesome wound into its body. The Broodmother, clearly unprepared for such a formidable attack from a seemingly weak LV.0 player, immediately attempted to retreat back into its nest. But Luli wasn't about to let it escape. In a swift, decisive motion, he leaped forward, raised his blade, and severed the Broodmother's head cleanly. Victory in his first battle. A pleasant notification sounded in Luli's mind. Player Luli has become the first player globally to defeat a lore-tier creature. Would you like to issue a global announcement? Yes, no. Note: selecting yes will award the first kill treasure chest 1. This was the first instance of a unique mechanic in the post-apocalyptic game. When a player achieved a major milestone, they were given the option of making a global announcement. Declining the announcement, however, meant forfeiting the reward. Without hesitation, Luli opted to forego the reward. Drawing attention to himself at this stage, before his strength was fully developed, would only bring unnecessary trouble. He swiftly split open the Broodmother's head, extracting a crimson core crystal. This was a Tier 2 essence crystal, capable of granting the player 10 experience points. However, Luli did not immediately absorb it. Instead, he carefully tucked it into his pocket. Next, he activated his Soul Devourer ability on the Broodmother's corpse. Soul of LV.5 creature devoured. Soul points 10. Ability acquired: Blade Arm Silver. Ability acquired: Swarm Intimidation Gold. Blade Arm ability detected. Advancement possible. Would you like to trigger the advancement quest? Yes, no. Luli raised an eyebrow, choosing without hesitation to trigger the quest. His Soul Devourer ability was unique. If he acquired the same ability multiple times, he could initiate advancement quests. Completing such a quest would upgrade the ability, while failure would simply erase it without harming him. Ding. Advancement quest triggered. Quest objective: kill 100 blade arm mantises within 24 hours. Quest rewards: Challenger's Treasure Chest 1. Blade arm ability upgraded to gold tier. Current progress: 0-100. Luli shook his head slightly. Killing 100 blade arm mantises on the first day of the apocalypse? That was practically impossible. It seemed this ability was destined to be lost before he could even make full use of it. Still, he wasn't too concerned. Could always devour another blade arm mantis soul and reacquire the ability later. For now, he needed to clear out the nest. While the unhatched mantis eggs wouldn't yield essence crystals, each one could provide a small amount of soul points. Accumulated over time, it could become a significant source of resources. Luli instinctively sent out a scouting pulse toward the burrow and was just about to enter when a surge of danger emanated from the entrance. Another creature was inside. He jerked back just in time as a gust of wind grazed his chest, leaving a shallow scratch. A second, even larger Broodmother burst out of the nest, its mandibles snapping menacingly as it lunged at him. Damn it, another Broodmother? Luli cursed inwardly, rolling away to put distance between himself and the creature. If not for his cautious habit of scouting ahead, he might have already been decapitated and left for dead. As Luli steadied his breathing, preparing to repeat his earlier strategy to deal with this Broodmother, a startled cry suddenly rang out from behind him. Luli, over here, run. Su Xiao. Luli froze for a brief moment before quickly retreating, sprinting toward the direction of the voice without a second thought. Three figures suddenly dashed into Luli's line of sight. Leading the group was a girl with a ponytail and a delicate facette was undoubtedly Su Xiao. Luli frowned slightly, puzzled. Why was she here? Was she following me? In his previous life, Luli and Su Xiao had little interaction. When the apocalypse first broke out, they parted ways after leaving school and never crossed paths again. Later, he heard rumors that Su Xiao had formed her own team, but eventually, news of her tragic death during a swarm attack reached him. Luli only knew that she was incredibly strong, but as for her specific abilities, he didn't know much. Luli, why are you here alone? Su Xiao asked as soon as she saw him approaching. At the same time, she pressed her palms downward, and shimmering particles of light began to emanate around her. Ripples of glowing halos spread outward, making her look almost ethereal. Amplification type ability? Luli's pupils constricted as he instantly understood why Su Xiao had managed to form a team in his previous life. Amplification abilities could temporarily enhance the capabilities of everyone within range, making them incredibly valuable in the post-apocalyptic world. A team leader with such powers could easily attract capable teammates. I figured the back mountain would be less crowded, so I thought I'd try my luck. Luli replied casually, fabricating an excuse. You're really loyal, aren't you? After everything Zhao Hu's done to you, you're still risking your life for him. Su Xiao said with a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone, yet she quickly stepped in front of Luli to shield him. Wang Chao Ma Han, block that monster. Su Xiao commanded decisively. Got it, class rep. The two voices stocky Wang Chao and Aline Ma Han responded in unison, each displaying their abilities. Wang Chaos skin hardened rapidly, resembling turtle armor, while Ma Han pulled his arms apart to form a flaming longbow. Though their coordination was still a bit rough, the beginnings of a team dynamic were evident. Wang Chao, hold the line, but don't take it heedin'. Ma Han, aim for its head attack while retreating. Su Xiao remained calm under pressure, directing the group with precision. Now retreating to Su Xiao's side, Luli felt the changes happening within his body. Without revealing his thoughts, he asked casually, why are you here in the back mountain? Isn't it obvious? I was worried something might happen to you. Su Xiao blurted out, her voice full of genuine concern. As she spoke, Su Xiao's cheeks flushed faintly red, though the color quickly faded. She hurried to explain. In the class monitor, it's my responsibility to look after everyone in the class. Luli raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing. Oh, such a saint. Huh? You won't last long in an apocalypse with that mindset. Then, with a more serious expression, he added, tell Ma Han to aim for the mother bug's neck. What? Su Xiao was about to retort, but upon hearing Lu Li's suggestion, she immediately changed her tone and issued a command. Wang Chao, try to restrict the mother bug's movements. I'll do my best. Wang Chao roared, charging straight at the mother bug with all his might. Ma Han, attack the mother bug's neck with everything you've got. Su Xiao called out right after. Damn it, fatty, stop moving. I can't get a clear shot. Ma Han shouted in frustration, his arrow still hesitating on the string. As the mother bug began to regain control of the situation, Luli frowned slightly and activated his ability in secret. Insect Swarm Intimidation, an ability that paralyzes insect-type creatures, with the duration depending on the level gap and talent tier. Although Luli, at LV.0, was 6 levels below the LV.6 Mantis Mother Bug, Su Xiao's ability caused his Golden Tier Insect Swarm Intimidation to automatically upgrade to Platinum Tier. Even the powerful Mother Bug froze for a brief moment. Now's our chance. Ma Han shouted in excitement as he fired his arrow, which struck the Mother Bug's neck with pinpoint accuracy. The bug's vital spot was hit, and its massive body collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Did we actually kill it? Wang Chao and Ma Han exchanged astonished glances, struggling to believe what had just happened. This was a LV.6 elite creature, and yet the 3 of the mere LV.0 players had taken it down so easily? Was defeating higher-level enemies really this simple? Su Xiao turned to Luli in amazement. How did you know its neck was the weak point? Luli shrugged. I've got a scouting ability. As long as the target's level isn't more than 10 above mine, I can detect its weak spots. The trio suddenly understood. It seemed that even Blackdeer abilities weren't entirely useless. When used wisely, they could still achieve incredible results. Without paying attention to their stunned expressions, Luli walked over to the mother bug's corpse and activated his Soul Devouring ability. Soul of LV.6 creature consumed. Soul points 15. Ability Looted Blade Arm Gold. Ability Looted Insect Swarm Intimidation Gold. Blade Arm detected as eligible for further evolution. Evolution will occur automatically after completing the required quest. Insect Swarm Intimidation detected as eligible for evolution. Would you like to trigger the evolution quest? Yes, no. Luli stared at the options, deep in thought. The evolution quest for Insect Swarm Intimidation, could it require him to kill 100 mother bugs within 24 hours? After all, this ability was highly effective against insect-type creatures. If it disappeared due to a failed evolution attempt, he'd definitely regret it. As Lu Li wrestled with his decision, Su Xiao suddenly asked, Lu Li, can your scouting ability locate the Yuan crystal? Lu Li reflexively answered, yes. Before he could say more, the task interface that had yet to close was immediately triggered by his response. Ding. Evolution quest activated. Quest objective: defeat a higher level player within 24 hours. Quest rewards: 3 challengers chests, and insect swarm intimidation upgraded to platinum tier. Progress: 0-1. Are you kidding me? Lu Li muttered under his breath, his expression shifting between frustration and contemplation. Su Xiao noticed his odd reaction, assuming he was reluctant to reveal the Yuan crystal's location. She couldn't help but criticize him silently. Lu Li is so stingy. Outwardly, however, she maintained a professional demeanor. Don't worry. Even though we killed the mother bug together, you were the one who discovered it and identified its weak spot. Well, split the Yuan crystal 50-50. Still preoccupied with the evolution quest, Lu Li only nodded absent-mindedly. The Yuan crystal is in the mother bug's head. Hearing this, Wang Chao wasted no time and began pounding on the mother bug's head with his fists. In less than 30 seconds, an orange Yuan crystal fell out. A tier 3 Yuan crystal, this could provide at least 100 experience points, right? Ma Han licked his lips, his excitement evident. No player had reached LV.1 yet. After all, with the apocalypse just beginning, there were more people than monsters. Moreover, killing monsters didn't grant experience directly. Players had to absorb Yuan crystals to level up. Most people were still too afraid to face monsters, and even the braver ones who managed to kill 1 or 2 usually only obtained tier 1 Yuan crystals, which provided a mere 1 experience point, far from enough to reach LV.1. As for the military, while they had access to more Yuan crystals, centralized distribution meant no individual soldier would level up quickly. It took 10 experience points to advance from LV.0 to LV.1 and 20 points to reach LV.2. Absorbing this tier 3 Yuan crystal could likely propel someone straight to LV.3. Wang Chaos' eyes glimmered with desire, but in the end, he took the Yuan crystal from Ma Han and handed it to Su Xiao. Class monitor, you're the leader. You decide how to distribute it. Before Su Xiao could respond, Lu Li, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. If you don't want to die, you'd better not touch that Yuan crystal. What do you mean by that? Su Xiao asked, staring at Lu Li with confusion in her eyes. Lu Li had no intention of explaining further to Su Xiao. He strode towards the direction of the insect nest with determination. The secret of his rebirth was not something he could let a second person know. Any additional explanation would only waste precious time. Having triggered 2 consecutive advanced missions, his mind had already shifted to the challenges that lay ahead. Su Xiao was utterly caught off guard by Lu Li's sudden indifference. Instinctively, she clenched the elemental crystal in her hand, her knuckles turning white from the force. As the class leader and someone who had awakened a rare amplification ability after the apocalypse began, Su Xiao was not one to crave vanity. Yet Lu Li's abrupt coldness still struck a nerve, leaving a sharp ache in her chest. Who does he think he is? Su Xiao muttered inwardly. So what if he has some scouting ability? If it weren't for me liking him, he'd already have been devoured by that brood mother. Wang Chao and Ma Han, seeing Lu Li walk off, exchanged a puzzled glance before Wang Chao turned to Su Xiao and asked, Class leader, should we still divide this elemental crystal? Su Xiao took a deep breath, calming her emotions. Hold on to it for now. Let's follow Lu Li and see what he's up to. With that, she carefully tucked the crystal away and strode after Lu Li's retreating figure. After only a few steps, the 3 of them spotted the entrance to the insect nest in the distance, resembling a small hill. Lying at the entrance was the corpse of another brood mother. Although this brood mother was smaller in size, it was clearly no low-level creature like a LV.1 or LV.2 grunt. Another brood mother? Could it be Lu Li who killed it? Su Xiao's eyes flashed with astonishment, but when her gaze fell on the precise cut across the brood mother's head, she subconsciously dismissed the thought. Ma Han rubbed his chin thoughtfully and analyzed. Lu Li's ability is scouting, but this brood mother was clearly killed by a sharp weapon. It's unlikely to be his doing. My guess is that 2 leader-level creatures fought each other. The bigger one probably killed this smaller one, and Lu Li just happened to stumble upon the aftermath. That makes sense. Ma Han, you're a genius. Wang Chao praised, giving Ma Han a hearty pat on the shoulder. As they discussed, Lu Li was already preparing to enter the insect nest. Su Xiao quickly called out, Lu Li, what are you planning to do? Lu Li paused mid-step, glancing back at Su Xiao with a hint of exasperation. Why is this woman still following me? He muttered inwardly. However, he still responded aloud. Use that clever brain of yours, class leader. With that, Lu Li ignored the 3 behind him and dashed into the dark, damp entrance of the insect nest. Su Xiao remained rooted to the spot, her gaze fixed on his disappearing figure. Her brows furrowed tightly, as if deep in thought. Su Xiao was left speechless by Lu Li's sharp remark, her chest tightening with frustration. She stomped her foot angrily, but quickly followed Lu Li into the tunnel, leading to the insect nest. After crouching and walking for dozens of meters, the passage opened up into a vast space. Ma Han raised his flaming longbow, the orange glow of the fire illuminating the scene around them. When they finally saw what lay ahead, everyone gasped in shock. The enormous underground chamber was packed with countless insect eggs, each the size of an adult's head. Under the flickering light of the flames, the eggs squirmed slightly, exuding a nauseating stench. Su Xiao muttered to herself, her voice trembling, "So many eggs. If they all hatch." She didn't dare finish the thought. At that moment, she understood Lu Li's intentions, and a tinge of guilt welled up in her heart. "Lu Li," Su Xiao said, summoning her courage, "if these eggs hatch, they'll pose a huge threat to the school. Let us help you clear them out." Lu Li responded indifferently with a simple, "Suit yourself," making no effort to stop them. Having 3 extra people to help would save him some energy. Unhatched insect eggs were more disgusting than dangerous. After a period of hard work, Lu Li had gained nearly 20 soul points. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. "Dang! Player Lu Li's soul points have reached 50. Soul weapon unlocked." A soul weapon allowed the collected souls to be reshaped into soldiers. Each soul point equaled 1 experience point. With Lu Li's current soul points, he could create a level 2 blade mantis. As long as his soul points didn't drop to 0, the soul soldier would be immortal and remain in existence forever. What thrilled Lu Li even more was the discovery that unhatched mantis eggs were classified as blade mantises by the system, allowing him to easily complete his advancement task. The system chimed again. Player Lu Li has killed 100 blade mantises. Advancement task completed. Reward: Challenger's Chest 1. Blade arm ability upgraded to Platinum tier. Lu Li decided to put off opening the reward for now. Stretching with satisfaction, he began pondering his next move to hunt more creatures. Just then, a notification popped up on his data panel. Congratulations to player Zhao Hui for becoming the first player globally to reach level 1. Reward: Black Iron tier upgrade chest 1. Meanwhile, Zhao Jin, who was racking his brain over a task from the clan elder, noticed the announcement on his panel. A faint smile crossed his face. This Zhao Hui wasn't a direct member of the Zhao family, and the announcement indicated he was at Yuqing First High School, which was nearby. Zhao Jin immediately saw this as an excellent opportunity to recruit him. "Ahau," Zhao Jin called out. A scar-faced, bald man appeared in the doorway. "Yes, Jinj? You called? See this Xiao Hui guy? Go find him, and bring him back to me. Make sure he's unharmed. I want him alive and in one piece." Ahau nodded and was about to leave when Zhao Jin stopped him again. Wait. It's a special time right now. Take some equipment with you." Ahau's expression remained stoic. "Not necessary, Jinj. Those bugs can't touch me. When I say take it, you take it," Zhao Jin ordered firmly. "Also, bring 10 essence crystals with you. If you run into trouble, use them to level up." "Got it." Ahau nodded and left. Meanwhile, inside a classroom at Yuqing First High School, Zhao Hui was staring at his panel, cursing loudly. What kind of stupid system is this? Only 10 essence crystals allowed per day? He had thought the crystals head collected would let him level up 2 or 3 times at least. But after absorbing 10 first-tier essence crystals, the system informed him he had reached the daily absorption limit. With such a strict cap on leveling, how was a genius like him supposed to dominate and rise to power? Noticing Zhao Hu's sudden outburst, Wang Shuyan, who was there serving him, quickly tried to appease him. "Don't be upset, Zhaoga. I actually think the system's level cap works in your favor." "Oh? How so?" Zhao Hui asked, enjoying the comfort he was receiving and intrigued by her reasoning. Wang Shuyan explained, "Think about it. If everyone is limited to the same amount of essence crystals per day, it's like forcing everyone onto the same starting line. But you've awakened a diamond tier ability, something those losers could never dream of. With levels capped equally, you'll always stay ahead." After hearing her explanation, a grin spread across Zhao Hu's face. He tossed the remaining essence crystals in his hand forward. "Not bad. So this leveling restriction actually benefits me. Take these 3 crystals, you can absorb them. Stick with me and you won't lose out." Wang Shuyan hurriedly caught the crystals, her smile growing even brighter. "Thank you, Zhaoga." Nearby, Ing Zian's expression darkened as he watched the crystals fall into Wang Zuyan's hands. Trying to make himself noticed, he spoke up obsequiously. "Zhaoga, you're the first level 1 player in the world now. The announcement mentioned an upgrade chest. Why not open it and let us all see what's inside?" "HM? You want to see it?" Zhao Hui looked at him with a smirk that sent a chill down Ing Zian's spine. Realizing his mistake, Ing Zian broke into a cold sweat. Zhaoga, that's not what I meant." Before he could finish, a bolt of electricity struck his shoulder. Ing Zian was sent flying, crashing into a row of desks with a loud bang. Zhao Hu's voice was icy as he gave the order. "Wang Shuyan, heal him. I don't want one of my men dying just like that." Wang Shuyan nodded obediently, and green particles of light began to fall onto Ing Zian, healing his injuries. The wounds that had been inflicted by the lightning bolt healed rapidly, leaving no trace behind. However, the excruciating pain still lingered, coursing through Ing Zian's entire body. Gritting his teeth to endure the agony, he crawled on his knees toward Zhao Hui, his voice trembling as he stammered, "Cough, Xiaoga, I was wrong." Zhao Hui looked down at Ing Zian with a cold, disdainful gaze. His voice was icy as he sneered, "Brother, if you're a dog, then act like one. Don't try to play smart." Each word struck Ing Zian's heart like a dagger. "Go stand guard at the door. I don't want to see your pathetic face right now." "Why wise, of course." Ing Zian nodded frantically, his voice filled with fear and submission. "I'm your dog, Xiaoga. I won't make this mistake again. Never again." With that, he scrambled out of the classroom in a pitiful state. Zhao Hui watched him leave with a satisfied smirk before turning back to face the others. A haughty smile played on his lips as he declared, "Ha, I'm in a good mood today. Let me show you all something extraordinary." He raised the upgrade treasure chest in his hand for everyone to see. Its dark, unassuming surface glimmered with a mysterious sheen under the light. With a faint click, the chest slowly opened. In an instant, a dazzling red light burst forth, illuminating the entire classroom. "Whoa, that's so bright." As expected of Zhao Huidaji's treasure chest, this has to be something amazing. "Zhaoga is incredible." The room erupted in a chorus of admiration. All eyes were fixed on the enigmatic chest. As the intense red glow gradually faded, a blood-red crystal emerged, radiating an otherworldly aura. Tian Yuhao couldn't contain his excitement and exclaimed loudly, "It's a second-tier elemental crystal." His voice was so loud that even Ing Zian, standing outside the classroom, could hear it clearly. As the only scout-capable player under Zhao Hui's command, Tian Yuhao had prepared in advance to analyze the chest contents, eager to prove his worth and curry favor with Zhao Hui. Wang Shuyan followed up quickly, her eyes briefly flashing with a hint of greed. "I thought elemental crystals only came in dull gray. I never imagined there could be a red one. Zhaoga, you never fail to amaze us." She silently calculated her next move, knowing that Zhao Hui had already reached his absorption limit for the week. If she played her cards right, perhaps she could claim this second-tier crystal for herself. However, after carefully examining the crystal's properties, Zhao Hui's initial excitement began to wane. "It just offers more experience points, no special attributes. Besides, I can't level up today anyway. Keeping it on me is pointless. Maybe I should," he trailed off, a certain image flashing in his mind. Zhao Hui pondered to himself. If he could trade this second-tier crystal to recruit Su Xiao, it might be worth it. Her abilities were undeniably valuable, though she seemed to hold some reservations about his earlier heavy-handed tactics. No matter, women could always be won over with gifts. He was confident he could easily bring her to his side. As this thought crossed his mind, a sly, lecherous grin spread across his face. After all, a successful man like him deserved to have a few beautiful women by his side. Just as Zhao Hui was reveling in his fantasies, a hurried voice came from outside the classroom. It was Ing Zian, and his tone was filled with urgency. "Zhaoga, Lu Li is back." The words hit Zhao Hui like a bucket of cold water, instantly snapping him back to reality. "Lu Li? That useless loser is back? Let him in." Zhao Hui's voice echoed from inside the classroom, dripping with disdain. Moments later, Lu Li and Ing Zian entered the room, one after the other. Zhao Hui craned his neck to glance toward the doorway and noticed Su Xiao and her two companions standing there as well, their expressions somewhat peculiar. "Lu Li's hanging out with Su Xiao now?" Zhao Hui thought to himself. Not surprising. That woman is way too soft-hearted. She'll take in any kind of trash. His gaze shifted to Lu Li, taking in the dirt and grime covering him. The contempt in Zhao Hui's eyes deepened. "Look at him, pathetic. He's probably scared out of his wits from the monsters out there, and has come crawling back to beg me to take him in." However, to Zhao Hui's surprise, Lu Li didn't say a word after entering the classroom. Instead, it was Ing Zian who approached him with a sycophantic grin. "Brother Zhao, Lu Li brought something good." Ing Zian exclaimed excitedly. "Something good?" Zhao Hui frowned. "What kind of good?" "This." Ing Zian could barely contain his excitement as he carefully held out an item, taking quick, eager steps toward Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui, completely off guard, focused his attention on what Ing Zian was holding. It was a crimson crystal, gleaming like fresh blood. "Is this a second-tier yuan crystal?" Zhao Hui muttered, stunned, instinctively glancing at the one in his own hand. But Ing Zian didn't answer. Or rather, he didn't respond with his usual obsequious tone. Instead, what followed was a sudden, fatal strike. With Zhao Hui utterly defenseless, Ing Zian's sharp claws pierced through his neck with ease. Blood sprayed out like a fountain, painting half the classroom red in an instant. "Die! Just die already!" Ing Zian screamed hysterically, his face twisted in a grotesque mix of pent-up rage and manic glee from his successful ambush. Ingxian, stop it! Wang Shuyan shrieked in terror, instinctively wanting to use her healing ability on Zhao Hui. But Ingxian gave her no chance. His claws withdrew and struck again and again, tearing Zhao Hu's neck into a bloody mess. Anyone who dares help him, I'll kill you too. Ingxian roared with deranged laughter, his bloodshot eyes locked onto Zhao Hu's lifeless gaze. You treated me like a dog? Who the hell do you think you are? Tian Yuhao cried out in panic, trying to intervene. Ingxian, if you kill Zhao Hui, who's going to protect us? Protect you? Ingxian sneered, whipping around to face Tian Yuhao. One hand dragged Zhao Hu's broken neck, the other clutching the second-tier Yuan crystal as he advanced step by step. You really think he was protecting you? He was just using you all for his own gain. Those monsters? I can kill them too. With that, Ingxian flung Zhao Hu's corpse forward and let out a defiant roar. Do you still want to stand up for this dead man? The classroom fell into a deathly silence. Zhao Hui was gone, and not even Wang Zuyan's healing abilities could bring a dead man back to life. Tian Yuhao's scouting ability was useless against Ingxian's claws, and the other girls in the room were utterly powerless in a fight. After all, Zhao Hui had chosen them for his team not for their skills but simply to satisfy his own desires. Zhao Hui had lost to his own arrogance. As the group stood in stunned silence, Lu Li, who had remained in the background all this time, suddenly stepped forward. He reached out and gently closed Zhao Hu's lifeless eyes, giving the corpse a semblance of peace. Lu Li, stop pretending to be so noble. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. Ingxian growled, his blood-soaked claws wiping across his face. Tell me everything you know. Let's work together and carve out a future in this hellish world. Hearing Ingxian's words, the others in the room cast surprised glances at Lu Li. Was this entire turn of events orchestrated by the so-called useless loser? Lu Li let out a quiet sigh and spoke calmly. There's nothing more to it. I just got lucky and happened to find this second-tier Yuan crystal. If you don't believe me, you can ask Su Xiao. Before he had even finished speaking, Su Xiao entered the room with Wang Chao and Ma Han in tow. The class monitor first glanced at Zhao Hu's corpse on the ground, her brows knitting together in a frown. He's telling the truth. It was a fight between monsters. A level 6 brood mother killed a level 5 brood mother. The second-tier Yuan crystal came from the level 5. When we found Lu Li, he was being chased by the level 6 brood mother. The others gasped in shock. A level 6 brood mother? There's a monster that's strong right outside the school building? Chang Duo exclaimed, covering her mouth in horror. She was one of Zhao Hu's chosen teammates, her ability being storage space. True to its name, it allowed her to create a pocket dimension for storing items, an ability with no combat utility and rather limited usefulness. In the early days of the apocalypse, players with such abilities could still serve as human pack mules. But as players leveled up and acquired items like spatial rings, their roles would be rendered obsolete. When that time came, players like Chang Duo would lose all value and be discarded by their teams without hesitation. It was unclear whether Wang Chao was trying to comfort the girls or show off his masculinity, but he chuckled and said, "What's there to be afraid of? That level 6 brood mother has already been taken down by us. The energy crystal is with the class monitor. Class monitor, show it to them." Before he could finish, Ma Han abruptly clamped a hand over Wang Chao's mouth and angrily hissed, "You talk too much. Shut up." Wang Chao immediately realized he had made a huge mistake. His eyes widened in shock, and he obediently closed his mouth. In this post-apocalyptic world, flaunting wealth was akin to courting death. Su Xiao raised her hand slightly, gesturing for everyone to calm down. She scanned the group with a serious expression and began, "We're all classmates here. There's no need for secrets. Wang Chao is right, we did kill the level 6 broodmother behind the hill near the school building. But this wasn't the result of individual heroics. It was the outcome of teamwork and cooperation." As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Shuyan eagerly stepped forward, her face full of flattery. "Xiaojia, you're amazing. Can I join your team? My healing abilities are really useful." A flicker of barely noticeable disdain crossed Su Xiao's face, but she still nodded. "It's not just you, I want everyone in the class to join. Only by staying united and helping each other can we have a better chance of surviving in this apocalyptic world. Dictatorship will only lead to bad outcomes." As she spoke, she cast a meaningful glance at Ingxian. Ingxian, unwilling to back down, raised his chin and retorted, "Big words. Can you guarantee you won't turn into a dictator like Zhao Hui?" Su Xiao responded patiently, "My awakened ability is amplification. It inherently requires close cooperation with teammates. But if you don't trust me, I respect your choice. Just please, stop killing people." Ingxian fell silent, his gaze shifting between Su Xiao and Lu Li, who had earlier handed him the second-tier energy crystal. After a moment, he shook his head. "Forget it. Your harmonious, friendly little family isn't for me. I'll take my chances on my own." With that, he turned to leave. Suddenly, Wang Chao stepped forward and blocked Ing Xian's path. Ing Xian frowned. What's this? Not joining your group means I'm not allowed to leave. Wang Chao cracked his neck, his skin quickly hardening, and gave a menacing smile. Don't get me wrong, you're free to leave. But before you go, leave that second-tier energy crystal behind. Ing Xian's expression darkened instantly. And if I don't? The tension between them thickened, the standoff turning the air suffocating. It felt like a powder keg, ready to explode into violent conflict at any moment. Mahan calmly took over the conversation, and suddenly, a surge of scorching energy appeared between his palms. With a gentle pull, a long bow of flames materialized out of thin air in his hands. The atmosphere in the classroom instantly grew tense, but no conflict erupted this time. After a brief standoff, Ing Xian let out a cold snort and slammed a second-tier energy crystal onto the ground. Take it, and stop blocking me. Without looking back, he stormed out of the classroom. Su Xiao bent down to pick up the energy crystal, her gaze complicated as it shifted toward Luli, who was hiding in the distance. That guy. Has he been planning all of this from the start? She muttered under her breath. Taking the energy crystal handed to her by Wang Chao, she walked toward Luli. Luli, would you like to join us? Su Xiao extended an invitation. Luli, who was engrossed in browsing through the descriptions of abilities, froze for a moment before decisively shaking his head. No, I already said you're too much of a saint. Being your teammate would probably shorten my lifespan. Su Xiao's face turned red with frustration as she suppressed her anger. We're classmates. We should help each other. Do you really think you'll survive longer on your own? Yup, Luli nodded without hesitation. Unbelievable. Su Xiao shoved the second-tier energy crystal into Luli's hand and turned to walk toward the crowd. On her way back, she noticed Wang Shuyan crouching by Zhao Hui's corpse, struggling to pry open the deceased's tightly clenched fist. What are you doing? Su Xiao asked sharply, her tone cold. I. Wang Shuyan stammered nervously. Sister Xiao, Zhao Hui had a second-tier energy crystal too. He's already gone. So why not put it to better use? You're looting the dead? Su Xiao narrowed her eyes, crossing her arms. Wang Shuyan quickly clarified, please don't misunderstand, Sister Xiao. This energy crystal belongs to everyone. I wouldn't dare keep it for myself. As she spoke, she shakily held the crystal out to Su Xiao. Su Xiao didn't take it. Instead, she turned to address the others in the classroom. If you trust me, join my team. I promise not to abandon any teammate, and all resources will be distributed fairly. What do we have to do? Tian Yuhao raised his hand hesitantly. Participate in decision-making and follow orders, Su Xiao replied calmly. I've said before, I'm not a dictator, but a team needs a leader. Until someone better suited steps up, they'll take on the role of captain. And the energy crystals obtained from killing monsters? Chung Duo asked timidly. I'll distribute them as well. Every allocation will be transparent, and if anyone disagrees, we can vote to adjust my decisions. Su Xiao's words were impeccable, instilling a sense of trust. Soon, voices of agreement echoed throughout the classroom, and the majority chose to join her team. Even the hesitant few changed their minds after Su Xiao patiently talked to them. Watching this unfold, Luli shook his head in resignation and prepared to leave the classroom. However, Wang Chao suddenly stopped him. Luli, wait. The class rep still has a third-tier energy crystal. If you don't want to join, that's fine, but shouldn't we discuss how to divide it? Luli was taken aback. After years of surviving in the apocalypse, he had almost forgotten that honesty and fairness were still part of human nature. Luli let out a long sigh. I didn't contribute to the fight. You guys can keep the crystal. Wang Chao grew anxious. Don't say that. Without the weak point you pointed out, we couldn't have taken down that broodmother. Even brothers settle accounts clearly, right? Luli chuckled helplessly. Alright, then how about this, let Su Xiao give me that second-tier energy crystal, and we'll call it even? Wang Chao nodded and quickly ran to Su Xiao. Before long, Su Xiao agreed to the suggestion and tossed the second-tier energy crystal from Wang Shuyan's hands to Luli. This scene left everyone in the room stunned. As they watched Luli's departing figure, Tian Yuhao couldn't help but ask, Sister Xiao, why did you give that second-tier energy crystal to Luli, that useless guy? He's not even part of our team. In the face of doubt, Su Xiao calmly explained, Hey, raced the thing without Luli's help. We wouldn't have been able to kill that level 6 mantis broodmother. The spoils of battle should include him. It's only fair. But Tian Yuhao wasn't satisfied. What help can Luli possibly provide? He's just a black iron tier nobody. Class rep, didn't you say when you first found him, he was being chased by the broodmother? Don't tell me you've fallen for that pretty face and are using team resources to win him over. Su Xiao frowned, her patience wearing thin as she scrutinized Tian Yuhao. Black iron tier reconnaissance isn't useless. Luli identified the broodmother's weak point, which allowed us to kill it. Tian Yuhao, isn't your awakened ability reconnaissance as well? Don't tell me you didn't know this. Huh. Tian Yuhao felt as if he had misheard. His own reconnaissance ability could only sense the location of energy crystals and enhance alertness at best. Identifying weaknesses was a function that only unlocked at the bronze tier. How could someone like Lu Li, a black iron tier, possibly detect a monster's weak point? Seeing Tian Yuhao's shocked expression, Su Xiao asked in confusion, "Why do you look so surprised? Is this really that unexpected?" "Of course," Tian Yuhao muttered, still trying to process the revelation. "Reconnaissance can't possibly reveal monster weaknesses. Lu Li must be lying." Lu Li walked cautiously through the deserted corridor, his eyes scanning his surroundings with vigilance. It had been over 4 hours since the apocalypse began, and the school was devoid of students wandering alone. Most had chosen to band together, huddling in classrooms to await rescue. However, they would soon come to realize that rescue was never coming. In the wake of the apocalypse, everyone awakened unique abilities. The old social order and organizational structures barely held on, but their collapse was inevitable. The allure of growing stronger was impossible to resist. When an opportunity to completely reshape the order of the world arose, chaos was bound to erupt. "Lu Li," a voice called out from the shadows, interrupting his thoughts. Ingzian emerged from the darkness, a smile playing on his lips. What should have been a friendly expression was twisted into something menacing by the bloodstains covering his body. "Why are you out here alone? Where are Su Xiao and the others?" Ingzian asked, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Lu Li's expression remained calm as he replied, "Oh, I didn't join Su Xiao's group. Naturally, they wouldn't stick with me." Ingzian seemed to realize something, and his grin widened. "Didn't join Su Xiao's group? Aren't you afraid of the danger out here alone? The place is crawling with monsters, and players like you, without any means to defend themselves, are in a pretty bad spot." "Well, isn't that why you're here?" Lu Li smiled back, his expression utterly sincere. The experiences of his previous life had honed his ability to disguise himself flawlessly. Ingzian froze for a moment, his claws poised to strike, silently retreating. "Me? Yeah." Lu Li nodded. "Didn't you say you wanted to work with me? So, I came out specifically to find you. Is that so?" Ingzian chuckled lightly and extended his hand. "I'm fine with collaborating, but you'll need to show a little sincerity." Lu Li feigned hesitation. "A second-tier essence crystal? I don't have one anymore." Ingzian's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a vicious snarl. Grabbing Lu Li by the collar, he roared, "Don't play dumb. Don't think I don't know Su Xiao gave you both crystals. Hand them over now, or he'll kill you right here." All right, I'll give it to you." Lu Li pretended to be terrified, trembling as he reached into his pocket and took out the essence crystal he had prepared in advance. Ingzian snatched the crystal eagerly, immediately absorbing it. The 40 points of experience it granted caused him to level up twice in an instant, making him a level 2 player. A system notification sounded in his mind. Player Ingzian has become the first player worldwide to reach level 2. Would you like to announce this globally? Yes, no. Note: a global announcement will grant you 2 iron tier upgrade chests. Declining will forfeit the reward. Announce it immediately. Ingzian chose without hesitation. 2 pitch black chests materialized out of thin air. Feeling the surging power within him, Ingzian's face lit up with unrestrained glee. His theory had been correct. The rank of one's awakened ability didn't matter. The key to dominance was absorbing higher tier essence crystals and leveling up. As long as he maintained his lead in levels, the upgrade chests would keep coming, and his strength would snowball exponentially. Lu Li watched Ingzian's triumphant laughter with a calm expression. He glanced briefly at his watch. 11:50. 10 minutes to go. At midnight on the first day of the apocalypse, the leaderboard would appear. The top 100 players would be exposed to everyone. At the same time, the mechanism for challenging higher-level players would activate. Anyone who managed to defeat a ranked player of a higher level would earn a coveted slaughter chest. In the early days of the apocalypse, slaughter chests were one of the few ways to obtain mythical items. For a solo player like Ingzian, who lacked any organizational backing, being on the leaderboard would make him a prime target for powerful factions. Yet Ingzian remained blissfully unaware of this. Instead, he barked orders at Lu Li with a smug grin. "Find a safe place. I'm opening the chests." To Ingzian, Lu Liho's awakened ability was mere reconnaissance, was nothing more than an ant. A worthless weakling he could crush at any moment. As a result, Ingzian let his guard down completely. Lu Li didn't resist in the slightest. A look of agreement immediately appeared on his face. "Let's go to the multimedia room. No one's there, it should be the safest." The two walked side by side toward the multimedia room, oblivious to the gaze that had been following them from the shadows. Meanwhile, a reinforced Hummer crashed through the school gates with a deafening impact, drawing the attention of those hiding in the security office. "Oldly, what's going on outside? Is it a monster?" A middle-aged woman in her 40s cowered in the corner, staring fearfully at the office door. She was He Peichin, a Chinese teacher at the school. What had started as a routine day of catching late students had turned into a nightmare when she was trapped in the security office by a mantis-like creature with blade-like arms. The monster, which had slaughtered 3 students, had left over an hour ago, but the bloodstains outside kept her paralyzed with fear, unable to step outside. The students' lives? How could they possibly be more important than her own? Oldley muttered to himself, his eyes fixed intently on the door of the duty office. Gripping the riot fork tightly, he moved cautiously toward the door. Suddenly, a loud bang shattered the silence. A heavy kick had slammed into the door. Startled, Oldley stumbled back 2 steps, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. "Oh my goodness!" he exclaimed, quickly rushing to the window to take a look. To his surprise, it wasn't a horrifying monster outside the door but a bald man with a scarred face. "A person?" Oldley murmured in disbelief. The scar-faced man shifted his gaze from a corpse lying nearby to the window. "Open the door. I've got a question," he demanded in a gruff voice. Oldley locked eyes with the man, a chill running down his spine. Behind him, Missy Paychine cowered in the corner, her voice trembling as she spoke. "Oldley, it's a monster out there. Whatever you do, don't open that door." Before she could finish, another powerful kick landed on the door. "Open the door now. I just need to ask something." The man outside was clearly losing his patience. Instinctively, Oldley moved to open the door but felt his clothes being yanked back by Ms. He. "Don't open it, Oldley. If you do, we're as good as dead," she screamed. "But Ms. He, it really looks like a person out there. It could be someone coming to help," Oldley tried to explain. But before he could finish, the duty office door was kicked open with a resounding crash. "Damn it, wasting my time with all this nonsense." The scar-faced man, Ahau, grumbled, his scar making him look even more menacing. Seeing that the intruder was a person and not a monster, Missy suddenly gained confidence. "What do you think you're doing? This is a school. If you keep causing trouble, they'll call the police and have you arrested," she shouted. Ahau ignored her outburst entirely and turned his attention to Oldley, who had collapsed onto the ground. "Old man, I'm looking for someone named Zhao Hui. Do you know where he is?" he asked bluntly. Zhao Hui? Is he a student?" Oldley stammered, instinctively asking in return. "Could be a teacher, too," Ahau replied, his tone softening slightly as he noticed Oldley might know something. But Missy screamed again. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Judging by the way you look, you're obviously up to no good. You'd better leave now before the cops get here and you regret it." Ahau frowned, his hand moving to his waist. Missy was about to continue yelling when she suddenly froze, staring at the cold, dark muzzle of a gun pointed directly at her head. "You're really noisy, you know that?" Ahau said flatly, his voice icy as the gun remained aimed at her. Ahau raised his pistol, thinking it would be enough to intimidate the noisy woman in front of him. However, what unfolded next was far beyond his expectations. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward and slapped the barrel of the gun aside, her voice growing sharper and louder. "Who the hell do you think you are? Waving around a toy gun, trying to scare me? Do you even know how long firearms have been banned in Huaxia? You think this is the land of the free, America? Go on then, shoot. I dare you. Shoot." Ahau froze for a moment, completely caught off guard by her audacity. He hadn't anticipated this woman's lack of self-preservation. Since she was practically inviting him to act, he felt it would be rude not to oblige. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, he suddenly remembered something, and with a frustrated slap to his forehead, he paused. From the back of his waistband, he retrieved a small black metal suppressor and began screwing it onto the barrel of his gun with deliberate slowness. Watching the scar-faced man fiddle with what she still assumed was a toy, Pei-Chin grew even more convinced that he was bluffing. She immediately adopted the posture of a teacher scolding a misbehaving student. "Let me tell you something, you're out of luck running into me today. Scum like you should rot in prison. I've already called the police. You hear me? Don't even think about leaving. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Leave." Before she could finish, a sharp pain exploded in her calf. A bloody flower bloomed on her leg, the gory wound utterly horrifying. Agonizing pain shot through her body, and she couldn't suppress a piercing scream. Ahau wasn't done. To him, an old security guard wasn't enough to help him search for his target in the school. "You heard me, didn't you? Was one shot enough?" He crouched down, pressing the still-smoking barrel against Peikin's chin, his gaze as cold as ice. It was only then that Pei-Chin realized the gravity of the situation. Yet she still shrieked hysterically, "That's a real gun, how dare you? They'll report you to the police. You'll rot in jail for this." She struggled, trying to wrest the gun from Ahau's grasp. Ahau took a step back, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. Teachers these days, is their sense of security always this strong? Without further hesitation, he fired another shot into her other leg. The excruciating pain finally brought Pei-Chin to her senses. She realized that the scar-faced man in front of her might truly take her life. Ahau repeated his question. Is this enough now? Clutching her injured legs, Hipei nodded frantically, her earlier arrogance completely gone. Instead, her face now bore a hint of flattery as she stammered. You're looking for Zhao Hui, right? I know him. He's a senior in class 8-inch. Nearby, the security guard, Oldly, glanced at the sudden shift in Teacher He's attitude, then at the gun in Ahau's hand. He whispered hesitantly, Teacher He, isn't it not right to just hand over a student like this? What's wrong with it? Hipei snapped, her voice sharp. The boss is looking for Zhao Hui. What's the harm in helping him out? Oldly, taken aback by her forceful response, fell silent. Ahau nodded in satisfaction. Then take me to him. Hipei forced a strained smile through her pain. But, sir, my legs are injured. I can't walk. Then have him carry you, Ahau said, pointing his gun at Oldly. Hipei glanced disdainfully at the old security guard, clearly reluctant. She hesitated before trying to come up with an excuse. Well, sir, there are monsters outside. How about I just tell you where he is? Class 8 is on the second floor. Just head up the stairs and turn the corner. Ahau's face darkened with impatience. He tapped the barrel of his gun against Hipei's cheek. Have him carry you, and you lead me there. Don't make me repeat myself. My time is very, very precious. Yes, yes, of course. Oldly, hurry up and carry me. Hipei urged, her tone panicked. The three of them quickly left the security office and headed toward the teaching building. Just as they reached the second floor, a notification popped up on their interface. Ranking list generated. All players can view it in the world interface. Location sharing complete. Challenge mechanism activated. Initial duration, 12 hours. Ahau glanced at the rankings and noticed the name at the top, a level 2 player named Ingxian. A Huaxia player? From which zone? He tapped on the location information and was surprised to find the coordinates also pointed to Yongqing First High School. For the first time, a flicker of astonishment appeared in his eyes. What's this? They're here too? Hearing Ahau muttering to himself, Hipei turned and eagerly chimed in. This Ingxian is also a senior in class 8. He's close friends with Zhao Hui. Oh. Ahau's expression turned thoughtful. He speculated that the person he was looking for might have awakened some kind of ability that allowed players to level up quickly. After all, Zhao Hui had been the first in the world to reach level 1, and now his friend Ingxian had become the first to reach level 2. While Ahau thought their rapid progress was a bit too conspicuous, he also reasoned that if they hadn't drawn attention, how would Jingu have noticed them and given him this opportunity to join the Zhao family? Zhao Hui and Ingxian, I need to see them both, Ahau demanded coldly. For now, he set aside Ingxian. If he could bring Zhao Hui back, the latter's abilities could greatly accelerate the Zhao family's rise in power. Heh, maybe it's similar to Sister Hong's ability, Ahau mused to himself. Sister Hong, Zhao Jin's wife Luo Hong, had awakened a very unique ability when the apocalypse began, corpse crystallization. This emerald-tier power allowed her to convert any corpse she touched into energy crystals. While ordinary players could only extract one crystal per monster, Luo Hong's ability turned the entire body into a crystal, massively boosting resource acquisition. As Ahau envisioned the Zhao family's bright future, Hipei's trembling voice interrupted his thoughts. Yes, sir, we're here. Ahau glanced at the classroom doorplate before stepping inside. The air was heavy with a strange smell, like overcooked meat mingled with blood. Desks and chairs were haphazardly piled in a corner. A group of students stood nearby, whispering amongst themselves. When they noticed someone entering, they immediately fell silent, their wary eyes fixed on him. Is there a Zhao Hui here? Ahau asked, raising his gun for emphasis as he addressed the students. Most of them shrank back in fear, but one girl with delicate features stepped forward. Are you a relative of Zhao Hui? Before Ahau could respond, Hipei's shrill voice cut in again. Su Xiao, stop acting all high and mighty just because you're the class monitor. Hurry up and bring Zhao Hui out. Su Xiao frowned but didn't argue. She pointed to a pile of bodies in the corner of the classroom. Zhao Hui is already dead. Dead? Hipei screamed, her voice shrill and jarring, like a rooster being strangled. Hao's face darkened at the sound. Striding quickly toward the corpse in the corner, he crouched down for a closer look. After a brief inspection, he pulled out his phone and swiftly brought up the leaderboard, his eyes scanning it intently. Sure enough, Zhao Hui's name was gone, not just pushed out of the top 100, but completely erased from the list. How did he die? Hao asked coldly, his gaze fixed on Zhao Hui's lifeless body on the ground. His concern wasn't out of a sense of justice. Zhao Hui's death meant the failure of his Miss Iona task, personally assigned by Zhao Jin. Failure was not an option. Su Xiao noticed the scar-faced man's grim expression. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, who are you? Exactly. Are you related to Zhao Hui? Sensing trouble, Ma Han tugged at Su Xiao's sleeve and whispered urgently, Class rep, this guy has a gun. He doesn't look like someone we should mess with. Maybe we should just tell him the truth. Su Xiao replied softly, I saw that, which is exactly why I can't tell him. Hao began to approach slowly, his gun now aimed directly at Su Zhao's head. Little girl, I'll ask you one more time. Who killed Zhao Hui? Su Zhao's body trembled slightly, but her eyes held no fear. Straightening her back, she met Hao's gaze heated. If you won't tell me who you are, I won't tell you anything. Hao grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp white teeth. Not talking? Then you can die. Just as Hao's finger tightened on the trigger, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. A figure burst into the room. It was Tian Yuhao. Su Xiao. Tian Yuhao froze mid-sentence, his eyes widening in surprise as they landed on the scar-faced man. Uncle Hao, what are you doing here? Hao turned, equally startled to see Tian Yuhao at the door. Yuhao, what are you doing here? I'm a student here. Tian Yuhao replied cautiously, his expression quickly shifting to one of suspicion. It's been a while, Uncle Hao. What brings you here? Hao didn't bother hiding the truth from his nephew. He gestured toward the corpse with his gun. I was looking for someone, but they're dead. Yuhao, do you know who killed Zhao Hui? Tian Yuhao blinked, the answer spilling from his lips before he could think twice. Doing Xian killed him. Tian Yuhao. Su Xiao tried to stop him, but it was too late. Xian? Hao's brows arched, intrigued. The one ranked first on the leaderboard? Yeah. Tian Yuhao glanced at Su Xiao, his earlier hesitation vanishing as he relaxed into a confident smirk. It was him. I saw it with my own eyes. Tian Yuhao's mind worked quickly. In this post-apocalyptic world, strength ruled. Hao's gun was the ultimate authority in this school. And as Hao's nephew, Tian Yuhao's status naturally rose with it. Teamwork? Sharing resources? None of that mattered anymore. Under his uncle's protection, Tian Yuhao's word would be law. Su Xiao? Just a self-righteous Gudatushus with a pretty face. Good, Hao said, nodding approvingly at Tian Yuhao. Do you know where this Xian is now? I need to find him. Relief flickered across Su Zhao's face. Luckily, Xian had already left, and no one knew his whereabouts. If the scar-faced man found him, it would surely mean death. But her relief was short-lived. Tian Yuhao's voice rang out, firm and decisive. I know. Xian and Luli went to the multimedia room. I think they're planning to open a treasure chest. Uncle, if we hurry, we might get something good. Perfect. Lead the way. Hao's face lit up with satisfaction. Su Xiao stepped forward quickly, trying to intervene. Tian Yuhao, the world's in chaos. We should be working together, not killing each other. Tian Yuhao scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Su Xiao, stop with your sanctimonious nonsense. You should be grateful my uncle's target is Xian and not you. Yuhao, let's go. Hao called from the doorway. Tian Yuhao followed the scar-faced man out, leaving Su Xiao standing there, her expression conflicted. Class rep? Mahan hesitated before speaking. If someone's out for revenge, Xian kind of brought it on himself. Maybe we should just let it go. Su Xiao's frown deepened. But doing nothing makes us accomplices, doesn't it? Mahan's face twisted in discomfort, his words faltering. Su Xiao pressed on. Even if we assume Xian deserves it, what about Luli? Her voice carried a note of worry. Didn't you hear what Tian Yuhao said? He wants to kill and loot. If we don't act today, what happens when it's you being targeted tomorrow? Who will stand up for you then? The room fell silent. The others exchanged uneasy glances. Some looked hesitant, others indifferent, while a few showed traces of fear. The atmosphere grew heavy, tension thick in the air as everyone weighed their choices. Wang Chao suddenly stepped forward, standing next to Su Xiao. His gaze was firm, and his voice resolute. Squad leader, I think you're right. We need to stop Tian Yuhao and his uncle. Upon hearing this, Mahan frowned and shot Wang Chao an irritated glare. With a tone of mockery, he retorted, Stop them? Are you out of your mind? Just because we managed to take down a level 6 broodmother, you think we can handle a player with a gun? Do you really believe your armor is some invincible shield that can withstand bullets? Unfazed, Wang Chao puffed out his chest and argued back. At my current level, probably not. But if the squad leader lets me absorb that tier 3 energy crystal, then maybe I can. Su Zhao's eyes lit up upon hearing this, her expression turning excited. Wang Chao, are you serious? Of course. Wang Chao nodded earnestly, brimming with confidence as he explained. My armor naturally increases its defensive properties with each level up. With your amplification ability, blocking bullets won't be an issue. All right, then absorb it now. Su Xiao didn't hesitate for a moment. She immediately reached into her bag for the energy crystal, ready to hand it to Wang Chao. Just then, Wang Shuyan, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up, interrupting the two. Her tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Hold on, Xiaojia. Didn't you say the team's resources should be distributed equally? That tier 3 energy crystal is incredibly valuable. How can you just give it away like that? She paused briefly before continuing. I think our priority shouldn't be meddling in someone else's business. Instead, We should focus on strengthening ourselves. With a powerful team, we'd be the ones taking from others, not the other way around. Wang Shuyan's words stirred up quite a reaction among the group. Many who were already against Su Zhao's decision began voicing their agreement, their discussions growing louder. Yeah, why should we care about Luli, that useless guy? Giving the Tier 3 crystal to just one person is such a waste. Wang Chao's defensive talent doesn't really boost the team's overall power that much. I think the crystal should go to the healer. That way, we won't have to worry about dying from injuries next time. Exactly. Squad leader. Let's not get involved in this mess. As the crowd's opinions began to shift in her favor, a smug smile crept onto Wang Shuyan's face. She thought to herself that joining Su Zhao's team was solely for that Tier 3 energy crystal. Once she absorbed it, as a level 3 healer, she'd be highly sought after no matter where she went. Su Zhao didn't respond immediately. Instead, she calmly observed the group's discussions. Meanwhile, He Pei-chin, standing nearby, perked up at the mention of a healer and eagerly exclaimed, "A healer? Wang Shuyan, can you heal injuries? Quick, help me." Wang Shuyan was momentarily startled, but quickly realized this was her chance to shine. She stepped forward and pretended to activate her ability. To increase her chances of obtaining the Tier 3 crystal, she deliberately held back on the intensity of her healing. Seeing that her wound wasn't healing, He Pei-chin grew impatient and complained, "Wang Shuyan, your ability isn't working. My wound still hurt." Feigning guilt, Wang Shuyan softly explained, "Ms. He, I'm still at level 0. I haven't leveled up yet, so my ability isn't strong enough." Hearing this, He Pei-chin immediately turned to Su Xiao, raising her voice as she commanded, "Su Xiao, as your teacher, I'm ordering you to give the energy crystal to Wang Shuyan. Her healing ability is what we need to prioritize improving right now." The atmosphere grew tense, and a heavy silence fell over the group. All eyes turned to Su Xiao, waiting for her decision. The corners of Su Zhao's lips curled into a cold smirk, her eyes brimming with disappointment. Without hesitation, she cut off He Pei-chin's incessant lecture. "Stop." Su Zhao's voice was sharp and decisive, slicing through the noisy classroom like a blade. "This Tier 3 elemental crystal is the result of collaboration between me, Wang Chao, and Ma Han. It has nothing to do with any of you. Who gets a share is not for you to decide." Her tone was resolute, leaving no room for argument. "Wang Chao, let's go." With that, Su Xiao shoved the crystal into Wang Chao's hand and strode towards the door without looking back. Her posture was straight, her steps firm, silently declaring her resolve. Hey, class rep." Mahan, seeing that Su Xiao was serious about leaving, hurriedly followed after her, panicked. "Wait for me, you guys. I'm coming with you." His voice carried a trace of desperation, as if afraid of being left behind. He Pei-chin's face turned livid with rage at the sight, and she erupted. "Su Xiao, you little bee, get back here." She turned to the others in the room, her voice shrill. "What are you all standing around for? Stop her. Get that crystal back." But her orders were met with nothing but silence. No one moved, the tension in the air so thick it could be cut with a knife. While many felt Su Zhao's decision was unfair, they also knew deep down that the Tier 3 elemental crystal was rightfully hers. Besides, even if they wanted to take it by force, their abilities were no match for Wang Chao and Ma Han. Huddled within the group, Chang Duo tentatively spoke up, her voice barely audible. "Maybe we should go with Sister Xiao? If there are more of us, we might be able to." Before she could finish, Wang Shuyan snapped at her with a fierce glare. "Are you out of your mind?" Wang Shuyan's brows furrowed as she scolded Chang Duo harshly. "If you want to throw your life away, go ahead, but don't drag the rest of us into it." Chang Duo flinched at the sudden outburst, shrinking back into the crowd like a frightened fish, too scared to say another word. In the multimedia classroom, Ing Zian stood in front of a treasure chest, grinning so widely it seemed his face might split in two. Just half an hour ago, he had been curious about what Zhao Hui's black iron chest might contain, and now here he was, with 2 of his own. And the spoils were far richer than Zhao Hui's. Among the loot were 4 Tier 2 elemental crystals and a mysterious black and white coin. "Luli, take a look and tell me what this coin does." Ing Zian handed the coin over, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Without a reconnaissance skill, his interface couldn't display the item's details. Luli took the coin, a glimmer of recognition flashing in his eyes. He knew this item all too well. Calmly, he explained, "Item name, Coin of Fate. Quality, inferior. Description. Using this item grants a chance at divine blessing or divine punishment. Note, high stakes, high reward." Luli elaborated that the coin was essentially a gamble. With good luck, it could yield a unique mythical item or other rare treasures. With bad luck, it could bring down lightning or summon overpowered monsters out of thin air. The Coin of Fate was a notorious tool that gamblers both loved and feared. In his past life, Luli had never been a fan of gambling but had kept one of these coins as a good luck charm. To his surprise, That seemingly insignificant decision had granted him the opportunity to start over when it mattered most. Snapping back to the present, Luli gave a measured warning. This thing is all about luck. I suggest you don't use it recklessly. But Ingzian paid no heed to Luli's advice. His gaze was fixated on the words, divine blessing, and greed gleamed in his eyes. Divine blessing. He muttered to himself. With my luck, I have to give it a try. However, the thought of possibly drawing divine punishment and suffering a severe setback gave him pause. After some deliberation, Ingzian hatched a brilliant plan. He would make Luli, whom he deemed useless, toss the coin for him. If something good came out of it, he would claim the prize. If bad luck struck, Luli would bear the consequences. Ingzian felt smug about his clever scheme. Luli, observing the shifting expressions on Ingzian's face, easily guessed his intentions. His gaze grew cold. If Ingzian truly intended to force him to use the coin of fate, Luli wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him on the spot. While doing so would forfeit the top-tier rewards for defeating higher-level opponents, it was still better than courting unnecessary risks. This time around, Luli was determined to be far more cautious than in his previous life. Hey, Luli, use this item for me. Ingzian suddenly commanded, tossing the coin toward him. Luli caught the coin, his heart sinking. It seemed there was no avoiding a confrontation. As he prepared to manifest his blade-like arm, the door to the multimedia classroom was suddenly kicked open. A bald man with a scarred face strolled in leisurely, followed by a familiar figure. Tian Yuhao? What are you doing here? Ingzian barked, his tone sharp and his hands morphing into claws, exuding a menacing aura. Tian Yuhao squinted at Ingzian, shrugged, and said, nothing much. Someone wants to meet you. Let me introduce you, this is my uncle. The man Tian Yuhao referred to as his uncle scanned Ingzian with interest before asking, I heard you killed Zhao Hui. Is that true? And what if I did? Ingzian replied warily. Well, what about the stuff he had on him? The bald man sighed, feigning regret. Naturally, I took it. So what? Are you here to avenge him? Ingzian, though arrogant, was cautious about the stranger's strength and refrained from acting rashly. No, I couldn't care less about him, the bald man said casually, swaying slightly as if completely at ease. But, you see, my boss was looking for him. Now that he's dead, I can't exactly go back empty-handed. Ingzian frowned. So what do you want? The bald man smiled, and the scar on his face twisted grotesquely, resembling a writhing centipede. Simple, hand over the valuable stuff you have, or leave your head behind. What? You can't be serious. Ingzian's eyes widened in mock disbelief. Do you even know who's currently ranked number 1 on the leaderboard? Oh, who might that be? The bald man asked mockingly. It's me, Ingzian. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Ingzian launched himself like an arrow toward the bald man, his body a blur of motion. Ingzian knew his strengths well. Despite his top ranking, his ability was suited for close combat. His earlier bravado and sudden attack were all part of a calculated strategy to mask his shortcomings. His plan was simple: close the gap quickly and eliminate the opponent before they could react, no matter how formidable their awakened ability might be. After all, Zhao Hui had fallen to this very tactic. As for Tian Yuhao, who had only awakened a reconnaissance ability, he was hardly worth worrying about. But just as Ingzian thought his plan was flawless, the bald man smirked, raising his right hand with startling speed. Bang, bang, bang. The muzzle spat flames as 3 bullets tore through the air. 2 hit Ingzian square in the chest, while the third pierced through his skull. He collapsed heavily to the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Ahao stared coldly at Ingzian, who was writhing in his final moments. With a sneer of disdain, he said, Claw weapon, silver tier. You leveled up twice and thought you were invincible? How naive. As his words fell, a blood-red treasure chest materialized out of thin air, landing steadily at Ahao's feet. Luli immediately understood it was a reward for defeating a higher-ranked player. In this game, players could earn such slaughter chests by killing leaderboard players while being off the rankings or by defeating higher-level opponents as lower-level players. Tian Yuhao's eyes lit up with excitement as he stared at the treasure chest, exclaiming in admiration, No wonder you're the best, uncle. You took down the top-ranked player with just 3 shots. Ahao, expressionless, ejected the magazine from his gun and carefully checked the remaining bullets. Mozambique drill, he said flatly, designed for fast-moving targets. 3 bullets left. Should be enough. He reloaded the magazine, then pointed the gun directly at Luli, who stood not far away. Tian Yuhao's eyes gleamed with a twisted excitement as he arrogantly shouted at Luli, Luli, if you hand over all your valuables now and kneel to kowtow 3 times, maybe my uncle will consider sparing you. Ahao glanced at his nephew with a mix of irritation and confusion. On the way here, Tian Yuhao had warned him about Luli's strange abilities. Yet now, he was acting so recklessly. Was it because he had just witnessed his uncle kill someone? Lu Li's expression darkened, his eyes radiating a cold, murderous intent. He responded icily, Tian Yuhao, what makes you think you can kill me? Tian Yuhao burst into laughter, as if he'd just heard the most absurd joke. Ha ha ha, Lu Li, have you lost your mind? Do you really think that just because you use some item to discover a monster's weakness, you're invincible? Your awakened ability is nothing more than a black iron tier reconnaissance skill. Do you think you can survive 3 shots from my uncle? Lu Li faltered for a moment before realizing Tian Yuhao had misunderstood. His knowledge of monster weaknesses came from reliving his life, not from any special item. But he saw no point in explaining. Narrowing his eyes, he smirked provocatively and said, why not give it a try? Before he had finished speaking, the scar-faced man fired. The 3 bullets streaked through the air like the scythe of death, but none of them hit their mark. Instead, they struck a monster that had appeared out of nowhere, a pitch-black, blade-armed mantis. Tian Yuhao stood frozen in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. The mantis had intercepted all the bullets, shielding Lu Li completely. Tian Yuhao, your time is up, Lu Li said coldly. In an instant, the gray-black mantis and Lu Li charged at Tian Yuhao from opposite directions. Panicking, Tian Yuhao turned and fled, screaming, Uncle, save me. Unlike his nephew, Ahao remained calm. A red mist began to swirl around him, and his speed surged dramatically. To him, the blade-armed mantis was a far greater threat than the unarmed Lu Li, so he decided to eliminate it first. But that played right into Lu Li's hands. Just as Ahao was about to collide with the mantis, Lu Li willed his soul weapon back into storage and activated his silvered ear speed ability. Ahao's strike hit nothing but air, while Lu Li had already caught up to Tian Yuhao. Silvered ear strength, platinum tier blade arm, activate. Lu Li growled. His right hand transformed into a sharp blade, emanating a bone-chilling cold under the platinum tier enhancement. Die. Lu Li slashed at Tian Yuhao's back. The latter let out a blood-curdling scream as he fell to the ground. Lu Li, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Spare me. Tian Yuhao wailed, squirming on the ground like a worm. Ahao, seeing this, shouted urgently, Lu Li, stop, and began sprinting toward him. But Lu Li showed no mercy. Taking a step forward, he raised his blade and brought it down, ending Tian Yuhao's life in an instant. Watching his nephew die, Ahao's eyes burned with rage. He roared, Lu Li, I'll kill you. The red mist around him churned violently as his speed surged once more. Lu Li frowned, choosing not to engage directly. Instead, he retreated quickly while summoning his soul weapon again. He had encountered the scar-faced, bald-headed man in his previous life and knew the man's ability, a berserker-like transformation. This talent suppressed pain and greatly enhanced physical attributes, combining speed and strength. Ahao's lips curled into a sinister grin as the gray-black mantis reappeared. Instead of dodging its incoming blade, he charged straight at it. Blood splattered everywhere, and the red mist around him grew even denser. Anything that doesn't kill me only makes me stronger, Ahao roared, grabbing the mantis's arms and tearing them apart. The LV.2 mantis soul weapon shattered instantly, dissipating into wisps of black smoke. Is that all you've got? Ahao laughed maniacally, like a bloodthirsty beast. But his triumph was short-lived. While Ahao was busy dismantling the soul weapon, Lu Li had retreated to a safe distance. Now, arcs of electricity danced in Lu Li's palm as he smirked coldly. Anything that doesn't kill you makes you stronger? Inspirational stuff, I'll give you that. Lightning arrow, diamond tier, activate. A bolt of electricity, as thick as a thumb, shot toward the scar-faced man like a raging serpent. Unlike Zhao Hui's chaotic bombardment, Lu Li's lightning arrow was precise, striking Ahao's bald head with pinpoint accuracy again and again. Under this relentless assault, Ahao couldn't even take a step forward, let alone kill Lu Li. However, Lu Li couldn't kill Ahao outright either. The strange red mist around him seemed to dampen electrical damage, and the more lightning arrows struck him, the stronger his abilities became. Lu Li's brows furrowed. He hadn't expected Ahao's powers to be this troublesome. Lu Li, Ahao bellowed, as if sensing Lu Li's frustration. Even under the barrage of lightning, he laughed maniacally. You can't kill me. Suddenly, he flipped his palm, revealing 10 blood-red energy crystals, which he crushed and absorbed in an instant. The 200 experience points they provided caused his level to soar. The leaderboard updated once again. Congratulations to player Chun Hao for becoming the world's first LV.4 player. Reward: Black Iron Tier Upgrade Chest 7. Lu Li felt a sinking sensation in his chest and drew a sharp breath. He had initially planned to take down Chun Hao from a distance with his lightning arrows, but the sudden advancement of his opponent to level 4 had significantly boosted Chun Hao's physical attributes, rendering that plan futile. Close combat? The platinum-grade blade arm did offer a chance to finish off Chun Hao, but it would also place Lu Li in grave danger. Despite his combat experience from his previous life, his reborn body lacked the physical strength needed for prolonged high-intensity battle. The likelihood of mutual destruction was far too high. While Luli hesitated, Chun Hao made his move. The scar-faced, bald man was surrounded by a swirling red mist, striding straight toward Luli despite the relentless barrage of lightning arrows. Luli froze momentarily before a self-deprecating smile crept across his face. He found himself laughing at how cautious he had become. In his previous life, he had stumbled his way to prominence without hesitation. Now, given a second chance, he could only grow stronger. Activating his speed ability, Lu Li's figure became a blur as he darted nimbly around the multimedia classroom. He ceased firing lightning arrows for the moment, as the damage they inflicted wasn't enough to kill Chun Hao and would only serve to strengthen him. To win, he needed a decisive, single fatal strike. Using the classroom's layout to his advantage, Lu Li maintained a safe distance from Chun Hao. The soul weapon that had been torn apart earlier hadn't disappeared. He had reclaimed it in advance. Though he had lost a few soul points in the process, the remaining points were sufficient to reforge a level 2 soul weapon. However, Lu Li wasn't in a rush to use it. He needed to consolidate all his power into one decisive blow. Only then would he have a chance to land a killing strike. Dodging low to avoid a chair hurled by Chun Hao, Lu Li swiftly dashed to the side of Yingxian's corpse. Without a sound, he activated his Soul Devouring ability, instantly gaining 4 soul points. A system prompt appeared, asking if he wanted to fuse the newly acquired claw ability with his blade arm. Fusion? Yes, enhance the fusion. Lu Li suddenly understood. Abilities acquired through Soul Devouring could trigger advancement tasks if they were identical, while abilities from the same series could directly fuse. Though he wasn't entirely sure of the outcome, one thing was certain: the fused ability would undoubtedly be stronger than before. Without hesitation, Lu Li chose to fuse. At such a critical moment, even the slightest improvement could tip the scales of the battle. The system notified him of a successful fusion. Due to the significant grade difference between the blade arm and the claw ability, no new ability was created. However, the blade arm's effectiveness was enhanced with a 50 chance to trigger a tearing effect. Lu Li was overjoyed. The tearing effect would deal continuous damage to the target, and after multiple stacks, it could inflict severe injuries and drastically reduce the target's movement speed. He came to a halt, no longer running wildly. While his original plan was to find an opportunity for a fatal strike, the addition of the tearing effect called for a change in tactics. Now, he decided to wear Chun Hao down gradually. Even if this process would temporarily strengthen his opponent, the severe injuries would eventually give Lu Li the upper hand. Chun Hao noticed Lu Li suddenly stop and also came to a cautious halt, warily eyeing him. What's the matter? Realized you're doomed. So you've given up running? Chun Hao sneered. Lu Li chuckled softly. I'll admit, I didn't expect your abilities to be this strong, or that you'd be carrying 10 second-tier energy crystals. But who dies here is still up in the air. As his words fell, a dense black mist surged up behind Lu Li. His soul weapon Reformita Black Mantis spread its wings and hovered menacingly above Chun Hao's head, like a Damocles sword ready to strike at any moment. Lu Li began advancing toward Chun Hao, his steps steady and brimming with menace. A summoning talent? Looks like little Hao underestimated you. Chun Hao muttered, casting a sidelong glance at the black soul weapon above him, seemingly aware of its nature. But the soul weapon gave him no time to ponder. With a sharp screech, the black mantis dove at Chun Hao like a cannonball. Simultaneously, Lu Li's figure accelerated, closing in rapidly. Faced with a pincer attack, Chun Hao's scarred face showed no hint of panic. Instead, he smirked smugly. A student is still just a student, too naive. Did you really think I'd fall for the same trick twice? Chun Hao scoffed, charging directly at Lu Li, completely ignoring the soul weapon above him. He was convinced that Lu Li was resorting to an old tactic, using a seemingly powerful but fragile summon to distract him, while the real killing blow would come from Lu Li himself. Wasn't that how Tian Yuhao had died? There was no way Chun Hao would fall for it again. Just as he was about to collide with Lu Li, a blinding white light flashed before his eyes. An arc of electricity struck him squarely in the face, temporarily robbing him of his vision. When he reopened his eyes, Lu Li had vanished. Slippery little rat. Chun Hao growled, scanning the area. But before he could act, searing pain erupted from his back and ankle. The soul weapon had struck, leaving 2 deep gashes on his back. Meanwhile, Lu Li had executed a precise sliding attack, slashing a shallow wound across Chun Hao's ankle with his blade arm. Is someone attacking directly? No matter, it's just superficial damage. Chun Hao sneered internally. Under the influence of his blood carnage ability, these non-lethal injuries would only serve to make him stronger. He locked his sights on Lu Li. As long as he killed him, the summon would naturally disappear. Yet, every time Chun Hao was about to catch him, Lu Li would slip away like an elusive eel. Meanwhile, Chun Hao himself had accumulated over a dozen small wounds from Lu Li's attacks. Though these injuries felt as insignificant as mosquito bites, Chun Hao gradually sensed something amiss. Why was Lu Li getting faster? No, it wasn't that Lu Li was getting faster, Chun Hao was getting slower. A sudden realization struck Chun Hao, and he hastily checked his status panel. Under the conditions section, the word severely injured was glaringly displayed. You sneaky brat! Chun Hao roared in fury. Lu Li hurled another lightning arrow and retreated swiftly, simultaneously commanding his soul weapon to prepare for a decisive strike. He had anticipated that the slowed-down Chun Hao would focus on defending against the soul weapon. But to his surprise, the scar-faced man went utterly berserk. The red mist around him surged into his body, and his eyes turned bloodshot, resembling a demon straight out of hell. Injury effects removed, Chun Hao's speed surged explosively as he lunged at Lu Li with terrifying force. Die! Most of Lu Li's focus was on controlling his soul weapon, leaving him no time to hasten his escape. The heavy strikes of the soul weapon couldn't immediately kill Chun Hao either. Cornered, Lu Li was already preparing himself for a fight to the death. At that critical moment, a flaming arrow suddenly tore through the air and struck Chun Hao squarely in the shoulder. The unexpected attack caused Chun Hao's movements to falter for a split second. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Li stopped retreating and instead charged forward. If escape wasn't an option, then he would fight to the bitter end. In an instant, Lu Li's right arm transformed into a sharp blade, attacking in unison with the strikes of his mantis-like soul weapon. With two sickening sounds of flesh being pierced, Chun Hao froze in place. Without hesitation, Lu Li twisted his blade arm in a sweeping motion. Chun Hao's abdomen was torn open, blood gushing out as he collapsed, completely losing the ability to resist. Lu Li! Su Xiao cried out as she ran toward him. Only then did Lu Li realize that the flaming arrow earlier had been shot by Ma Han. Lu Li, are you okay? Are you hurt? Su Xiao anxiously looked him over, her beautiful eyes filled with unconcealed worry. I'm fine, thanks. Though Lu Li found Su Xiao's overly compassionate nature a bit excessive, he couldn't deny that Ma Han's timely intervention had been crucial in defeating Chun Hao. Thank me? I told you, as the class monitor. It's my duty to look after my classmates, Su Xiao said, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Exactly. The class monitor cares about every classmate, though it seems Lu Li holds a bit more weight in her heart. Ma Han teased as he approached, arms crossed behind his head and a sly grin on his face. Ma Han, stop talking nonsense. Su Xiao's face flushed an even deeper red. To distract from the awkwardness, she shifted her attention to Chun Hao. Despite the grievous wound in his abdomen, the scar-faced man was still clinging to life. Wang Chao, could you go and call Wang Xuyan over? Su Xiao instructed. Wang Chao lumbered over to take a look and asked, puzzled, class monitor, you're not planning to save him, are you? This guy shot teacher he earlier doesn't seem like a good person. Su Xiao frowned and sighed softly. He's still a human life. Just go. If Wang Xuyan refuses to come, tell her I'm willing to pay with elemental crystals as compensation. Unable to argue with Su Xiao, Wang Chao reluctantly turned to leave. Still uneasy, Su Xiao added, Ma Han, you go with Wang Chao. I don't feel safe letting him go alone. Ma Han, who had just sat down to rest, froze for a moment before a knowing smirk appeared on his face. Got it. Class monitor, you stay safe. Fatty, and I might take a while. How about an hour? That should be enough time, right? He chuckled twice toward Lu Li as he spoke. Get lost. Hurry up, or he might not make it in time. Su Xiao punched Ma Han lightly on the shoulder. Once the two had left, Su Xiao turned to Lu Li, her expression somewhat peculiar. Lu Li, were you the one who killed Inzian and Tian Yuhao? Lu Li shook his head and crouched beside Chun Hao. The man was coughing up blood, barely clinging to life, but his eyes were still filled with rage and defiance. Summoning every ounce of his remaining strength, Chun Hao rasped, Lu Li, heh, if I die, the Zhao family will hunt you down, cough cough. The Zhao family? Lu Li blinked, his expression turning icy cold in an instant. Chun Hao mistook the reaction for fear and sneered triumphantly. That's right, the Zhao family. Someone like you, a mere player. You're nothing in the face of a power like theirs. I suggest you. Thunk. Before Chun Hao could finish his sentence, Lu Li unhesitatingly drove his blade through the man's mouth. Lu Li, you. Su Xiao gasped in shock, utterly unprepared for such brutal decisiveness. Without turning around, Lu Li spoke coldly to Chun Hao's lifeless body. No need for the Zhao family to come looking for me. I'll visit them myself one day. Then, he turned to Su Xiao and added, no, only Tian Yuhao and Chun Hao were killed by me. Yin Zian was shot by Chun Hao. Su Xiao stood there, stunned. Was it really appropriate to kill someone right in front of her, and then calmly recount the facts as if nothing had happened? Could anyone actually remain this composed? In that moment, Su Xiao felt as if she barely recognized Lu Li. He seemed like someone who had long been hardened by the dark and brutal apocalypse, unlike Hera, a mere student who had only just experienced the world's descent into chaos. Ignoring Su Zhao's dazed expression, Lu Li leaned over Qian Hao's corpse and activated his soul-devouring ability. Devoured the soul of LV.4 player. Gained 8 soul points. Ability plundered. Bloodthirsty slaughter platinum. Retain soul consciousness? Yes, no. After hesitating briefly, Lu Li chose to retain Qian Hao's consciousness. The Zhao family had to be destroyed, whether for the open conflicts of his past life or the yet revealed vendettas of this one. As someone connected to the Zhao family, Qian Hao might prove useful in the future. If he refused to cooperate, Lu Li could always erase his consciousness later. Next, Lu Li devoured Tian Yuhao's soul. This time, there was no option to retain consciousness, and he only gained 1 soul point. After collecting all the loot from the 3 corpses, Lu Li approached the treasure chests. There were 2 blood-red slaughter chests and 7 pitch-black upgrade chests. Without paying much attention to Su Zhao's presence, he eagerly began opening them. The 7 upgrade chests yielded 14 second-tier elemental crystals. Combined with the 4 crystals previously obtained from Yin, Lu Li now possessed an impressive total of 18 crystals. However, he didn't absorb any of them, instead stuffing them into his pocket before turning to the 2 slaughter chests. These chests had a chance to contain mythical-grade equipment. Lu Li rubbed his hands together in anticipation and opened the first one. But as he looked inside, his expression immediately turned strange. It was indeed an item, and it was equipment. But the equipment was a little off. It appeared to be a skirt. Lu Li pulled out the pink, plaid miniskirt from the chest, his mood growing heavier as he cast an appraisal on it. Item name: JK Schoolgirl's Alluring Miniskirt. Quality: perfect. Automatically binds to the owner within 60 seconds of acquisition. Effect: wearing this garment properly will unconditionally enhance your talent grade. Note: is it art or vulgarity? I can no longer tell. All I know is that the moon is full tonight, and to not admire it would be a shame. This was completely useless. Setting aside the fact that the item's appearance screamed schoolgirl, even if Lu Li were some kind of deviant with a penchant for cross-dressing, the item's effect was utterly pointless for him. His soul-devouring ability didn't even have a grade to enhance. And what was with this automatically binds within 60 seconds nonsense? Frowning, Lu Li subconsciously glanced over at Su Xiao. Su Xiao, come here for a moment, Lu Li called out to Su Xiao, motioning her over with his hand. There was a faint trace of nervousness in his voice, almost imperceptible. Su Xiao stood frozen, her eyes fixed warily on Lu Li, as if her feet were rooted to the ground. Her gaze roamed over him as memories of the scenes she had just witnessed flashed through her mind. Lu Li's practiced looting skills, his calm collection of spoils, was this really the high school student she thought she knew? Finally, Su Xiao mustered up her courage and slowly, hesitantly, took a few steps forward. What do you want? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. Are you planning to kill me to silence me? Lu Li blinked, momentarily stunned, before letting out an awkward laugh. Why would I kill you? You saved my life, remember? He shook his head and added, actually, I wanted to give you something as a thank you. Hearing this, Su Xiao's tightly wounded nerves relaxed just a little. Her curiosity sparked. She glanced at the item in Lu Li's hand, a skirt. Her brows furrowed. Yeah, that's right. This is it, Lu Li said, tossing the skirt to Su Xiao as if it were a hot potato. He silently breathed a sigh of relief, glad to rid himself of an item that jeopardized his tough guy image. Su Xiao caught the skirt, her expression turning odd. At first, she thought it was just some useless piece of equipment. But when she read its description, she froze in disbelief. This can unconditionally upgrade a talent's rank? Su Xiao murmured, her voice filled with astonishment. As a player, she was well aware of the importance of talent ranks. An item capable of upgrading them was a rare and invaluable treasure. By this point, Lu Li had already walked toward another loot chest without looking back. That's right. It should suit you well both in terms of its effect and, the appearance, he said casually. Su Xiao's face flushed bright red. She glanced around to make sure Wang Chao and Ma Han weren't coming back anytime soon, then hurried toward the classroom podium. The stage curtains there could serve as a makeshift changing room. I'll put it on now, Su Xiao stammered. Lu Li, you better not pee. Don't worry, I'm busy opening the chest, Lu Li replied, his tone steady and indifferent. Standing before the final loot chest, Lu Li silently prayed to himself, please, let's not get any more weird stuff this time. As a golden light flashed, Lu Li's eyes widened, and an expression of excitement gradually spread across his face. I can't believe this item. Primal Crystal Dissolution Elixir. Quality: mythic. Description: this elixir can dissolve primal crystals of any level, absorb and store their experience points. Drinking the elixir grants 80 of the stored experience points. Note: the main ingredient comes from, well, let's just say it's a case of turning waste into sustenance. Lu Li was all too familiar with this item. In his past life, it was widely regarded as the most useless mythic grade item, valued on the market at less than 10 fate coins. The reason was simple. During the process of dissolving crystals, storing experience, and releasing it, 20 of the experience points would be lost. Its sole advantage was that it allowed players to bypass the weekly limit of absorbing only 10 primal crystals. But compared to the experience loss, this seemed like a negligible benefit. However, Luli knew the item's true value. It was designed to exploit a hidden rule of the leaderboard system. In his previous life, players hadn't discovered this secret until 3 years after the apocalypse began. Consistently ranking in the top 3 on the leaderboard granted players shockingly generous rewards. To maintain a top spot on the leaderboard, 2 conditions had to be met. First, one had to survive the constant threats posed by other challengers. Second, one had to absorb more experience and level up faster than other players within the same time frame. The first condition wasn't too difficult for the strong or the well-connected. But the second condition was exceptionally demanding. As time went on, monster levels increased, and players' leveling progress inevitably slowed down. This was where the Primal Crystal Dissolution Elixir came into play. By dissolving large quantities of low-tier primal crystals, it allowed players to stockpile experience and break through the bottleneck of slow leveling. For ordinary players, collecting vast amounts of low-tier crystals was a daunting task. But for Luli, who had been reborn with knowledge of the future, it was as easy as pie. Luli calculated silently, the global trading market should go live at midnight on the 3rd day after the apocalypse begins. That gives me 2 days and 11 hours to prepare. Players will soon realize the limitation of absorbing only 10 elemental crystals per week. Luli's gaze sharpened as he foresaw what was about to happen. The trading market would become flooded with low-tier elemental crystals, while the price of high-tier ones would skyrocket. A plan quickly formed in his mind would trade high-tier crystals for a large number of low-tier ones, then forge a super crystal filled with massive experience points to dominate the leaderboard in no time. I need to figure out how to get more high-tier crystals in the next 11 hours, Luli muttered to himself, frowning slightly. As he was lost in thought, the sound of light footsteps caught his attention. Looking up, he saw Su Xiao standing in front of him, now dressed in a pink, plaid JK skirt that perfectly complemented her youthful and vibrant demeanor. However, the skirt's short length made Luli unconsciously hold his breath and force himself to look away. Luli, does the skirt look good? Su Xiao asked softly, her tone tinged with uncertainty. Yeah, it looks good. Luli nodded in response, deliberately avoiding looking at her. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. To break the tension, Luli cleared his throat. By the way, you should still have a tier 3 crystal, right? I'd like to trade 5 tier 2 crystals for it. Su Xiao glanced at Luli's bulging pockets, assuming he wanted to make it easier to carry them. She readily agreed. Sure, but the crystal is with Wang Chao. You'll have to wait until he gets back. Oh, okay, Luli replied, but the awkwardness between them lingered. Just then, footsteps echoed from the doorway. Ma Han and Wang Chao walked in, followed by Wang Shuyan and her group. As they entered the classroom and saw 3 corpses lying on the floor while Luli stood there unharmed, Wang Shuyan's eyes darted around. A sycophantic smile quickly spread across her face. She hurried over to Su Xiao, feigning great concern. Oh my, Sister Xiao, are you okay? Wang Chao told me you needed me to come rescue someone. Is Luli hurt? Wang Chao and Ma Han both rolled their eyes in unison at Wang Shuyan's exaggerated display. They clearly remembered how, just moments ago in the classroom, she had been haggling like a street vendor. Now, her attitude had taken a complete 180-degree turn as she eagerly tried to curry favor. Su Xiao was unwilling to completely fall out with Wang Shuyan. Forcing a faint smile, she said softly, I'm fine. I called you over earlier to save him, but... She pointed to Qian Hao's lifeless body. She had intended to say that Luli killed him, but changed her words at the last moment. But he couldn't hold on and died from excessive blood loss. Hearing this, He Shufan immediately pushed through the crowd, limping forward to check the body. Confirming that Qian Hao was indeed dead, she spat twice on the corpse and cursed, Ha! Serves you right, you bastard. You dared to shoot me. Wang Zuyan's gaze shifted to the other 2 corpses. Squinting slightly, she asked, What about Ing Zian and Tian Yuhao? Why are they? Su Xiao was about to make up an excuse for Luli, but he spoke up directly, admitting, Tian Yuhao was killed by me. Qian Hao too. Everyone turned to look at Luli in unison, their eyes filled with disbelief. A so-called useless player with an awakened detection ability had somehow managed to kill 2 people? Chang Duo poked her head out timidly and murmured, But Qian Hao was ranked first on the leaderboard just a few minutes ago. How could someone like you, a mere LV.0 player, have killed him? Realizing her words were ill-timed, she shrank back in fear. Luli, maintaining a serious expression, replied with complete nonsense. He let his guard down. Didn't dodge in time. While everyone was still processing this revelation, Luli quickly walked over to Wang Chao, trading 5 second-tier energy crystals for a third-tier one. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. If there is, let's discuss it next time. Alright everyone, take care. See you around. With that, he strode confidently toward the exit. It wasn't until Lu Li's figure disappeared completely that the group snapped out of their daze. Someone muttered in confusion, "Wait a second, something doesn't add up." Lu Li's ability is just detection, and he didn't even have a weapon. How did he manage to kill Chun Hao and Tian Yuhao? Just as they were about to question Su Xiao, the class monitor lowered her head gloomily and said, "Let's just drag these 3 bodies to the back mountain and bury them. After all, Tian Yuhao and Ing Zian were our classmates." He Shufin was the first to object. "If you want to bury them, do it yourself. That bald jerk shot me twice before he deserves to rot in the open." Wang Xuyan awkwardly smiled and said, "Xiaojia, I agree it's good to help our classmates with their final rites, but the back mountain is too dangerous. I don't have much ability to protect myself, and would only drag you down. I think I'll just wait here in the classroom until you're back." The other girls also shook their heads, showing no intention of helping. Surprisingly, the timid Chung Duo raised her hand. Xiaojia, I can help. My ability is storage space, so I should be able to help carry the bodies." Meanwhile, Lu Li had already left the school building and was walking purposefully outside. While searching Chun Hao's body earlier, he had found a set of car keys, leading him to suspect that Chun Hao had driven to the school. Sure enough, at the front gates, he found a Hummer that had rammed through the entrance. Although Lu Li was just a high school student without a driver's license, in his previous life, he had driven without a license countless times, handling all kinds of luxury cars with ease. This Hummer was no challenge for him. He slid into the driver's seat, started the engine, and sped off toward Tianyi Plaza. As the busiest commercial plaza in Yongqing, Tianyi Plaza had become a hotspot for monsters after the apocalypse began. It was Lu Li's prime choice for leveling up. On the way to Tianyi Plaza, he frequently came across scenes of humans being chased by monsters. Lu Li would release his Soul Blade Mantis to deal with them. When faced with larger groups of enemies, he would stop the car and handle them himself. Using the combination of his Swarm Intimidation and Lightning Arrow abilities, Lu Li was practically unstoppable, killing with every strike. Along the way, he gradually accumulated 20 soul points. His innate ability, Blade Arm, triggered another advancement quest. The quest objective: kill 500 insect-type creatures within 48 hours. Quest reward: 3 challengers' chests and an upgrade of Blade Arm to Jade tier. Progress: 0500. 500 insect creatures? Seriously? Lu Li muttered, his lips twitching. Still, he wasn't too worried. With some luck, he might find a few insect nests at Tianyi Plaza and complete the quest with ease. The Hummer roared as it plowed through the streets, slamming into a Blade Arm Mantis that had been feasting on a corpse by the roadside. With a loud thud, the vehicle charged straight into Tianyi Plaza. The once bustling commercial district was now a scene of utter carnage. Broken bodies littered the streets, blood soaking the ground, painting the entire plaza red. Lu Li stepped out of the car, scanning his surroundings before heading toward the area with the largest pile of corpses. Activating his Soul Devourer ability repeatedly, his soul points skyrocketed. The abilities he looted, however, were mostly of Iron and Bronze tier, with very few reaching Silver tier or higher. Additionally, since most of the bodies had been dead for some time, none of them retained any conscious soul remnants. But Lu Li wasn't bothered. These corpses were just a bonus. The real reason he came here was to hunt monsters. Lu Li wandered around Tianyi Square several times, but only came across the same Blade Arm Mantis that had been hit by a car earlier. The square was eerily lifeless, as if he were the only living being left. This abnormal scene made Lu Li frown as he opened his interface to check the global announcements. The announcement content remained unchanged, and the leaderboard only showed one update. After Chen Hao's death, a level 3 player named Qi Zhe had taken the top spot. Lu Li quickly located Qi Zhe and found that he was far to the north of Yongqing, quite a distance from the square, ruling out the possibility that Qi Zhe had cleared out the monsters. Lu Li strained to recall memories from his previous life. By all rights, Tianyi Square should have turned into a massive insect nest by now. If a group had preemptively cleared the area, it would have eradicated the source, making it impossible for the nest to form. He racked his brain and finally remembered a critical detail: burrowing wasps. These creatures had a tendency to dig underground and were known to erupt in large numbers in subway systems, sewers, and other underground facilities during the early days of the apocalypse. Unlike the solitary Blade Arm Mantis, burrowing wasps were highly social and fiercely united. Killing one often provoked retaliation from the entire hive. Realizing this, Lu Li quickly began searching the square and soon stopped in front of a subway entrance. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously stepped into the station. He hadn't gone far before a sharp, acrid smell assaulted his senses. The sight ahead made his pupils constrict. A large number of corpses were scattered across the ground. However, they weren't human but rather the remains of countless iron shell beetles. Luli cautiously scanned his surroundings, ensuring the area was safe before quickly moving forward to examine the corpse of the iron-shelled beetle. Each beetle bore precise cut marks, and their energy crystals had clearly been removed. This wasn't the doing of monsters, it seemed someone had beaten him to it. What was puzzling, however, was the absence of digger wasp carcasses. Luli frowned, deep in thought. While both the iron-shelled beetles and digger wasps liked to burrow underground, they would never coexist in the same space. After a moment of hesitation, Luli decided to press on. Upon reaching the second underground level, he found an even greater number of iron-shelled beetles. The flickering lights cast an eerie glow in the dim space, adding an unsettling atmosphere to the scene. Standing at a fork in the path, Luli held his breath and focused. He caught the faint sound of voices, seemingly coming from the direction of an entrance to the underground parking lot. Hugging the wall, he moved cautiously toward the source of the sound. Suddenly, his view opened up to reveal a spacious underground parking lot. In the dimly lit area, faintly glowing fluorescent sticks were scattered every few meters. In the distance, Luli spotted a group of heavily armed individuals dressed in black, standing guard around an expanding rift, their expressions tense and alert. A secret realm entrance. In an instant, Luli understood why Tianyi Plaza had turned into a digger wasp nest in his previous life. The global apocalypse had not only unleashed monsters, but also brought forth various types of secret realms. Treasure realms, combat realms, rule-based realms, and this one before him was very likely a slaughter realm. Slaughter realms typically had no limit on the number of entrants, but were fraught with peril. Players either had to kill all the monsters, or the monsters would drive out all the players, causing the dimensional rift to spiral out of control. Drawing from his past life's memories, Luli was certain this rift would inevitably lose control. A sense of urgency gripped him, and he became desperate to escape. But before he could act, the situation suddenly escalated. The suspended dimensional rift trembled violently and spat out 4 blood-soaked women. The black-clad individuals rushed toward them in panic, their shouts indistinct but drowned out by the rift's violent pulsations, which foretold the impending disaster. It was out of control. The rift rapidly expanded, and a swarm of digger wasps poured out like a tidal wave, surging toward the group. A barrier instantly formed, sealing off the entire underground space. Luli was trapped inside. Damn it, Luli muttered under his breath, as his right hand transformed into a sharp blade. Activating his speed and strength abilities, he slashed through an oncoming digger wasp with a single strike. These small but incredibly fast creatures carried venomous stingers capable of killing within seconds of a sting. Even worse, they always attacked in swarms. Luli quickly approached the bisected corpse of the digger wasp, extracting a tiny red sac from its abdomen and swallowing it. Moments later, his status bar displayed a new effect, Toxin Affinity. This was the antidote to the digger wasp's venom, granting him immunity to their deadly stings. Even with this advantage, the overwhelming swarm of insects bore down on him, and Luli felt the mounting pressure. He decided to test his newly acquired ability. Bloodthirsty Slaughter Platinum. Activate. With a single thought, crimson mist seeped from his pores, enveloping his body. Instantly, his speed and strength surged. Soul Weapon. Luli commanded, and a black mantis with blade-like arms materialized beside him. With 150 soul points accumulated earlier, he had upgraded it to level 4, far surpassing the level 2 and level 3 digger wasps around him. Even without his direct control, this soul weapon could dominate the battlefield with its superior level. A lone figure and a giant insect quickly dove into the chaos of the swarm, battling fiercely. Lin Qingyue stood her ground, surrounded by a sea of earthen wasps. The sky was blotted out by their countless black bodies, and the deafening buzz filled the air. Her eyes burned with fury, her clenched jaw tight to the point of nearly shattering. The betrayal of the Zhao family had cost them dearly. The information they had purchased at a steep price turned out to be an utter fabrication. While there was indeed a dimensional rift beneath Tianyi Square, it led not to some secret realm of opportunity, but to this deadly trap teeming with peril. The 4 Lin sisters had entered unprepared, narrowly escaping death. If not for their unique awakened abilities, they might have already ended up as prey inside the wasp's stomachs. Everyone, stay calm. Lin Qinfeng's mature, commanding voice rang out from the front lines. Qinyu's sacred blessing can neutralize the wasp's venom. Hold the formation, we're retreating. As the eldest sister, she was at the forefront, drawing the swarm's attention. Without her efforts, the group would have already been overwhelmed. Big sister, third sister's bleeding won't stop. What do we do? Lin Qinhua cried out, her voice trembling with panic. She clutched Lin Qinxue in her arms, whose face was pale as death. A gruesome wound stretched across Qingshu's chest, blood pouring out and soaking her clothing in crimson. The injury seemed cursed no matter how much Qinhua tried to heal it. The wound refused to close. Second sister cough, don't worry about me, just go. Qinxue struggled to speak, her voice faint. Third sister, what nonsense are you saying? We're not leaving you behind. Qinyue shouted, trying to encourage her sister even as her own voice quivered with rage. With gritted teeth, she spat. Zhao Jin, you bastardy swear. If I make it out of here, I'll kill you myself. But in that moment of distraction, the effects of sacred blessing began to wane. The light surrounding Qin Feng dimmed abruptly, and a few wasps seized the opportunity, stinging her viciously. Her fair skin turned an alarming shade of purple, and the wounds festered and rotted at an unnatural speed. The fragile defensive line collapsed instantly. Qinyue watched in despair as her eldest sister was overwhelmed by the swarm. She closed her eyes, bracing herself for the agonizing death that seemed inevitable, being stung to death by countless wasps. Yet, just as all hope seemed lost, the relentless buzzing began to fade. As if drawn by some unseen force, the wasps abruptly shifted their focus, rapidly dispersing and leaving the sisters behind. Lin Qinyue's eyes widened in shock as she realized the once swarming mass of bees had significantly diminished. Apart from a few stragglers still lingering, the majority had shifted their focus in another direction. There, a man shrouded in a crimson mist was fiercely battling the swarm. This mysterious figure seemed utterly unfazed by the venom of the burrowing bees. Each swing of his blade felled several of them, and the occasional flashes of lightning were blindingly brilliant, clearing large swaths of the swarm with every strike. The bees, which had posed such a grave threat to the Lin sisters, appeared utterly powerless in the face of this man. Big sister, who is that? How is he so powerful? Lin Qinyue couldn't help but ask, her voice filled with astonishment and awe. Bathed in the radiant glow of divine blessings that suppressed the poison within her, Lin Qinfeng's eyes mirrored her own confusion. He doesn't look familiar. Doesn't seem like someone from the 8 great families. But whoever he is, as long as he can keep the bees at bay, that's all that matters. Big sister, little sister, we need to leave now? Lin Qinhua urged anxiously, her forehead slick with sweat. The continuous healing had drained her energy to a dangerous level, and she feared she might collapse if this continued. All right, let's retreat. Lin Qinfeng decided decisively, leading the group toward the exit. However, they quickly discovered that the entire underground space was sealed by an invisible barrier. No matter how hard they rammed into it, or even fired their weapons, they couldn't break through the restriction. What is this? Are we trapped in here? Lin Qinliu pounded on the barrier in frustration, her voice trembling with despair. A slaughter realm. It's either kill or be killed. Lin Qinhua's voice quivered as she sank to her knees, her legs giving out beneath her. Only Lin Qinfeng managed to remain calm. Her gaze shifted once more to the mysterious man in the distance. Analyzing the situation, she said, everyone, don't panic. According to the rules of the slaughter realm, if we can eliminate all the monsters inside, the players will be able to leave. Although we were forced back by the queen bee, causing the dimensional rift to spiral out of control, if that man can wipe out all the creatures here, the barrier might lift. There's still hope for us. Lin Qinhua and Lin Qinliu exchanged doubtful glances. The idea seemed overly optimistic. After all, the other end of the dimensional rift connected to an enormous hive. The sisters had barely managed to fight their way to the hive's depths, and the terrifying queen bee had gravely injured Lin Qinyue with just a single strike. Even if the mysterious man was incredibly strong, how could he possibly stand against a level 10 queen bee? Seeing the despair on her sisters' faces, Lin Qinfeng frowned deeply. She, too, understood that eliminating all the monsters was nearly impossible. But at this moment, what other choice did they have besides fighting with everything they had? No matter what, we have to try. Lin Qinfeng straightened her posture, trying to project confidence. I'll go assist that man. Qinliu, make sure to keep the blessings up. Everyone else, tighten the formation and avoid firing unless absolutely necessary to avoid drawing the bees' attention. Big sister, you're still injured. Lin Qinhua tried to stop her, alarmed. It's fine. As long as Qinliu maintains the blessings, this poison won't kill me for now. With that, Lin Qinfeng turned and charged toward where Luli was fighting. Arrogant Emerald, activate. Light particles shimmered around Lin Qinfeng, coalescing into an ornate suit of glowing armor. She took a deep breath and roared at the swarming bees ahead. Come at me. Her battle cry seemed to carry a strange power, as the bees, which had been relentlessly attacking Luli, suddenly shifted their focus and surged toward Lin Qinfeng. Momentarily caught off guard, Luli paused mid-swing and muttered to himself, what's going on? Someone stealing my kills now? Lin Qinfeng quickly clarified, hey, let's work together. They'll draw their attention, you take them down. Got it. No problem. Luli agreed without hesitation. While he could handle the swarm on his own, it was physically exhausting. With someone else taking the heat, his workload was significantly reduced, giving him the opportunity to activate his Soul Devourer ability. As the bodies of the burrowing bees piled up, Lu Li's soul points rapidly increased. Before long, he surpassed the 500-point mark. A system notification chimed, and his maximum number of soul weapons increased to 10. Without hesitation, Lu Li summoned 9 new Blade Mantis soul weapons, each at level 3. With the addition of his new soul weapons, Lu Li's pace quickened as he pressed forward, cutting through the swarm with renewed intensity. Bolstered by divine blessings, his combat prowess reached its peak. Lin Qinhua and Lin Qinliu stared in disbelief at the scene before them. To them, Lu Li looked like an unstoppable harbinger of death, shrouded in crimson mist. Wherever he went, the bees fell in droves, their deaths nearly matching the rate at which new ones emerged from the dimensional rift. This guy is something else. What do you think, second sister? Lin Qinliu murmured. But Lin Qinhua had already been completely captivated, her eyes sparkling with admiration. What do I think? I think he's amazing. And so handsome, too. Ugh. Wipe your drool, second sister. Focus on healing. Third sister is coughing up blood over here. What? Oh no, sorry. Sorry, little sister. Please don't die. Flustered, Lin Qinhua snapped out of her daze and hurriedly resumed healing Lin Qinxue. Ding. A series of notifications flashed continuously, signaling Lu Li's rapid increase in strength. His soul points had surpassed 1,000, raising the maximum number of soul soldiers to 20. After slaying 500 insect-like creatures, he completed his ability advancement quest. Then, his soul points broke past 2,000, and the limit for soul soldiers skyrocketed to 50. Even more exhilarating, his blade arm ability had been upgraded to the Jade tier, infused with corrupt poison sting, granting every attack a corrosive toxin effect. With this overwhelming surge in power, Lu Li commanded 50 level 3 blade arm mantis soul soldiers, operating like a precise slaughtering machine, wiping out the entire burrowing wasp swarm. Lin Qinfeng watched in awe, her eyes reflecting both the joy of narrowly escaping death and her astonishment at Lu Li's strength. She silently resolved to do whatever it took to recruit this formidable player into the Lin family faction. However, just as Lin Qinfeng was about to approach him, the dimensional rift suddenly began to quake violently. A suffocating and terrifying aura filled the underground chamber in an instant. Lin Qinfeng's heart sank as she realized the true threat had only just begun. The Wasp King. With an ear-piercing screech, a golden figure burst forth from the rift, hurtling straight toward Lu Li. Before Lin Qinfeng could shout a warning, the Wasp King launched its attack. A long, narrow wound appeared across Lu Li's chest, blood streaming down. Lin Qinfeng's heart filled with despair. No matter how strong Lu Li was, there was no way he could defeat a level 10 Wasp King, not with a 7-level gap. Yet, to her surprise, Lu Li didn't fall. He simply frowned at the Wasp King, a flash of understanding crossing his eyes. So that's why no wonder Tianyi Plaza turned into a massive insect nest in the previous timeline. This level 10 Wasp King must have been the lordier creature released after those 4 women failed their quest. Lu Li glanced at his stat panel and saw a long list of negative status effects, mostly curses, now afflicting him. Fortunately, he had acquired the Bloodthirsty Slaughter talent. Without it, this attack would have been much harder to endure. Bloodthirsty Slaughter. Phase 2 activate. Lu Li sneered as a red mist surrounding him was instantly absorbed into his body. All the curse effects vanished in an instant, while his speed and strength surged dramatically. The 50-blade arm mantis soul soldiers swarmed the Wasp King in a suicide attack. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lu Li quickly retreated and appeared at Lin Qinhua's side. Who's the healer here? Heal me now, Lu Li asked bluntly. Lin Qinhua froze for a moment before raising her hand hesitantly. I am, but... Great, then heal me. Lu Li interrupted her, urging her to act. Although puzzled by how Lu Li had seemingly avoided the Wasp King's curse effects, Lin Qinhua immediately cast a group healing spell. Within seconds, Lu Li's wounds were completely healed, and his vitality was restored. Thanks a lot. Lu Li grinned, feeling the surging life force within him. Without hesitation, he charged back toward the Wasp King. In the distance, the Wasp King, though surrounded by the blade arm mantises, showed no signs of faltering. The 7-level gap gave it an overwhelming advantage. It sustained only a few minor scratches while the number of mantis soul soldiers dwindled to less than 30. Noticing this, Lu Li recalled the remaining soul soldiers with a thought. He understood that to defeat the Wasp King, he would have to take it down himself. All right, leave the rest to me. You should take a break, Lu Li said, patting Lin Qinfeng on the shoulder and snapping her out of her fearful daze. Leave it to you? Lin Qinfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Your strategy is not a group fight, but an unknown duel? A group fight won't work. Look at these blade arm mantises, they're only level 3, Lu Li explained. Lin Qinfeng had to admit he was right, though she still felt uneasy. She hesitated before asking, then what level are you? But before she could get an answer, Lu Li had already made his move. With a flick of his wrist, Luli hurled 2 lightning bolts at the Wasp King, immediately following up with his swarm intimidation ability. Despite the 10-level disparity, even a platinum-grade talent like this had little effect. The Wasp King merely paused for a moment before letting out an even angrier screech. It could feel if this human was mocking it. A ferocious aura erupted from the Wasp King, sweeping through the entire underground chamber. Lin Qinfeng felt her legs go weak, her chest tightening as if she could barely breathe. Could such a powerful monster truly be killed? Yet Lu Li stood firm, like an unyielding pine tree in the midst of a storm. The Wasp King's oppressive aura was meaningless to him. After all, his soul points had already reached a staggering 2,000. To him, the Wasp King's terrifying roar was nothing more than loud noise, annoying, but harmless. Finished screaming? If you're done, hurry up and fight, Lu Li muttered impatiently, casually digging his ear before using swarm intimidation on the Wasp King again. The repeated provocations drove the Wasp King into a frenzy. With a maddened roar, it launched itself at Lu Li, hellbent on tearing him apart. For ordinary players, facing a frenzied queen bee is extremely dangerous. But for Lu Li, it signifies that victory is within reach. The queen bee's attacks were as relentless as a torrential storm, but it had a fatal weakness: its endurance was abysmal. In his previous life, Lu Li had single-handedly raided an entire hive, deliberately sparing the queen bee as a test of his skills. It was then he discovered that this seemingly formidable boss creature had such an obvious shortcoming. The situation now was similar to that in his past life, with one key difference. Lu Li was still a LV.0 player, and the level gap between him and the queen bee was enormous. This was precisely why he meticulously orchestrated a plan to enrage the queen bee, making it forget its own weakness. Sure enough, after several all-out charges, the queen bee's speed noticeably dropped by more than half. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Li formed a sharp blade in his right hand and struck down fiercely. The emerald tier blade arm was razor-sharp. Though it didn't deliver a killing blow, it left a deep gash on the queen bee's body. Luck was on Lu Li's side. This strike triggered the blade arm's tearing effect. Simultaneously, the corrupting toxin began taking effect, slowly eroding the queen bee's vitality. After a few more cycles of attacks, the queen bee was utterly exhausted, unable to fly and reduced to blindly thrashing about on the ground. Sensing the moment had come, Lu Li stopped holding back. He charged forward with explosive speed and delivered a clean, decisive slash, splitting the queen bee's head open. Victory! Lu Li cheered inwardly. Just then, a pleasant notification sounded in his mind. Player Lu Li has been detected defeating the burrowing queen bee despite a significant level disparity. Hidden title: Unlock Tover Level Slayer. Lu Li froze momentarily and quickly opened his interface to check. Title: Overlevel Slayer. Achievement requirement: kill a LV.10 or higher creature while at LV.0. Title effect: each attack has a 1 chance to trigger an absolute critical hit. Note: this one is terrifying, must not be left alive. A hidden title? Lu Li was taken aback. In the apocalyptic game, earning titles was notoriously difficult. Not only were the requirements harsh, but the triggers were also entirely unpredictable. Gaining a title now was an unexpected delight. He casually equipped the title next to his name, and then activated Soul Devourer on the queen bee's corpse. The LV.10 boss granted him 100 soul points and a golden tier innate ability, Curse Stinger. The Cursed Stinger's effects were similar to the Corrupting Stinger, inflicting a continuous debuff on the target. However, the Cursed Stinger's debuff wasn't merely about sapping health, it was a curse that nullified all healing effects. If not for Lu Li's earlier use of his Bloodbath second stage ability, the queen bee's Cursed Stinger might have spelled his doom. A new system prompt quickly followed. Curse Stinger and Blade Arm are both categorized as Sharp-type abilities. Would you like to enhance and fuse them? Fuse, Lu Li decided without hesitation. Since the Blade Arm was already at Emerald tier, the Golden tier Curse Stinger became an additional effect. Blade Arm effect upgrades. Added Cursed Toxin effect, trigger rate, 100. Including the previous enhancements, the Blade Arm now had 3 additional effects. 1. Tearing, trigger rate 50. 2. Corrupting Toxin, trigger rate 100. 3. Curse Toxin, trigger rate 100. Factoring in the Overlevel Slayer title, a single slash from Lu Li could potentially activate 4 effects simultaneously. Satisfied, Lu Li nodded and turned his gaze to the queen bee's corpse. A small treasure chest suddenly materialized above it. A loot drop from this kill. Lu Li eagerly opened the chest. However, his excitement quickly faded when he saw what was inside. It was just a bottle of Purification Elixir. Item name: Purification Elixir. Quality: excellent. Description: removes all negative effects upon consumption. Note: let the flames purify all. Sorry, wrong script. Better than nothing, I suppose, Lu Li muttered to himself. Fortunately, the queen bee's body still contained a tier 3 essence crystal, which slightly comforted his wounded pride. But a new problem soon arose. The underground parking garage was littered with burrowing bee carcasses, and each one contained an essence crystal. Digging them all out one by one would take forever. At that moment, Lin Qinfeng approached him, bowing slightly. My friend, thank you for your help. The Lin family will not forget this kindness. The Lin family? Lu Li raised his head, scrutinizing the woman before him. In his previous life, he had never heard of this family, likely because they had been wiped out for some reason. And you are? Lu Li asked casually. I am Lin Qinfeng, the eldest daughter of the Lin family, she replied confidently. You are incredibly strong. Would you consider adding me as a friend? The Lin family will find a way to repay you. After the apocalyptic game began, players could add each other as friends, making it easier to send messages and trade items. Friends could also adjust privacy settings, ranging from displaying only names to revealing detailed information such as abilities, status, and location. Since Lin Qinfeng's name wasn't on Lu Li's revenge list, he saw no reason to refuse. Lu Li accepted her friend request and spoke calmly. No need for repayment. Just help me with something. Anything. As long as it's within our capabilities, we won't hesitate. Help me gather the essence crystals, Lu Li said, glancing around. You've got plenty of people with you. This many corpses shouldn't be an issue, right? Lin Qinfeng was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting such a simple request. What? Is there a problem? Lu Li asked, mistaking her silence for reluctance. No. Lin Qinfeng quickly nodded. I just didn't expect your request to be so straightforward. Lu Li waved dismissively. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. Once you've collected the essence crystals, send them to me via the friend trade system. With that, he prepared to leave the parking lot. Lin Qinfeng was surprised once again and couldn't help but ask, aren't you worried I might keep the essence crystals for myself? Without turning back, Lu Li replied, if you were that kind of person, you wouldn't have wanted to add me as a friend in the first place. Lin Qinfeng smiled faintly, thinking that this young man named Lu Li didn't seem difficult to get along with. Perhaps there would be opportunities to win him over in the future. But just then, a panicked voice called out from a distance. Elder sister, come quick. Third sister is in critical condition. Qin Shui? Lin Qinfeng's shocked cry pierced through the air. She forgot all decorum, rushing past Lu Li toward her sisters. Before she could reach them, a horrifying sight froze her in her tracks. Lin Qinshui was vomiting a large mouthful of black blood, and Lin Qinhua's healing magic seemed to have lost its effect. Eldest sister, third sister can't hold on any longer. This curse is too strong, we have to figure something out. Lin Qinhui exclaimed, her voice filled with desperation as she clutched her hair anxiously. Lin Qinfeng's heart ached as if it had been pierced by a knife. She knew all too well that if the curse wasn't lifted soon, Lin Qingshui's life would be lost. Returning to the Lin family estate was out of the question. The journey was too long, and Qinshui wouldn't survive the trip. Just as the sisters were at their wits' end, Lin Qinhui's gaze suddenly locked onto Lu Li, who was approaching. Eldest sister, him? He must have a way to save third sister, she said, her voice tinged with a glimmer of hope. Lu Li? Lin Qinfeng was taken aback. Qinhua, what do you mean by that? Earlier, when he fought the queen bee, he suffered the same type of injury as third sister. But my group healing spell worked perfectly on him. Lin Qinhua explained urgently. Lin Qinfeng studied Lu Li carefully. Sure enough, while his shirt was torn at the chest, his skin beneath was unscathed, showing no signs of injury. Mr. Lu, I beg you, please save my younger sister. Lin Qinfeng, overcome with desperation, was about to kneel before Lu Li. Before Lu Li could respond, the hot-tempered Lin Qinhuai grabbed her elder sister's arm. Eldest sister, there's no need to lower yourself like this. She turned to Lu Li, her tone imperious. Hey you, hurry up and remove the curse from my sister. The Lin family will pay you more money than you've ever seen in your life. Hearing this, Lu Li, who had been about to take out a purification potion, stopped mid-motion. He retracted his hand and asked coldly, money? What would I need money for? To buy things, of course. Lin Qinhuai retorted, standing with hands on her hips, her expression haughty. Just look at your cheap clothes. It's obvious you're dirt poor. With money, you could buy anything you want. Lu Li shook his head, unwilling to argue further. Keep your money and buy your sister's life with it. I'm not interested. With that, he turned to leave. But Lin Qinhuai wasn't about to let him go. She stepped in front of him, blocking his path. No way. If you don't save my sister, don't even think about leaving here alive. She waved her hand, and the surrounding black-clad guards immediately raised their guns, aiming them at Lu Li. Qinhuai, what are you doing? Lin Qinfeng tried to intervene, but Lin Qinhuai shoved her aside roughly. Faced with the menacing muzzles of the guns, Lu Li's gaze turned icy. He despised being threatened above all else. In an instant, dark mist began to rise from beneath his feet, and over 30 LV.3 Mantis Soul Soldiers materialized out of thin air, encircling both him and Lin Qinyue. Do you really think you can take my life? Lu Li's voice was cold as he stared at Lin Qinyue. It was only then that Lin Qinyue realized the grave mistake she had made. This poor nobody she had looked down upon had just wiped out an entire swarm of bees and single-handedly defeated the LV.10 Queen Bee. Meanwhile, she herself was nothing more than a pitiful LV.2. Lin Qinyue stammered, her usual arrogance completely gone. At that critical moment, Lin Qinfeng's voice rang out from outside the circle of soul soldiers. Mr. Liu, I'm so sorry. I've already ordered them to lower their weapons. After a brief pause, Lu Li opened a gap in the encirclement. Lin Qinfeng rushed in without hesitation and, without another word, slapped Lin Qinyue twice across the face. Then she knelt before Lu Li, pleading, Mr. Liu, please save my sister. The Lin family is willing to pay any price. Lu Li looked down coldly at the kneeling woman and said indifferently, who holds authority in your Lin family? You or her? He gestured toward Lin Qinyue with a blade-shaped hand. Lin Qinfeng quickly stood up and slapped Lin Qinyue 2 more times. It's me. I'm the one who speaks for the Lin family. My sister was out of line, please don't hold it against her, Mr. Liu. Very well, Lu Li said, his tone still icy. I can save your sister, but I have one condition: your entire Lin family must pledge loyalty to me. What do you say? A bitter expression crossed Lin Qinfeng's face. Was this the end for the Lin family? First, they had been betrayed by other families, and now they were being forced to submit to a stranger. If you don't agree, that's fine. I'm busy, so don't stop me again. Lu Li dismissed his soul soldiers and turned to leave. I agree. Lin Qinfeng finally said through gritted teeth. Her sister's life was more important than the family's future. Lu Li glanced at her, slightly surprised. With a faint smirk, he tossed the purification potion to Lin Qinhua. Have her drink this. Once the curse is lifted, your healing magic will work. Lin Qinhua examined the potion carefully, and after confirming it was safe, she quickly administered it to Lin Qinyue. The moment the liquid entered her mouth, the curse's effects stopped worsening. Under the influence of the healing magic, Kingshi's wounds began to heal. Cough, cough. Lin Qinyue, who had been unconscious for so long, finally woke up. The first thing she saw was Lin Qinhua's tear-streaked face. Lin Qinfeng hurried over to check on her. Once she was sure Qinyue was out of danger, she let out a long sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Lin Qinyue stood off to the side, touching her swollen cheeks before suddenly bursting into tears. Wah, eldest sister, you actually hit me. Even that old man never hit me, and now you. Lin Qinfeng frowned, ready to reprimand her younger sister again. But when she looked around, Lu Li was already gone. The only trace he left behind was a string of information quietly sitting in her friend list. Name, Lu Li. Level, LV.0. Title, Overlevel Slayer. On the third evening after the apocalypse began, a battered Hummer, its exterior splattered with the fluids of monstrous creatures, rolled into the grounds of Yongcheng First High School. The vehicle's wheels crunched over the littered corpses scattered across the ground, producing an unsettling creak. The Hummer drove straight through the campus, finally coming to a halt beneath the dormitory building. The car door swung open, and a young man dressed in a black trench coat stepped out. This was Lu Li, holding a bulging black backpack in each hand. A few male teachers cautiously approached, their wariness evident, though none dared to get too close. Who are you? What are you doing here? Demanded a square-faced teacher at the front, his tone harsh and suspicious. Lu Li recognized him and sighed helplessly. Mr. Yang, it's me, Lu Li, from Class 8, Grade 12. Mr. Yang hesitated, taking half a step back as he scrutinized Lu Li from head to toe. Why are you dressed like this? And you came back from outside the school. Has the rescue team arrived? I haven't seen any rescue teams, Lu Li replied, shaking his head. Mr. Yang, can I head back to my dorm to grab something? Disappointment flickered across Mr. Yang's face. Go ahead, but things are different now. Someone might have taken over your dorm room. Lu Li frowned. In his previous life, during the early days of the apocalypse, he had stayed in the school dormitory for an entire month without anyone occupying his space. Yet now, after just 2 days of fighting monsters outside, his bed had already been claimed? Something felt off about Mr. Yang's expression too, though Lu Li didn't dwell on it. He had only returned to the school for one specific item and had no intention of staying long. Lu Li's dorm room was on the 3rd floor, the 3rd door on the right. He navigated through the trash-strewn hallway and pushed open the door. A pungent smell of cigarette smoke hit him immediately, and a lazy voice called out from inside. Who's there? Coming to visit my place? Lu Li's gaze landed on a skinny boy lounging on the bed. One leg crossed over the other, puffing on a cigarette. The room was a chaotic mess, resembling a landfill. Lu Li quickly recognized him. It was Huang Bin from Class 6, a notorious slacker with no interest in studying. Well, look who it is. Lu Li, my old pal. Huang Bin exhaled a puff of smoke, smirking mockingly. Haven't seen you these past couple of days. Thought maybe the monsters got you and turned you into their crap. Nice clothes. By the way, been out shopping? Lu Li ignored him, his expression stoic as he began searching his desk. He was looking for a photographer precious memento of his late parents, but the photo wasn't on the desk. Instead, it was sitting in the ashtray beside Huang Bin. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Huang Bin barked, pressing his cigarette, but onto the photo. The sound of sizzling filled the air as a blackened hole appeared over the kind smile on Lu Li's father's face. A surge of fury erupted within Lu Li. His eyes turned ice cold, and a murderous intent enveloped him. What do you think you're doing? He demanded, his voice sharp and deliberate. Oh, this? Huang Bin chuckled with mock innocence. I thought you didn't want it anymore. As he spoke, he raised the cigarette again, this time aiming for the image of Lu Li's mother. But the sound of burning didn't come. Instead, Huang Bin felt a sudden lightness in his right hand, followed by a dull thud as something fell to the floor. It was his own severed hand. My hand? My hand. Ag! Huang Bin screamed, clutching his bleeding wrist in agony. Beside him, a shadowy figure materialized, a mantis-like creature wreathed in black mist, its sharp, blade-like arms dripping with blood. Just as Lu Li prepared to command his soul weapon to finish Huang Bin, a voice called out from behind him. Yo, Binzi, ready to go mess with that girl Su Xiao again? Huh, who the hell are you? Lu Li turned to see a familiar face standing in the doorway. Brother Dao, a thug who had once extorted him. Brother Dao's eyes widened in recognition, and he instinctively took a step back. Lu Li? Hey, long time no see, brother. Lu Li didn't respond. Instead, the sound of a blade slicing through flesh and bone echoed through the room. Moments later, Huang Bin's screams ceased, his headless corpse slumping onto the bed. It has been a while, Lu Li said with a cold smile, as two more blade-armed mantises took shape beside him. So, are you still here to collect protection fees? With his only keepsake destroyed, Lu Li's mood had plummeted to its lowest point. He wouldn't hesitate to kill this thug who had once bullied him. What surprised him, however, was Brother Dao's reaction. Instead of retaliating, the thug immediately dropped to his knees with a loud thud. Brother Lu, what are you saying? Brother Dao plastered on a sycophantic grin. I was ignorant back then. Please, don't stoop to my level. Don't hold it against a lowlife like me. Lu Li frowned, caught off guard by the sudden shift in demeanor. I just killed your lackey in front of you, and you're not even going to seek revenge? Brother Dao shook his head frantically. Revenge? No way. That idiot Huang Bin brought this on himself. Brother Lu, you did me a favor by getting rid of him. If I'd known this dorm belonged to you, I'd have cleaned it 3 times a day and never let that fool set foot in here. So, you're the one in charge here now? Lu Li pressed, sensing something unusual. Just temporarily. Everyone's been generous enough to let me handle things for now, Brother Dao said, his smile groveling. Brother Lu, how about I find you a better dorm room? You don't have to stay in this one. Still kneeling, Brother Dao resembled nothing more than a pitiful dog groveling for mercy. The once menacing thug who had extorted Lu Li had now become utterly subservient. Lu Li couldn't quite figure out the logic behind this change, though he assumed it was due to the fear inspired by his soul weapon. No need for another dorm. I'm not staying here tonight, Lu Li said, dismissing his soul weapon and picking up his backpack from the floor. But just now, I heard you mention something about meeting Su Xiao. What did you mean by that? Hearing this, Dao Ji's expression froze instantly, his eyes darting around rapidly as he clearly tried to come up with a plan. He quickly replaced his stiff look with a forced grin and explained, Heh, it's just what it sounds like. Su Xiao and some other students are staying in the girls' dorm across from us, and, well, we don't really get along. When I said I was going to meet her, I just meant I wanted to discuss tomorrow's food search plan with her. Lu Li was clearly skeptical, his eyes filled with suspicion as he stared at Dao Gu. Seeing this, Dao Gu hurriedly patted his chest and reassured him. I swear, Lu Li, my brother, I wouldn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, you can ask Su Xiao yourself. Lu Li thought for a moment. Since there was still some time before midnight, he replied, all right, then lead the way. With that, he started walking toward the door. Dao Gu quickly scrambled to his feet and barked orders to his underlings. What are you all standing around for? Lu Li is Kamingo, notify everyone who needs to know. A lackey with dyed yellow hair nodded in agreement and dashed past Lu Li, running off quickly. Lu Li, ever cautious, asked, what's that about? Dao Gu promptly explained, oh, I just sent him ahead to call Su Xiao down, so you don't have to wait, brother. However, out of Lu Li's sight, another lackey with white-edged hair was quietly using a data panel to send a message to a certain contact. Meanwhile, in another location, Zhao Jin, who was busy assigning tasks, suddenly froze. He opened his data panel, revealing a short message. Lu Li located, coordinates, Yongcheng First High School Dormitory Building. Zhao Jin's expression twisted with rage as he muttered, "Thought I wouldn't find you, huh? Finally, you show yourself." A cold female voice came from beside him. "What's that? Have you found the one responsible for Ahao's death?" Zhao Jin replied excitedly, "That's right. Hong, take care of the rest here. I'm going to finish that kid off and give Ahao justice." He stood up, ready to leave. Luo Hong placed a firm hand on Zhao Jin's arm and shook her head. "Let me handle it." The clan elder specifically emphasized that tonight is crucial. Besides, the Lin family might show up to cause trouble at any moment. "You need to stay here and take charge." Zhao Jin hesitated. "But that guy's not easy to deal with. Even Ahao didn't make it." Luo Hong said coldly, "It's fine. I'll take more people with me and level that place completely. While we're at it, we can clean out the survivors there. Crystallizing their corpses will yield a decent amount of yuan crystals." After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Jin sat back down. "All right, those corpses do need harvesting. If you're going, make sure it's a Uniandone deal. No need for a second trip." As Luo Hong left, Zhao Jin turned his attention back to the others in the meeting room. "Does anyone else have questions about tonight's mission? Now's the time to ask." Someone raised their hand and asked, "Jin Gu, if that trading channel really goes live, are we sure we're only accepting high-grade yuan crystals? Shouldn't we keep an eye on other resources too?" Zhao Jin affirmed, "That's right. Only high-grade yuan crystals for now. Until the market stabilizes, our priority is accumulating initial capital. Levels are what matter most." Another person voiced a concern, "But Jin Gu, the other families will probably be buying up high-grade yuan crystals too. If they start driving up prices, we might take a huge loss." Zhao Jin smirked confidently. "A loss? I'd welcome it if they tried to compete with us. Remember, if someone challenges us, we'll always outbid them. With Luo Hong on our side, the only ones losing will be them, not the Zhao family. Don't forget, our rate of acquiring yuan crystals is twice as fast as theirs." Although the group nodded, some still expressed concern. "Jango, we all know Sister Hong's abilities. But the problem is that our recent yuan crystal harvest hasn't met expectations. It seems like other families are already taking action." Yeah. Half the coordinate points from the ancient books have already been cleared out, leaving only corpses. We don't have that many yuan crystals on hand. If we start a price war with other families, it could end up being a lose-lose situation." Zhao Jin waved his hand, signaling for silence. "No need to worry. No matter what, the Zhao family has already taken the lead. Gather as many high-grade yuan crystals as possible. If necessary, we can use the Zhao family's reputation to suppress the competition." The scene shifted to Lu Li and Su Xiao's conversation. Lu Li placed 2 backpacks filled with yuan crystals on the ground and looked at Su Xiao sincerely. "I need your help." Su Xiao's eyes widened in surprise as she stared at the red glowing second-tier yuan crystals inside the bags. Unable to hold back, she asked, "Where did you get so many second-tier yuan crystals?" Lu Li didn't answer directly. Instead, he pulled out an orange third-tier yuan crystal from another bag. "Don't worry about that. As long as you're willing to help me, this third-tier yuan crystal is yours." Currently at level 3, Su Xiao hadn't yet absorbed enough crystals to reach level 4. This third-tier yuan crystal could directly boost her to the next level, making it highly tempting. However, she didn't agree immediately. Instead, she teased him with a half-smile. "Didn't you owe me a favor? How about we call it even with this third-tier yuan crystal?" "That's a life-saving favor. Are you sure, class monitor?" Lu Li asked with a playful grin, pretending to shove the heavy backpack into Su Xiao's hands. The bag was filled with shimmering primal crystals, glowing softly under the sunlight. Su Xiao rolled her eyes and pushed the bag away with a faint smirk. "Humph. No way I'm letting you off that easy. Spill it. What do you want me to do?" Lu Li deliberately stretched out his words. Simple. He glanced over his shoulder at Dao Gu and his blonde lackey, who were nervously eyeing the 2 backpacks. "If there's nothing else, you two should leave. We need to discuss something private." Hearing this, Dao Gu and the blonde guy visibly stiffened, forcing themselves to tear their gazes away from the crystals. Dao Gu let out an awkward laugh. "All right, we won't bother you, Brother Lu. If you need anything, just let me know." With that, the two quickly walked off, disappearing from view in no time. Once the coast was clear, Lu Li began explaining his plan to Su Xiao in detail. After listening, Su Xiao frowned deeply. "Exchanging low-tier primal crystals for high-tier ones? But I don't even have that many low-tier crystals." Her voice was tinged with doubt. Inwardly, Su Xiao was puzzled. The global trading platform for players hadn't launched yet, according to her data panel. Even when it did go live after midnight, who in their right mind would trade high-tier crystals for low-tier ones? Everyone knew the absorption cap was 10 crystals every 7 days. Players were racking their brains trying to upgrade by exchanging low-tier crystals for high-tier ones. Did Lu Li really think he could outsmart the competition? However, Lu Li remained calm and confident. "Don't worry. If all goes as planned, you won't even be able to buy a single high-tier crystal." Su Xiao was stunned, wondering if she had misheard. "Not even one?" Then what am I supposed to dobe the hype girl for the trading market? Exactly. Lu Li nodded, his smile growing wider with satisfaction. Su Xiao blinked in disbelief, but after a moment of contemplation, realization dawned on her. You want me to drive up the price of height ear crystals, don't you? Lu Li nodded again, his grin even more radiant. But what's the point of that? Su Xiao asked urgently. You could just use height ear crystals to level up. Why go against the grain and trade for low-tier ones? She was genuinely concerned that Lu Li, still stuck at LV.0, might not fully grasp the absorption limit of 10 crystals per week. Lu Li gave her a mysterious smile. You don't need to worry about that. Just focus on getting as many low-tier crystals as possible. Suddenly, his expression grew serious, and he turned to look at the boys' dormitory. By the way, I need to ask you something. Does that thug Daogu know I killed Chenhao? Su Xiao noticed the sudden seriousness in Lu Li's expression and couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. Taking a deep breath, she explained. Back then, when you admitted in front of everyone that you killed Tian Yuhao and Chen Hao, the news naturally spread. Dao Gu just asked around a bit at school and figured out the whole story. After finishing, Su Xiao fell silent, a trace of worry flickering in her eyes. Seeing that Lu Li didn't respond, she cautiously asked, What's wrong? Is Dao Gu planning to give you trouble because of this? The seriousness on Lu Li's face instantly disappeared, replaced by his usual calm demeanor. He chuckled lightly and replied, No, I think Dao Gu started being polite to me after hearing about it. After all, he used to extort me before. He frowned slightly. But why did you move your group into the girls' dormitory? I remember you used to welcome anyone without hesitation. Su Xiao rolled her eyes and, with a hint of playful annoyance, said, Oh, shut up. You're the one who's indiscriminate. I moved out because Dao Gu came up with the idea of mixing men and women in teams, saying it would increase survival rates and boost morale. Lu Li nodded in understanding. Not a bad idea. In the apocalypse, pairing men and women can indeed lift spirits. Su Xiao's expression turned serious as she looked at Lu Li. The idea might be good, but his methods are far from decent. It won't be long before the women in his group end up being treated as playthings. Lu Li raised an eyebrow, seemingly gaining a newfound respect for Su Xiao's insight. He didn't dwell on the topic, but instead handed her 2 backpacks filled with yuan crystals. I'll leave the yuan crystals to you. Don't let me down. As Lu Li turned to leave, Su Xiao asked curiously, You're not coming upstairs? It's already dark outside. Where are you going to sleep tonight? I'll make do in the car for the night. Besides, I'm not one of your subordinates. Between us, it's just a business relationship. Without looking back, Lu Li waved his hand and disappeared around the corner. Su Xiao's grip on the backpack tightened, her knuckles turning white. She bit her lip and muttered softly, Just a business relationship? You owe me your life then. As if realizing something, her face flushed red. She spat twice in the direction where Lu Li had disappeared. Who's in a business relationship with you? Night fell, and the streets outside the campus were eerily quiet. Suddenly, faint footsteps broke the silence. Under the dim glow of streetlights, a group of heavily armed figures appeared like ghosts, vanishing and reappearing as they swiftly moved to surround the student dormitory. A middle-aged man with a skull tattoo on his face crouched on the rooftop of a classroom building, peering through binoculars at a Hummer parked in the distance. Speaking into his earpiece, he whispered, Sister Hong, according to the coordinates provided by the corpses, Lu Li is right below the dormitory. Should I send a couple of guys to check it out first? A cold voice came through the earpiece. No need. That Lu Li kid is a bit unusual. Just hit him with full firepower. Though the tattooed man had his doubts, he chose to follow the orders. 3 minutes later, the darkness around the dormitory erupted into blinding flashes of light. A dozen rockets streaked through the night, leaving crimson trails as they rained down on the Hummer. After the deafening explosions subsided, all that remained was a burning shell of the vehicle. The tattooed man smirked and spoke into the earpiece with ease. It's done, Sister Hong. That kid might have been tough, but there's no way he survived. Before he could finish, his pupils suddenly shrank. The Hummer, reduced to a smoldering wreck, had somehow opened its door. A figure emerged from the driver's seat, standing amidst the flames and smoke, casually surveying the area. Something's wrong. Sister Hong. He's still alive. Everyone, hit him hard. The tattooed man barked. Gunfire roared like thunder, and a hail of bullets tore through the Hummer's remains, sending sparks flying as the figure collapsed to the ground. Now it's really over. Sister Hong, you were right, this guy was something else. Good thing we didn't send anyone up close, the tattooed man said, pulling out a cigarette and placing it in his mouth. But he never managed to light it. A cold blade had silently pressed against his throat, slicing through his fragile artery with ease. A ghostly voice sounded behind him. You're right. It's over. Hello? Hello? What's going on? Static buzzed in the earpiece as Sister Hong's voice grew tense. Her brows furrowed as a sense of foreboding crept over her. Luo Hong furrowed her brows slightly, staring intently at the silent communication device. What should have been a report of success was instead met with a chilling silence. Uneasy, she switched through several channels, but all she heard was the same static noise. Check the signal, Luo Hong commanded quietly to the subordinate beside her. After swiftly operating the device, the subordinate reported back, Sister Hong, the signal is at full strength. The silence is because no one on the other end is speaking. No one is speaking. Luo Hong repeated the words, her tone contemplative. Suddenly, a cold smile curved her lips. They're probably dead. Unable to say anything, the subordinate was startled by her words, his voice trembling slightly. That can't be, Sister Hong. We sent 50 men into the school, all of them top-notch fighters. His voice trailed off as his growing fear rendered him speechless. Luo Hong nodded, her smile fading as her expression turned grim. I underestimated that boy no matter. It's almost midnight. Order the rest of the team to retreat immediately. We'll need to rethink our strategy. Faint responses came through her earpiece as the scattered teams around the school perimeter began regrouping toward her location. Rubbing her temples, Luo Hong muttered to herself, even if they were just 50 pigs, it wouldn't be this quick to take them all down. How on earth did Luli manage it? The subordinate, cautiously, offered a suggestion. Sister Hong, maybe it's because of his strange ability. Should we send in reinforcements? Based on the intel we've gathered, that kid supposedly has the power to summon blade-armed mantises out of thin air. Could he have used those creatures to take out our men? Luo Hong let out a cold laugh and countered. Even if that theory holds, tell me how many blade-armed mantises do you think it would take to kill Old Zhu? At the mention of Old Zhu, the subordinate immediately pictured the middle-aged man with the skull tattoo on his face. Old Zhu was a legend, someone who had once single-handedly fought off 3 blade-armed mantises without so much as a scratch. Luo Hong continued her analysis. Even in the worst-case scenario ambushed, caught off guard if we assume 1 blade-armed mantis per person. For Luli to take down 50 men instantly, he'd need to summon at least 14 of those creatures. Do you realize how terrifying that number is? Hearing this, the subordinate felt a deep chill run through him, his breathing growing heavier. If Luli truly possessed such power, their entire group might be hopelessly outmatched. Just then, Luo Hong's earpiece crackled to life with a sudden, urgent warning. Sister Hong, I see several creatures heading straight for your location. Luo Hong's brows furrowed, and her heartbeat suddenly quickened. What kind of monster is it? A blade-arm mantis, she asked urgently, a trace of unease in her voice. Through her earpiece came a hesitant response from one of her teammates. No. It looks like an oversized wasp, but it's definitely not a blade-arm mantis we've seen before. Oh, as long as it's not a blade-arm mantis, Luo Hong exhaled in relief instinctively, unaware that during this brief skirmish, the roles of hunter and prey had silently reversed. Quickly regaining her composure, she adjusted her strategy and decisively gave the order. Regroup with me as fast as you can. Once everyone's here, we retreat. Before her words fully landed, a series of blood-curdling screams erupted through her earpiece. Luo Hong froze, her body stiffening as cold sweat formed on her forehead. She frantically called out the names of several team leaders, but there was no response. What on earth just happened? Luo Hong muttered to herself, her voice trembling. Was it Luli? No, it can't be him. It must be some other monster ambushing us. Fear slowly filled her eyes. Suddenly, a horrifying thought crossed her mind. The creatures near the school had supposedly been cleared out by the survivors there long ago. So, what was out there in the darkness, taking lives? Luo Hong whipped her head around to look out the car window. Outside, it was pitch black, not the kind of darkness where faint light might outline shapes, but a suffocating, impenetrable void. This darkness seemed almost tangible, like a wall of solid black. What was even more terrifying was that it seemed alive. Her breath caught as she saw the darkness outside the window ripple slightly. At that moment, a deep male voice suddenly came through her earpiece, startling her so much she nearly screamed. Luo Hong, right? Why don't you step out and have a chat? Who are you? Luo Hong blurted out, though a name had already surfaced in her mind. Who else could it be but Luli? I'm the person you're trying to kill, the voice replied, calm and nonchalant, as if discussing the weather. Luo Hong forced herself to stay calm, swallowing hard before she spoke. I'll admit you're far stronger than I anticipated. But if you think you can take my life, it will come at a great cost. Her words were not mere bluff. While Luo Hong herself lacked combat abilities, her companions in the car were far from pushovers. Old He, Xiao Ba, Akuan, level up, Luo Hong commanded. Immediately, the 3 men in the car pulled out energy crystals and began absorbing their power. Their levels surged rapidly, all 3 reaching LV.4 in an instant. Luo Hong had thought this show of strength would make Luli hesitate, but his voice remained as composed as ever. So, I take it you're not interested in talking? Before Luo Hong could respond, Old Hay had already opened the car door. Stay in the car, Luo Hong. We'll take care of him. Yeah. A guy who isn't even on the leaderboard is probably just bluffing. Xiao Ba and Akuan chimed in confidently. Before Luo Hong could stop them, the three men had charged out of the car, their figures disappearing into the dense darkness. Old Hay. Xiao Ba. Luo Hong stared out the car window, desperately searching for any sign of victory. But nothing happened. The darkness outside remained thick and unmoving, like stagnant water. Not even the sound of battle could be heard. The only noise was her own rapid breathing. Still not coming out to talk? Lu Li's voice came again, reverberating in her mind like a thunderclap. No, this can't be happening. Luo Hong screamed, throwing open the car door and bolting outside. The darkness wasn't absolute. In the distance, a flickering streetlight cast an unstable glow over a small stretch of road. But this faint light did nothing to dispel the terror on Luo Hong's face, because surrounding the vehicle was a horde of grotesque, monstrous figures. They varied in size and shape, some large, some small, some tall, some short, but they all shared one chilling characteristic. They were utterly devoid of color, a pure and unnatural black. It was their sheer number and density that had created the illusion of impenetrable darkness around the car. And there, in the center of the horde, stood Lu Li, his expression cold and unyielding as he stared at Luo Hong. Thighs mini. What kind of ability did you awaken? Luo Hong screamed, her sanity teetering on the edge of collapse. That's a secret, Lu Li replied with a faint smirk. But if you're really that curious, I might tell you. After we make a deal. A deal? Luo Hong froze, her fraying nerves regaining a sliver of clarity. She realized that if Lu Li truly wanted to kill her, he could have done so already. Why was he still talking about negotiations and deals? Could it be that he feared the Zhao family backing her? This thought gave Luo Hong a sudden surge of confidence. She lifted her chin, regaining the haughty demeanor she was known for. And what makes you think you're in any position to negotiate with me? Lu Li chuckled softly and stepped aside, revealing three lifeless bodies behind him. They were Luo Hong's companions Old Hay, Xiao Ba, and Akuan. Their corpses were riddled with wounds, far from the dignified deaths of warriors. Instead, they looked as though they'd been tossed into a meat grinder, their bodies reduced to mangled flesh. Luo Hong's expression shifted several times before she finally gritted her teeth, straightened her neck, and said, if you're going to act, then do it quickly. But I warn you, killing me means making an enemy of the entire Zhao family. You'll never have a moment's peace with them hunting you down. Lu Li shrugged lightly, his demeanor relaxed as he replied, I never said I was going to kill you. I just want to propose a deal. Luo Hong carefully studied Lu Li's eyes and found no trace of murderous intent. A flicker of relief flashed in her gaze. Internally, she rejoiced. It's working. He really fears the Zhao family. As long as that's certain, I can take the upper hand in the negotiations. Feigning composure, Luo Hong asked coolly, what kind of deal? In truth, she was listening intently, her attention completely focused. With a calm smile, Lu Li slowly revealed, primordial crystals, 86 second-tier crystals and 28 third-tier crystals. The precise numbers left Luo Hong momentarily stunned. Lu Li's demand matched exactly the total stockpile Zhao Jin had amassed over the last 3 days. Of course, there were also plenty of first-tier crystals, but Lu Li hadn't mentioned them, and Luo Hong certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to bring them up herself. I can't come up with that many, Luo Hong replied with a frown, feigning difficulty. At most, 30 second-tier crystals. She thought to herself, the crystal inventory is top secret, only a handful of Zhao Jin's closest people know the exact numbers. He must be bluffing and just happened to guess right. However, Lu Li's smile remained unchanged. He didn't reiterate his demand, but instead pulled up a data interface and quickly edited a message before sending it. A dozen seconds later, a message from Zhao Jin popped up on Luo Hong's interface. Hong, have you been captured by Lu Li? Luo Hong's face turned bitter as she reluctantly replied, yes. She had hoped Zhao Jin might show some concern for her situation, but instead, his response came swiftly. How does Lu Li know the exact number of the crystal stockpile? Did you tell him? Feeling wronged, Luo Hong suppressed her emotions and calmly responded, of course not. I have no idea how he knows the exact numbers. He probably just got lucky with a guess. Just give him 30 crystals and say that's all we have. Luo Hong thought the matter would end there, but Zhao Jin's next message sent a cold chill down her spine. But he made it clear. Not a single yuan crystal can be missing, or hell kill you on the spot. Zhao Jin's message hit Luo Hong like a sledgehammer. Her fingertips trembled slightly on the control panel, and a flicker of despair flashed in her eyes. Lu Li's strength had far exceeded her expectations. Even with meticulous preparations and the advantage of surprise, the elite squad she brought was completely annihilated. She was the only survivor, left as a bargaining chip in Lu Li's hands. What now, Hong? Can you get yourself out of this? Zhao Jin's anxious text practically leapt off the screen. Before Luo Hong could reply, Lu Li's icy voice rang in her ear. Block Zhao Jin and delete his contact. Or die. Gritting her teeth, her trembling fingers obeyed Lu Li's command. At the same time, Zhao Jin's chat interface froze, and Luo Hong's location data vanished instantly. He stared at the screen in stunned silence for a moment before exploding in rage. What the hell? Just as he was about to try contacting her again, a message from Lu Li appeared. A friendly reminder. If I don't see the yuan crystals I want before midnight, Luo Hong dies. Zhao Jin suppressed the urge to curse and quickly replied, I don't have that many on hand, at most 32nd tier yuan crystals. Send Luo Hong over first, and he'll give you the crystals. It's a fair trade one for the other. He sent several more messages in quick succession, but the only response he received was Lu Li coldly counting down. Time left until midnight. 2 minutes, 39 seconds. If I give you the crystals, what guarantee do I have that you'll release her? Zhao Jin was on the verge of breaking down. You don't have a choice, came Lu Li's terse and final response. Zhao Jin had never felt this powerless before. His deputy spoke hesitantly, Boss Jin, we can't let that Lu Li kid lead us by the nose. If we hand over all the yuan crystals, what happens to our upgrades later? Before he could finish, Zhao Jin slapped him hard across the face. If we don't give them to him, what happens if Luo Hong dies? The deputy held his swollen cheek and tried again to reason with him. Boss Jin, you know what they say women are like clothes. If we lose this one, there'll be another, maybe even a better one. We should focus on the bigger picture. Shut the hell up. Zhao Jin roared, kicking the deputy square in the face. He grabbed him by the collar and slapped him several more times, his voice shaking with fury. Do you even know what Luo Hong's ability is? It's corpse crystal condensation. If she dies, the clan elder will disown my entire branch of the Zhao family. Get the yuan crystals ready now. I'm getting her back. Meanwhile, Luo Hong sat silently in the car, watching the scenery blur past the window. Lu Li had disabled her tracker and was driving in circles around the city, clearly trying to prevent Zhao Jin from tracing them. The seconds ticked by. Finally, just before midnight, Lu Li's interface displayed a trade request from Zhao Jin. Player Zhao Jin requests a trade. 86 second-tier yuan crystals, 28 third-tier yuan crystals. Payment required. None. Lu Li's lips curled into a faint smile as he accepted the trade. Instantly, a pile of orange and red yuan crystals materialized in the seat beside him, forming 2 small mountains. Luo Hong exhaled in relief. The trade is complete now. You'll let me go, right? Lu Li's expression remained unchanged. Not so fast. If I let you go now, can you guarantee you'll make it back to the Zhao family alive? Luo Hong froze, realizing that while her corpse crystal condensation ability was of a rare jade grade, it offered no combat power. Without protection, she could die at any moment. What frightened her even more was how much Lu Li seemed to know about her abilities and the Zhao family. As her mind raced through overlooked details, a chilling question surfaced. How did Lu Li know so much about her and Zhao Jin? As if reading her thoughts, Lu Li smirked. You've been curious about my innate ability, haven't you? Now that the trade is done, I'll tell you. As he spoke, black mist swirled in the passenger seat, coalescing into the figure of a young man. He appeared to be about the same age as Lu Li, but his expression carried a hint of misfortune. Hello, miss. I'm Xing Anlin, he said, extending a hand toward the stunned Luo Hong. Before she could react, he continued nonchalantly, earlier, when your men attacked the Hummer, they actually did kill the target twice, in fact. But the target wasn't Lu Li, it was me. You. Luo Hong's eyes widened. But the intel said Lu Li entered the car and never left. Were they lying to me? Xing Anlin chuckled. Oh, no. Your informants weren't wrong. The truth is, we pulled a little switcheroo, thanks to the unique nature of soul guards. As he spoke, Xing Anlin's features began to distort, gradually morphing into an exact replica of Lu Li's face. Simultaneously, the Lu Li driving the car transformed into Xing Anlin's appearance. Lu Li spoke as he acted, swiftly grabbing the yuan crystals beside him and skillfully opening the data panel. The global trading market had just gone live, and he needed to act fast to transfer all the yuan crystals to Su Xiao. When Su Xiao received the crystals, her heart was filled with unease. The deafening explosion of the Humvee still echoed in her ears. It was only after Lu Li repeatedly assured her that he was unharmed that she managed to calm down slightly. I'll give you another batch of high-tier yuan crystals. Help me exchange them for first-tier ones, Lu Li said, quickly opening the friend trade interface and transferring the yuan crystals that Zhao Jin had sent him to Su Xiao. Luo Hong, watching the yuan crystals that once belonged to the Zhao family disappear before her eyes, asked in distress, how did you know the exact inventory of the Zhao family's yuan crystals? Lu Li raised his chin slightly and pointed at Xing Anlin. Because of him. Before his words had fully landed, Xing Anlin grinned and instantly dissolved into a cloud of black mist. Just as the vehicle was about to lose control, a pair of strong hands appeared out of thin air and firmly gripped the steering wheel. A bald figure rapidly materialized, taking Xing Anlin's place. When Luo Hong recognized the man, her face turned pale and she screamed, "Chun Chen Hao!" Chen Hao scratched his bald head awkwardly and replied in a simple, honest tone, "A sister-in-law, it's me." Still shaken, Luo Hong hadn't even finished her questions when Chen Hao explained, "I'm already dead. Now, am Lu Li Soul Guard. The boss's kinda didn't erase my consciousness. That's why I told him everything I knew to repay his kindness." Luo Hong murmured to herself, "No wonder he knew the exact number of yuan crystals in the inventory and even knew I'm completely useless in a fight." Suddenly, she turned to Chen Hao and demanded, "How could you betray the Zhao family? Have you forgotten your nephew's death? How can you face the Zhao family after all they've done for you?" Chen Hao raised an eyebrow, showing no remorse. Tian Yuhao brought it upon himself. With his personality, if he hadn't died at boss Lu Li's hands, someone else would have done it. As for the Zhao family, he paused briefly, "I gave them my life. Isn't that enough to repay my debt?" Luo Hong was left speechless. After a long silence, she finally said, "I never expected the Zhao family to provoke someone of your caliber, Lu Li. Your talent has incredible potential. Have you considered joining the Zhao family?" Seeing no response from Lu Li, she added, "If you join us, well, let bygones be bygones. The Zhao family will even allocate most of our resources to help you grow." Hearing this, Lu Li couldn't help but glance back at Luo Hong. He thought to himself, this woman truly lives up to being Zhao Jin's wife. He turned back around and suddenly burst into laughter, his voice carrying a chilling edge. "Let bygones be bygones? What a generous offer, Luo Hong. Say my name again, take a good look at my surname." The announcement of the global trading market hit the gaming world like a whirlwind, instantly dominating the chat channels. Players reacted in all sorts of ways. Some were overjoyed, some confused, and others saw it as an opportunity for romance. "Wow, the global trading market is live. Thank goodness I stayed up late. This is a victory for all the night owls," an excited player shouted in the chat. Soon after, a puzzled voice chimed in. "How does this new platform even work? There's not a single guide or explanation." Suddenly, an out-of-place message popped up. "Any lonely ladies here? Looking for a girlfriend? Add me as a friend, and I'll carry you through the apocalypse game in style." This was quickly met with ridicule from other players. Dude above, have you lost your mind over women? This is a global trading platform, not your personal matchmaking hotline. The conversation soon shifted back to the game itself. By the way, why hasn't anyone new climbed the leaderboard these past few days? Are killing chests no longer appealing? This sparked a wave of chatter. "Hey, the one talking about killing chests, did you actually kill someone? Whoa, leaderboard champ, come and deal with this guy." Before long, everyone's attention turned to the top-ranked player on the leaderboard. Shout out to Chizayu, the number one on the leaderboard. "Oh, you need a teammate? Same here, Chizayu. Please carry me. I'm soft-spoken, gentle, and totally easy to team up with." However, at that very moment, Chizayu, hiding in an abandoned building on the outskirts of Yongcheng, was anything but at ease. Though he held the top spot on the leaderboard, he was, in reality, only a level 3 player. What terrified him even more was what he had witnessed just half an hour earlier. 3 level 4 players briefly appeared on the leaderboard before vanishing without a trace. This scene filled Chizayu with dread. 3 level 4 players being instantly wiped out. What did this imply? The leaderboard meant nothing. The true powerhouses were clearly lurking in the shadows, while he had become a glaring target. Fortunately, the leaderboard didn't update in real time, giving Chizayu a momentary sense of relief. He decided to check out the trading market, hoping to find something that could boost his strength. Amid a flood of irrelevant posts, Chizayu finally spotted some valuable trade offers. Crystal exchange. Tier 1 crystals for Tier 2 and Tier 3 crystals. Exchange rates, 35:1 and 150:1. Crystal exchange. Tier 1 crystals for Tier 2 and Tier 3 crystals. Exchange rates, 40:1 and 170:1. Crystal exchange. Tier 1 crystals for Tier 2 and Tier 3 crystals. Exchange rates, 45:1 and 180:1. Crystal exchange. Tier 1 crystals for Tier 2 and Tier 3 crystals. Exchange rates, 50:1 and 190:1. These offers immediately sparked heated discussions among players. Trading lower-tier crystals for higher-tier ones? That's some clever scheming. Doesn't everyone know by now that you can only absorb 10 crystals every 7 days? The person posting these is clearly taking us for fools. But honestly, the exchange rates are pretty generous. If you ignore the absorption limit, the experience points alone make it a decent deal. Ha ha ha, generous? Sure, go ahead and trade with them. While they dominate the leaderboard, you'll be stuck slowly absorbing Tier 1 crystals. As players level up, the experience required skyrockets. Tier 1 crystals won't cut it for long. But still, the sheer quantity is tempting. Go ahead, be tempted. By the time you've absorbed all those Tier 1 crystals, you'll be long dead, ha ha ha. Chi Ziyu laughed along with the others, but couldn't help noticing that all these trade offers were posted by a player named Xiao. It seemed this player was in a rush to level up. Exiting the chat channel, Chi Ziyu quickly searched the leaderboard. It didn't take long to find his target. Su Xiao, level 3, located at Yongqing No. 1 High School. Chi Ziyu fingered the single Tier 3 crystal in his possession. He had planned to absorb it in 7 days, but now, a new idea began to take shape in his mind. Fame brings trouble, he thought. Holding the top spot on the leaderboard was like painting a target on his back. So why not let someone else take the hit? With that, Chi Ziyu didn't hesitate. He clicked on the highest exchange offer and sent a trade request. I have 1 Tier 3 crystal. I'd like to exchange it for 190 Tier 1 crystals. To his surprise, the other party didn't accept the trade immediately, but instead rejected it outright. What the heck? What's going on? I'm doing you a favor by trading, and you reject me? Did you click the wrong button? To be sure, Chi Ziyu sent the request again. Once again, it was rejected, but this time, it came with an unexpected friend request. Player Su Xiao has sent you a friend request. Chi Ziyu hesitated for a moment before finally clicking yes, successfully adding Su Xiao as a friend. Almost instantly, a message from Su Xiao popped up in the newly created chat window. Sorry, I don't have any Tier 1 elemental crystals at the moment. However, if you have Tier 1 crystals, I can trade higher tier crystals with you. Chi Ziyu's eyes widened as he read and reread the baffling message. Trading high-tier crystals for low-tier ones? Was Su Xiao just bored out of his mind? Or had he completely lost it? Chi Ziyu couldn't help but mutter to himself. Is this guy just messing around on the global trading market in the middle of the night? Uninterested in replying to Su Xiao, Chi Ziyu turned his attention back to the world chat channel. The screen was constantly updating with new crystal exchange offers, and without exception, all of them involved trading Tier 1 crystals for higher tier ones. The exchange rates were even more tempting than what Su Xiao had proposed. Strangely, all the posters, despite having different usernames, shared the character Zhao in their names. Well, seems like there's competition, Chi Ziyu thought, watching with amusement as the exchange rates soared higher and higher. He couldn't wait to see Su Xiao's plan backfire, though he still hadn't figured out whether Su Xiao wanted Tier 1 or higher tier crystals. Before long, the rates on the trading platform began to stabilize. The exchange rate for Tier 1 to Tier 2 crystals settled at 60:1, while Tier 1 to Tier 3 reached a staggering 250:1. Drawn by these enticing numbers, Chi Ziyu didn't hesitate to trade his only Tier 3 crystal for 250 Tier 1s. Just then, another message from Su Xiao arrived. Hello? I'm looking to buy Tier 1 crystals. Would you be interested? A faint smirk appeared on Chi Ziyu's lips as he quickly typed up a trade request to Su Xiao. Player Chi Ziyu requests to trade. Trade content, 180 Tier 1 crystals. Payment requested, 1 Tier 3 crystal. This was the same rate Su Xiao had initially mentioned, far below the current market value. Chi Ziyu intended for this to be a sarcastic jab, confident that no one in their right mind would accept such a deal. To his utter astonishment, the system didn't display a trade failed or blocked message. Instead, an unexpected notification popped up: trade successful. Chi Ziyu held the orange elemental crystal tightly, his gaze shifting back and forth between the pile of low-grade elemental crystals on the ground and the high-grade one in his hand. His brows were furrowed, and his mind was filled with confusion. How could this trade have no losses? And on top of that, he gained an extra 70 low-grade elemental crystals. Was Su Xiao doing charity work? Still full of doubt, Chi Ziyu opened the world chat channel again and selected a request for purchasing high-grade elemental crystals. As expected, he easily exchanged 250 low-grade crystals. Adding the previous 70, he now had a total of 320 low-grade elemental crystals in his possession. Determined to test his theory further, Chi Ziyu quickly drafted a trade request to Su Xiao. Player Chi Ziyu requests a trade. 320 low-grade elemental crystals in exchange for 8 mid-grade elemental crystals. To his astonishment, the trade was completed almost instantly. Chi Ziyu immediately converted the mid-grade elemental crystals into even more low-grade ones at a favorable rate, then sent another trade request to Su Xiao at a lower rate. This cycle repeated over and over, and the total number of elemental crystals in Chi Ziyu's possession began to grow exponentially. Any initial apprehension was soon drowned out by the overwhelming profits, and an uncontrollable smile crept across Chi Ziyu's face. He sat down and posted a message in the world chat channel. Elemental crystal exchange. Low-grade crystals for mid-grade and high-grade ones at exchange rates of 65:1 and 260:1 respectively. His goal was to raise the exchange rate for low-grade crystals as high as possible. Meanwhile, tension filled the Zhao family's conference room. A subordinate hurriedly reported, Brother Jean, the situation is getting worse. More people are starting to buy high-grade elemental crystals at high prices, and the originally stable exchange rates are rising again. Among them, the top-ranked player, Chi Ziyu, is raising prices the most aggressively. Zhao Jin's expression darkened, but his voice remained steady. Just small-time players. They won't be able to buy much. Stick to the original rates. However, it wasn't long before another anxious voice broke the silence. Brother Jin, this isn't working. Other families are also increasing their rates. The Lin family has even offered 300 low-grade crystals for one high-grade crystal. At this rate, we won't be able to acquire any high-grade crystals. Should we raise our rates too? Zhao Jin's brows knitted tightly, and veins bulged faintly on his forehead. If it were only a matter of competing with small-time players, the Zhao family's vast resources would have easily outlasted them. But with the involvement of other powerful families, the situation had become much more complicated. These families also had deep pockets and significant demand for high-grade crystals. If they seized the initiative, the Zhao family would lose its advantage. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Jin gritted his teeth and issued an order. Raise the rates. We must outbid the other families. Don't forget, we still have Luo Hong as our trump card. If necessary, we can issue IOUs. As long as we establish dominance now, the profits will snowball later on. Meanwhile, inside a car speeding toward the outskirts, Luo Hong's unease grew stronger by the second. Ever since that unsettling question earlier, Lu Li had remained silent, completely absorbed in manipulating the data panel. Luo Hong's heart was filled with dread, and she kept repeating to herself, Lu Li wouldn't dare provoke the Zhao family, but the more she repeated it, the deeper her doubts became. Suddenly, the car came to a screeching halt, and Luo Hong's face slammed into the back of the seat in front of her. When she looked up and saw the scene outside, a chill ran down her spine. In front of her stood an abandoned villa. The once grand architecture and spacious courtyard hinted at its former glory, but now it was overrun with weeds, filled with the sounds of insects, and utterly desolate. Luo Hong was all too familiar with this place, but she forced herself to feign ignorance and asked, "Where is this? Why did you bring me here?" Lu Li didn't answer. He got out of the car and walked toward the villa. Chun Hao followed, dragging a struggling Luo Hong out of the car and forcing her inside. The interior of the villa was in complete disarray, covered in thick layers of dust and cobwebs. Lu Li found a broom and dustpan and began cleaning the living room. As the dust was gradually swept away, the original color of the floor began to emerge. Luo Hong trembled all over, her vacant gaze sweeping across the scene before her. The spot Lu Li had just finished cleaning was precisely where the couple had once endured horrific torture. The wooden floor bore dark, reddish-stained silent witnesses to the bloody tragedy of years past. The countless small holes marked where steel nails had pierced flesh, while the uneven scratches told the desperate story of victims clawing in agony. Expressionless, Lu Li put away the cleaning tools and turned to face Luo Hong. Before she could utter a word, Qian Hao lunged forward and delivered a brutal kick to her knees. Luo Hong collapsed heavily to the ground with a muffled groan. Sitting cross-legged in front of Luo Hong, Lu Li brought up a data panel with one hand, while pulling a palm-sized vial of solvent from his pocket with the other. Ignoring Luo Hong's terrified expression, he focused on sending a message to Su Xiao. "How's the collection of yuan crystals going?" Su Xiao quickly replied, "Almost done. I've got 12 second-tier crystals and 3 third-tier ones on hand. I'll finish the exchange soon." "Good. Send me the first-tier crystals first," Lu Li instructed curtly. Moments later, a trade request popped up on Lu Li's data panel. Player Su Xiao requests a trade. Contents: 98,978 first-tier yuan crystals. Payment required. None. The instant Lu Li clicked accept, the silence of the villa was shattered by the sound of cascading crystals. Nearly 100,000 first-tier yuan crystals poured down like a waterfall, piling into a small mountain on the floor, a breathtaking sight that left the air heavy with tension. Luo Hong's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the spectacle. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Chun Hao delivered another kick to her back, the force so intense it nearly knocked the air out of her lungs. "The boss told you to repent. Can't you take it seriously?" Chun Hao barked angrily. Writhing in pain on the ground like a salted leech, Luo Hong weakly protested. "Two don't know anything. What is this place? What do you want me to repent for? Zhao Jin already gave you the yuan crystals and fulfilled your demands. Why won't you let me go?" Though Luo Hong had no idea how Lu Li had uncovered the truth, she clung desperately to her denial, refusing to admit any connection to the horrors of this place. She knew all too well that confessing would seal her fate, and even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to satisfy Lu Li's vengeance. Hearing Luo Hong's feeble moans, Lu Li looked up from behind the mountain of yuan crystals, his expression as cold as ever. "If you confess to the sins you committed back then and truly repent, I'll release you immediately." "What sins? I have no idea what you're talking about. What on earth happened here?" Luo Hong knelt on the cold floor, tears streaming down her bruised face. Her voice was filled with despair and fear. Her pitiful appearance could stir sympathy even in the hardest of hearts. Yet Lu Li's gaze remained icy, devoid of any emotion. In his mind, vivid images of past hatred resurfaced. This very woman, now pleading her innocence, had once driven thick steel nails, one after another, into his mother's body. The agonized cries seemed to echo in his ears as if it had just happened. Stop wailing. Start repenting properly. Chun Hao, sensing the dark mood emanating from Lu Li, raised his foot and delivered a brutal kick to Luo Hong's mouth. A sharp scream pierced the air as several bloodied teeth scattered across the floor, glinting ominously under the dim light. Lu Li acted as if he hadn't seen any of it. He raised a hand and summoned Xing Anlin, his soul guard, speaking in a chillingly calm voice. Help me dissolve these yuan crystals into the solution. I'm a bit short-handed. Got it, boss Lu Li. Xing Anlin gave a mock salute, but quickly realized the somber atmosphere in the room. Awkwardly lowering his hand, he got to work without further delay. With Xing Anlin's assistance, the efficiency of dissolving the yuan crystals doubled. In less than half an hour, all the crystals had been processed into the solution. Just then, Su Xiao delivered yet another batch of yuan crystals, over 30,000 in total. Lu Li was somewhat surprised. He had initially expected to collect around 100,000 first-tier yuan crystals, but Su Xiao had clearly exceeded the target and by a significant margin. In total, I managed to gather 130,000, far beyond my expectations. How did you pull it off? Lu Li asked curiously. Monopoly, of course, Su Xiao replied smugly. When I was buying first-tier yuan crystals earlier, I deliberately left a price gap to attract other players. They thought they could profit by reselling to me. But as the transactions neared the end, they realized I was the only buyer. Fearing they'd be stuck with the crystals, they sold to me at any price I offered. Lu Li raised an eyebrow. You really live up to your reputation as class president. Your schemes are impressive. Scram. You better watch your tone with me. I'm still holding onto an IOU for 50,000 yuan crystals. Su Xiao retorted. An IOU? This time, Lu Li was genuinely taken aback. Su Xiao's words reminded him of a feature in the global trading system. Players could issue IOUs with their lives as collateral, along with a mutually agreed repayment period. The IOU would be automatically sent to the creditor, while the debtor was required to clear the debt within the given time. If paid on time, the IOU would disappear. However, failure to repay would result in the debtor's data profile being erased, along with their life. Due to this harsh consequence, IOUs were rarely used in the global trading system. Lu Li hadn't expected Su Xiao to exploit this mechanism. Who issued the IOU to you? Lu Li pressed further. A few players, actually, Su Xiao replied, glancing at the chat window. But they all claimed to be from the Zhao family, swearing on their family honor that they'd repay within 3 days. After a moment of silence, noticing Lu Li hadn't responded, Su Xiao's confidence began to waver. Did I mess up by making them issue IOUs? No, you did great, Lu Li replied, his words brimming with admiration. If you weren't so pragmatic, I'd seriously consider working with you long-term. Su Xiao's eyes lit up with a mischievous grin. Oh, not just a business relationship anymore? Oh, slip of the tongue. Long-term business relationship, Lu Li corrected himself. Get lost. Su Xiao snapped playfully. I'll send you the IOU. You can deal with the Zhao family yourself. I'm off to level up. With that, she sent Lu Li a trade request. Lu Li accepted the request with a chuckle, obtaining the 50,000 yuan crystal IOU. The remaining 30,000 crystals were also dissolved into the solution. Factoring in the 80 efficiency boost, the solution now held a total of 104,156 experience points. Over 100,000 experience points. More than enough. Lu Li thought to himself, elated. Meanwhile, in the Zhao family residence in the capital city, the room was filled with a blue holographic projection, casting an ethereal glow. Zhao Quan paced back and forth, his hand brushing against the curved mustache on his face. His brows furrowed deeply, as if awaiting critical news. Finally, the hologram flickered several times before Zhao Jin's figure appeared. Zhao Quan's expression darkened as he spoke. What's taking so long? How's the collection of high-tier yuan crystals coming along? Zhao Jin's face mirrored his displeasure, his tone stiff. There's been a complication, Elder. Luo Hong has been captured. I had to use some of our stockpile of high-tier yuan crystals to secure her release. What? Luo Hong was captured? Who dared to do this? Which family? Zhao Quan's face twisted with fury, his voice booming. It wasn't a family. It was a solo player named Lu Li, Zhao Jin replied. Lu Li? Zhao Quan took a deep breath, his expression turning wary. With a surname like Lu, could he be from the Lu family? Zhao Jin shook his head. I investigated. This Lu Li is an orphan who grew up in a welfare home in Yongqing. Zhao Quan's furrowed brows relaxed upon hearing this. He let out a sigh of relief and said, as long as it has nothing to do with the Lu family, that's good. That kind of giant, even in decline, is not to be trifled with. His gaze shifted to Zhao Jin, and he continued, Luo Hong's abilities are unique and far more valuable than height tier yuan crystals. Your approach isn't wrong. Since height tier yuan crystals are insufficient, the plan will have to be adjusted. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Quan made his decision. Your branch will first collectively absorb second-tier yuan crystals to reach level 3. As for the remaining third-tier yuan crystals, send them to your brother. Hearing this, Zhao Jin's face immediately darkened. Gritting his teeth, he couldn't help but question. All the third-tier yuan crystals go to Zhao Mao? Why, elder? I have fewer yuan crystal, shall he share some with me? Zhao Quan snorted coldly at this, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Share yuan crystals with you? What for? The only somewhat useful person in your branch, Chun Hao, is dead. Giving you third-tier yuan crystals would be a waste. His tone grew even harsher. It's better to give them all to Zhao Mao. He's managed to recruit a lot of promising talents in Hangqing. If they can level up in one go tonight, it will undoubtedly boost the Zhao family's strength significantly. Zhao Jin wanted to argue further, but Zhao Quan cut him off with a wave of his hand. The elder's voice was firm and final. Enough. You have Luo Hong's corpse crystallization ability. Yuan lack means to level up. The matter is settled. Go and have your people absorb the yuan crystals now. Meanwhile, in an abandoned, half-constructed building on the outskirts of Yongqing, Qi Ziyu sat alone in a dimly lit corner. Nearly an hour had passed since his last transaction, and he was clutching the only second-tier yuan crystal he had left, his chest still heavy with frustration. Qi Ziyu never anticipated that in the entire trading market, the only person actually accepting first-tier yuan crystals was Su Xiao. Everyone else was looking to trade first-tier yuan crystals for higher-tier ones. This situation forced him to exchange all the first-tier yuan crystals he had painstakingly earned with Su Xiao prices entirely dictated by Su Xiao. Although he briefly considered keeping those first-tier yuan crystals, he quickly dismissed the idea. Carrying too many of them was simply impractical. In the end, Qi Ziyu's efforts yielded a disappointing outcome. He traded one third-tier yuan crystal only to obtain a single second-tier yuan crystal. Not only did he fail to profit, but he also ended up at a loss. Rotten deal, Su Xiao. I'll remember you for this, Qi Ziyu muttered through gritted teeth, his fingers mechanically scrolling through the world chat channel on his phone, trying to distract himself from his frustration. Just then, a system notification suddenly popped up. Ding! The leaderboard has been updated. The message immediately caught Qi Ziyu's attention. He jerked his head up, staring wide-eyed at the screen. As though by some unspoken agreement, a large number of players' levels had suddenly risen, pushing their names onto the leaderboard. Qi Ziyu's heartbeat quickened as he realized that a significant shift in the game's dynamics might be unfolding right before his eyes. The very person Qi Ziyu saw as a thorn in his side, Su Xiao, had lived up to expectations and smoothly advanced from level 3 to level 4. Staring at the screen, Qi Ziyu's eye twitched involuntarily. Sure enough, he absorbed my level 3 crystal. His face contorted with frustration as he frantically refreshed the leaderboard, his fingers swiping across the screen so quickly they seemed to spark. While many players had now reached level 3, Qi Ziyu's early advancement still secured his position at second place, keeping him from being bumped down. However, this outcome wasn't what he had anticipated. He had assumed he'd be pushed out of the top ranks much sooner. Lost in his own world, Qi Ziyu suddenly noticed a chilling revelation. His eyes swept across the leaderboard, and his pupils contracted sharply. Among the top 100 players, aside from Su Xiao and himself, every single one was level 3. This is bad, so bad. Can't my rank just drop already? I don't want to stay in second place. Qi Ziyu's voice trembled with despair, and he almost collapsed to his knees. When Su Xiao overtook his first-place position earlier, Qi Ziyu had secretly felt relieved. After all, those loudmouths in the chat channels love to stir up trouble, constantly calling for the top-ranked player to be taken down. They'd refer to him as a big shot with every sentence, which only made him uneasy, fearing he'd become a target. But now, the leaderboard was filled with level 3 players. What did this mean? Qi Ziyu didn't dare to dwell on it. With everyone at the same level, the lower-ranked players would naturally aim to take down those ranked higher to earn rewards from the challenge system. It was like having a sword hanging over his head. As if in response to Qi Ziyu's desperate prayers, a dramatic shift suddenly occurred on the leaderboard. A flood of level 4 players surged in, mercilessly pushing Qi Ziyu's rank beyond 95. Among them were several foreign names, indicating that international players had joined the fray. Whoa, keep it up, foreign friends. Just a few more, and he'll be off the leaderboard. Qi Ziyu stared intently at the screen, muttering to himself, both anxious and hopeful. However, fate seemed to enjoy toying with him. In the end, his rank stabilized at exactly 100th place. The top 99 players were all level 4, leaving Qi Ziyu the lone level 3 clinging to the very last spot. Not only was this dangerous, but it was utterly humiliating. Come on, don't do this to me. Qi Ziyu slumped to the ground, clutching his head as he desperately pondered his next move. Just then, the leaderboard flickered, as though struck by some unknown force. Chi Ziyu's name was abruptly pushed out of the top 100, vanishing from the list entirely. Ha ha ha. Heaven hasn't abandoned me. Overjoyed, Chi Ziyu eagerly searched the leaderboard. Let's see who it was that reached level 4 and bumped me. OFF, I need to add them as a friend and thank them. Yet, as he scoured the list of level 4 players, he found no new faces. It wasn't until his gaze casually landed on the very top of the leaderboard that he froze in shock. There, in first place, was a new name, Luli, level 15. Level 15? Are you kidding me? Zhao Jin stared at the leaderboard in disbelief, his face a mix of shock and incredulity, as if he had seen the impossible. During the first 7 days of the Apocalypse game, the highest tier crystal players could obtain was level 3. This was clearly stated in the ancient book, and there was no room for error. By the calculation of 100 experience points per level 3 crystal, even absorbing 10 crystals consecutively would only bring a player to level 9. Breaking past level 10 was deemed impossible. So how did this Luli suddenly jump to level 15? A chill ran down Zhao Jin's spine as he felt an icy dread creeping up his back. With trembling fingers, he opened Luli's profile. When his eyes landed on the coordinates, his pupils contracted sharply, as though struck by a heavy blow. That location, Zhao Jin knew it all too well. It was the very place where the Zhao family had killed and stolen the book over a decade ago. Why that place of all places? Could Luli really be the orphan of that family? Impossible. If he were, why would the Lu family have left him to grow up in an orphanage, completely ignored? It must be a coincidence. Zhao Jin convinced himself, forcing his mind to calm. Taking a deep breath, he sent 2 messages to Luli. Luli, I see your coordinates. Please keep your promise and leave Luohong there. It'll bring people to pick her up. Also, I'd like to meet with you in person. The Zhao family greatly values talented players like you and hopes you'll consider joining us. Though Zhao Jin could be impulsive, he wasn't foolish. If Luli wasn't the orphan of that family, past grudges could be set aside. Someone like Luli could still be recruited. Even if it cost them Luohong's crystal, it would be worth it to secure him. Luli hadn't blocked Zhao Jin's messages, and soon, a reply came through. It was short, just 2 words. Come then. Zhao Jin immediately gathered his men and set out. As soon as he got into the vehicle, another message from Zhao Quan popped up. What's going on? The Luli at the top of the leaderboard, and tell me he's the same Luli you mentioned. The one who has Luohong under control? Zhao Jin quickly replied. That's him. I'm on my way to meet him now and retrieve Luohong. He's willing to meet you? Excellent. I don't care what happened before, just make sure Luli joins the Zhao family. Zhao Quan's command carried an air of absolute authority. Don't worry, Elder Zhao. Luli is as good as ours, there's no escape for him. Even if he refuses, I won't let him leave alive. On the outskirts of Yongcheng, in an abandoned villa, Luli hadn't rushed to claim his upgrade rewards. Instead, he took a moment to feel the enhancements brought by his leap in levels before opening his status panel. Luli squinted his eyes, carefully examining his data panel. His title displayed as Cross-Level Slayer, and his level had already reached 15. His 4 main attributes were as follows: Strength 15.0, Constitution 15.8, Agility 15.6, and Spirit 15.9. The talent section was filled with impressive abilities: Lightning Bolt Diamond Tier, Blade Arm Emerald Tier, Swarm Deterrence Platinum Tier, Bloodthirsty Slaughter Platinum Tier, along with several Silver Tier talents such as Scout, Herculean Strength, Rapid Speed, and Balance. Having looted numerous corpses earlier at Tianyi Plaza, he had also acquired a pile of less useful talents, which he didn't bother to examine closely. He opened the attribute allocation interface, calculating his next move. In this post-apocalyptic game, players automatically gained 1 point in each of the 4 main attributes with every level up, along with 1 freely assignable attribute point. Having leveled up to 15 in one go, Luli now had a total of 15 free attribute points at his disposal. Instead of allocating them immediately, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a golden jelly bean. This was a rare item he had obtained from a challenger's chest, and he had 2 of them in total. The item description read: Item name: Useless Jelly Bean. Quality: Excellent. Effect: Consuming this will reveal hidden attributes for 1 minute. Note: this thing is definitely not as useless as it looks. Without hesitation, Luli popped the jelly bean into his mouth. Instantly, a 5th attribute luck appeared on the allocation interface, with a current value of 0.8. This seemingly useless jelly bean was, in fact, the only known item that could permanently increase the luck attribute. The key lay in how it was used. In his previous life, Luli had also used such a jelly bean, but by the time he learned the correct method, he had very few free attribute points left, so his luck boost had been minimal. This time, he was determined to go all in. Taking advantage of the 1-minute window while the luck attribute was visible, Luli decisively allocated all 15 free attribute points to luck. He watched with satisfaction as his luck value surged to 15.8. Nodding slightly, he closed the data panel. With his power now enhanced, it was time for revenge. Lu Li turned his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto Luo Hong, who was still kneeling on the ground. Luo Hong's eyes never left Lu Li as she quietly observed his every move. When he approached, she immediately adopted a pitiful expression. However, before she could utter a word, Chen Hao, standing nearby, delivered 2 harsh kicks to her. Shut up. Do you not understand what repentance means? Chen Hao barked sharply. Lu Li raised a hand to stop Chen Hao's violent outburst. He looked down at Luo Hong, who was kneeling on the ground, his voice calm and steady. So, do you admit to the sins you committed back then? Luo Hong's face was filled with an expression of innocence and grievance. Trembling, she stammered, I don't know what sins you're talking about. I've never been here before, and I have no idea what happened here. Still pretending, are you? Lu Li let out a faint chuckle, propping his forehead with one hand. All right, let me tell you a little story. He began to narrate, speaking of 2 girls, Xiao Lan and Xiao Hong, childhood friends who grew up together. Despite their vastly different family circumstances, their friendship remained unaffected. Over time, Xiao Lan's help to Xiao Hong evolved from sharing candies to financial support. At first, Xiao Hong was grateful, but gradually, she began to take it all for granted. The story took a sudden turn. Xiao Lan's family fell into ruin, and she could no longer provide the same assistance to Xiao Hong. Coincidentally, Xiao Hong needed money for her mother's surgery. Unable to gather enough for the operation, her mother tragically passed away. Overcome with grief, Xiao Hong blamed everything on Xiao Lan. The two had a fierce argument, and their once close friendship turned to estrangement. Lu Li's voice grew colder as he continued. Then one day, Xiao Hong was presented with an opportunity to take revenge on Xiao Lan while securing wealth and power for herself. Without hesitation, she betrayed Xiao Lan. Even when Xiao Lan's family was destroyed and she herself lay broken, Xiao Hong showed up in person, driving nail after nail into her former friend's body. When he finished, Lu Li lowered his hand, his gaze sharp as a blade piercing through Luo Hong. What do you think of this story, Xiao Hong? Luo Hong kept her head down, her lips trembling and her eyes bulging with terror. She stammered, How do you know all this? That's impossible. The Zhao family handled everything so discreetly. There's no way you could know. But I do, Lu Li said coldly, towering over her. Do you have anything else to say? Lu Li. Luo Hong cried out urgently, then slammed her head against the ground twice. She tried to crawl forward, attempting to clutch Lu Li's leg as she sobbed and begged, but Chen Hao kicked her back. Cough, cough. Luo Hong coughed, her voice choked with emotion. About your mother. I'm truly sorry. So sorry. After that day, I haven't had a single good night's sleep. The image of your mother in her final moments haunts me over and over. Everything I did, it was the Zhao family who forced me. I had no choice. Yes, I accepted the benefits Zhao Jin offered, but if I hadn't revealed the location of that book back then, Zhao Jin would have killed my entire family. I really had no choice. Lu Li, please, I beg you, let me go. Please. Luo Hong began to wail uncontrollably, but Lu Li's expression remained unmoved. He knew deep down that in his previous life, he might have believed Luo Hong's emotional display and spared her. But now, having lived through it all again, he would not be deceived by such poor acting. If you're trying to buy time, don't bother. I'll stay here until Zhao Jin shows up, Lu Li said, sliding his right hand into his pocket. His fingers brushed against something inside a thin ticket, a rare item he had obtained from the challenger's treasure chest. Luo Hong's sobbing abruptly stopped when she heard his words. After a moment of silence, she slowly raised her head, her tear-streaked face now devoid of remorse. Instead, it was filled with malice and resentment. Lu Li, you still have a choice. Luo Hong gritted her teeth. If you insist on killing me, Zhao Jin will surely take revenge on you. The entire Zhao family will stop at nothing to come after you. With your exceptional talent and such a promising future ahead, are you really willing to risk everything for 2 people who died over a decade ago? Lu Li let out a cold laugh, remaining silent. Just then, the howling night wind swept into the villa, carrying with it the roar of an approaching car engine. Zhao Jin had arrived. Luo Hong heard the commotion outside as well, and a twisted grin spread across her face. She staggered to her feet and arrogantly said to Lu Li, Did you hear that? Lu Li, Zhao Jin is here. He's come to save me. Do you even understand the power of the Zhao family? Do you know how long they've been preparing for the revival war? If I die here, there's no way you'll leave this place alive. At that moment, Luo Hong felt as though the tide had turned in her favor, a wave of exhilaration washing over her. Meanwhile, standing across from her, Lu Li let out a quiet sigh, silently lamenting the darkness of human nature. Lu Li stepped out of the villa, ignoring the frenzied Luo Hong entirely. Under the night sky, Countless car headlights illuminated the entire building, and dense crowds blocked every exit. At the main entrance, a man dressed in fitted combat attire stood expressionless, his gaze fixed on Lu Li. "Where's Luo Hong?" Zhao Jin asked bluntly. "Inside the villa," Lu Li replied calmly, as though he were casually chatting with an acquaintance. Zhao Jin felt a twinge of unease at Lu Li's composure. As someone who had faced life and death struggles, he was well aware that most people would instinctively react to threats with heightened emotions, trembling, or raised voices. Yet Lu Li's unshaken demeanor hinted at a quiet confidence, evidence that he had something to rely on. It seems the patriarch's judgment was correct. This man must either serve the Zhao family or be eliminated at all costs, Zhao Jin thought to himself. Softening his tone slightly, he continued, "Lu Li, your talents are exceptional. You are more than qualified to join the Zhao family. If you agree, I'm willing to let bygones be bygones. Not only that, but the Zhao family will allocate significant resources to nurture you, making you a core leader. However, if you insist on defiance, my people will ensure you never leave here alive." Zhao Jin was confident in his offer, believing that few could resist such a blend of threat and temptation. Yet to his surprise, Lu Li showed no interest. Instead, a mocking smile appeared on his face. "You and your wife really do think alike, don't you?" Lu Li remarked with a faint sneer. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Hao emerged from the villa, dragging Luo Hong behind him like a lifeless dog. Before Zhao Jin could react, Chen Hao's hand clamped down on Luo Hong's throat like a claw. With a brutal twist and a sickening rip, half of her windpipe was torn out, and blood gushed out in torrents. "You, Lu Li, what is the meaning of this?" Zhao Jin roared, his eyes wide with fury. "Just answering your question," Lu Li replied as he pulled his right hand from his pocket and tore off the stub of a ticket. "Not only will I never join the Zhao family, but I will also destroy it. Luo Hong's death is just the beginning." Before Zhao Jin could process what was happening, flames erupted from the ticket in Lu Li's hand. "Kill him!" Zhao Jin shouted, sensing the danger too late. The fire from the ticket surged, expanding in an instant and engulfing Lu Li completely. "Welcome to the Nexus Arena. You have been transported to the waiting area. Matching you with a suitable opponent now. Estimated wait time, 10 minutes. A cheerful electronic voice echoed in his ears as Lu Li stepped out of the flames. Moments ago, Zhao Jin and the villa were still in front of him, but they vanished like a mirage, replaced by an enclosed space of about 50 square meters. The walls around him were smooth and mirror-like, a seamless expanse of milky white that gave the impression of being cast as a single entity. Lu Li glanced around the room. Seeing no one else present, he calmly summoned a translucent data panel. He quickly sent messages to Su Xiao and Lin Qinfeng. The message to Su Xiao was a warning to be cautious of potential retaliation from Zhao Jin, as they had just crossed the Zhao family and could not afford to be careless. To Lin Qinfeng, he inquired about the progress of gathering gold. Almost immediately, Lin Qinfeng replied, "Time is tight, but combined with the Lin family's existing reserves, we've managed to collect 700 kilograms of gold so far." Lu Li nodded slightly and responded, "That's enough for now. Trade this gold to me first. Keep collecting more afterward. It will only benefit the Lin family in the long run." At that moment, another message from Lin Qinfeng popped up. "Mr. Lu, if I may ask, what exactly are you planning to do with all this gold?" A faint smile appeared on Lu Li's lips as he replied, "The exact purpose is not something I can share with you right now. Just focus on collecting it. No need to overthink. Also, keep an eye on Zhao Jin in the next couple of days. If he makes any big moves, let me know immediately." Lin Qinfeng replied promptly, "Understood." Unfortunately, with the Lin family's current weakened state, the information we can gather is mostly surface level. "Please don't rush, Mr. Lu." Lu Li's brows furrowed slightly as his fingers moved swiftly across the interface. "Have some faith in your master. I promise, within 3 days, Zhao Jin and his branch of the Zhao family will completely disappear from Yongqing." After sending the message, Lu Li closed the chat window and suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he muttered to himself, "Someone talking bad about me? Probably Zhao Jin. Just wait. Once I'm out of here, he'll scatter your ashes to the wind." In truth, with Lu Li's current strength, he could already take on Zhao Jin. He could summon 100 LV.3 soul soldiers and 2 LV.5 soul guards, and with the various abilities he had gained through devouring, his combat power was terrifying. However, he chose to avoid a direct confrontation for now. Zhao Jin had mobilized his entire force, and while Lu Li could kill him in a desperate fight, the risk to his own life was too great. To Lu Li, such a gamble was unnecessary. Time was precious in the early stages, and Lu Li needed to make the most of every moment to grow stronger. After all, the Zhao family was only one target on his long list of enemies. There were far more powerful factions and even more terrifying entities awaiting him. He had to proceed carefully, building his foundation step by step. As Lu Li was lost in thought, flames once again erupted in the space. From within, a figure covered in tattered clothing and smeared with soot tumbled out, landing heavily on the ground with a pained groan. Luli's gaze fell on the beast ears of the figure before him, and he couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. Apollo was here. This could only mean that the Nexus Arena had rated their combat power quite highly. The Nexus Arena, as the name suggests, serves as the central hub connecting various star systems. Players from different planets can teleport here using arena tickets. There are two types of tickets. Blue tickets safely transport users to the spectator stands, allowing them to watch battles, exchange information, or trade items. Red tickets, like the one Luli used, transport players to the waiting room, where they are matched with opponents of similar strength for combat. Luli's ticket, adorned with golden edges, was a rare reward obtained from a challenge chest. The arena offers 3 combat modes: solo battles, 2-player cooperation, and 5-player teams. The color of the waiting room indicates the mode: black for solo, white for 2-player, and gray for 5-player. First-time ticket users are randomly assigned a mode, and this time, Luli happened to enter the 2-player cooperation mode. Before the dusty Palu could even get up from the ground, the entire pearly white space began to tremble. At the most prominent spot, 3 rules slowly appeared. Nexus Arena Combat Rules 2-Player Mode. 1. There are no restrictions on combat. Once you enter the waiting area, participation in the battle is mandatory. The fight cannot end until a winner is decided. 2. During combat, players' data panels will be temporarily locked. Players cannot use the panel for chatting, trading, or adjusting their attributes. 3. Bribing or attacking the referee during combat is strictly prohibited. Any violations will result in immediate execution by the referee. As he read through the familiar rules, Luli raised an eyebrow, a sense of relief washing over him. Just like in his previous life, the rules hadn't changed. This meant he could proceed with the plan he had carefully crafted long before the battle even began. As the countdown reached 0, the waiting room trembled once again. The rules on the wall shattered and reassembled, forming a simple sketch of a door. With a click, the lock turned, and the door slowly creaked open, revealing a long, dimly lit corridor. Standing at the doorway was a peculiar robotic referee, clad in a blue and white striped uniform with an exaggerated upside-down triangular mask covering its face. It spoke in a high-pitched, eccentric tone, "Greetings, fresh-faced rookies of the arena. I am the referee for this match, the embodiment of absolute fairness Diojatyan. Follow me into the breathtaking world of combat." Dio gestured invitingly, but the Paru person remained frozen in place, and Luli stayed unmoving, still seated atop the pile of gold. The robot coughed awkwardly a few times before explaining, "Ahem, you too. Stalling won't help. Once the arena ticket is used, you must compete and decide a victor." "That's the rule." "Decide a victor," the Paru person murmured softly, her voice gentle, indicating she might be a girl. "Can I just surrender outright?" Upon hearing this, Luli was so startled that he fell off the pile of gold. Dio tilted its head and dragged out its response. "Are you sure you want to forfeit outright?" "No, no, no. We'll compete." Luli quickly interjected, rushing to the Paru person's side and whispering urgently, "If you forfeit outright, the consequences will be dire. The hub arena thrives on battles. If contestants surrender before the fight even begins, the referee will get angry. And when the referee gets angry, the result is immediate execution for both contestants." Dio crossed its arms and leaned against the doorframe. "It seems the two of you didn't discuss this beforehand. Here's the deal. I'll give you 30 seconds to decide. Choose whether to participate in the match or to surrender outright." Luli grabbed the Paru person by the arm and pulled her to her feet, continuing to persuade her, "We have to compete. If we surrender outright, we'll be executed on the spot." The Paru person lowered her head, her animal-like ears drooping as she avoided Luli's gaze. "But even if we compete, the outcome will still be a loss. Losing means no reward, and when I return, he'll still die. You might not have what it takes, but I'm here, aren't I? Let's give it a shot. What if we actually win?" Luli tried to reassure her. She glanced at him briefly before lowering her head again, looking even more defeated. "You're just a monkey person. Maybe you're smarter than me, but when it comes to fighting, there's no way you can stand up to those higher beings." Monkey person, Luli's eye twitched as he realized Shed lumped him in with her own kind, assuming he was just as weak. He decided it wasn't worth explaining and instead tried a different tactic. "Look, surrendering means death, and competing also means death. So why not compete? At least we'll buy ourselves a bit more time." "Whatever," she muttered despondently, finally agreeing to participate. Relieved, Luli raised his voice. "Referee, well compete." Dio's demeanor shifted from impatient to enthusiastic as it exclaimed in its high-pitched tone, "That's fantastic. Please follow me, and together we'll step into the thrilling world of—" "Wait, referee." Luli interrupted, picking up a gold brick and holding it out toward Dio. "Before the match starts, I'd like to ask for your help with something. Dio leaned back dramatically. Bribing the referee in broad daylight? Have you even read the rules, you little rascal? Luli grinned. Oh, come on. The rules clearly state that bribing the referee is prohibited during a match. But the match hasn't started yet, has it? And besides, this isn't bribery, it's just a little favor I'm asking of you. Dio took the gold brick, inspecting it closely while muttering, pure gold, 99 purity, quite rare. All right, I'll let it slide this time. But don't let it happen again. So, what is it? You want me to rig the match in your favor, or assign you a weaker opponent? Luli shook his head. I wouldn't dare ask you to do anything so troublesome. I just want one thing: qualification as a challenger. A challenger's qualification? Dio leaned back again, scanning Luli from head to toe before pulling out a temperature scanner to check him. 36.8 C, normal temperature. No fever. Yet you're spouting nonsense. Do you even know what becoming a challenger entails? Luli nodded. Yes. Becoming a challenger means entering duel mode, where I'll have to fight 3 consecutive matches. I won't be able to leave the hub arena until they're completed. Dio tossed the gold brick in its hand and spoke mockingly. Do you also realize that in duel mode, surrendering is not an option? Only death can end the battle. I understand. You're sure you want this qualification? Absolutely. Dio pocketed the gold brick and conjured a black contract with red letters. This much gold is far too generous for just that. Luli replied firmly. It's necessary. Because I don't just want to fight 3 matches, I want to fight 100. The room fell silent. Even Dio's internal gears seemed to momentarily jam. Are you insane? 100 consecutive matches? That's no different from a death wish. Dio's head suddenly popped off, hanging by a single spring. Luli took a step back, pointing to the pile of gold in the center of the room. One last request. During the duels, please don't remove the bodies from the arena. 700 kilograms of pure gold, this should cover it. Right. Referee Dio? Dio hastily reattached its head and shuffled over to the gold pile, muttering, don't remove the bodies. Never thought I'd encounter such a weirdo on my first day back on the job. But for this much gold, fine. 100 matches it is. As it spoke, the gold vanished into thin air. Dio pulled out another contract, this one with golden letters embossed on a black background, and handed it to Luli for his signature. Then, in a booming voice, it declared, Waiting room 666, duel mode initiated. Gladiator Luli and Gladiator Elizabaki are ready for the challenge. The 100-match death gauntlet is about to begin. Hearing Dio's announcement, Alicia, leaning against the wall, felt her legs weaken and nearly collapsed to the ground. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the monkey referee in the center of the arena. Her mind replaying the scene from moments ago. It was clearly a bribe. Yet, the outcome was beyond imagination. What was supposed to be a standard competition had turned into a life-or-death gladiatorial battle, and not just one fight, but 100 consecutive ones. Alicia's thoughts were bitter. Even gods from higher planes wouldn't stand a chance of winning 100 consecutive matches in the arena. This was practically a death sentence. She had thought about death before, but never in her wildest dreams did she expect to meet her end in such an absurd manner. A cat person with almost zero combat ability, stepping into the arena for the first time. Choosing the 100-match gladiator mode, this was destined to become an eternal joke among the people of Paru. She couldn't help but steal a glance at Luli beside her, silently cursing in her heart, what kind of lunatic is this guy? However, Luli's thoughts at that moment were entirely different from Alicia's. He was regretting whether he had given the referee too much fine gold, causing the latter to agree so readily. If he had known it would be this easy, why didn't he ask for 200 matches? This seemingly reckless decision was, in fact, the result of Luli's careful planning. In regular arena matches, regardless of victory or defeat, participants wouldn't truly die. Even if they were killed on the spot, they would merely be removed from the Nexus arena temporarily and could rejoin after 7 days. Because there was no real death, Luli's soul devouring ability couldn't come into play. Winning only yielded trivial rewards and a small number of Nexus points, which did little to enhance his strength. The gladiator mode, however, was entirely different. Participants could die for real, and the rewards for victory were significantly richer. More importantly, those who dared to enter this mode were often highly confident in their abilities. Genius players. By plundering the talents of these prodigies, Luli could achieve a rapid boost in power. As for the risk, Luli had already considered it. As a first-time participant, his rookie status granted him a certain level of protection, even if his power rating wasn't low. In gladiator mode, he wouldn't face veteran players with overwhelming strength. When Luli and Alicia emerged from the long corridor and stepped into the center of the arena, countless advertisements were already hanging around the venue. Their images flashed repeatedly on 4 enormous screens, accompanied by eye-catching headlines. The arrogant challenger from the dust world. A gladiator count you won't believe. Is this the epitaph of reckless overconfidence, or the roar of a buried genius? Unprecedented odds. A gladiatorial feast like no other. Let's watch and see. Looking at these exaggerated slogans, Lu Li's mouth twitched slightly. He had to admit, the Nexus Arena, as a hub connecting countless star systems, was indeed a master of marketing. Even he found himself looking forward to the upcoming matches and the spectacle they would bring. Meanwhile, the audience erupted in lively discussions, most of which were filled with mockery and disdain. After all, those seated in the stands were mostly players who had participated in battles themselves. Even newcomers had heard plenty of insider stories from veterans. I can't believe it. I've spent hundreds of blue tickets, and today I get to witness a rookie taking on 100 consecutive gladiator matches. Yeah, even seeing a rookie win 3 matches in a row is rare. Didn't you see what the ad said? They're from the dust world. Players from such backwater places are always frogs in a well, oblivious to the vastness of the heavens. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. I can't wait to see what these two are capable of to be this arrogant. Some, however, had different opinions. Don't underestimate them. Arena referees aren't fools. Why would they approve 100 gladiator matches for rookies? It's probably a publicity stunt to attract attention. These rookies might have some skill, but 100 matches is still too much. Others began pondering their betting strategies. I'm starting to get excited about today's bets. The arena always acts as the bookie, so just bet on the rookies losing. It's a guaranteed win. Don't get ahead of yourself. The odds for that will definitely be low. You won't make much. Even a little is still something. This is a sure thing. I'm going all in. Careful, or you might lose your shirt. Stop talking nonsense. Do you honestly believe a rookie can win 100 matches in a row? Just follow my lead and get rich with me. As the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly heated, Dio, standing in the center, discreetly contacted the bookmaker overseeing the bets. My dear, place a bet for me. Wager on Lu Li and Alicia winning all 100 matches. 700 kilograms of fine gold. The bookmaker quickly replied, Referee Dio, just a friendly reminder, this 100-match gladiator challenge has already caught the attention of the Celestials. Are you sure you want to play with fire under their watchful eyes? Of course not, my dear. I am the very embodiment of fairness. This wager is merely a small show of confidence in this rookie contestant. By the way, what are the odds for 100 straight wins? They're not finalized yet, but the tentative odds are 1 to 500,000. If you bet 700 kilograms of fine gold and win, that's 35,000 metric tons of fine gold. Such an enormous amount might be difficult for the Nexus Arena to pay out immediately. Are you certain you want to place this bet? Dio shook his head with a smirk. Of course, my dear. The arena has never failed to pay its debts. Besides, it can always be converted into Nexus points. The bookmaker stared at the message, hesitating before offering one last piece of advice. But that's 700 kilograms of fine gold, a significant amount. Dio's reply was simple and brash. It's free money from the rookie's bribe. What's there to fear? The bookmaker drew a sharp breath, momentarily tempted. While 100 consecutive wins seemed like an impossible feat, the 1 to 500,000 odds were simply too enticing. Even betting a single Nexus point could yield 500,000 points in return. She thought to herself, maybe I'll place a small bet too. After all, in the Nexus Arena, all bets were processed by supercomputers. As a glamorous bookmaker, her role was primarily to verify and record wagers. With a playful mindset, she decided to bet 10 Nexus points on Lu Li's victory. At that moment, the arena was filled with the resonant sound of a bell. The 100-match gladiatorial challenge had officially begun. The resounding chime of the starting bell reverberated through the Colosseum, and Elisa's terror surged to its peak. Her legs trembled violently, her frail frame barely able to hold her upright. At that moment, a hand lightly tapped her shoulder. She turned around and came face-to-face with a monkey-faced man whose expression carried a hint of defiance. If you don't want to die, find somewhere to hide. Once the fight starts, I won't be able to look out for you, Lu Li said nonchalantly. With that, he strode forward, leaving Elisa frozen in place, wide-eyed in disbelief. Was this monkey man seriously planning to take on 2 opponents alone? Across the arena, a heavy iron gate groaned open, and 2 hulking stone-skinned warriors emerged. Their bodies were encased in rugged, brown rock, and each step they took sent faint tremors through the ground. Elisa's heart nearly stopped. She knew all too well the brutal strength and near-impenetrable defense of the stone-skinned, one of the dominant races enslaving the Palu people. Though not the brightest, their sheer physical power was enough to subdue dozens of Palu with ease. Grrrah! Grrrah! The stone-skinned warriors spotted Lu Li in the arena and let out guttural roars, their grotesque mouths twisting into savage grins. Their massive frames lurched forward, barreling toward him like runaway locomotives. Elisa shut her eyes in terror, bracing for the inevitable screams of pain. But instead of the sound of carnage, there were 2 heavy thuds. Peeking through her fingers, she saw the lifeless bodies of the two stone-skinned warriors sprawled on the ground. The arena fell into stunned silence before erupting into deafening cheers. Did you see that? He took them both down in an instant. His movements were too fast to follow. That right Honda transformed it into a weapon. Must be a morphing ability. Don't jump to conclusions. Maybe he just happened to hit their weak spots. The crowd buzzed with speculation, but Luli remained unfazed. He casually flicked the blood off his blade and silently activated his soul-devouring ability on the fallen warriors. Devoured LV.6 Stone Skin Souls 2. Gained 30 soul points. Acquired ability, Mountain Shaker 2. Ability Mountain Shaker detected as eligible for advancement. Trigger advancement quest? Luli chose to trigger the advancement rather than enhance or fuse the ability. With 99 more battles ahead, he figured he might as well complete the quest along the way. Quest objective. Achieve 20 kills using strength-based abilities only. Quest rewards, 5 challengers chests, Mountain Shaker upgraded to Platinum tier. Progress, 0-20 kills. In the luxurious private box above the arena, a richly dressed woman lounged on a plush sofa, watching Luli with amused curiosity. Plucking a berry from the fruit platter, she asked, "How many matches do you think this newcomer can win?" "Madam, I would wager no more than 3 matches," replied a delicate young man who emerged from behind the sofa and knelt before her. He wore little more than a loincloth to cover himself. The woman extended the berry toward his lips, and he took it into his mouth before feeding it back to her in a sensual, lip-to-lip exchange. "He relies on speed," the young man explained. "It just so happens that speed is a natural counter to the stone skin's weaknesses." Nearby, a golden-haired man also knelt. "Madam, I believe he could win 10 matches. His strength is extraordinary." He killed those stone-skinned warriors with a single strike. He playfully took a berry with his lips, teasingly feeding it to her, eliciting a soft laugh. Suddenly, a mocking voice spoke from the shadows. "If his strength is so extraordinary, why stop at 10 matches? Why not 20 or even 100? The temperature in the room plummeted. From beneath the woman's gown, several tentacles emerged, snaking through the air to seize a muscular, dark-skinned man and drag him into the light. "Wilfred, dear," the woman said, baring her sharp, glistening teeth. "How many times must I remind you? A proper consort of mine should know his place. Interrupting others is terribly rude." The man opened his mouth to protest, but her tentacles quickly silenced him, coiling tightly around his face. And to ensure fairness, she continued with a chilling smile, "He'll just have to silence you as well." Before he could react, the tentacles constricted violently, tearing his muscular form into 2 grotesque, bloody halves. "What a waste of such good meat," the woman remarked coldly, casually wiping the blood-soaked tentacle on the pale-skinned male companion. The man trembled all over, but dared not flinch, forcing himself to endure the fear and remain still as she moved. The woman scanned the room before suddenly issuing orders. "Xiao Binbin, call someone from the arena to clean this up. Xiao Erfu, let's continue watching the match." The 2 individuals she addressed sprang into action immediately. The pale-skinned man shakily got to his feet and stumbled out of the private box as quickly as he could. The blonde man, on the other hand, crawled obediently to the woman's feet like a trained dog and knelt submissively beside her. Inside the arena, the match continued. After Luli secured his first victory with ease, Dio jogged to the center of the arena. As both referee and host, it was his duty to announce the results. After confirming that the 2 stone-skinned fighters were indeed dead, Dio proclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "Congratulations to our challenger for claiming his first win. Now, let's welcome the next 2 defenders to the stage." It was clear the organizers had no intention of giving Luli a break. Another iron gate slowly creaked open, and the figures inside gradually became visible. The audience erupted into chatter. "Whoa, it's the Tyrannid swarm. Even though these are just the lowest-ranked swift insectoids, their speed is legendary. The arena's doing this on purpose, aren't they? They know Luli relies on speed, so they're pitting him against swift insectoids to challenge him in that area." Challenge? Swift insectoids specialize in ambushes. Luli's as good as dead. Before the murmurs died down, the 2 swift insectoids had already launched their attack on Luli. Unlike the straightforward aggression of the stone-skinned fighters, the insectoids' movements were far more cunning. One charged Hedon to draw attention, while the other circled to Luli's rear, waiting for an opening. Just as everyone expected Luli to focus entirely on defense, he did something unexpected: let his guard down. Even the blade on his right arm disappeared. The audience broke into a flurry of discussion once more. Has he given up? Realized he's outmatched and decided not to fight back? "I told you, this rookie is just fast. Against ambush specialists like the swift insectoids, he doesn't stand a chance." Mocking voices filled the air, with almost no one believing in Luli. Seeing Luli completely unguarded, the 2 swift insectoids grew even more excited. their speed increasing as they closed in. But just as they were about to strike, Luli suddenly crouched low, grabbing one of the insectoids by the leg. With a swift motion, he swung it like a flail, hurling it into the air. Before anyone could react, a deafening crash echoed through the arena as the insectoid was smashed into its companion. The sheer force of the impact shattered their exoskeletons, sending green insect blood splattering everywhere. The entire arena fell into an eerie silence. After a long pause, whispers began to ripple through the crowd. Did I see that right? He used an insectoid as a weapon? Who said he's only fast? That strength is terrifying. Look, those two insectoids seem to be dead. That was way too violent. Violent? Swift insectoids are light. Light? Then you try swinging one. I'm not the challenger. Anyway, swift insectoids are easier to deal with than stone-skinned fighters. Though skepticism lingered, the crowd's attitude toward Luli was no longer entirely dismissive. In the corner, Eliza was utterly stunned, her mouth agape. Even though the two swift insectoids hadn't targeted her, she could clearly sense their strength. These two were undoubtedly stronger than the stone-skinned fighters. Yet Luli had taken them down barehanded, without even using a weapon. He doesn't seem like a Pelurian, Eliza muttered, staring blankly at Luli. She suddenly realized something: male Pelurians always had short facial hair, while only females like her had smooth skin. But Luli's face was completely hairless, which meant he wasn't a Pelurian at all, let alone one of the Pelurian monkey people. Who is he, really? Eliza's curiosity deepened. Dio's exaggerated voice rang out again. 2 consecutive victories. Let's welcome the next defenders to the stage. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Luli faced a variety of defenders, but none stood a chance against him. Some were sent flying with a single punch, others killed with a single kick. In one particularly shocking moment, Luli slapped an opponent so hard that their head flew off. The one constant was that Luli never used any weapons. The crowd erupted in cheers for Luli's ferocious combat style. His relentless, bare-handed assaults ignited a fiery passion among the strength-obsessed audience, who fervently chanted his name. In a luxurious private box, a corpulent woman dressed in opulent attire slowly rose from her seat and moved to the glass window to gaze down at the arena. Her face, layered with folds of flesh, lit up with keen interest as she murmured to herself, "What a violent fighting style." At her feet, a blonde elf knelt, humbly kissing the hem of her gown. In a submissive tone, he said, "Madam, if you desire him, I can immediately negotiate with the high heavens on your behalf." The woman chuckled softly, tapping the elf's forehead with her finger. "You're quite eager, aren't you? What's the matter? Aren't you afraid that if I take Luli, you'll fall out of favor?" The elf nuzzled her hand with his cheek, responding obediently, "My sole purpose is to bring joy to you, madam. As long as it pleases you, I'm willing to do anything." The woman laughed even harder, her bloated body quivering like a grotesque, oversized jelly. "Among all my playthings, you're the cleverest. Go on, speak to that old fool in the high heavens. This Luli must have him." Meanwhile, in the arena, Luli unleashed Soul Devourer once again, bringing his soul energy points to an impressive 5,476. He calculated silently that absorbing just 30 more points would allow him to increase his soul weapon capacity by 50. Despite his effortless victories in the first 11 matches, the relentless battles had drained a significant amount of his stamina. To complete his ability advancement task, he had been solely relying on his strength-based talents, winning every fight through sheer brute force. As such, he resolved to use his soul weapons in the upcoming battles to conserve energy while also gaining a deeper understanding of his newly acquired abilities. However, the advancement tasks seemed deliberately designed to push Luli to his limits. Several consecutive tasks required him to personally eliminate his opponents, or even exchange injuries to surpass his physical boundaries. This meant that to secure his new abilities, he would have to sacrifice his stamina and possibly risk his life. Luli understood that the battles ahead would only grow more grueling and perilous. Beneath the arena, in the central control hub, an array of screens of varying sizes covered the entire space. Figures moved busily back and forth, ensuring the smooth operation of the arena. At the heart of the room, in front of a massive screen, Supreme Heaven sat in a grand command chair, his 6 eyes narrowed as he focused intently on the display. As the overseer of the Nexus Arena, Supreme Heaven had seen his fair share of dazzling newcomers. But someone like Luli, a madman who demanded 100 consecutive bouts right from the start, was unprecedented. At first, he dismissed him as an overconfident upstart. But after 11 matches, Supreme Heaven uncovered a chilling truth. Luli hadn't been fighting at full strength, not even close to 10% of his power had been revealed. Except for the first match, where Luli transformed his right arm into a blade. The following 10 fights were won with nothing but his bare fists. While Supreme Heaven himself could perform such feats, his rank was far above Luli's. Moreover, as a member of the Titan race, close combat was his inherent specialty. If constrained to the same level, he suspected he might not be a match for Lu Li. It chosen one of the realms? Supreme Heaven muttered to himself, then shook his head. Such beings were exceedingly rare. Besides, he had investigated Lu Li's background hailed from a remote, unremarkable planet. How could a golden phoenix rise from such an obscure backwater? No, it had to be some hidden technique at play. 100 matches, huh? If you want to show off, I'll gladly oblige. Match 12. Let's see all your cards on the table. Supreme Heaven sneered as he issued the command. In the arena, as Dio made his flamboyant announcement, the iron gates of the corridor creaked open once again. This time, two women stepped out, each wielding a Scythione dressed in black, the other in white. The crowd erupted in recognition and shock. It's the Black-White Reapers. I can't believe they're sending these two monsters out in the 12th round. That's it. Lu Li is done for. An 11-match winning streak. Guess that's as far as he goes. Shame though. I really liked his brutal fighting style. Dio shot a sympathetic glance at Lu Li, whispering, "Kid, you'd better be on your guard. These two aren't the kind of opponents you can take lightly." Lu Li nodded, but showed no sign of tension on his face. He could sense the arena's intent. Sending out two seasoned veterans early was clearly an attempt to force him to reveal his hidden abilities. If that was what they wanted, then head oblige just a little. This time, Lu Li didn't wait for his opponents to make the first move. He charged forward, a crimson mist seeping from his body as he hurtled toward the woman in white. She raised her scythe defensively, ready to meet his attack head-on, while the woman in black circled to his side, aiming to disrupt his rhythm. As the three were about to clash, the crowd collectively sighed, shaking their heads in resignation. A rookie in the arena, no matter how talented, couldn't possibly triumph over the Black-White Reapers. Sure enough, in the next instant, the sound of clashing weapons rang out, and Lu Li's body was impaled by a scythe. Though the wound wasn't fatal, to the audience, it was a clear sign that his defeat was inevitable. See? I told you nobody can win 100 matches in a row. Bet on Lu Li losing, and you're guaranteed to make money. Ah, rookies will always be rookies. Compared to veterans, they still have so much to learn. What a waste of talent, though. The Black-White Reapers shared similar thoughts but couldn't shake a lingering doubt. How had a rookie capable of an 11-match streak been so reckless in the 12th? Even in defeat, he shouldn't have gone down so quickly. To them, it almost felt as if Lu Li had intentionally thrown himself onto their blades. Despite their unease, the scythe had undoubtedly pierced Lu Li's body. The woman in white tightened her grip, attempting to pull her weapon free. But at that moment, the heavily injured Lu Li suddenly lifted his head, a strange smile spreading across his face. Before anyone could react, he clamped both hands onto the scythe embedded in his chest, forcing the blade deeper into his body. What are you doing? Are you insane? Even the battle-hardened White Reaper couldn't suppress a scream at the sight of Lu Li's eerie behavior. Her question was answered by a blinding flash of white light. An explosion of lightning bolts roared through the arena. The force of the blast hurled Lu Li backward, while the White Reaper paid the ultimate price, her head obliterated in the explosion. The Black Reaper barely had time to process what had happened before a swift shadow materialized out of nowhere, cleanly severing her head in one decisive strike. Match 12 victory to Lu Li. The arena erupted into chaos. Unfazed, Lu Li climbed back to his feet and casually tore off a piece of his clothing to wrap around the wound in his abdomen. He had long since acquired a platinum-grade healing ability, Extreme Regeneration, from an opponent in his 7th match. But Lu Li wasn't in a hurry to heal himself. Thanks to his passive ability, Bloodthirsty Slaughter, every injury only made him stronger. Besides, a visibly injured challenger was more likely to lull the remaining defenders into complacency. The audience burst into a flurry of heated discussion. Did I just see that? The Black-White Reapers were taken down by Lu Li? What was that white flash from his hands? It looked like an elemental attack. Elemental? But isn't Lu Li's ability shapeshifting? That light must have come from some kind of prepared item. Forget the White Reaper. How did the Black Reaper die? Can anyone explain? Was it that Pelurian guy in the corner? Impossible. That guy didn't move an inch the entire time. Sigh. If Lu Li only aimed for 15 matches, he might actually pull it off. But 100? And he's already injured this badly. There's no way. Yeah, the remaining defenders don't even need to fight him. Just standing there and stalling would bleed him out. Rookies will always be rookies. Overconfidence will be the death of him. Supreme Heaven, too, had noticed this. Consequently, he began sending in balanced fighters, neither overly aggressive nor particularly powerful. These defenders adopted defensive strategies, aiming to stall for time rather than actively attack. But this played right into Lu Li's hands. Without the pressure of relentless assaults, he was free to unleash his full potential. Time and again, he executed swift and decisive kills, leaving the audience in awe. Meanwhile, Luli himself was making significant progress. Several of his advancement tasks were now complete, and his soul points were steadily climbing toward the 10,000 mark. Despite his injuries, he exuded an aura of unstoppable momentum, growing stronger with every battle. By the time Supreme Heaven realized his mistake, Luli had already secured his 50th victory. Gravely injured yet fighting fiercer with every strike, this newcomer's resilience seemed even more formidable than the stone-skinned warriors. The Overseer of the Heights, with 6 eyes fixed intently on the arena, furrowed his brows. After long contemplation, he could only arrive at one conclusion. At that moment, a skull adorned with intricate mechanical components floated slowly into view, hovering beside the Overseer. A metallic voice emanated from the mechanical skull. "Master, Lady Octavia's consort, Little Ilfu, seeks an audience. He claims it is a matter of urgency." Lady Octavia? The Overseer's 6 eyes rolled simultaneously. She's not watching the match properly again? What kind of stunt is she trying to pull this time? He waved his hand impatiently. "Let him in." Moments later, a blond man with an air of elegance entered and approached the Overseer. Little Ilfu offered a slight bow, though his expression betrayed little respect. Without preamble, he stated, "Lady Octavia has taken an interest in Luli. She requests that the Overseer name his price." "Name a price?" The Overseer blinked momentarily before responding with irritation. "Luli may be a gladiator, but he hasn't signed a servitude contract with the arena. I have no authority over his fate, let alone the right to set a price. Tell Lady Octavia to abandon this notion." By all accounts, Little Ilfu should have taken his leave after hearing such words. Yet he remained rooted in place, his tone turning almost menacing. "No one refuses Lady Octavia's desires. I urge the Overseer to find a way." "You." The Overseer's 6 eyes widened in fury, but he quickly suppressed his anger, mindful of Lady Octavia's formidable background. In a stiff tone, he replied, "I am merely the administrator of the Nexus Arena, bound by its rules. Even someone as powerful as Lady Octavia, ruler of her star domain, should not defy the rules, correct?" Little Ilfu gave a slight nod. "Indeed. However, Lady Octavia's request is non-negotiable. I must see it fulfilled. I trust the Overseer will find a solution." The Overseer, eyeing the man before him with barely contained disdain, entertained thoughts of smashing him into a pulp. After a brief pause, he spoke, "Very well. I'll see if I can trick him into signing a servitude contract. If I succeed, Lady Octavia's wish will naturally be granted." Little Ilfu was unrelenting. "And if you fail?" "Failure is not an option. Lady Octavia must have Luli." The Overseer, now equally incensed, retorted, "There will be no failure. If Luli refuses to sign, I will pit him against an opponent he cannot possibly defeat." Faced with the choice of signing the contract or dying in the arena, even a fool would know what to do. After 50 consecutive victories, Luli's opponents became increasingly aggressive. Though they were the cream of the crop among newcomers, they were still no match for him. Aside from the toll on his stamina, he felt little genuine threat. It wasn't until the 80th match that Luli once again sensed the urgency of battle. As Dio announced the start of the match, one of the arena's iron gates creaked open. Yet, no figure emerged from behind the gate. The audience erupted into a cacophony of confusion. What's going on? Is the arena empty? An open gate with no one behind it? Is this some kind of free pass because they think he can't last much longer? Is this a rigged match? Refund my money. The uproar grew louder and more chaotic. However, a few seasoned spectators knew better. The arena would never leave a gate empty. This could only mean that the incoming opponent was extraordinary. At the center of the arena, Luli was equally alert. His muscles tensed like a predator ready to pounce. If there was something or someone behind that gate, yet his eyes could detect nothing, there was only one explanation. His opponent had the ability to turn invisible. Quickly sifting through his memory, Luli formed a hypothesis. Beyond the Voidling's Shadow Stalkers, the only other beings capable of invisibility were the lizard warriors from the Steel Jungle Star. If it were a Shadow Stalker, the arena's temperature would plummet, with stronger ones even causing visible frost. Yet there was no chill in the air. This left only the lizard warriors as the most likely candidates. Suddenly, a sharp killing intent surged toward him. Luli instinctively twisted his body, dodging at an extreme angle. Even so, his clothes were torn apart in an instant, leaving him narrowly unscathed. The audience gasped in shock. What just happened? Why was Luli attacked out of nowhere? It's an invisible opponent. Well, that explains why no one came through the gate. How do you fight an enemy you can't see? There's no way. The arena clearly wants to end this newcomer's winning streak. Luli's as good as dead. As Luli continued to evade, the crowd's exclamations grew louder and more frequent. Many began to fear for him, convinced that this rising star would soon meet his end. After all, He had already revealed every trick in his arsenal during the previous 80 matches. While his close combat prowess was undeniably exceptional, how could he possibly overcome an opponent with invisibility and ability specifically designed to counter melee fighters? So much for an easy path to 100 victories, Lu Li muttered to himself. His eyes flickered with determination as dark mist began to swirl around him. Soul-bound soldiers. With a low growl, a swarm of blade-armed mantises materialized around him, rapidly filling most of the arena. The audience fell silent, struck dumb with astonishment. In the previous matches, they had pegged Lu Li as a physical combat prodigy with unparalleled speed, strength, and endurance. The crimson mist emanating from his body was dismissed as some kind of artifact effect, while his lightning projectiles were chalked up to another mysterious gadget. But now, Lu Li had summoned an army of spectral warriors that blanketed the arena in an instant. What was going on? Could it be that the fighter they had deemed a melee genius was, in reality, a summoning prodigy? Good heavens, there are too many of them to count. He summoned them instantly? No ritual required. He's been hiding his true abilities this whole time. But it's useless against an invisible opponent. Exactly. Even with all these summons, they can't touch what they can't see. And judging by their apparent level, they won't be much help in a real fight. Though awestruck, the audience remained skeptical of Lu Li's chances. Without a diamond-tier sensory talent, detecting an invisible enemy was nearly impossible. Lu Li, however, had no need for such high-level abilities. He had his own method of tracking his foe. Centering himself amidst his summoned soldiers, he arranged them in a tight formation. Since the soul-bound soldiers were tangible entities, any collision with the invisible lizard warriors would create a gap in the formation. Through this process of elimination, he could pinpoint the location of his hidden adversaries. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Lu Li noticed an anomaly in the alignment of his troops. Gotcha! A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Ruthlessness flashed in Lu Li's eyes as he moved his fingers, unleashing several lightning arrows that tore through the air. Before the arrows could even strike their target, his speed-based innate ability activated fully. His figure accelerated abruptly, like a cannonball fired from a barrel, hurtling toward an open spot with immense force. The invisible lizard warrior, already struggling to dodge the incoming lightning arrows, failed to notice Lu Li's ferocious charge. By the time the lizard warrior realized what was happening, a sharp blade had already slashed across his body. Arg! He howled in pain. Attempting to counterattack, he discovered his movements had become unusually sluggish. Glancing at his status panel, the lizard warrior was horrified to see a long list of debuffs attached to his name. Curse Toxin, Decay Toxin, Rend, Severe Injury, Persistent Bleeding, Wound Corruption, Weakness, Armor Break, Confusion, all inflicted by a single strike. Overwhelmed by fear, the lizard warrior began retreating, fumbling to retrieve a potion to cleanse the debuffs. But Lu Li had no intention of giving him the chance. With a sharp pivot and an abrupt return charge, Lu Li's blade arm pierced straight through the lizard warrior's chest like a deadly lance. Seeing his comrade fall, another lizard warrior roared in grief and fury, charging toward Lu Li in a desperate attempt to fight to the death. But surrounded by numerous summoned soul soldiers, he was unable to break through. Though these soul soldiers were low-level, they were enough to hinder him significantly. Lu Li didn't even bother charging again. A few well-placed lightning arrows reduced the second lizard warrior to charred remains. The battle ended once more. For a moment, the audience fell into stunned silence before erupting in thunderous cheers. Unbelievable! Lu Li is incredible. Using a swarm of low-level summons to locate and trap an invisible opponent, why didn't I think of that? His combat instincts are flawless. Lu Li is undoubtedly a top-tier genius. Who else? I'm asking, who else can take down this newcomer? It's in the bag. If he can defeat opponents with stealth abilities, 100 consecutive wins is just around the corner. Wait, where's the guy who said he'd treat me if Lu Li won? Feeling regretful now, aren't you? In the private boxes, discussions were equally lively. In one modest yet elegant box, an elderly man and a young boy stood by the glass, overlooking the arena below. Only after the announcer declared Lu Li the victor did the old man finally speak. Koer, you've been observing for a while. What's your assessment of this man? The boy, who looked no older than 11 or 12, smacked his lips thoughtfully before replying in a clear voice. He's impressive, but his approach is reckless, and his mindset lacks composure. Oh? And what makes you say that? The old man asked, his tone calm and measured as he glanced at the boy. With Lu Li's skill level, he could have easily avoided injury and lasted until the 80th match. But for the sake of efficiency, he willingly got himself hurt. Using himself as bait might be a strategy, but it's far too risky in a series of 100 matches. If he encounters an opponent he can't handle, his life will be forfeit. The boy's analysis was logical and articulate, each point carefully reasoned. Yet the old man didn't show any sign of approval. Instead, He shook his head slightly in disappointment. He didn't directly point out the flaws in the boy's evaluation, but posed another question instead. If you were to face him, how confident are you in your chances of victory? The boy's face flushed with indignation, as though he'd been gravely insulted. If I were to fight him, I wouldn't just have a Tinutoften chance ID say there's a 99.9 chance he wouldn't stand a chance against me. Forget the level gap. My innate abilities alone outclass his by miles. Grandpa, are you losing your faculties to even ask such a question? Despite the boy's protest, the old man showed no anger. Instead, he chuckled lightly. Ah, the fiery spirit of youth. Confidence is good, but arrogance is not. The boy retorted. Our Chun family has always walked the path of the wild blade. Our generation's awakened talents aligned with the blade's fury. Confidence and boldness are in our blood. It's because you're too cautious, Grandpa, that your strength has stagnated. The old man's smile faded, though his eyes remained calm. Then, to the boy's surprise, he offered an unexpected suggestion. If you truly believe that, why not step into the arena and challenge Luli yourself? Challenge him? A flicker of fear flashed through the boy's eyes before it was quickly replaced by disdain. That would be bullying. Besides, the arena rules wouldn't allow it. The management enforces strict limits on level differences between combatants. Indeed, to ensure fairness, the Nexus Arena had a hidden rule. The level gap between opponents couldn't exceed 10 levels. The boy, Chun Ko, was already at level 30, a full 15 levels higher than Luli, far beyond the allowable limit. Feigning realization, the old man tapped his forehead and chuckled. Ah, I nearly forgot about that restriction. In that case, to keep things fair, we'll send one of our blade slaves instead. In another lavishly decorated private box, Xiao Erfu withdrew his gaze from the arena and spoke with some concern. Madam, should I intervene again? I fear the high heavens may have underestimated Lu Li's strength. At this rate, the octopus lady raised a hand, her voice soft yet firm. No need to rush. There are still 20 matches left. This opponent was merely a probe. Lu Li is strong, but he's already revealed his cards. If I'm not mistaken, the high heavens will soon send someone to have him sign a slave contract. Sure enough, before the octopus lady even finished speaking, the announcer Dio, who had been lingering at the edge of the arena, suddenly ran toward Lu Li. It seemed he had received some sort of directive. Seeing the robot referee approach, Lu Li paused his looting of the corpses, a puzzled expression on his face. Lu Li, you lucky dog. Someone's taken an interest in you and wants to buy you. Dio exclaimed excitedly. Buy me? But I don't belong to the arena, Lu Li replied, frowning. For a moment, he couldn't grasp Dio's meaning. As far as he could recall, he hadn't signed any slave contract with the arena. As a free agent, how could he be bought or sold? Seeing Lu Li's confusion, Dio quickly explained, You're right. You're not currently bound to the arena. That's why I'm here to have you sign a slave contract. If you agree, the next 20 matches will be arranged against weak opponents, making it easy for you to achieve 100 consecutive wins. If you don't sign, the arena will pit you against unbeatable foes, and you'll die. Even I can't change that outcome. Dio shrugged helplessly after finishing his explanation. Though he genuinely liked Lu Li and wished for him to succeed, the high heavens had already intervened. As much as Dio might wish otherwise, he was merely a referee, powerless cog in the system. Lu Li's expression darkened instantly. He despised being threatened. Though he sought stability in his second chance at life, he would never stoop to servitude. The slave contract? Forget it. Just start the next match, he said coldly. Dio couldn't bear to see a genius fall, so he continued to persuade Lu Li, Are you really not considering signing the slave contract? Being bought isn't necessarily a bad thing. The one interested in you is a ruler of an entire star domain. If you sign the contract, you'll gain access to resources you could never dream of. In this vast universe, power is everything. Isn't being the servant of a strong figure better than dying with the so-called freedom of a commoner? Lu Li silently finished collecting the spoils of battle, ignoring Dio's words entirely. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. Knowing that the next 20 battles would be fraught with danger, he needed to seize every moment to recover his strength. Seeing that his words couldn't sway Lu Li, Dio sighed helplessly. Fine, fine. I respect your resolve. For the 700 kilograms of refined metal you spared me, I'll burn some offerings for you during the holidays in the afterlife. The next round of combat began. Just as Dio had predicted, the strength of the challengers had dramatically increased. None of them were below level 20, and their abilities far surpassed those of the previous opponents. Lu Li stopped holding back, unleashing each of the abilities he had plundered. Over the next 5 hours, Lu Li fought 18 consecutive matches, each time facing 2 opponents at once. The intense battles drained him of nearly all his energy. Now, standing in the center of the arena, his chest heaved as he gasped for air. Dio glanced at the exhausted Lu Li, then turned and walked toward the far side of the arena. Since the start of the competition, Elisa, the timid girl from the Palu race, had been quietly huddled in a corner, trying to remain as inconspicuous as possible. Seeing Dio approach, she trembled instinctively. "Don't be scared. I won't harm you," Dio reassured her. He sighed, then said earnestly, "Look, Luli has already made it through 98 matches, and his stamina is at its limit. There are only 2 matches left, but there's no way the Supreme Council will let him leave alive. Better to live as a servant than die in vain. Go talk to him. Convince him to sign the contract." Elisa looked stunned and stammered. "How could I possibly convince him? He didn't even ask for my opinion when he decided to fight 100 matches in the first place." Dio scratched the metal plating on his head in frustration. "Well, desperate times call for desperate measures. If Luli dies in the next 2 matches, you're not going to survive either." Elisa shrank back like a duck being roasted over a fire. Reluctantly, she shuffled over to Luli, cautiously poking his shoulder. However, before she could even begin to speak, Luli turned to her and asked, "You're Elisa, right? What's your innate ability?" "Huh." Elisa froze for a moment before instinctively replying, "My ability is the blessing of the goddess of luck, Diamond Tear." Hearing this, Luli immediately turned his head, staring at her in disbelief. "A Diamond Tear? Innate ability?" Elisa's face stiffened as if recalling some unpleasant memory. She quickly waved her hands dismissively. "My ability is actually useless. I have no idea why it's ranked as Diamond Tier." "Please, don't get mad." Seeing Li's expression change, Elisa thought he was blaming her for keeping it a secret, and she grew even more flustered. She genuinely believed her ability was worthless. Despite its name, the blessing of the goddess of luck, using it never brought her good fortune. In fact, it often brought her misfortune instead. That was why she had been utterly despairing when she entered the Nexus arena. But Li thought differently. Having lived through another life, he understood that the blessing of the goddess of luck was undoubtedly a god-tier ability. Much like Su Xiao's amplification power, the blessing of the goddess of luck could increase the luck of all players within its range. However, the ability's wielder could not benefit from it themselves, which was why Elisa believed it to be useless. In just a few moments, several new plans had formed in Li's mind. He stood up and instructed Elisa, "When the 99th match starts, use your ability and don't stop." "Okay." Elisa nodded blankly, completely forgetting why she had approached him in the first place. It wasn't until the iron gates for the next challenger creaked open that she snapped out of it, realizing she had come to persuade Li to sign the contract. "Li," Elisa called out, but her voice was drowned out by the thunderous cheers from the audience. "My God, is that the Blade Slave from the Qin family? Am I seeing this right? Wow, the arena really pulled out all the stops this time. Are you kidding me? The Chun family's Blade Slave? They might as well just declare Li the loser now." The audience erupted into a cacophony of shocked exclamations, their voices filled with awe and dread at the sight of the new challenger entering the arena. Is sending out a Blade Slave not against the rules? This question stirred a commotion among the spectators. Voices rose one after another in debate. "I thought there were level restrictions in the gladiator mode? Against the rules? Nonsense. The arena must have capped the Blade Slave's level," a gruff voice retorted. "I just wonder which member of the Chun family this Blade Slave is modeled after." Another voice, filled with curiosity, chimed in. Suddenly, a sharp voice exclaimed, "Hey, hey, I see the word Ko written on his face. Could it be Chan Ko, the Chun family's most promising genius in recent years? Wow, as if a Blade Slave isn't hard enough to deal with, and now they've replicated Chin Ko's combat techniques." A deep voice muttered in disbelief. "Looks like Li's streak will end at 99 wins." "Not necessarily," another voice countered. Li has 2 people on his side, while the Blade Slaves alone, they might still win. "Ha ha ha." A mocking laugh rang out. "Buddy, you must be new here, huh? Let me tell you, through the last 98 matches, that Paulu guy hasn't even moved. He's just for show." Meanwhile, in the private box of the Chin family, the atmosphere was entirely different. The young Chun Ko sat quietly, listening to the exclamations from the crowd outside. A smug smile crept onto his lips. His gaze pierced through the glass, locking onto the Blade Slave in the arena, restricted to level 25. "In my opinion, level 15 would have been enough," Chin Ko murmured to himself, a trace of arrogance flickering in his eyes. "After all, it's my combat style they've replicated. At level 15, it would have been more than sufficient to take down Li." He glanced at the elder standing beside him and added, "But if Grandpa insists on giving Supreme Sky some face, so be it. This is pure slaughter," Chin Ko remarked disdainfully, though his expression turned contemplative. "But perhaps this is for the best. Taking Li out in this match means Supreme Sky's little secret won't be revealed too soon." The old man cast a glance at his grandson but said nothing. He merely smiled and shifted his attention back to the arena below. At the same time, in the center of the arena, Lu Li stared intently at the figure approaching from the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. He hadn't expected to face the Chen family's blade slave, let alone one imbued with the combat techniques of the infamous Blade of Wrath, Chen Ko. Still, Lu Li remained composed. Determination flashed in his eyes as he resolved internally, "This doesn't mean I can't fight." With a thought, black mist surged around him, churning like a tidal wave. From within the roiling darkness, two figures gradually emerged. Soul Guard Xing Anlin and Qian Hao stepped forward. Without needing any instructions, the two immediately split off, moving swiftly to take their positions on opposite sides of the arena. Meanwhile, Lu Li himself began channeling his energy. His right arm twisted and shifted, transforming into a razor-sharp blade. With a low growl, he activated the second phase of his blood slaughter ability, Carnage. In an instant, the crimson mist enveloping him was drawn into his body, as if consumed. All negative effects vanished in a flash, and his body felt rejuvenated, as though reborn. His extreme regeneration ability kicked in, rapidly closing every wound on his battered body before the spectator's eyes. Lu Li's eyes burned with fighting spirit as he fixed his gaze on the Chun family's blade slave. In a deep, resolute voice, he declared, "Chen family blade slave, face me." The faceless blade slave tilted his head slightly, flipping the long blade in his hand. With a motion as fierce as a violent storm, he launched a relentless assault on Lu Li. The Chun family's Mad Blade was renowned for its chaotic and ferocious style, with strikes as overwhelming as a torrential summer downpour, raining down on Lu Li with unrelenting force. The frenzied onslaught carried an immense sense of pressure, the kind that would leave most people frozen in place, breathless and overwhelmed. However, not only did Lu Li show no trace of fear, but his eyes also burned with an intense fighting spirit. In his past life, he had stumbled upon a fragmented manual of the Chen family's Mad Blade foundational techniques, mastering the first 3 levels of the blade skills. Reborn in this life, though he hadn't brought the techniques with him, their essence remained vivid in his memory. The blade slave's replicated technique was also the Chun family's Mad Blade, but the foundational skills it drew from were an imperfect, pirated version refined over generations by the Chen family. Even with the supplement of the later levels of the authentic blade technique, it could only match Lu Li evenly. Were it not for the 10-level gap in power and attribute disparity, the blade slave would likely have already fallen. Inside the Chen family's private box, Chen Ko watched the battle below, his smile gradually fading. The blade slave's combat techniques were a direct replication of his own. What did it mean that it couldn't defeat Lu Li? It meant that he, the Chen family's unseen-a-century blade prodigy, might not be as skilled as a newcomer fresh to the scene. "Grandfather, let the blade slave use its innate ability," Chen Ko urged impatiently. The elder, named Chen Li, frowned and shook his head. "Don't rush. It's not the time yet." "Not the time? Grandfather, what are you waiting for?" Chen Ko turned to him, his eyes filled with stubborn frustration. Chen Li's expression grew grave, and he didn't respond immediately. In truth, his original plan had been to use this as an opportunity to curb Chen Ko's arrogance. But now, the situation had changed. Within Lu Li's blade techniques, Chen Li had caught a glimpse of the true essence of the Chun family's Mad Blade. If he could observe Lu Li's full set of techniques and analyze them, he might be able to completely restore the missing first 3 levels of the Chen family's blade technique. There's no need to rush to end this. The Nexus Arena is a platform to showcase strength. Letting the major star regions witness the Chen family's prowess will benefit our future, Chen Li said in a more measured tone. But a level 25 blade slave struggling to defeat a level 15 rookie grandfather. Do you really think that will earn us respect from the other star regions? Chen Ko gritted his teeth in frustration. Chen Li, unfazed, chuckled lightly. The blade slave hasn't even used its innate ability yet. Once Lu Li's cards are all on the table, he won't last much longer. As if to affirm Chen Li's words, Lu Li's movements suddenly slowed, as though he were running out of stamina. The blade slave seized the opportunity immediately, slashing diagonally with his blade, aiming straight for Lu Li's neck. But just as the blade was about to land, Lu Li's figure abruptly blurred. With a soft swish, the blade slave's attack landed on a pitch-black silhouette instead. Meanwhile, Lu Li inexplicably appeared behind the blade slave. Instantaneous position swap? The audience gasped in unison, while Chen Li's pupils contracted sharply. "Boss, can't you let someone else take the hit next time? Why is it always me?" Xing Anlin complained with a pained expression, his arms tightly wrapped around the blade slave. All right, next time it'll be Chun Hao," Lu Li replied absent-mindedly, raising his right arm high, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the blade slave. Just as success seemed within reach, an intense aura suddenly erupted from the blade slave. The unexpected surge of power forced Lu Li to stagger back, and even Xing Anlin, who had restrained the blade slave, was instantly killed by a single slash. It's the Qin family's unique innate ability rage, Lu Li sneered coldly. Humph, well-timed. But this ends now. As his words fell, Qian Hao suddenly charged forward and tightly clung to the blade slave. Though Qian Hao was swiftly killed, the brief restraint granted Lu Li the opening he needed. His killing move was ready. Lu Li's speed surged explosively, far surpassing anything he had displayed earlier. With a swift, horizontal sweep of his blade, he aimed directly for the blade slave's neck. Though the blade slave raised its weapon to block, the blade was instantly shattered along with its faceless head. In the Qin family's private box, Chun Ko was utterly stunned. He had never imagined that Lu Li would actually win. Even Chen Li, who had anticipated Lu Li's formidable strength, was left in shock as he watched the blade slave's head fall. The moment the blade slave fell, the entire arena descended into a deathly silence. That was a level 25 blade slave. Not only did it replicate the combat techniques of the blade prodigy Chen Ko, but it had also unlocked its innate talent. And yet, it was killed outright in a heathen clash. Although Lu Li had two strange summon creatures to help distract the blade slave, the final, fatal strike was undeniably blade against blade. To an outsider, the intricacies of the exchange might be lost, but Chen Li understood all too well Lu Li's mastery of blade techniques far surpassed that of the blade slave. He had been holding back all along. Chen Ko stared blankly at the scene before him, his lifeless eyes slowly shifting to Chen Li. His voice was barely audible, trembling with shock and confusion. Grandfather? How did Lu Li do it? He actually killed the blade slave. Does this mean he's stronger than me? Chen Li's heart ached as he looked at his grandson's shattered composure. In his initial plan, Lu Li was supposed to struggle fiercely against the blade slave and ultimately fall in defeat. This would have served to temper Chen Ko's arrogance without undermining his confidence. But the current outcome was entirely beyond his expectations. Lu Li had directly slain the level 25 blade slave, an act tantamount to delivering a loud, resounding slap to Chen Ko's face in front of everyone. It was as if to declare, this so-called blade prodigy of yours is nothing special. Even though I'm 10 levels behind, I can still cut down your replica with ease. In that moment, Chen Ko's confidence completely crumbled. Chun Li hurried to console him. Koer, don't think like that. There must be something unusual about how Lu Li managed to kill the blade slave. Let's keep watching. Unusual? Chun Ko gave a bitter smile and shook his head. What could be unusual? It was a direct clash of blades, and even the blade slave's weapon was shattered. Chen Li's brows furrowed, and his tone grew stern. Koer, keep watching. The duel isn't over yet. If Lu Li truly manages to win all 100 matches, then it only proves that he is an extraordinary talent, and it's no surprise the blade slave lost. But if he doesn't make it, then there's no need for you to lose your composure over a dead man. The reason Chen Li offered such comforting words was because he knew the truth. He was aware that the Supreme Heaven, desperate to see Lu Li dead, would ultimately send that thing to end this blood-soaked contest. The voice of the high heavens echoed in Dio's ears, commanding him to ask Lu Li one last time if he was willing to sign the servitude contract. The robotic referee scratched his metallic ear and let out an electronic sigh. He knew full well that Lu Li would never agree, but as a dutiful worker, Dio shuffled over to Lu Li with small, hesitant steps, repeating the high heavens question with a tone of slight resignation. As expected, Lu Li refused to sign the contract once more. Just as Dio was about to report the outcome to the high heavens and announce the start of the final gladiatorial match, Lu Li made a surprising request, offered a ton of refined metal in exchange for Dio delaying the match by 10 minutes. Dio's electronic brain whirred rapidly, guessing that Lu Li might be buying time to recover his strength. Though Dio was convinced that Lu Li was doomed and the promised refined metal was a pipe dream, curiosity got the better of him. He decided to grant the request. To avoid arousing suspicion from the high heavens, he deliberately stayed close to Lu Li, pretending to continue persuading him. However, as time passed, Dio noticed something unusual. Lu Li wasn't resting, was activating some kind of innate ability. Dio watched as Lu Li touched the corpses scattered across the arena. To his astonishment, the remains began to shrink and condense, transforming into translucent crystals known as elemental cores. From orange tier level 3 to cyan tier level 6, a dazzling variety of cores appeared. It dawned on Dio Thenso that was why Lu Li had insisted on leaving the corpses untouched. Yet, Dio was even more perplexed. What was the point of collecting these high-tier cores? Lu Li had already reached his absorption limit, and it would be 3 full days before he could absorb them again. As Dio puzzled over this, Lu Li's next move shattered his understanding entirely. Sitting cross-legged, Lu Li arranged the elemental cores in a pile before him and began absorbing them one by one. The cores swiftly turned gray and crumbled into dust as Dio's mechanical jaw nearly unhinged. His central processor was on the verge of overheating. This was unbelievable. Luli was somehow bypassing the absorption limit to take in the cores. Even more baffling, despite absorbing so many cores, his level remained unchanged. Dio's electronic brain spun furiously, theorizing that this might be some kind of overdraw-type innate ability. But even if Luli gained free attribute points, the arena rules prohibited assigning points during a match. What was the purpose of all this? Just as Dio was drowning in confusion, Luli performed yet another action that completely overturned his expectations. Reaching into his pocket, Luli retrieved a small item and swallowed it. Under Dio's stunned gaze, he immediately opened his data panel and began assigning attribute points. Luli silently thanked Huang Bin for his seemingly useless innate ability, which had now proven invaluable. Absorbing all those elemental cores had granted him 10 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he allocated all the points to luck, skyrocketing his base luck value to 25.8. With the additional blessing of Elisa, the goddess of luck, his total luck reached an astonishing 85.8. Satisfied, Luli stretched lazily, stood up, and declared that he was ready. Dio, who now resembled a malfunctioning machine, emitted the grinding sound of jammed gears, his typical reaction when utterly flabbergasted. Stammering, he asked, "How are you breaking the rules?" Fearing that the robotic referee might crash from cognitive overload, Luli quickly urged, "Just start the match already." Still dazed, Dio nodded blankly, as though struggling to process everything he had just witnessed. Mechanically, he reported Luli's refusal to sign the servitude contract to the high heavens, bringing this nerve-wracking prelude to a close. "Useless trash. You can't even handle such a small task." The manager's furious roar echoed across the arena. Narrowing his eyes, he sneered coldly, "Since Luli is so ungrateful, let him die. Let the final duel begin." As soon as the words left his mouth, an intense wave of heat swept through the arena. The iron gate hadn't even had time to open before it was melted by the sheer heat, molten metal dripping onto the ground with a sharp sizzling sound. As the gate disintegrated, a massive figure began to emerge. When the final challenger was fully revealed to the audience, a deathly silence fell over the stands. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. It was a long moment before a trembling voice broke the silence. "That hat creature. Could it be the Hellhound?" "It really is a Hellhound," another spectator murmured in disbelief. "And it's a fully grown one. How could something like this be in the Nexus Arena? Has the manager lost his mind?" Someone exclaimed in shock. "The aura coming off that thing is enough to cripple most abilities," an experienced viewer explained. "Even if Luli is strong, his powers will be suppressed by more than half. How is he supposed to fight that?" "Ha! I knew the arena would never let a rookie win 100 matches in a row," a smug bettor said with a grin. "You should have followed my lead on the bets. Regretting it now, aren't you? This isn't about winning or losing anymore," another spectator said anxiously. "If the arena can release something as dangerous as a Hellhound, what kind of person is the manager, really?" "Who cares what kind of person he is?" someone else retorted dismissively. "The arena itself is strictly neutral, bound by its rules. Even if the manager is some demon's lackey, it doesn't affect us in the slightest." "Fair point, but doesn't this mean Luli is doomed?" "Well, he just has bad luck, that's all." Amidst the murmurs and sighs of the crowd, the final duel officially began. Standing in the center of the arena, Luli gazed at the Hellhound, which loomed in the distance like a living mountain. His heart sank to the bottom. He hadn't expected the arena manager to go so far as to unleash a demon just to thwart his streak of 100 consecutive victories. Although the Hellhound was considered a low-ranking demon, it was still an incredibly challenging opponent for Luli in his current state. The biggest problem was that he hadn't yet acquired any holy-type abilities. The Hellhound's innate skill, Anti-Magic Field, nullified any abilities of a lower rank than its own. Only holy-type powers could counteract it. In other words, Luli's only option for fighting the Hellhound was to rely on equipment. But so far, Luli had been using blade arms and didn't have any proper weapons at his disposal. Just as despair was about to set in, Luli suddenly froze, a realization dawning on him. He remembered that he still had an unopened treasure chest. 3 days ago, when the apocalypse had just begun, he had killed a Mantis Queen, becoming the first player worldwide to defeat a Lordier creature. To keep a low profile, he had chosen to delay claiming his reward. With everything that had happened since, he had completely forgotten about it. Summoning his resolve, Luli quickly activated the global announcement. In an instant, a radiant, multicolored treasure chest materialized out of thin air, landing right in front of him. At the same time, the Hellhound launched its ferocious attack. Luli acted decisively, grabbing the treasure chest and bolting without hesitation. This sudden move left the spectators outside the arena in utter shock. In the previous 99 battles, Luli had never backed down, earning a reputation as a ruthless, decisive fighter who killed with precision. But now, seeing him flee at full speed shattered their perception of him. Supporters of Lu Li shook their heads in disappointment, their dismay evident. Sigh, it seems even Lu Li is afraid of the Cerberus. He actually ran away. Someone murmured under their breath. I thought he'd at least die fighting with some dignity. Turns out he's just a coward. Others tried to rationalize his actions. Anyone would be terrified facing a hellhound, let alone Lu Li, who's still new to all this. But the wave of disappointment continued to spread. Ugh, I can't bear to watch anymore. Some rowdy spectators even began jeering. They shouted at the Cerberus, hurry up and chase him. How could you let him get away? Is this hellhound stupid? Why isn't it attacking that Parlu first? Those 3 heads, are they brains or just tumors? The mockery grew louder. Ha ha ha, who would have thought the final battle would turn into a dog chasing a rat? What a joke. Why even bother running? Might as well lie down and wait for death. Lu Li, however, ignored the noise, focusing solely on the treasure chest in his hands. He quickly opened it and retrieved the item inside. It was a weapon called the Insect Fang Dagger, categorized as low quality, upgradable. The item description read, absorbs target attributes and permanently replicates them. The absorption process is not considered an attack. A note emphasized, no matter what, make sure to feed her well. The dagger was a vivid green, with a unique design resembling a mantis poised to strike. As soon as Lu Li gripped it, the dagger began to writhe, and its hilt sprouted countless tiny, sharp insect-like teeth. Before Lu Li could react, the teeth bit deeply into his right hand. A wave of searing pain surged through his body, nearly causing him to pass out. Gritting his teeth, Lu Li forced himself to stay conscious. Despite the agony, a grin spread across his face. There was a reason for his excitement. Recognized this dagger from his past life. It was one of the rare, self-evolving weapons. In his previous life, the Insect Fang Dagger had been wielded by a female player named Li Luo. With this dagger, she assassinated countless powerful opponents, securing her place as the top assassin. Never did Lu Li imagine that in this life, he would obtain it from the first kill treasure chest. Alright, that's enough, Lu Li muttered internally. I'll let you feast after the fight. As if understanding his words, the dagger slowly released its grip and returned to its original form. At the same time, its quality upgraded from low to ordinary. Lu Li came to a halt, turning to face the hellhound, readying himself for battle. The spectators, seeing this, quieted their jeering for a moment, only to burst into laughter again. Whoa, Lu Li stopped running. Is he actually going to fight now? Can anyone see what weapon he's holding? A dagger? Ha ha ha. Does Lu Li think he can kill a hellhound with a little dagger? That thing looks better suited for picking the hellhound's teeth. Watching from the sidelines, Elisa felt the faint spark of hope in her heart extinguish. She thought to herself, he should have just kept running. This is practically suicide. But after a moment's reflection, she reconsidered. No matter what, Lu Li gave me more time to live. Now that he's in such a dire situation, I should help him. If one of us has to die, it might as well be me. Maybe if the hellhound is full, Lu Li can survive. Resolving herself, Elisa mustered her courage, preparing to shout and draw the hellhound's attention. But before she could, Lu Li had already charged forward. Without the boost from his innate abilities, Lu Li's speed wasn't impressive. However, his combat experience and knowledge of the hellhound from his past life allowed him to hold his ground in the initial exchanges. The short range of the Insect Fang Dagger, though, forced him into close-quarters combat with the beast. After several clashes, the hellhound's flames had burned Lu Li's clothing to tatters. Annoyed by the remnants, he tore off the charred fabric, leaving himself bare-chested. This small gesture, however, caused a stir in one of the VIP boxes. A masterpiece. An absolute masterpiece. Madame Octopus pressed her face against the glass, drooling as she exclaimed, I want to pin Lu Li down and have my way with him right now. On the floor beside her, the elf servant Urfo pouted in jealousy. But madam, Lu Li doesn't appreciate your kindness. What do you know? Madame Octopus snapped, her gaze never leaving Lu Li. That attitude of his, it's called personality. The more I look at him, the more I like him. All right, Urfo reluctantly agreed. But the Celestials have already unleashed the Hellhound. Lu Li won't survive. Perhaps I should contact the puppet masters of the Void Starfield and arrange for his corpse to be turned into a doll for your enjoyment after the match. Madame Octopus paused, a look of regret crossing her wrinkled face. I suppose that's all we can do, but oh, how I wish he could win this fight. Back in the arena, the battle intensified. The Insect Fang Dagger, having absorbed Lu Li's blood, now carried effects like curse venom, tearing, and weakening. However, due to the Hellhound's unique physiology and the dagger's limited range, Lu Li's attacks only inflicted superficial wounds, failing to cause significant harm. Meanwhile, Lu Li's stamina was quickly depleting as he dodged the Hellhound's relentless strikes. A momentary lapse in his movements allowed the middle head to clamp its jaws onto his weapon, trapping it. The other two heads lunged toward Lu Li's skull, their gaping maws ready to crush him. Just as disaster seemed inevitable, a small stone struck one of the heads squarely in the eye. "You filthy mutt! Come for me instead," Elisa shouted, trembling with fear. The hellhound, however, merely shifted its body, presenting its rear to Elisa. To her horror, she realized its tail was a massive, serpent-like creature as thick as a tree trunk. In an instant, the snake coiled around her, its forked tongue flicking as its foul breath suffocated her. Struggling was futile, she couldn't break free. Elisa closed her eyes in despair, bracing for death. But instead of pain, she heard a deafening crash as something massive collapsed to the ground. Elisa slowly opened her eyes, and the sight before her made them widen in shock. Lu Li was drenched in blood, his right arm locked tightly around the weak spot of a massive serpent, while his left hand was clenched into a fist, his muscles straining to their limits. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "I can't hold on much longer, get over here and help." For a moment, Elisa froze, her mind racing with questions. She distinctly remembered Lu Li being pinned down by a hellhound just moments ago, unable to move. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had broken free and was now battling the giant serpent. But where had the three ferocious canine heads gone? Instinctively, she glanced around and quickly found the answer. Not far away, the three hellhound heads lay smashed on the ground, blood and brain matter splattered across the floor. It was clear they had been obliterated with a single, devastating punch. Elisa gasped sharply, utterly stunned by Lu Li's strength. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up!" Lu Li's shout snapped her back to reality. Stammering, she replied, "Oh, sorry. I'm coming." She scrambled to her feet, struggling to shake off her shock. With the serpent's head restrained by Lu Li, she quickly managed to free herself from its grasp. Following Lu Li's instructions, Elisa retrieved a short dagger with a jagged, insect-like blade from the remains of one of the hellhound heads. Her hands trembled as she gripped the weapon, clumsily stabbing at the serpent. After several attempts, she finally struck a vital point, delivering the killing blow. As the serpent's life force ebbed away, an explosive cheer erupted from the crowd in the arena. Elisa collapsed onto the ground, staring in disbelief at the massive corpse before her. "We actually won," she murmured to herself. This mysterious man named Lu Li had just led her to victory in their 100th gladiatorial battle. Dio, overcome with excitement, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Congratulations to Lu Li and Elisa Barkley for achieving 100 consecutive wins. The match is over. Spectators, please exit to the main hall in an orderly fashion to enjoy complimentary drinks, pastries, and other refreshments. As for our two victorious gladiators, please follow me to the lounge for a short break. Afterward, we have talent recruitment and contract discussions if you're interested." Mid-sentence, Dio suddenly realized Lu Li was no longer beside him. Looking around, he spotted Lu Li crouched next to the hellhound's corpse, seemingly preoccupied with something. Dio chose not to approach, maintaining a respectful distance as he called out, "Lu Li?" He was well aware that Lu Li carried many secrets. To build a rapport with someone like him, one had to curb their curiosity. When Lu Li had finished whatever he was doing, Dio cautiously asked, "Lu Li, will you be attending the talent recruitment and contract discussions later?" Lu Li casually tucked the jagged dagger into his belt and replied nonchalantly, "Sure, I'll check it out later. By the way, the hellhound's corpse, I'm assuming the arena doesn't reclaim it?" Dio hesitated for a moment before understanding what Lu Li meant. Technically, the corpses are supposed to be reclaimed. But if they're damaged during the match, as the referee, I might just overlook it. Lu Li nodded knowingly. Raising his hand, he activated a skill that dissolved the corpse into two shimmering, green crystalline cores of the 6th tier. Dio pretended not to notice, waiting until Lu Li had pocketed the crystals before speaking again. "About the 1 ton of refined gold you promised earlier." Lu Li frowned. "I'll pay you within 3 days. No, that's not what I meant." Dio waved his hands frantically, his mechanical face displaying an exaggeratedly friendly expression. "What I mean is, you don't need to pay me that 1 ton of refined gold anymore." "What?" Lu Li looked at him in surprise. Dio grinned and explained, "Because I used the 700 kilograms of refined gold you initially gave me to place a bet on your 100 consecutive wins. Now that you've won, the arena owes me 350,000 tons of refined gold." Lu Li raised an eyebrow. "Quite the return on investment." Dio nodded enthusiastically. "Exactly. To thank you for helping me earn such a massive fortune, I've decided to give you 200,000 tons of refined gold." Caught off guard by the unexpected generosity, Lu Li grew wary. "That was your bet, not mine. Why should I accept your refined gold for nothing?" Dio replied earnestly, "Consider it a gesture of goodwill. Without your victories, I might have lost even the 700 kilograms I started with." After a moment of thought, Luli saw the sincerity in Dio's demeanor and decided not to refuse. The three of them left the arena and entered the lounge. Before Luli and Elisa could even sit down, a commotion erupted outside the room. A service robot, broken into two pieces, crashed through the lounge door with a loud bang. Luli immediately tensed, his right hand subtly moving to the dagger at his waist. You useless scrap heaps with brains barely better than microwaves dare to block my way? Get lost. A shrill voice accompanied the sound of stomping, and moments later, two bare-chested men appeared at the door. They carried a large roll of red carpet, which they unrolled into the lounge with practiced precision. After completing their task, they knelt respectfully to the side. A moment later, an opulently dressed woman entered. She was tall but grotesquely overweight, each step accompanied by a squelching sound from beneath her gown. Her hideous face twisted into a chilling smile as her gaze fell on Luli. Without a word, she extended a solid gold business card toward him. A pleasure to meet you, Luli. I am Madame Octopus. Luli eyed the card warily, but did not reach for it. The Nexus Arena was a place teeming with all sorts of characters, but true powerhouses were not uncommon. Though he didn't recognize this Madame Octopus, her grandiose entrance suggested she was no ordinary figure. Until he understood her intentions, he chose to remain cautious. Seeing his hesitation, Madame Octopus's smile faltered slightly. She pushed the card closer. Relax, I mean no harm. Admittedly, at first, I sought to acquire your body through purchase, but you've since proven my folly with your strength. So please, allow me this chance to make amends. If you ever find yourself in trouble, don't hesitate to use this card to contact me. Dio leaned in and whispered in Luli's ear. She's the ruler of the Neptune starfield. You should take it. Neptune starfield? Luli's eyes narrowed as fragments of information surfaced in his mind. This starfield guarded a massive magical eye known as Pediatic. In his past life, when the interdimensional magic surge erupted, Neptune's starfield was one of the first to fall, succumbing to corruption and annihilation. Madame Octopus, it seemed, had perished during that catastrophe, which explained why Luli hadn't known of her. After all, in his previous life, his first visit to the Nexus Arena had been 3 years into Earth's apocalypse. Luli silently calculated. If he could access the Pediatic Eye before the magic surge, it might make acquiring a certain artifact one that could elevate his soul-devouring capabilities even easier. Luli took the glittering golden business card handed to him by Madame Octopus, silently calculating his next move. Beside him, Dio couldn't hide his envy and exclaimed, "Now that's something to be jealous of." Luli frowned in confusion. "It's just a business card. What's there to be envious about?" Dio quickly explained, "This isn't just any business card. With it, you can freely enter and exit the Neptune sector and enjoy the highest privileges. It's a mark of approval from a wealthy patroness." Hearing that last part, Luli shuddered, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He suddenly realized that the massive octopus tycoon might have developed a peculiar interest in him. Even worse, she was a ruler of the sector. A chill ran down his spine as terrifying scenarios flashed through his mind. I need to get stronger fast. Luli resolved inwardly. I can't let anything like that happen. After a brief rest, Dio led Luli and Elisa to the central hub hall. The moment they entered, a crowd swarmed toward Luli, eagerly extending olive branches. Despite being a newcomer, Luli's streak of 100 consecutive victories had made him a hot commodity among various factions, all unwilling to miss out on such a promising talent. However, Luli ignored all the invitations. He was waiting for someone from the Chen family, known for their mastery of blade techniques, to appear. During his fight against the Blade Slave, Luli had deliberately showcased his blade skills to catch their attention. This was his ticket to knocking on the Chen family's door. As expected, after declining the 23rd faction, an elderly man dressed in a black and gold military-style outfit approached him. With his hands clasped behind his back, the man scrutinized Luli with piercing eyes. Greetings, young friend. I am Chen Li, currently serving as the third elder of the Blade Master Chen family, the old man said directly. Your performance in the arena was truly remarkable. Your talent is extraordinary. However, your blade technique seems a bit unrefined. With proper guidance, your future achievements could be limitless. The Chen family is second to none when it comes to blade mastery. If you're interested, perhaps we can have a more detailed discussion. Though Chen Li's words were full of praise, they were also subtly calculated. He subtly brought Luli down from the pedestal of admiration while dangling an enticing offer. A less experienced individual might have taken the bait immediately. But Luli was no ordinary rookie. Ha, calling my blade technique unrefined, is this some kind of PUA tactic? Luli sneered inwardly. If my technique were that bad, how did I manage to defeat your Qin family's blade slave? Outwardly, however, he feigned a look of both surprise and delight. Thank you for your guidance, elder. To be honest, I recently stumbled upon a blade manual, and my technique comes from there. Unfortunately, the manual was incomplete, containing only the first 3 levels. Hearing this, Chun-Li's eyes gleamed momentarily. Stroking his beard, he smiled. No matter, no matter. If you're willing to join the Chen family, we can help you complete the manual. Chun-Li thought his plan was working perfectly, but Lu Li suddenly looked embarrassed. Well, the manual is gone. Gone? Chun-Li nearly lost his composure, but quickly regained his calm. How did that happen? Lu Li put on a look of sorrowful indignation. I was ambushed. Not only was the manual stolen, but even my yuan crystals and equipment were taken. With no other options left, I came to the hub arena to try my luck. Chun-Li scrutinized Lu Li with suspicion. With your strength, how could you have fallen victim to such an attack? Lu Li then recounted a tale from his past life when he was betrayed by the Chen family, carefully altering the names of those involved. Because every detail was true, Chun-Li didn't detect any falsehoods. Unbelievable. Setting up such a despicable trap for personal gain. Chun-Li fumed. It's a miracle you survived. Truly a blessing amidst misfortune. Lu Li nodded repeatedly, his expression pitiful. If Elder is willing to aid me, perhaps I might have a chance to reclaim the blade manual. Chen-Li was about to agree without hesitation but paused to reconsider. With his power, dealing with a few low-level players would have been easy. However, due to the restrictions of the rules, he couldn't personally set foot on newly revived planets. After a moment of thought, Chen-Li said, since you've asked, I can't refuse. But due to the rule constraints, I'm unable to intervene directly. How about this? They'll assign you 4 blade slaves to assist you. Would that suffice? In truth, Lu Li's original plan was to lure Chun-Li into sending Chen Ko to aid him. Lu Li was calculating in his mind. Once he returned to Earth, he planned to find a way to control Chen Ko in order to threaten Chun-Li and obtain the remaining 6 levels of the Chen family's blade techniques. However, for now, Chun-Li seemed to have no such intention, and Lu Li decided to hold his tongue. He feared that being too obvious about his plans might arouse suspicion from this old fox. Seeing Lu Li nod in agreement, Chun-Li took out 4 thumb-sized jade figurines and a teleportation jade token from his pocket. He explained, these 4 blade slaves replicate my combat techniques, and each is at level 30. They should be sufficient to help you retrieve the blade manual. As for this jade token, crushing it will instantly teleport you to the main domain of the Chen family. If you encounter an insurmountable crisis, this could save your life. Lu Li chuckled inwardly at how meticulous this old fox was, but he kept his expression neutral as he accepted the items one by one. Since he still needed to claim his rewards from the arena challenges, he only exchanged a few polite words with Chen-Li before leaving the hall with Dio. In the arena's combat mode, Lu Li's performance was outstanding. Winning a single match earned him 100 Nexus points, and achieving a 10-match winning streak doubled the rewards. Lu Li tore through his opponents like a hurricane, achieving an incredible 100-match winning streak and ultimately amassing a staggering total of 1,023,000 Nexus points. With this newfound wealth, Lu Li embarked on a spending spree. First, he purchased a flawless quality spatial ring for 200,000 Nexus points. The ring's internal space was approximately 10,000 cubic meters equivalent to 5 football fields and featured time suspension. Apart from being unable to store living beings, it was nearly perfect. Next, Lu Li invested 500,000 Nexus points in acquiring the highest defense equipment set available. Although his Soul Devouring ability had allowed him to collect numerous defensive talents, making him capable of handling most battles, he knew that against opponents like the Hellhound, which possessed abilities to nullify defenses, those talents could become useless. To prepare for such contingencies, Lu Li needed to be well equipped. With the remaining 300,000 Nexus points, Lu Li purchased real estate. As the central hub connecting various star systems, the Nexus arenas surrounding Nexus Zone was undoubtedly a prime location for property investment. Drawing on his knowledge from his previous life, Lu Li was well aware that as the revival process accelerated, more players would flood into the Nexus arena. When that happened, property prices in the Nexus Zone would skyrocket. Buying early was the wisest move. Additionally, Lu Li spent 20,000 Nexus points on a Jade token that granted unrestricted access to the Nexus Zone. With the last 3,000 Nexus points, he bought a bulk supply of Super Lollipops, a specialty snack of the Nexus Zone. These lollipops were not only delicious, but also restored a small amount of stamina. Although they seemed like an overpriced luxury item, Lu Li, having lived through this once before, knew of their hidden value. They could be used to gain favor with the interdimensional NPC merchant, the Wandering Trader. While Lu Li was reveling in the joy of shopping, Alyssa stood nervously, clutching the corner of her garment. As a gladiator who had also achieved a streak of 100 victories, she possessed the same number of Nexus points as Lu Li. However, Alyssa couldn't bring herself to spend this hard-earned wealth lightly. She knew deep down that without Lu Li's help, she would have long perished. In her eyes, the million-plus Nexus points she had should rightfully belong to Lu Li, and even her life was a gift from him. Alyssa pondered silently. Returning would only mean being exploited until death, so why not follow this man? Perhaps she could find a better life. With this thought, she mustered her courage and, with a trembling voice, asked a question that might change her fate forever. Luli, do you need a slave? Luli was momentarily stunned. He had no particular interest in such things, especially after his previous life, where betrayal by someone he trusted had led to his demise. The idea of owning a slave held no appeal to him. Although he had once made Lin Qinfeng swear allegiance to him, it was more of a lesson for Lin Qinyue than a genuine master-servant relationship. In truth, he regarded the Lin family as cooperative partners rather than subordinates. Seeing his silence, Alyssa grew even more anxious, her words faltering further. I can give you all my Nexus points. I can sign a slave contract. They'll do anything. I eat very little, and am really hardworking. Luli frowned and raised his hand to interrupt her. I have no intention of taking on a slave. Besides, you now have 1,000,000 Nexus points. Even if you don't go back, you can live comfortably here in the Nexus for quite some time. Isn't freedom precious to you? Alyssa lowered her head, and her tone turned unbearably humble. For someone like me, without strength, freedom is a curse. Luli raised an eyebrow, a flicker of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Becoming my slave, aren't you afraid I'd send you to your death the very next day? Am not afraid. Either way, going back means death. Alyssa looked up, her gaze resolute. Might as well try. Who knows? Maybe you'll survive. With that, Alyssa swiftly purchased a slave contract. She pricked her finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto it, then knelt and held it up with both hands. Master, please accept Alyssa. Alyssa wants to live. Luli was taken aback, but soon chuckled. He reached out and took the contract. The system immediately issued a notification. Ding. Slave contract detected. Player Alyssa Barkey has voluntarily pledged allegiance to player Luli. The contract is now in effect and will remain so until death. With the contract activated, Alyssa let out a sigh of relief. Luli, unbothered, promptly purchased a set of high defense armor and an entry-exit jade token for the Nexus for her. The remaining 500,000 points were all spent on an epic shield called the Shield of Cowardice. Although the shield was of epic quality, its unique traits preventing the wielder from attacking and significantly reducing their speed made it rather undesirable compared to other equipment of the same tier. However, in Luli's view, it was perfect for Alyssa. Since he didn't expect her to contribute offensively, she might as well hold up the shield as a mascot, ensuring her survival. After finishing their purchases, Luli was about to leave the Nexus arena with Alyssa when a towering figure blocked their path. The Supreme One, with 6 piercing eyes, scrutinized the pair before speaking in an emotionless tone. Your match was impressive, but there's something I don't understand. How did you manage to kill that hellhound in the end? Luli knew the Supreme One's true identity, but chose not to expose him. Instead, he replied indifferently, and why should I tell you? The Supreme One's expression darkened, and he threatened coldly, because if you don't, he'll kill you. Though the Nexus arena had strict rules forbidding combat outside of matches, the Supreme One sought to intimidate the newcomer and extract his secret. Feigning fear, Luli stammered, He'll tell you. Just don't kill me. The Supreme One smirked smugly. Quick, spill it. Luli motioned for the Supreme One to lean closer, then whispered, that dog was too weak. Even your grandma could handle it with ease, let alone your grandpame. The Supreme One's 6 eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets in rage. What started as an attempt to intimidate had turned into him being insulted. But bound by the arena's rules, he could only swallow his anger and adopt a more amicable tone. My friend, you're joking. I wouldn't expect you to share your secret for free. How about this? I'll trade you 26 tier energy crystals for it. Please, satisfy my curiosity. Luli pretended to hesitate. That price seems a bit too low. 30 crystals. The Supreme One gritted out. It's my most critical secret, my trump card. You'll have to add more. 35 crystals. Deal. Luli snatched the crystals with a grin and said cheerfully, the reason I could kill that hellhound with one punch? Pure luck. Luck? The Supreme One was stunned. He had just spent 35 6th tier energy crystals to learn a secret, only for it to be summed up in 2 words? His first thought was that he had been swindled. But just as he was about to lose his temper, a nearby servitor's skull spoke in a monotone voice. No deception detected. Statement has a 100 authenticity rating. The Supreme One's 6 eyes widened in disbelief. The servitor skull, equipped with a top-tier lie detection system created by the titanium silicon race, had declared Luli's words truthful. But how could it be possible? A mere level 15 player defeating a level 25 hellhound purely by luck? As he was about to press further, the Supreme One noticed Luli staring intently at his data panel, an almost imperceptible pressure emanating from him. The atmosphere grew heavy, and the Supreme One involuntarily shivered. Was he, a veteran, actually intimidated by a level 15 newcomer? Before he could say anything else, Luli activated the teleportation jade token, disappearing from the Nexus arena with Alyssa. Inside the boys' dormitory of Yongqing No. 1 High School, a chilling scene was unfolding. Dao Gu, his face bruised and swollen, hung upside down from the ceiling, his arms bound tightly behind him. Most of his teeth were missing, and the few remaining were barely holding on. He mumbled incoherently, pleading, Jin Gu. I swear I'm telling the truth. I really notified you right away. I didn't conspire with Lu Li. I even told my men to inform you that he could summon the Blade Mantis. Please believe me, I wouldn't dare lie to you. Zhao Jin sat casually in a chair, toying with a pair of pliers in his hand. With a slight squeeze of his palm, the freshly extracted tooth in the pliers emitted a sickening crunch. So, according to you, I've misunderstood you? Zhao Jin asked coldly. Dao Ge's entire body tensed, and he shook his head frantically like a rattle drum. No, no, no. That's not what I meant, he stammered, trying to defend himself. But Zhao Jin suddenly clenched the pliers with force, shattering the tooth into fragments. Who was it that pounded their chest and swore they could keep Lu Li in check? Who said that even if he were Sun Wukong, wreaking havoc in the heavenly palace, your men could pin him under the five-finger mountain? Zhao Jin's voice turned sharp as he interrogated. Dao Ge's face twisted in anguish, his tone filled with grievance. If only Huang Bin had been more reliable, Lu Li wouldn't have had a chance to act up. My plan was to use his Libra talent to temporarily lock down Lu Li's attributes and restrain him. But who could have guessed that Huang Bin would lose his right hand to Lu Li before he could even activate his ability? By the time I got there, Huang Bin was already dead. Zhao Jin stood up, methodically cleaning the fragments of teeth from the pliers. His voice was devoid of warmth. So, you decided to turn the tables and collude with Lu Li to go against me, didn't you? As he spoke, he squatted down, bringing the pliers closer to Dao Ji's face. No, I didn't. Dao Gu writhed desperately, like a pig about to be slaughtered. Just as the pliers were about to clamp down on another tooth, a spark of inspiration flashed in Dao Ge's mind, and he shouted hurriedly, wait, I know how to find Lu Li. Zhao Jin paused, tilting his head slightly as he prompted, speak. Su Xiao. Dao Gu exclaimed anxiously. Lu Li is close to that girl Su Xiao. If you can find her, you'll definitely be able to figure out where Lu Li is. Zhao Jin's eyes narrowed as he pressed further. Where is Su Xiao? I don't know. She should have been in the girls' dorm across from us. Before Dao Gu could finish his sentence, another tooth was forcibly removed from his mouth. Zhao Jin tossed the tooth along with the pliers onto the ground, straightened up and said icily, kill him. Dao Ge's body thrashed violently as he screamed hysterically, wait, I have men students and teachers from number 1 high school. They'll definitely know where Su Xiao is. Zhao Jin raised an eyebrow, seemingly agreeing with Dao Ge's suggestion. You've got a point, which means you're no longer needed. Rest in peace. With that, a flash of steel cut through the air, and Dao Ge's head fell to the ground, silencing him forever. Bring those pigs up here, Zhao Jin ordered, his expression dark as he returned to his seat. Moments later, a group of trembling teachers and students, led by the square-faced teacher Yang, were ushered into the room. Zhao Jin's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Does anyone here know where Su Xiao is? Speak and you'll live. The room fell deathly silent. Zhao Jin sighed softly and said, kill two. 2 students were executed on the spot. Teacher Yang's face contorted with grief as he spoke up. We truly don't know where Su Xiao is. We're not hiding anything. Zhao Jin ignored him completely, not sparing him a glance. Anyone willing to speak now? Still, no one answered. Kill 4 more, Zhao Jin commanded. 4 more lives were extinguished. The room erupted in panic, with some girls so frightened they lost control of their bladders. Finally, He Pei-chin stepped forward, her face full of forced enthusiasm. Sir, I might know where Su Xiao is. A couple of days ago, she went to the supermarket to gather supplies. That might be her temporary hideout. If you send people to stake out the supermarket, you'll definitely catch her within 3 days. Zhao Jin's eyes darkened with impatience. 3 days? Too long. Does anyone know a more precise location? I do. Wang Shuyan raised her hand eagerly, pushing her way out of the crowd. Su Xiao just contacted me. She asked about the situation here. Hearing this, Zhao Jin shot up from his chair, striding over to Wang Shuyan in just a few steps. You're in contact with Su Xiao? Wang Shuyan nodded repeatedly, her eyes brimming with sycophancy. I lied to her and said I escaped. I begged her to take me in, and guess what? That idiot sent me her coordinates right away. The scene shifted to a residential building near the supermarket. Ma Han lay on the couch, annoyed and restless, mechanically chewing bubble gum. It was his 8th piece, and the wad in his mouth had grown so large that chewing became a struggle. Yet he kept at it, as if the act itself could alleviate his frustration. Wang Chao approached with a trash bin, holding it out to Ma Han. If you keep chewing, that gum's gonna turn into a rubber glove. Spit it out already. Get lost. Ma Han snapped, accidentally spitting the gum out in his irritation. He sighed heavily and popped another piece into his mouth. Wang Chao tossed the discarded gum into the bin and tried to console him. Come on, don't be mad. That's just how the class monitor is. Besides, we've got enough food here. Adding Wang Shuyan to the group won't make much of a difference. Hearing this, Ma Han sat up abruptly. You idiot. Do you think I'm worried about food? I'm worried she'll sell us out. Wang Chao scratched his head, puzzled. But Wang Shuyan said she escaped. Ma Han rolled his eyes and flopped back onto the couch. Oh, so you just believe whatever she says? Can't you be a little more cautious? Wang Chao chuckled sheepishly. Come on, we're all classmates. What's there to be cautious about? Before he could finish, gunshots erupted from downstairs. Ma Han and Wang Chao exchanged a glance before rushing toward the commotion. By the time they reached the stairwell, a crowd had already gathered. Some were residents of the building, but most were students who had fled the dorms with Su Xiao. At the entrance, heavily armed men in black had surrounded the entire complex, leaving no escape. A figure lay wounded at the doorway, clearly in bad shape. Class monitor. Wang Chao recognized the fallen figure and shouted as he ran toward her. Ma Han, snapping out of his initial shock, quickly followed. As they approached, they spotted a familiar face among the black-clad assailants. Wang Shuyan. Wang Chao and Ma Han exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with disbelief. Ma Han was quicker to react, immediately piecing together what had happened. Gritting his teeth, he roared, Wang Shuyan, you betrayed us. Are you even human? Hearing the familiar voices, Wang Shuyan instinctively shrank back, but she quickly remembered that she now had powerful backing. Straightening her posture, she strutted out confidently, her nose in the air. With a cold smirk, she retorted, you skinny monkey, don't make it sound so bad. Brother Jean was just here to ask a few questions. It's not our fault that Su Xiao refused to cooperate. She brought this on herself. Wang Chao knelt down to help Su Xiao, whose face was pale as a sheet. She had been shot in the abdomen, and blood was soaking through her dress. She struggled to speak. They're looking for Luli. Wang Chaos' face was filled with urgency. Then just tell them. Tell them Luli isn't here. Let them look somewhere else. Zhao Jin impatiently shoved Wang Shuyan aside and stepped forward with deliberate slowness. His voice was ice cold. I already know Luli isn't here, but Su Xiao has a way to contact him. That's why I need her to bring him to me. Suddenly, a furious voice rang out from the crowd. You expect us to help you after you showed up and heard our class monitor without saying a word? Then you demand our help? What kind of twisted logic is that? Zhao Jin turned his head sharply, his gaze like a blade locking onto the student who had spoken. Almost immediately, a gunshot rang out. A bullet pierced the student's forehead, and blood sprayed as the body collapsed to the ground. Panic erupted among the crowd. Screams echoed as everyone frantically tried to flee the scene. But Zhao Jin's men were prepared. A dozen masked, black-clad enforcers quickly formed a human barricade, trapping everyone in the center. Anyone who attempted to escape was mercilessly taken down. Zhao Jin pulled a gleaming golden pocket watch from his pocket, his tone devoid of emotion. My demand is simple. Bring me Luli. My patience, however, is limited. For every 30 seconds that Luli doesn't show up, they'll kill another person. Ma Han's fury ignited. Stretching his arms wide, he conjured a blazing longbow. Do you think we're just going to sit here and take this? Wang Chao also stood up, his skin hardening into an impenetrable armor-like shell. We won't let you harm anyone else. Zhao Jin glanced at them with disdain, a mocking smile playing on his lips as if their threats were beneath him. Time ticked by in suffocating silence. 30 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Another gunshot shattered the stillness, and another life was snuffed out. You bastard! Ma Han roared, no longer able to contain his rage. He released a flaming arrow that streaked toward Zhao Jin's face with a deafening whistle. It seemed certain to hit its mark, but Zhao Jin made no move to dodge. Instead, his grin widened, growing even more sinister. Boom! The flaming arrow exploded just inches from Zhao Jin's face, engulfing him in a massive fireball. Did it work? Ma Han wasn't the only one holding his breath. Hope flickered in the hearts of the trapped survivors. But their optimism was short-lived. The attack had indeed injured Zhao Jin, leaving his face horrifically burned, with parts of his skull exposed. Yet, to everyone's horror, the wounds began to heal at an impossible speed. Within 3 seconds, his face was restored to its original, sinister state, his icy gaze now even more terrifying. Time's up. Another one dies. Zhao Jin declared coldly. Another gunshot echoed, and yet another innocent life was taken. Stop it! Wang Chao bellowed as he charged at Zhao Jin. Without flinching, Zhao Jin raised his leg and delivered a precise kick to Wang Chaos' throat, sending him sprawling. Pathetic, Zhao Jin sneered, his eyes sweeping over the cowering crowd. Anyone else want to try their luck? No one answered. The air was thick with quiet sobs and suppressed fear. Zhao Jin strode over to Su Xiao, roughly yanking her up by her hair. Call Luli now, or he'll keep killing until there's no one left, he snarled, his voice dripping with malice. The crowd began to break down, their cries growing louder. Class monitor, just do what he says. Yeah, call Luli. He's going to kill us all if you don't. This is all because of Luli. Why should we pay the price? Please, just contact him. Is his life worth more than all of ours combined? Luli, you coward. Show yourself. I don't want to die. As the group descended into chaos, Zhao Jin's laughter grew louder, more maniacal. Tears won't buy you time, he taunted. Another gunshot rang out, and more bodies fell. Just then, a shocking announcement appeared on everyone's data panels. Congratulations to player Luli for becoming the first player in the world to defeat a Lord-class entity. Reward. First kill treasure chest 1. Luli, Zhao Jin's face twisted in fury as he read the announcement. Enraged, he struck Su Xiao across the face with a vicious slap. But even that wasn't enough to vent his frustration. Dragging her battered body, he began heading toward the residential complex's entrance. It seems killing people isn't enough to motivate you. They'll have to arrange something more persuasive, Zhao Jin growled, throwing Su Xiao to the ground with a thud. He turned to his men, barking orders. 2 of you, hold her down. Everyone else, line up and take turns to enjoy her. I want to see just how long you can last. As Zhao Jin's words rang out, Su Xiao's body seemed to lose all its strength, collapsing onto the ground. Large tears welled up in her eyes, silently streaming down her cheeks. She shook her head desperately, but no sound escaped her lips, as if fear had robbed her of the ability to speak. Zhao Jin's men moved swiftly, shoving a lecherous-looking middle-aged man in front of Su Xiao in no time. His greedy eyes fixated on the girl as his rough hands impatiently tore at her clothes. Each sound of fabric ripping drew laughter and jeers from the crowd, as if they were cheering on the atrocity about to unfold. Just as Su Xiao was about to be stripped bare, Ma Han intervened without hesitation. He swiftly drew his flaming longbow, releasing 3 arrows in rapid succession. 2 struck Zhao Jin with precision, while the third pierced through the shoulder of the lecherous man. Seeing his attack succeed, Ma Han charged forward without a second thought, determined to rescue Su Xiao from their clutches. However, as he took his first step, a dark shadow shot out like lightning and sank its teeth into his calf. Ma Han let out a cry of pain, crashing heavily to the ground. Before he could react, 2 more shadows lunged at him, biting down on his arms. The onlookers froze in shock as the sound of bones snapping echoed in the air. Upon closer inspection, the shadows revealed themselves to be 3 blood-eyed, black-furred hounds. Though not large in size, each radiated an eerie, menacing aura, their bodies shrouded in a sinister black mist. At that moment, a short-haired woman with heavy smoky eye makeup sauntered forward. Her steps were light, but her voice dripped with seductive malice. Zhao Jin-san, that scrawny guy kept attacking you. It makes me so upset, she purred, pressing the sharp heel of her stiletto onto Ma Han's head without mercy. Her accent was peculiar, clearly not native to Huaxia. Should I let my babies eat him? Bit by bit, she asked with a sweet smile, as though discussing the evening's dinner options. Zhao Jin casually wiped the blood off his face, his expression indifferent. Zhuquanchen, those attacks are nothing to me. But if you want to have some fun, go ahead. All right, Ji Chuan replied cheerfully, ready to command her hounds to tear Ma Han apart. But just as she was about to give the order, the 3 beasts abruptly turned their heads in unison, their eyes locked onto a specific direction. A flicker of unease appeared in their gaze, as though something in the shadows was drawing their attention and it was making them wary. Luli, Wang Chao shouted in excitement, but his expression froze almost instantly. Emerging from the darkness was not Luli, but a tall woman. She was clad in an elaborate suit of glowing armor, her entire figure emitting a faint, radiant light. Despite her gentle demeanor, Wang Chao felt an inexplicable urge to attack her. Before he could make sense of this strange feeling, the tall woman suddenly shouted, Zhao Jin, the Lin family is here to collect their debt. Wang Chao's heart leapt with joy. Though he couldn't discern her intentions, the enemy of his enemy was surely an ally. This formidable-looking woman would undoubtedly keep Zhao Jin occupied. Qiqin squinted at the distant Lin Qinfeng and chuckled mischievously, turning to Zhao Jin. A debt? Zhao Jin-san, could it be a lover's debt? Zhao Jin's face darkened as he frowned. Just some stepping stones for the Zhao family. I don't know why they're not all dead yet. These past few days, they've been buzzing around like flies. Qiqin laughed even more maniacally. If she's a fly, then wouldn't that make you, pa? A flash of killing intent crossed Zhao Jin's eyes, but mindful of Qiqin's unique status, he suppressed his fury and redirected it toward Lin Qinfeng. He sneered. Lin family's eldest daughter, coming to demand payment? Why didn't you bring more people? Where are your 3 little sisters? Did they perish in the carnage abyss? Before the words had fully left his mouth, Zhao Jin launched himself like a cannonball toward Lin Qinfeng, aiming a heavy punch straight at her face. Lin Qinfeng neither retreated nor dodged, meeting his attack with a punch of her own. The two exchanged several blows before both were forced to step back. Lin Qinfeng shook her aching hands, gritting her teeth. Zhao Jin, on the other hand, glanced at his rapidly healing wounds with ease. He did not press his attack further, but instead signaled to his men. Immediately, several figures leapt out, surrounding Lin Qinfeng. Lin family's eldest daughter, do you really think you alone can stand against an army? Without your sister's coordination, you're nothing. Zhao Jin taunted her without restraint. Lin Qinfeng nodded calmly. You're right. That's why they're here too. As her words fell, a sharp blade of light slashed out from the darkness. Caught off guard, Zhao Jin narrowly dodged, but not before a deep, bone-exposing wound was carved into his shoulder. At the same time, a radiant glow of group healing and divine blessings enveloped Lin Qinfeng, instantly restoring her condition. Lin Qinxue emerged, wielding her frostblade with precision. Each strike was relentless, leaving fresh wounds on Zhao Jin's body. Step by step, Zhao Jin was forced into retreat, showing signs of being overwhelmed. The onlookers, trapped and helpless, felt a flicker of hope reignite in their hearts. Wang Chao shouted out, "Don't just stand there. This is our chance to fight back." But no one responded. The survivors remained silent, avoiding even making eye contact with him. Qian burst into uncontrollable laughter. You Huaxia people, cowardice runs in your blood. It was true 80 years ago, and it's still true now. Pathetic, all of you. A nation like yours deserves to be wiped out. Ha ha ha. Wang Chaos' eyes turned bloodshot, his body trembling with rage like a cornered beast. What are you all doing? Fight back. This is the best chance we've got. The crowd stirred, but no one stepped forward. Finally, a small figure pushed through the group. It was Cheng Duoduo. Fear was written all over her face, but she summoned the courage to cry out, "Everyone, we need to stand together. Don't let them slaughter us like sheep." Qian clicked her tongue in annoyance. With a gesture, a monstrous hound lunged at Cheng Duoduo. The girl screamed and tried to dodge, but it was too late. She was knocked to the ground, scrambling desperately toward the crowd for help. Yet no one reached out. In their eyes, the frail girl was already as good as dead. Wang Chao roared in fury, stumbling toward Cheng Duoduo in an attempt to save her. But two other monstrous hounds intercepted him, blocking his path. They didn't attack, but merely obstructed him, as if forcing him to witness the girl being torn apart. Realizing he needed to take out the mastermind, Wang Chao turned his attention to Qian. She smiled eerily, leisurely pulling out a handgun. Wang Chaos' heart sank, but he quickly reassured himself. I'm already at level 3. With my overarmor ability, I should be able to block bullets. Clinging to this belief, he charged forward with all his might. Just as he was about to close the distance, a gunshot rang out. Wang Chao watched in disbelief as blood splattered from his body, as fragile as paper. What's happening? My ability failed? Bang, bang. 2 more shots followed. Searing pain shot through his legs, and he collapsed to his knees. Laughter rang in his ears. Ha ha, this is hilarious. You really thought your ability would save you, huh? You're so naive. Qian reached for her neck, pulling out a crimson pendant from under her collar. See this? A high-quality artifact, the magic crystal pendant. Within a 3-meter radius, all abilities are nullified. Even if your defense were impenetrable, it's worthless against me. What? Wang Chao stared blankly at the pendant dangling from her fingers, a deep sense of despair washing over him. This woman from Sakura country possessed an artifact that could disable abilities. How could they possibly fight against that? While Wang Chao was reeling, another shift occurred nearby. Zhao Jin seemed to activate some kind of power, his strength surging dramatically. He launched a ferocious assault, forcing the sword-wielding Lin Qinxue into retreat. Zhao Jin let out a wild laugh as he overpowered the struggling Lin Qinfeng, his punches swift and ferocious like a raging storm. A cruel smile played at the corners of his lips as he continued to taunt. Not just the 4 of you. Even if you add that old geezer Lin Tianxia, none of you can take me on. Oh wait, I almost forgot Lin Tianxia has already died from poisoning. Ha ha ha. The 4 Lin sisters froze at his words, their eyes instantly filled with horror. The cause of Lin Tianxia's death had remained a mystery, but Zhao Jin's words seemed to unveil a piece of the hidden truth. Lin Qinyue's eyes widened in fury, her voice trembling with rage. It was you. You killed the old man? You bastard, I'll kill you. She broke free from her eldest sister Lin Qinfeng's grip and charged toward Zhao Jin without hesitation. Qinyue. Lin Qinfeng hurriedly grabbed her younger sister's arm, lowering her voice in an attempt to dissuade her. Don't be reckless. We can't beat him. Wait for the gentleman to Aravis almost here. But Lin Qinyue had already lost all sense of reason. She screamed hoarsely, Big sister, didn't you hear him? It was Zhao Jin. He killed the old man. Avenge him, big sister. Let me go. I must avenge him. Lin Qinfeng, already injured, couldn't hold on as Lin Qinyue struggled with all her might. In her fury and desperation, the unarmed and defenseless Lin Qinyue rushed toward Zhao Jin, only to be subdued by his men before she could even get close. This scene fell squarely into Wang Chao's line of sight, and with it, his last shred of hope shattered. Komatsu Riken, standing triumphantly, raised her foot and stomped harshly on Wang Chao's shoulder. Her face was full of mockery as she sneered, "Fat fool. I'll give you a chance to live because you've got guts. Kowtow twice, then shout 3 times. The people of Huaxia will always be the dogs of Sakura, and I'll spare you. Otherwise, you're next to die." After her taunt, Komatsu Riken turned her gaze to the unconscious Chung Duo lying not far away. The girl's body was covered in gruesome bite wounds, her pain so unbearable she'd passed out. Yet the 3 monstrous hounds continued gnawing at her, feasting on her flesh in a horrifying display. Wang Chao trembled all over, his body slowly leaning forward. Komatsu Riken's smirk grew wider as she anticipated his submission. But just as Wang Chao's head was about to hit the ground, his face twisted with ferocity. Letting out a primal roar, he lunged forward with all his might. "To hell with you." Caught off guard, Komatsu Riken was knocked to the ground. Wang Chao, seizing the moment, reached out to grab the magical crystal pendant around her neck. However, his injuries left him too weak, and his movements were a fraction too slow. Komatsu Riken retaliated with a sharp knee strike, breaking free from his grasp. Enraged and humiliated, she pulled out a handgun and aimed it at Wang Chao, shouting furiously, "You ungrateful fool. If you're that eager to die, I'll grant your wish." Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger, emptying the magazine in a relentless barrage. Yet, none of the bullets found their mark. Every shot was intercepted by a towering shield that appeared seemingly out of nowhere. From behind the shield, 2 fluffy cat ears peeked out, trembling nervously before drooping back down. A timid voice followed. "I think I blocked something. Oh no. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Master told me to do it." Elisa, her demeanor like that of a frightened rabbit, cast an apologetic glance at Komatsu Riken. "Master? Where did Master go?" Komatsu Riken stared in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. But the next wave of killing intent snapped her back to reality. Instinctively, she dodged, narrowly avoiding a blade striking down at her from an angle. A man clad in light armor materialized out of thin air, his gaze cold and unyielding. Wang Chao, recognizing the figure, could no longer hold back his tears. "Lu Li cast a quick glance at Wang Chao, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. "What happened to you? Look at the state you're in." Raising a hand, he activated his extreme healing ability. Wang Chao's injuries began to mend rapidly, and in moments, he was back on his feet. As Wang Chao stood up, Komatsu Riken's expression grew increasingly alarmed. This mysterious man had just used a healing ability. How was that possible? They were clearly within the range of the magical crystal pendant's suppression, which should have nullified all abilities. "Who are you? You don't seem local," Lu Li asked, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized her. Of course, I'm not from Huaxia. I hail from the noble Sakura." Komatsu Riken replied arrogantly. Lu Li raised an eyebrow. "Ah, a Sakura native living it up. That makes things easier." Komatsu Riken sneered. "What? Are you scared?" Lu Li shook his head, black mist swirling ominously around him. "No, I was just worried about killing the wrong person." In an instant, a ghostly wail echoed through the air. The black mist coalesced into countless spectral warriors, each with a unique and fearsome appearance. Their sheer numbers filled the entire courtyard, leaving no space unoccupied. Zhao Jin's men, caught off guard, were mercilessly slaughtered by the spectral army. The tides of battle shifted dramatically in an instant. Komatsu Riken could only stand frozen, watching in disbelief as her forces crumbled. Her voice trembled as she muttered, "A summoner? But how can he summon so many at once? And instantly? This can't be real." Lu Li began to close the distance between them step by step. "Magical crystal pendant? Corrupted hounds? I see. I've been wondering why Earth, being so remote, was affected during the first wave of the magical tides. Now I understand. It was you Sakura people stirring up trouble." Before his words had fully settled, Lu Li's figure blurred as he accelerated. His blade sliced through the air, carrying an unstoppable intent to kill. Komatsu Riken tried to evade, but in the next moment, she realized with horror that Lu Li had vanished entirely. She couldn't trace his movements at all. Before she could utter another syllable, blood gushed from her neck, cutting her voice short. Her head tilted backward uncontrollably as her body fell limp. "TSK, I thought you'd be tougher," Lu Li muttered, flicking the blood off his blade. Without thinking, He activated his Soul Devouring ability. However, this time, the familiar notification sound did not follow. Not dead yet? Luli frowned slightly and stepped closer to inspect. To his surprise, Komatsu Riken's corpse twitched violently. Her body contorted into an unnatural, grotesque position as she rose. Her severed head, barely attached by a strip of flesh, swayed unnervingly. Incoherent sounds gurgled from her throat. Luli, you forced me to use that item. Today, you will die here. Komatsu Riken's voice dripped with madness and venom. Scarlet tendrils of blood erupted from her neck wound, engulfing her entire body. The three corrupted hounds leaped into the blood cocoon, disappearing within. The cocoon writhed and pulsed, emitting the sickening sounds of bones breaking and flesh tearing. The oppressive aura it radiated sent chills down everyone's spine. A demon cocoon. Lu Li's pupils contracted as he shouted urgently at Wang Chao, "Get out of here now!" But it was already too late. The swollen, pulsating cocoon suddenly contracted before exploding outward in a devastating blast. A surge of violent magical energy swept across the entire area, corrupting everyone present to varying degrees. Even Luli, despite his precautions, couldn't escape the negative effects of the demonic energy's corruption. Lu Li's expression darkened as his brows furrowed. His gaze was locked firmly on the scene ahead. After the ominous cocoon burst open, a writhing mass of black and red emerged, pulsing as though it were searching for something. Parasitic demon. The term flashed through Lu Li's mind, immediately followed by a flood of related information. Corruption from demonic energy not only inflicted negative effects on players, but also led to a terrifying transformation. Once the corruption reached its critical threshold, the victim would turn into a demonic cocoon, eventually birthing all manner of monstrous creatures. Parasitic demons were among the most dreaded of these abominations. Lu Li's frown deepened as he pondered. That Sakura woman had already been killed. How could she still transform into a demonic cocoon? Recalling her mention of using some kind of artifact, a sharp sense of vigilance rose within him. Could it be the decayed essence? If this parasitic demon had indeed been catalyzed by decayed essence, the situation was far more dire than expected. These creatures radiated a potent aura of corruption, akin to having a toad crawl across your foot, repulsive even if it didn't bite. Without the assistance of holy abilities, engaging such a foe recklessly could lead to severe corruption, irreversibly transforming one into another cocoon. Worse still, even soulbound weapons were not immune. Once saturated by demonic energy, they would break free from their master's control, becoming independent entities akin to shadow fiends. The harsh lessons of his previous life flashed through Lu Li's mind. He had no intention of losing another 100 elite soul soldiers. Rebuilding his resources in this new life had been painstaking. He couldn't afford to squander it all now. Soul troops, retreat, Lu Li ordered decisively. Though the second phase of his bloodthirsty massacre skill could purify demonic corruption, its cooldown had yet to reset. His only hope now lay in Lin Qinyue's holy blessing. But that ill-mannered heiress of the Lin family had already fallen into Zhao Jin's hands as a hostage. Lu Li sighed, frustration mounting. These people truly knew how to make a bad situation worse. Lightning arrow, activate. Regardless of the circumstances, the immediate threat had to be eliminated. Sparks crackled as arcs of electricity shot forward, striking the writhing black-red mass. When it came to demons, especially ones born from Sakura, people, Lu Li showed no mercy. The parasitic demon twisted violently, letting out an ear-piercing scream after several strikes. The voice, disturbingly human, shrieked, "Zhao Jin, save me!" When Zhao Jin remained motionless, it cried out again, "Zhao Jin, if I die, the alliance between Moriyaka Domain and the Zhao family will be over. Your hopes of joining the ranks of Earth-level families will be shattered." These words froze Zhao Jin in his tracks. "Damn it, you wretched woman!" He cursed under his breath, reluctantly turning around. He was already well aware of Lu Li's overwhelming strength dominating the leaderboard and summoning an army of creatures that could fill an entire neighborhood in an instant. That alone spoke volumes. By contrast, the so-called prodigy of Moriyaka Domain summoners, Komatsu Chinu, could only summon 3 corrupt hounds at most, and even that required an elaborate ritual. Lu Li, on the other hand, seemed capable of calling forth his terrifying creatures with a mere thought, unleashing them to harvest lives without hesitation. If not for Lu Li recalling his summons earlier, Zhao Jin wouldn't have dared turn back to save Komatsu Chinu, even at gunpoint. "Lu Li, take a look at who I have here," Zhao Jin shouted, dragging Su Xiao into view. Though she had not yet been violated, her condition was dire, her body battered by gunshot wounds and demonic corruption. Barely clothed in tattered rags, she looked like a broken doll discarded after cruel play. Lu Li's movements paused momentarily, his gaze turning icy. Zhao Jin, noticing this, smirked triumphantly. "Didn't expect this, did you, Lu Li? Your little sweetheart is in my hands." When you used Luo Hong to threaten me before, you should have known this day would come. Hand over Komatsu Chinu, or I'll kill her right here. Zhao Jin expected to see fear, or at least hesitation on Lu Li's face. But there was none, only cold indifference, with a trace of disdain. Go ahead, Lu Li said flatly, before resuming his relentless barrage of lightning arrows on the parasitic demon. Zhao Jin was dumbfounded. Something was off. Why wasn't Lu Li reacting as expected? You don't believe he'll kill her? He stammered, glancing at the hostage in his grasp. It was Su Xiao, no doubt about it. But why did Lu Li seem so unconcerned? Weren't they classmates? Friends? Hadn't he gifted her that perfect quality equipment? According to Wang Shuyan, their relationship should have been close, shouldn't it? The parasitic demon's shrill screams continued, grating on Zhao Jin's nerves. Suddenly, he had a realization. Lu Li didn't care about Su Xiao? No, that couldn't be it. If he truly didn't care, why would he have gifted her something so valuable? He must be bluffing. A cruel grin spread across Zhao Jin's face. In the next moment, Zhao Jin formed his fingers into a blade and plunged them into Su Xiao's wound. She let out a muffled groan, her face contorted in pain. But that wasn't enough for Zhao Jinha, twisted and tore at the injury, amplifying her agony. Even the strongest will would falter under such torment. Yet, despite Su Xiao's screams growing hoarse and her body slipping into unconsciousness from the pain, Lu Li remained utterly unmoved. The lightning arrows continued to rain down without pause. He truly seemed indifferent. Even Lin Qinyue, who was also captured, couldn't bear the sight. She screamed at Zhao Jin to stop, her voice frantic. Shut up. Zhao Jin snapped, slapping Lin Qinyue across the face. He racked his brain, desperate to find a way to make Lu Li stop. At this rate, Komatsu Chinu would be fried to a crisp by the lightning barrage. Just then, a sleazy-looking man spoke up. Boss Jin, remember Chen Hao? Zhao Jin shot the man, named Feng Shi, an annoyed glance. What about him? He's a traitor now. What does he have to do with this? Feng Shi nodded eagerly. Yes, but Chen Hao's already dead, isn't he? Zhao Jin's frustration grew. What's your point? Feng Shi chuckled nervously, his eyes glinting with malice. I suspect Lu Li isn't worried about Su Xiao dying because of his ability. He turned Chen Hao into one of his summons, didn't he? Zhao Jin froze, the realization hitting him like a thunderclap. Of course. If Lu Li's power allowed him to claim the dead as summons, then Su Xiao's death wouldn't be a low sit, might even benefit him. Go on, Zhao Jin urged, his brow furrowing. Feng Shi licked his lips, his expression twisted with anticipation. That's why killing Su Xiao won't work as a threat. If you want to make Lu Li yield, you'll have to use the old method. Strip the girl, and let the boys have their way with her. I refuse to believe Lu Li would stay indifferent then. Zhao Jin slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing something. He fixed his gaze on Lu Li, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. Lu Li, can you really stand by and watch Su Xiao being humiliated? Zhao Jin raised his voice, his eyes sweeping over Wang Chao and Ma Han. Even if you manage to bring her back, this memory will haunt her forever. Wang Chao and Ma Han froze at his words, their faces twisting with rage. They glared at Lu Li, fury burning in their eyes, as if ready to charge forward and rescue Su Xiao themselves. Lu Li's movements faltered slightly, and the frequency of his lightning arrows slowed. Taking advantage of the moment, Feng Shi tore away the last shreds of Su Xiao's clothing, his lecherous laughter echoing unabated. Save her, Lu Li. Ma Han roared in desperation. Lu Li, please. Save our class leader first. Wang Chao cried, collapsing to his knees in tears. You're a coward. You can't even protect your own woman. What kind of man are you? Lin Qinyue lashed out angrily. Yet Lu Li remained unmoved. Just as despair began to set in among the group, only Elisa noticed something unusual. Her ears twitched as she sensed a familiar energy, one that reminded her of the moment Lu Li had killed the Chen family's blade slave. Instinctively, she activated her innate ability, the blessing of the goddess of fortune. In an instant, the sound of lightning arrows ceased. Lu Li's figure blurred for a moment, replaced by a shadowy silhouette radiating an air of tragedy. Feng Shi, who had been watching closely, froze for a split second before feeling a sudden lightness in his arms. Warm liquid splashed onto his face, not the comforting warmth of human skin, but the foul stench of blood. His hands had been severed cleanly at the base, now twitching on the ground like vultures' claws, futilely grasping at the body they had sought to defile. Feng Shi managed only a single syllable before his voice was cut off, as though his throat had been sealed in cement. His heart stopped, and the last thing he saw was Zhao Jin's horrified expression. Lu Li was inwardly surprised. How did Absolute Kill activate? But his actions did not falter. His blade, Insect Fang, flowed like water toward Zhao Jin's throat. Perhaps it was the scent of blood revealing Lu Li's position, or perhaps Zhao Jin's instincts were extraordinary. Faced with the sudden attack, he instinctively leaned back, narrowly dodging the blade. Then, with a swift kick, he sent Su Xiao and Feng Zai's lifeless body flying several meters away. "Help me, Zhao Jin!" A trembling voice cried out. It was Komatsu Puppy, shrieking incessantly. "Shut up. I have to deal with Lu Li first, or neither of us will survive." Zhao Jin barked in fury. "Save me. I can break his invisibility and help you find him." "Are you sure? Why would I lie to you?" Without hesitation, Zhao Jin grabbed hostage Lin Qinyue and strode toward the blackened mass of flesh. Behind him, agonized screams filled the air as his men, now unprotected, fell one by one under Lu Li's blade. Wang Shuyan and He Peiqin, sensing the tide turning, quietly retreated into the group of survivors. "Look at you now, how are you supposed to help me?" Zhao Jin demanded, his gaze darting warily around as he reached the pulsating mass. "Extend your hand." The grotesque lump trembled, its voice dripping with temptation. Zhao Jin hesitated, but cautiously extended his arm. Suddenly, the lump contracted violently, and countless fleshy tendrils shot into Zhao Jin's arm. He stumbled back in horror, shouting, "You wretched woman! What are you doing?" "Don't be afraid, Zhao Jin-san. It will all be over soon." Komatsu Puppy's eerie voice whispered, this time emanating directly from Zhao Jin's throat. The tendrils burrowed through Zhao Jin's body, rapidly enhancing his physical form. Jagged bone spikes pierced through his skin, and writhing muscles swelled grotesquely. When a fist-sized, skinless crimson head emerged from his neck, the terror on Zhao Jin's face vanished, replaced by a maniacal sense of enlightenment. "So that's how it is," Zhao Jin muttered, inspecting his mutated body. A twisted smile spread across his face. "Now, I can see all targets tainted by demonic energy." No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhao Jin suddenly raised his arm to block. His engorged muscles tore open under an invisible force, yet he pressed forward instead of retreating. His other deformed arm lashed out, clawing at the air. A burst of blood mist erupted from his grasp. Lu Li retreated quickly, his invisibility completely undone. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he activated his innate ability, Extreme Regeneration. Though Zhao Jin's attack seemed superficial, his fusion with the parasitic demon had imbued him with a corruption aura. The strike had significantly amplified the effects of the demonic energy's erosion. Alarms blared in Lu Li's mind. "If I take 2 or 3 more hits like that, the deep corruption will be irreversible. Even with all my skills, I won't escape the fate of becoming a demon cocoon." Lu Li secretly pondered to himself, imagining how incredible it would be to possess the divine affinity. His gaze inadvertently fell on Lin Qinyue, who was restrained not far away. The eldest daughter of the Lin family held the divine blessing, a manifestation of the divine affinity. A dangerous thought flashed through his mind: should he kill her and devour her soul to obtain this power? But as soon as the idea formed, Lu Li decisively shook his head, banishing it from his thoughts. He was not a bloodthirsty person. Although Lin Qinyue had once offended him with her words, it was far from enough to justify killing her. Besides, while the current situation was dire, it hadn't yet reached a point of total despair. Lu Li furrowed his brow, realizing the encroaching demonic energy was beginning to cloud his judgment. He quickly stowed away the insect fang dagger in his hand. Zhao Jin misunderstood Lu Li's actions, thinking he had surrendered. He burst into a fit of maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha, out of tricks, are we? Finally realized you're no match for me, and decided to lay down your weapon and surrender? Well, let me tell you it's too late now." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Jin suddenly pushed off with his legs, the concrete ground beneath him splitting with web-like cracks. His figure shot forward like a cannonball, hurtling straight toward Lu Li with immense force. Lu Li appeared to lose his fighting spirit, swiftly dodging to the side as if searching for a safe spot to hide. In the blink of an eye, he had taken cover behind Elisa, who had been observing the battle. "Elisa, hold your ground," Lu Li shouted urgently. "Huh, master." Elisa barely had time to respond before Zhao Jin descended upon her like an out-of-control truck. A heavy, resounding impact echoed through the air. Elisa felt a sharp pain in the webbing between her thumbs and forefingers, her body involuntarily sliding back 2 inches. "After activating my ability, my luck really took a turn. I couldn't trigger a perfect block," she thought, tears welling up in her eyes not out of fear, but from the sheer pain. Zhao Jin's overwhelming force was nearly unbearable, even with the damage reduction provided by her coward shield. After merging with the parasitic demon, Zhao Jin's physical attributes had skyrocketed. Elisa knew she could barely hold him off, but she had to endure. It was her master's command. Her gaze hardened with resolve, her muscles tensing as she braced for the next attack. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a hand suddenly extended from behind Elisa, reaching past her shield and gently pressing against Zhao Jin's body. "Master!" Elisa exclaimed in shock, turning her head. She was stunned to see that Lu Li's once serious expression had been replaced with a confident smile. You did well holding them off. Leave the rest to me, Lu Li said calmly, gently pushing Elisa aside as he activated his Libra talent in secret. The talent's effect immediately took hold. It removed the absorption limit of energy crystals but prevented any level ups, instead granting temporary attribute points corresponding to the current level. Once the talent ended, the added points would vanish, and proper attribute distribution would only occur upon an actual level up. Lu Li swiftly extended his right hand, placing it on Zhao Jin's shoulder. The fairness effect instantly activated under the condition of overexertion. The touched target could no longer absorb energy crystals, and both parties' 4 primary attributes were forcibly equalized for 5 minutes. Xiaosong Jichuan scoffed at the sight, mocking, Lu Li, what are you doing? Dusting us off? Your strength is laughable. But before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Jin's expression twisted into one of horror. Wait, why is my strength attribute down to 15.8? Something's wrong with this guy. Zhao Jin was in shock as he realized that his original strength of 40 had been slashed by more than half after Lu Li's touch. To his dismay, the other 3 attributes were also drastically altered. His speed dropped from 30 to 15.9, his constitution plummeted from 50 to 15.6, and even his low mental attribute of 10 had risen slightly to 15.2. What the hell is going on? Zhao Jin and Xiaosong Jichuan simultaneously recalled what Dao Gu had mentioned earlier, an idea to use Huang Bin's Libra talent to temporarily lock Lu Li's attributes. Zhao Jin staggered backward, his mind racing. How could Lu Li possess Huang Bin's talent? Could it be that Lu Li didn't merely turn the dead into summoned creatures, but could fully steal their abilities? Cold sweat drenched Zhao Jin's back as he hurriedly communicated with Xiaosong Jichuan, hoping to escape. However, Xiaosong Jichuan remained eerily composed. Don't panic. He's still no match for us. As long as we survive a couple of rounds, the aura of the Dark Lord will soon overwhelm him, and hell become one of us. Zhao Jin suddenly understood. Once the corruption from the dark energy deepened, Lu Li would transform into a dark cocoon, and upon emerging, he would join their side. Yet, the anticipated battle didn't commence immediately. Lu Li casually retrieved a thumb-sized jade figurine from his spatial ring. Zhao Jin tensed up, fearing it might be a powerful artifact. With a slight squeeze of his fingers, Lu Li shattered the figurine, summoning a frail-looking puppet. The puppet's face was featureless, save for the character Wrath painted on it. Zhao Jin exhaled in relief and sneered. Is this your grand strategy, Lu Li? A single puppet? Lu Li paused for a moment, then silently crushed 3 more jade figurines. As 3 additional faceless puppets appeared, Zhao Jin mocked even louder, for puppets? I could stand still and let them attack me for a full minute. The other survivors, who had been holding onto a glimmer of hope, felt their hearts sink. It seemed that Lu Li was still no match for Zhao Jin. But just as Zhao Jin was reveling in his imminent victory, Xiaosong Jichuan's piercing scream shattered his confidence. Zhao Jin quickly realized something was off. The 4 seemingly sluggish puppets had vanished without a trace. In the next instant, 4 razor-sharp attacks came at him from all directions simultaneously. Zhao Jin scrambled to defend himself, only to discover that the frail-looking puppets possessed terrifying strength. For precise strikes landed on his limbs, tearing away a significant portion of his flesh in an instant. As the blades closed in on his vital areas, Xiaosong Jichuan shrieked, Zhao Jin, use your talent now. The blade moved like thunder and lightning, slicing through the air in an instant. Swish, 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 the sound of flesh tearing echoed continuously. Zhao Jin stood frozen in place like a statue. The moment the 4 puppets sheathed their blades, pieces of flesh fell from Zhao Jin's body, crumbling to the ground like snow from tree branches. 2 severed heads rolled across the floor, their faces eerily serene. At first, the survivors were stunned, but then they erupted into cheers of relief and joy. Lin Qingfeng, the eldest of the Lin siblings, rushed to her sister Lin Qingyue to rescue her from captivity. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue raised her sword and swiftly eliminated Zhao Jin's remaining subordinates. Only Lu Li stood motionless, his eyes fixed intently on the scattered remains not far away. Lu Li, your puppets are amazing, Wang Chao exclaimed excitedly as he helped Su Xiao to her feet. Ma Han, struggling to lift his head, nodded in agreement and gasped, no kidding. Zhao Jin's tricks are nothing compared to Brother Lu. Lu Li ignored the praise and spoke urgently to Lin Qingfeng. Treat the injured and get everyone out of here. This place is dangerous. What? Lin Qingfeng asked in surprise. Zhao Jin is already dead, isn't he? Are you worried reinforcements might arrive? No, Lu Li shook his head, stepping cautiously toward the remains. Zhao Jin isn't dead yet. You all need to leave immediately. And don't forget to have Lin Qingwei remove the effects of the demonic energy corruption. If it lingers too long, it'll turn into deep corruption, and not even the gods can save you then. Though puzzled, Lin Qingfeng trusted Lu Li's judgment. She quickly instructed her sister to use her divine blessings to cleanse every one of the negative effects. Lin Qingyue, however, muttered in discontent, "He's obviously dead, and yet he's still putting on airs. What a pretentious show-off. Qingyue, watch your manners." Lin Qingfeng scolded sternly. Lin Qingyue shrank back, begrudgingly casting blessings on everyone except Lu Li. Noticing this deliberate omission, Lin Qingfeng questioned her. "Why didn't you bless Mr. Lu?" Lin Qingyue remained silent, only speaking after finishing the blessings for the others. With a haughty tone, she declared, "Oh, I can bless him too, but I have one condition. I want the Lin family to stop recognizing him as our leader, and I want Lu Li to become my servant." Lin Qingfeng was shocked. "Qingyue, stop this nonsense and bless Mr. Lu immediately." "Elder sister, didn't you hear what he just said?" Lin Qingyue smirked, turning her gaze proudly toward Lu Li. "The demonic energy corruption will turn into deep corruption if left unchecked. At that point, not even the gods can save him. Without my blessing, Lu Li is as good as dead. Sister, this is our chance." Lin Qingfeng frowned deeply, her tone stern as she rebuked her sister. "Qingyue, Mr. Lu has helped us. Acting like this is no different from repaying kindness with betrayal." But Lin Qingyue ignored her sister's reprimand. She pushed Lin Qingfeng aside and shouted defiantly, "I don't care about repaying kindness or betrayal. All I know is that the Lin family must not become anyone's subordinate. No one can stand above the Lin family. Even if father is gone, that will never change." With that, she stormed toward Lu Li, shouting as she ran, "Lu Li, if you want me to cleanse the demonic energy corruption from your body, you'll have to sign a servant contract and acknowledge me as your master. Otherwise, prepare to die." Lu Li, who had been fully focused on the scattered remains, was momentarily distracted by Lin Qingyu's outburst. In that brief instant, the two severed heads on the ground suddenly opened their eyes. Zhao Jin's head sprouted a mass of fleshy tendrils that shot toward Lu Li, while the other head, smaller and more grotesque, leaped like a flea and lunged at Lin Qingyue. Caught off guard, Lu Li barely managed to fend off Zhao Jin's attack, but the smaller head found its mark. The moment it struck Lin Qingyu's arm, it seemed to merge with her. No matter how much she screamed and struggled, she couldn't shake it off. "Did you really think a few puppets could kill me? Naive pigs of Huaxia." A chilling, grotesque laugh, both male and female in tone, emanated from Lin Qingyu's throat, stabbing into the hearts of the Lin sisters like a dagger. Seeing her sister captured again, Lin Qingfeng felt as though she had been struck by lightning, collapsing to her knees in despair. Lin Qingxue remained silent, her expression icy. Mr. Lu Lin Qingfeng took a few hesitant steps forward, wanting to speak but unsure of what to say. "Don't worry," Lu Li said calmly, retracting his puppets. "Her innate ability is holy in nature. She won't be in any immediate danger. To save her, we'll need to plan carefully. For now, the priority is to remove the demonic energy corruption from me." Hearing this, Lin Qingfeng was overcome with guilt. If not for her sister's willfulness, Lu Li would have already been freed from the corruption. Now, not only had Lin Qingyue caused trouble, but they also had to ask Lu Li for help, a situation that left Lin Qingfeng deeply ashamed. "What can I do for you, Mr. Lu?" she asked. Lu Li thought for a moment before replying. "Take everyone back for now and continue with the task I assigned you." Lin Qingfeng nodded slightly, then glanced at the other survivors. "What about these people?" Lu Li followed her gaze and looked at Wang Chao and Ma Han. "What are your plans from here?" Ma Han flexed his newly healed arm, glanced at Wang Chao, who was helping Su Xiao, and gave a bitter smile. "I'd like to find my family first, but my parents are in Yueching. With transportation cut off, that's not an option for now." Wang Chao answered earnestly, "I live with my grandfather, but he went missing when the disaster struck. If possible, I'd like to search for him in the city." Lu Li nodded. "In that case, you two should stick with Lin Qingfeng for now." Lin Qingfeng? Both Wang Chao and Ma Han turned to look at the tall, commanding woman. Her attire and combat prowess seemed worlds apart from their own. How did Lu Li, a poor student with no family, come to know someone like her? And judging by Lin Qingfeng's demeanor, she seemed to hold Lu Li in high regard. Could it be had Lu Li just landed himself a wealthy benefactor? The thought brought identical expressions of understanding to Wang Chao and Ma Han's faces. No wonder Lu Li had been so aloof towards Su Xiaohe had skipped ahead by decades. Lu Li took off his trench coat, intending to shield Su Xiao from the cold, but she abruptly stepped away. A flash of resentment flickered in her eyes as she bit her lip. After a moment of silence, she finally said, "Stop pretending to care. Accepting your help today repays the life I owed you. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other." Wang Chao and Ma Han exchanged a knowing glance, clearly sensing the jealousy of their class monitor. Lu Li frowned slightly, puzzled by Su Xiao's attitude. Since that was her stance, he decided to let it go. Turning to Lin Qingfeng, he said, "I'll leave these three in your care for now. Before Lin Qinfeng could respond, Su Xiao interjected. No need. I said it already, there's nothing between you and me anymore. Luli, I won't go with you, and you don't need to worry about my safety. I'll stay here and face the hardships with the other survivors. Her words had barely left her mouth when angry voices erupted from the surrounding survivors. Face hardships together? We don't need you here. Exactly. If it weren't for you, our neighbors wouldn't have died for no reason. You're a jinx. We thought you were capable and reliable, but you're just a useless pretty face. Get out of here. Sunshine Community doesn't welcome you. Leave, but leave the food behind, that's our property. The insults came one after another. Su Zhao's eyes filled with tears as she clutched her chest and shoved through the crowd, running away. Mahan immediately followed, shouting, Hey, hey, class monitor, don't go. Let's talk this through. Wang Chao remained frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Lin Qinfeng sighed and handed Luli's trench coat to Wang Chao. Go after her and at least make sure she puts this on. Wang Chao nodded and quickly ran off. Lin Qinfeng turned to Luli with a teasing smile. It seems Mr. Lu isn't great at winning a lady's favor. Seeing that Luli didn't respond, she tactfully dropped the subject. Suddenly, Luli seemed to remember something and asked, I noticed your younger sister, Lin Qinxue, uses a sword. Is her talent in the sharpness category? A gentle voice answered, No, Mr. Lu. My talent is object manipulation, specifically called Heart of Frost. Luli was startled by Lin Qinxue's soft tone, which contrasted sharply with her usual decisive and ruthless demeanor. He murmured to himself, Heart of Frost, why does that sound familiar? What's its rank? Platinum, Lin Qinxue replied. Luli's mind raced. A platinum-ranked Heart of Frost? Frost Dominion. Wait, are you the Frost Lord? Lin Qinxue looked puzzled. Mr. Lu, what are you talking about? Frost Lord? What does that mean? Lost in thought, Luli muttered, No, the Frost Lord is an old, sleazy man. The genders don't match. Could it just be a coincidence? Two people with the same talent? The Zhao family orchestrated the downfall of the Lin family, and the Frost Dominion is under Zhao's control. There must be some connection. Snapping back to the present, he met Lin Qinxue's gentle gaze and realized he'd said too much. Clearing his throat, he said, Ahem, it's nothing. Your talent is impressive. Once the Zhao family is dealt with, it might even evolve further. At the mention of the Zhao family, a fleeting trace of hatred appeared in Lin Qinxue's eyes but quickly disappeared. She merely responded with a soft Just as Luli was about to leave with Elisa, Wang Chao came running back, out of breath. Luli, the class monitor. She won't come back. Skinny and I are worried something might happen to her alone, so? Luli shrugged, saying nothing, and looked at Lin Qinfeng. Lin Qinfeng immediately understood and said to Wang Chao, If she doesn't want to come back, that's fine. Just add her as a friend. If she runs into trouble, she can contact me directly. Wang Chao nodded gratefully, then hesitated before turning to Luli. Can I ask you for a favor? Go ahead. Can you look after Cheng Duoduo? She's a good person. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Cheng Duoduo in the crowd. Her injuries had healed thanks to group treatment, but the trauma of her earlier ordeal seemed to have left a psychological scar. She remained kneeling on the ground, trembling. Luli nodded firmly. She's a classmate. Even if you didn't ask, I'd help. Thanks. Wang Chao grinned and ran off in the direction he had come from. Lin Xinhua stepped forward to help Cheng Duoduo to her feet. Speaking gently, Don't be afraid. You're safe now. Lin Qinfeng sighed softly and asked again, What about the rest of the survivors? Luli's gaze fell on the trembling Cheng Duoduo. His voice was quiet but chillingly clear. If it were up to me, I'd kill them all. What? Lin Qinfeng stared at Luli in shock, unable to believe her ears. While Luli wasn't exactly a saint, he'd never been one to kill indiscriminately. If he were, Lin Qinhue would have died 100 times over by now. The survivors of Sunshine Community might have acted cowardly in a crisis, but fear of death was only human. Killing them for that seemed excessively cruel. Luli slowly turned his head, his eyes cold. Traitors deserve death. But then he added, However, they didn't betray me, so their fate isn't mine to decide. I still have to deal with the demonic corruption. I'll be leaving now. With that, he called for Elisa and strode away. Lin Qinfeng stood frozen, staring at his retreating figure. It wasn't until Luli disappeared from sight that the Lin family's head broke out in a cold sweat. She finally understood the deeper meaning behind Luli's words. She was using the survivor's betrayal as an analogy for Lin Qinyue's treachery. Lin Qinyue's actions had clearly crossed a line for this formidable man. Yet, instead of holding a grudge, he had promised to help. If it were a matter of fair exchange, what had the Lin family truly done for Luli? Collecting gold and gathering information? In return, Luli had risked his life repeatedly to save them from peril. The balance of effort was entirely one-sided. What was he after? Does he just want loyalty? A servant? Lin Qinfeng murmured to herself. Noticing her sister's conflicted expression, Lin Qinhua asked with concern, Big sister, are you alright? I'm fine, Lin Qinfeng replied, forcing a weak smile. Keep an eye on the global trading market in the next few days. See if you can acquire a servant contract. In a hidden underground research facility in Yongcheng, the expansive subterranean space was lined with expensive soundproofing materials. The air was thick with the sharp, lingering scent of disinfectant. Zhenaiha huddled his shoulders, flanked by two men in black, stumbling as they forced him forward. After a series of winding turns, the three stopped in front of a massive, heavy metal door. One of the men in black stepped forward and whispered into a surveillance device mounted beside the door. Moments later, the door creaked open, releasing a wave of overpowering stench, metallic and sickly, the unmistakable odor of blood, which immediately drowned out the disinfectant's sharpness. Zhenaiha's stomach churned violently, and he bent over, retching uncontrollably. Despite decades of experience as a forensic pathologist, he had never encountered such an overwhelming smell of blood. Struggling to stand upright, he trembled and asked, Gentlemen, what is this place? The men in black ignored his question. One of them issued a cold warning. Do your job properly once you're inside. Fail, and you won't leave here alive. Got it? Understood, understood, Zhenaiha stammered, suppressing his nausea as he forced himself to step forward with heavy, reluctant strides. The room he entered resembled a large operating theater, filled with an assortment of strange tools and instruments scattered around the perimeter. At its center stood a metal table, on which an elderly man with gray hair but a sharp, defiant gaze was tightly restrained. He cursed and struggled, his voice echoing through the space. Surrounding the table was a group of people in white lab coats. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward with a smile and gestured toward Zhenaiha. Ah, Mr. Zhenaiha, I am Shijing Sanquan. It's a pleasure to meet you. A sense of unease gripped Zhenaiha's heart. Mr. Shijing, what do you want from me? He asked hesitantly. Shijing Sanquan pointed first to the elderly man on the metal table, then to a neatly arranged set of surgical tools beside it. I hear your skills in forensic dissection are unparalleled in Yongqing. I would like to invite you to dissect this gentleman. He bowed slightly, his tone polite but chilling. Zhenaiha's head spun, and he felt faint. You mean, dissect him? But he's alive. I'm a forensic pathologist. I only perform autopsies on corpses. Shijing Sanquan's smile twisted into something darker. Alive, dead. There's not much of a difference, is there? How can you say that? Zhenaiha's voice cracked with horror as his stomach churned again. This is murder. Oh no, no, Shijing Sanquan replied, shaking his head with mock concern. During the dissection, it's imperative that this gentleman remains alive. What? Zhenaiha gagged, his voice trembling. This is no different from torture. Ah, yes. Torture, exactly. Shijing Sanquan's face lit up with a disturbing excitement, his cheeks flushing. Forgive my poor Chinese. I specifically invited you here to perform this form of exquisite torture. Only by inflicting the utmost pain can this artifact fulfill its purpose. He stepped aside, revealing a small, grotesque clay figurine behind him. The figurine was dressed in traditional cherry blossom-themed attire, its squinting eyes and twisted mouth giving it an unsettling, malevolent appearance. Zhenaiha felt his heart skip a beat as he stared at it, an instinctive dread welling up within him. I can't do this. I won't. Zhenaiha backed away, his voice shaking with desperation. One of the figures in white barked out harshly in broken Mandarin. No work? Then you die. You die. You die. Then so be it. Zhenaiha's voice rose in defiance, a flicker of courage ignited. You want me to torture and kill one of my own people? I can't commit such a monstrous act. Shijing Sanquan's eyes gleamed with a cold light as his lips curled into a sinister smile. How admirable. Truly, I respect your bravery. But don't forget, Mr. Zhen, if I could bring you here, I can also bring your family. Li Luo, isn't she your precious daughter? With a flourish, he produced a tablet and tapped the screen. A live feed appeared, showing a mother and daughter bound tightly with ropes. Zhenaiha's pupils contracted, and his entire body trembled as if struck by lightning. I've already divorced Li Wuka. Zhenaiha stammered, his voice cracking. Li Luo was awarded to her mother in the settlement. They have nothing to do with me. Oh, Shijing Sanquan drew out the syllable mockingly. In that case, there's no reason to keep them alive, is there? Higashikan, please take care of them both. As one of the men began to leave, Zhenaiha panicked and shouted, No, don't hurt them. I'll do it. I'll do it. Shijing Sanquan's smile returned, polite and composed. Then please, proceed without delay. Zhenaiha's legs felt like lead as he shuffled toward the metal table. The gears beneath the table whirred, tilting the surface until the elderly man was upright. Spare me. I have a grandson. Don't stoop to their level. The elderly man pleaded, his eyes meeting Zhang Naiha's with a desperate, imploring gaze. Zhang Naiha hesitated, his hand hovering over the surgical tools, paralyzed by the weight of his choice. "Do it!" barked one of the figures in white. Shijing Sanquan adjusted his glasses and smiled coolly. "Time is precious. Think of your daughter." Tears welled up in Zhang Naiha's eyes as he choked out, "I'm sorry, sir. They're threatening my daughter. I have no choice." The cold blade of the scalpel pressed against the old man's skin, severing the barrier of warmth. Blood beaded on the surface, and the man's screams tore through the room. Shijing Sanquan's breathing grew heavier, his twisted excitement palpable as he commented on Zhang Naiha's precision. Meanwhile, the elderly man's cries of agony never ceased. The grotesque figurine began to change. Dark red patterns emerged across its surface, writhing like worms, as its grotesque form seemed to grow ever so slightly, its features becoming unnervingly lifelike. "Kill me! Just kill me already!" the old man roared, his voice raw with anguish. Each word seemed to rip through Zhang Naiha's soul. All Zhang Naiha could do was whisper apologies repeatedly as he continued his grim task. Shijing Sanquan, dissatisfied with the pace, stepped forward and seized Zhang Naiha by the neck, his grip firm and unyielding. "Not enough. Not enough. Cut off his ears, his nose, places that won't cause him to bleed out. Then open up his abdomen, pull out his intestines. But be careful, don't let him die. Remember, your daughter's life depends on this." "Yes, yes, just like that." Shijing Sanquan nodded approvingly. "Bring a mirror here. Place it in front of the old man. I want him to see how he is being dissected piece by piece." No one could tell how long it had lasted. It wasn't until Zhang Naiha could no longer hold the surgical knife, until the entire metal bed was soaked in blood, that Ishii Sanquan clapped his hands and exhaled in satisfaction, like a toad that had just feasted on its prey. "Well done, Lord Zhang Naiha. Your exceptional dissection skills have allowed us to complete the task ahead of schedule," Ishii said, his voice brimming with undisguised admiration. Zhang Naiha's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. He knew the old man was still alive, but he dared not lift his head to look. He couldn't even bring himself to glance at his own right hand, let alone recall what he had just done. Ishii Sanquan walked briskly back to the table and greedily picked up the clay figurine. By now, its surface was adorned with intricate patterns, glowing softly and steadily. "The artifact is fully charged. Bring in the Zhao family member," Ishii ordered, his tone filled with anticipation. "Understood," came the response from someone in a white lab coat. The man, addressed as Higashikan by Ishii, walked out of the metal door with a swagger. Moments later, Higashikan returned, followed by an old man with a sly, lecherous face. If Luli were to see this man, he would undoubtedly be shocked because this was none other than Zhao Erwar, the Frost Lord who had possessed the Heart of Frost in his previous life. "Ishii-sama, I hear the artifact is fully charged?" Zhao Erwu said obsequiously, bowing so low his back was almost at a right angle. "Indeed, thanks to Lord Janaya's assistance, we were able to complete the charging process so quickly," Ishii replied. "Marvelous." Zhao Erwa's eyes swept over Janaiha, who was crumpled on the ground, with a sneer tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Then let us proceed without delay. I believe that after this success, the bond between Moriaka domain and the Zhao family will grow even stronger." "Precisely." Ishii smiled as he handed the clay figurine to Zhao Erwu. "Don't worry. It will take your ability, but it won't harm you." Though Zhao Erwu knew Ishii had no reason to deceive him, his heart still skipped a beat as his hands touched the figurine. If anything went wrong, he, Zhao Erwu, would become the first player in the world to lose his ability. Thankfully, nothing went amiss. The figurine silently absorbed Zhao Erwu's ability, and its surface patterns dimmed. To use it again, it would need to be recharged. It seems the extraction process works flawlessly. Now, as long as the transfer process succeeds, the god-making plan can proceed smoothly, Zhao Erwu said, handing the figurine back with an even more ingratiating smile. Ishii nodded, but deliberately showed a concerned expression. "It's just a pity that this artifact's charging method is rather unique. I'm afraid we won't be able to perform too many ability transfers." "Is Ishii-sama worried about the cost of each charge?" Zhao Erwa's eyes glinted as he quickly deduced Ishii's concerns. "Exactly. Each extraction requires the suffering of 10 individuals to charge the artifact. If the transfer requires the same amount of suffering, then completing a single ability exchange would cost 20 lives," Ishii said, stroking the clay figurine. "And we don't have many resources left in the lab." Zhao Erwu chuckled obsequiously. "If that's Ishii-sama's concern, you can put your mind at ease. If there's one thing China has in abundance, it's people. If we're short on resources, we can always replenish them anytime, anywhere. But we don't have enough manpower. His Majesty the Emperor sent us here to accomplish more than just the god-making plan," Ishii said, placing the figurine back on the table and clasping his hands behind his back. The manpower issue is nothing to worry about. My good nephew has already devised a solution. Oh, does Zhao Jin have a plan? Ishii asked. Zhao Erwu chuckled slyly. The entire Yongqing is in chaos due to the resurgence. We've spread the word that a shelter has been established in the city center, offering 3 meals a day and safe refuge. It won't be long before survivors flock to us in droves. By then, we can have as many resources as we need. A smile finally broke across Ishii's face. Excellent. It seems collaborating with the Zhao family was indeed a wise choice for Moriyaka domain. However, I heard Zhao Jian has encountered some trouble recently. I wonder if it's been resolved. Zhao Erwu waved dismissively. Trouble? Nonsense. Just a minor nuisance. But I saw the announcement not long ago Luli achieved the first kill of a Lordier creature. Ishii said with a hint of amusement. Probably just dumb luck. Don't worry. Zhao Jin will find and deal with Luli. If you don't believe me, we can check the leaderboard. That clown might already be gone. As he spoke, Zhao Erwu opened the data panel. But the moment the leaderboard appeared, his expression froze. The first place hadn't changed, it was still Luli at level 15. But Zhao Jin's name was nowhere to be found. What the hell? Zhao Jin still hasn't taken care of that kid? Sweat began to bead on Zhao Erwu's forehead. He quickly opened his friend list to contact Zhao Jin, only to find Zhao Jin's name missing there as well. Unless Zhao Jin had inexplicably blocked him, there was only one possibility left: Zhao Jin was dead. Zhao Erwu's eyes widened, and he felt like a fool. Just then, Ishii spoke up. Erwuzin, I just received word from Chikukin. She says Zhao Jin is with her, and they're on their way to the lab. Relieved, Zhao Erwu let out a breath. Ah, that's good. I thought something had happened to him, but Ishii's expression darkened. Something did happen. Not only is Zhao Jin injured, but so is Chikukin. That Luli isn't as easy to deal with as you claimed. Zhao Erwu flushed with embarrassment, wishing he could crawl into a hole. The sting of being proven wrong so quickly was unbearable. Now wasn't the time to dwell on his humiliation, though. What puzzled Zhao Erwu most was how Zhao Jin, despite being thoroughly prepared, had failed to deal with a lone player. Even though Luli had reached level 15 and topped the leaderboard, Zhao Jin had Chikukin's help, especially her artifact, the magic crystal pendant, which nullified the abilities of nearby players. It was like wielding an AK-47 against cavemen. How could they possibly lose? Unless Zhao Jian had been swinging the AK-47 like a club. The more Zhao Erwu thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Ishii snorted coldly. Erwuzin, I appreciate the Zhao family's willingness to collaborate, but your competence remains in question. For now, we'll put the god-making plan on hold until they return and we get some answers. Zhao Erwu forced a bitter smile and nodded in agreement. Time passed slowly as they waited. When Chikukin finally returned to the lab, an entire hour had gone by. Ishii and Zhao Erwu stared at the unfamiliar woman before them, their expressions markedly different. After a long silence, Zhao Erwu stammered. What's going on here? Why is there only one person? Where's Zhao Jin? Ishii's face grew solemn, his gaze fixed on the shriveled head dangling from the woman's arm. He muttered under his breath. I never thought you'd actually use that artifact. Lin Qinghua opened her mouth, her voice an odd blend of male and female tones. I didn't have a choice. My physical body was destroyed. I had to rely on the corrupted essence. Zhao Erwu pressed her anxiously. What happened? Was it the Lu family who attacked you? Kamatsu Chikin smirked faintly and explained. No, it wasn't the Lu family. It was just Luli and a woman wielding a shield. The Lin family did come to help, but they were of little use. Ironically, it's thanks to the Lin family that I managed to escape. If that foolish girl hadn't caused chaos at the critical moment, Zhao Jin and I would have been dead at Luli's hands by now. She pointed to herself as she spoke. Zhao Erwu looked incredulous. So you and Zhao Jin are now sharing this body? Kamatsu Chikin raised an eyebrow proudly. More or less. But Zhao Jin had to sacrifice part of his soul to cover my escape. So now, he's mainly suppressing Lin Qinyu's consciousness. Control of the body is mostly in my hands. And does that mean the two of you will have to share this body indefinitely? Zhao Erwu asked worriedly. That's practically like becoming one of those dual-gendered beings. Kamatsu Chikin frowned, clearly annoyed by Zhao Erwu's slow grasp of the situation. Isn't there the demon clay figurine? We can use that artifact to find Zhao Jin a new body. You do know it's capable of more than just transferring talents, right? Ishii nodded in agreement. Exactly. Both of you are now citizens of the Holy Lord, which means you'll have a much higher affinity with the demon clay figurine. The transfer will be far less resistant. Chicken-chan, I happen to have a girl's body on hand with some impressive innate abilities. How about we arrange the transfer later? Kamatsu Chicken's eyes flashed with disgust. A girl's body? Don't tell me it's one you've already used. Ishii's face twisted into a perverse grin, as though discussing an object rather than a person. Of course not. You know I only fancy daisies under 14. This girl just turned 18, far too old for my tastes. That said, her father is one of the top forensic experts in Yongqing. His skill in dismembering bodies is remarkable. She'd make an excellent power source. Komatsu Chikin rolled her eyes. Fine, keep her for now. We'll deal with Lu Li first, then talk. Zhao Erhua shrank back at the mention of going after Lu Li. That Lu Li is no easy target. Maybe we should just let it go. Lin Qinyue shot Zhao Erhua a scornful glance. Can the Zhao family swallow their pride and let this slide? Before Zhao Erhua could answer, Komatsu Chikin interjected. Even if your entire Zhao family are cowards and can stomach this humiliation, I won't let Lu Li off the hook. His talent, I must have it. Ishii's curiosity was piqued. Is Lu Li's talent really that extraordinary? Komatsu Chikin gritted her teeth. It's not just extraordinary, it's bizarrely powerful. Lu Li can turn the dead into summons under his control. He can instantly summon vast numbers of them. His talent has multiple development paths and even includes healing abilities. And the worst part? My demon crystal pendant can't negate his talent. Ishii and Zhao Erhua's faces were filled with astonishment. Zhao Erhua quickly chimed in. Lu Li's strength is overwhelming. Provoking him recklessly could draw the Lu family's attention. This could spell disaster for us. Maybe we should just leave him alone. But Ishii, his tone shifting from shock to greed, disagreed. No, Lu Li's appearance is a blessing from the Holy Lord. Tell me, who else but us, armed with the demon clay figurine, could possibly seize Lu Li's talent? Zhao Erhua muttered inwardly but outwardly played along. Hearing you speak, Taikuan, I feel enlightened. But Lu Li isn't someone to be trifled with. If we're going to take him down, we'll need more people. Komatsu Chikin sneered at him. Idiot. Who said anything about a frontal assault? Doesn't your country have a saying? All's fair in war? We can use strategy to trap Lu Li. Zhao Erhua twitched at her fluent use of the idiom and feigned curiosity. What clever plan does Ms. Komatsu have in mind? Komatsu Chikin rolled her eyes and laid out her scheme directly. This body is the perfect bait. From what I know, Lin Qinyue is the Lin family's most beloved youngest daughter. If she's captured, do you think the Lin family wants Sin people to rescue her? And given the Lin family's close ties to Lu Li, do you think he'll stand idly by when Lin Qinyue's abduction is his fault? Zhao Erhua shrugged, his tone turning sarcastic. So, Ms. Komatsu plans to wait for them to come to you? But even with careful preparation, Zhao Jin couldn't defeat Lu Li. How do you expect us to succeed with just a handful of people? Komatsu Chikin exuded confidence. It doesn't matter if we can't capture him right away, I have a backup plan. He'll stay in this body for now, pretending to be Lin Qinyue held captive by you. If things go south, you can let Lu Li rescue her. A Trojan horse inside his walls? Killing Lu Li will be child's play. Zhao Erhua's eyes lit up in realization, though he muttered under his breath, pretending is fine, but your voice right now. Won't that give you away? Komatsu Chikin snapped. Idiot. This voice is only temporary because Zhao Jin is still in this body. Once we use the demon clay figurine to separate him, the problem will be solved. Inside the Yongqing shopping complex, Lu Li suddenly sneezed, rubbing his itchy nose. His gaze was involuntarily drawn to Elisa's perfectly rounded and perky hips, her fluffy cat tail swaying back and forth behind her, as if silently teasing. After a moment of silence, Lu Li spoke up. Elisa, are you shedding fur? Huh. Elisa turned her head in a fluster. No, I don't think so. Then why do I keep sneezing? Lu Li frowned. Could it be due to the contamination from demonic energy? Maybe, Elisa replied softly. Lu Li rubbed his nose again, still feeling uncomfortable. Despite his experience from his previous life, he had never truly dealt with the negative effects of demonic energy contamination. After all, back then, he always eliminated it immediately rather than letting it linger like now. Damn Lin Qinyue. Lu Li cursed inwardly. If she hadn't been captured, I wouldn't have to endure this. Thinking about the nearly 15 hours left on the cooldown for his blood massacre ability, his frustration only grew. Sensing Lu Li's displeasure, Elisa hesitantly said, Master, I might have a way to remove the effects of demonic energy contamination. Lu Li's eyes lit up. What way? Elisa's face suddenly flushed, and she stammered, virgin blood. She quickly added, it's just a folk remedy, not sure if it'll work. Lu Li's eye twitched as he sighed helplessly. Forget about whether it works or not. Just finding virgin blood is a challenge. Since the apocalypse, the population has sharply declined. Even in peaceful times, finding a virgin isn't exactly easy. Elisa's face turned even redder, and she nervously twisted the hem of her clothes. Too impure, I can help you, master. Lu Li froze for a moment, his gaze scanning Elisa up and down. Seeing the girl so embarrassed that she wished to disappear, he finally shook his head with a peculiar expression. Never mind. I'll just wait for the blood massacre cooldown to finish. Elisa was stunned, a strange sense of disappointment welling up inside her. Did her prized chastity mean nothing to Lu Li? Among the Paru people, her looks and figure were considered top tier. Why? Elisa couldn't help but ask. Luli scratched his head awkwardly. Although Elisa was his slave and he could theoretically do whatever he wanted with her, the idea of such an act just felt off. I'm just tired, Luli said, changing the subject. We should focus on gathering supplies and finding a place to rest. Tired, Elisa repeated softly. She suddenly realized that Luli hadn't rested at all since the Nexus arena. Constant fighting had taken its toll. Anyone else in his position would have collapsed by now. So that's why Elisa let out a small sigh of relief. As long as Master doesn't dislike me, that's enough. By this point, Luli was already raiding the shops. Though the apocalypse had only started 4 days ago, the shopping complex showed clear signs of looting. Many stores had been broken into, with goods and shattered glass scattered everywhere. Thanks to his spatial ring, Luli didn't have to worry about food spoiling or the inconvenience of carrying too much. Food, drinks, clothes, tools, anything useful went straight into his inventory. He even stored luxury cars from the parking lot, reasoning that it would be a waste not to take them. Elisa followed behind, collecting her share of women's clothing. What puzzled Luli was that most of the clothes she chose were quite revealing, some even outright suggestive. When questioned, Elisa explained that such clothes were lightweight and more practical for work. Practical for work, my ass. Luli muttered to himself, deciding to find time later to educate his alien slave on Earth's fashion norms. After clearing out the shops, the two moved to the underground warehouse. As the largest shopping complex in Yongqing, the warehouse was stocked with an impressive amount of goods, yet it still couldn't fill Luli's spatial ring. Even after emptying the entire warehouse, 2/3 of the ring's space remained. Finally done, Luli stretched lazily. Now let's find a place to rest. However, as they exited the shopping complex, they were confronted by a group of survivors in varied attire. Judging by their gear, they were here to scavenge supplies as well. A man with a scholarly appearance, dressed in business attire, stepped out from the group and extended his hand toward Luli. Hello, friend. I'm Song Siming, leader of the survivors in this area. Luli glanced at the outstretched hand, but made no move to shake it. He replied coldly, hello? If there's nothing else, please step aside. Thank you. With that, he began to walk around the group, Elisa following closely behind. Song Siming looked momentarily embarrassed but quickly stepped forward to block their path. No need to be afraid, friend. We're not bad people. I'm not interested in making friends. Luli frowned. All he wanted was to find a place to rest, regain his strength, and figure out how to rescue Lin Qingyue. He had no desire to deal with other survivors. Sensing Luli's indifference, Song Siming's smile faded, replaced by a stony expression. If that's the case, then hand over your supplies. This shopping complex is part of our territory. You have no right to take anything from it. Luli smirked coldly. The apocalypse is here, and order is gone. What gives you the right to claim this as your territory? Song Siming's expression darkened, and he sneered. The right comes from the men behind me. Hand over the supplies if you know what's good for you. At his words, the survivors behind him brandished their weapons, some even activating their abilities, their hostility evident. I don't want any trouble, Luli muttered, taking a half step back. Elisa, sensing the tension, discreetly reached for the spatial ring. The duo's subtle movements didn't escape the survivors' notice. A few of the more impatient ones began shouting, Boss, stop wasting time. Let's just take them out. That guy's got a spatial ring. They must be loaded with good stuff. Let's just kill the guy and have fun with the girl. Heh, she's a cosplayer too. What a little tease. Let me go first. Hearing the vulgar jeers, Song Siming's confidence grew. He grinned wickedly as he advanced toward Luli and Elisa. It seemed trouble had come knocking. As the crowd quickly gathered around him, Luli reached for his spatial ring, preparing to summon Blade Slave. The air was thick with tension, ready to explode at any moment. Just then, a crisp sound of bells suddenly pierced through the commotion, cutting through the noise like a sharp blade. Instinctively, everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound. At the far end of the street, a scene straight out of a dream unfolded. A scrawny, emaciated deer was slowly making its way toward them, burdened with 2 disproportionately massive bundles on its back. Luli instantly recognized the peculiar figurite was the wandering merchant of the myriad worlds. His gaze flitted across the deer before landing between the 2 bundles. There, a striking red figure stood out vividly. Luli's brows furrowed, and a mix of surprise and excitement flashed across his face. The wandering merchant, the sole NPC in this apocalyptic game, had appeared right before him. And not just any form, it was the red-clad merchant, the most formidable of them all. Information about the merchants raced through Luli's mind. The blue-clad merchant was gentle and timid, the yellow-clad merchant was cunning and unpredictable, but the red-clad merchant was infamous for being violent and battle-hungry. Their appearances were entirely random, and the goods they carried were just as unpredictable, ranging from worthless junk to priceless treasures. Recalling his past life and the deal he struck with the blue-clad merchant, Luli felt a surge of gratitude. That transaction had catapulted him into the global top 10 rankings. Now, he couldn't afford to let this opportunity slip away. However, the presence of the red-clad merchant introduced a dangerous variable. If a fight broke out with Song Siming and his group, the battle-crazed merchant would undoubtedly join in. At that point, forget about trading surviving would be a gamble. After weighing his options, Luli decided it was best to pacify the group of survivors for now. Raising both hands in a gesture of surrender, he forced an awkward smile and said, "Haha, you think I'm tough? I'm just a pushover. Song Siming brothers, go ahead and, wait, what was I saying? Oh, right. I mean, we surrender." The sudden shift in tone left everyone dumbfounded. The survivors exchanged confused glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. Someone muttered under their breath, "Seriously? Just like that? He gave up?" Song Siming scrutinized Luli, suspicion evident in his eyes. He asked cautiously, "Then hand over all your supplies." Without hesitation, Luli removed his spatial ring and handed it over. "Here, take it," he said, his cooperation so unexpected that it made Song Siming hesitate, unsure whether to accept it. Then, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, loud and crude. "We also want your woman, and we'll take turns, one after the other." Luli immediately turned, pushing Elisa forward. "Sure, take her. Have fun," he said with exaggerated enthusiasm. Elisa, utterly bewildered, stared at her master, unable to comprehend his sudden generosity. She thought to herself, "These players are so weak I could handle them myself. Is Master tired?" Hesitantly, she turned back to Luli and asked, "Master, should I handle this for you while you rest?" Luli shook his head vigorously, as if his life depended on it. "No, no, no. Don't resist. We can't afford to provoke them." Though still puzzled, Elisa noticed the subtle glance Luli cast toward the merchant. Realizing his intent, she played along. "Oh, right. Sure. You guys can have me. Just don't hurt my master, okay?" The survivors were utterly stunned, especially the one who had made the crude suggestion. He now wondered if he was dreaming. The atmosphere grew awkward and tense. Sensing the shift, Luli quickly changed the subject. "Hey, do you see that deer over there?" Song Siming, snapping out of his daze, replied, "Yeah, I see it. What is it? Some kind of dangerous monster?" Luli wasted no time explaining. "That's the wandering merchant of the myriad worlds. We can trade with him to get rare and valuable items. His appearances are incredibly rare. Miss this chance, and who knows when the next one will come." Song Siming turned to look at the deer, his gaze lingering on the massive bundles that seemed to confirm Luli's words. Desire flickered in his eyes, but he remained cautious. He didn't fully trust Luli and wasn't about to recklessly send someone to approach the merchant. After a moment of thought, Song Siming said, "If he's really a merchant with valuable items, then you go trade first. But if you're lying, he'll kill your pretty little companion here." To emphasize his point, he grabbed Elisa and pulled her to his side. Luli readily agreed, relieved that Song Siming wasn't going to approach the temperamental red-clad merchant himself. Angering the merchant could spell doom for everyone. As Luli approached, the deer snorted and came to a halt. Before he could say anything, the red-clad merchant spoke first, his voice sharp and commanding. "Rare treasures of the myriad worlds. Honest trade, fair prices, no tricks. Now tell me, esteemed guest, are you here to buy or to sell?" Luli responded calmly, "Can I take a look at the goods first?" "Sure," the red-clad traveling merchant replied flatly. Before the words fully left his mouth, he nimbly flipped off the back of his elk. With practiced ease, he opened two large bundles and spread their contents out on the ground. From a distance, Song Siming's gaze swept over the items, and his heart immediately began to race. The dazzling array of goods was overwhelming. All kinds of weapons and armor gleamed with a cold light, rare elemental crystals and medicinal herbs emitted a faint glow. Thick skill books were neatly arranged, mysterious dungeon tickets flickered in and out of sight, and the most striking item was a giant egg the size of a watermelon, its surface etched with intricate patterns. Song Siming couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Luli hadn't been lying. The traveling merchant's wares were indeed unparalleled treasures. He began to imagine, if I could buy everything here, I'd become the strongest in Yongqingno, maybe even the most powerful in the entire world. But then a question arose. What exactly did the merchant accept as currency for these trades? Song Siming continued to observe. He saw Luli exchange a few quiet words with the merchant before opening his chat interface and making a few swift moves. In the blink of an eye, a large pile of golden bricks materialized out of nowhere, crashing to the ground with a series of heavy thuds. "Gold," Song Siming muttered to himself, suddenly understanding. But confusion quickly followed. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, wouldn't gold, a mere precious metal, have lost its value? A bag of edible rice should be worth far more than a ton of gold. So why was Luli able to use it to purchase such rare and valuable items? Could gold possess some hidden, mysterious properties? What worried Song Siming even more was the thought. If one didn't have gold, would it be impossible to trade with the merchant? Questions swirled in his mind, wearing away at his already thin patience. Seeing that Lily's transaction with the merchant was proceeding smoothly and without danger, Song Siming shoved Alicia aside and led his group toward the merchant. A bold idea was forming in his mind. What if I could take everything without paying a single ounce of gold? The red-clad merchant noticed the new customers approaching but remained calm. Those wishing to trade, please wait your turn, he said in the same indifferent tone. One deal at a time. Wait my ass. Song Siming snapped, drawing his weapon. I'm here to rob you. Hand over everything you've got. The merchant froze momentarily, his expression tinged with confusion. Luli furrowed his brow slightly and sighed softly. Are you sure you want to rob me? The red-clad merchant lifted his head, a faint, enigmatic smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth as he gave Song Siming a meaningful look. Song Siming was momentarily at a loss for words, the realization dawning on him that he might have just made a colossal mistake. Looking at the ridiculous little knife in Song Siming's hand, Luli sighed and rubbed his forehead helplessly. Why couldn't this guy understand that messing around recklessly only led to trouble? Completely oblivious to Luli's reaction, Song Siming swung the knife menacingly and barked, "Cut the crap. Hand over everything you've got. You little runt." The traveling merchant was indeed short, barely a meter tall. It was precisely because of this that Song Siming assumed he was a pushover, easy to intimidate. You're calling me short? The red-clad merchant's expression turned peculiar, his gaze at Song Siming resembling someone observing a noisy, foolish monkey. Luli silently took 2 steps back. He knew what was coming. Though he hadn't witnessed the merchant's methods firsthand in his previous life, he had heard enough through other sources. Beyond the merchant's array of peculiar items, he possessed a truly game-breaking ability: spatial manipulation. It's been a long time since anyone dared to call me short. The merchant's tone was calm, as if reminiscing. With a casual swipe of his hand, Song Siming didn't even have time to react before his perspective abruptly shifted downward. The merchant, who had once been someone to look down on, suddenly transformed into someone to look up to. Song Siming's eyes widened in horror as he stared at the empty space where his lower body had been. His legs had simply vanished into thin air. Now, I'm taller than you, the red-clad merchant remarked, a playful smirk spreading across his face as he observed Song Siming's terror. The other survivors, seeing their leader suddenly halved, screamed in panic and scattered in all directions. But it was too late. The merchant extended his right hand and clenched it lightly. Instantly, the fleeing survivors were compressed together midair, forming a grotesque mass of blood and flesh. They didn't even have time to scream. Luli drew in a sharp breath. This wasn't just someone who enjoyed a fight, this was sheer bloodlust. Oh, Song Siming, of all people to provoke. Why did it have to be the only NPC on this planet? Please, don't kill me, Song Siming stammered, writhing on the ground with only half his body left. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Calling me short isn't a crime worthy of death, the merchant replied, snapping his fingers. But he'll send you somewhere nice. As soon as the words left his mouth, the space in front of the merchant fractured, opening like a massive, gaping maw. Song Siming and the grotesque mass of flesh were tossed into the rift as if they were trash. The space closed seamlessly, leaving no trace of what had just occurred. Luli couldn't help but marvel silently. This is the power of a true strongman. Just as he thought the transaction could proceed, the red-clad merchant's sharp gaze landed on Elisa. Are you with them? No, no, no. She's with me. We have nothing to do with them. Luli quickly explained, terrified of any misunderstanding that might escalate into disaster. Oh, so you're not with them? The merchant nodded slightly, seemingly willing to let the matter drop. But before Luli could breathe a sigh of relief, the merchant suddenly asked, then tell me, do you think I'm short? Be honest, Ling will get you killed. Luli's heart sank to the pit of his stomach. Was the merchant short? Of course, at less than a meter tall, he was undeniably short. But telling the truth would surely cost him his life. On the other hand, lying and saying he wasn't short would only make things worse. Either way, it seemed like a death sentence. The immense pressure weighed on Luli, making his skin crawl. After some quick thinking, he reached into his spatial ring and retrieved an item before speaking. I don't think you're short. Oh, really? A glint of cold light flashed in the merchant's eyes, and the air grew heavy with killing intent. Luli hurriedly added, because you can chop off anyone's head to eliminate the height difference. So, not short at all. As he spoke, he quickly held up the item in his hand, presenting it to the merchant. A small gift, please don't take offense. The merchant froze for a moment, the murderous aura dissipating significantly. He glanced at the gift Luli offered, then burst into hearty laughter. What a clever answer. Fine. Today, all items are 20 off for you. Lu Li exhaled deeply in relief, thankful for his quick thinking. Good thing he had bought the Universal Merchant's favorite super lollipops from the Nexus Arena. Otherwise, he might not have made it out of this alive. The transaction resumed. Lu Li's currency for purchasing items came from the refined gold Dio had given him. However, the Nexus Arena had a limited supply of refined gold available, so he could only access 100,000 tons for now. Normally, that wouldn't have been enough to buy everything. But with the merchant's 20 discount, Lu Li managed to scrape together enough. "We'll take everything in your bag," Lu Li said decisively. Although the total cost slightly exceeded his budget, he still had the super lollipops to sweeten the deal and secure an additional discount. In the end, Lu Li traded 100,000 tons of refined gold and 10 super lollipops for the red-clad merchant's entire inventory. "Didn't expect my first deal on this planet to be with such a generous customer," the merchant remarked, smiling as he packed up his belongings. He seemed to be in an exceptionally good mood. Seizing the moment, Lu Li added, "I'm very satisfied with this trade too. I just wonder if we'll have a chance to meet again in the future." The merchant gave Lu Li a meaningful look, a hint of mischief in his eyes. "If fate allows, we'll meet again." Lu Li nodded nonchalantly, as if the matter didn't concern him much, and casually remarked, "If we do meet again, he'll be sure to bring more super lollipops." The merchant froze mid-movement, his expression quickly shifting from playful to eager. "Wait, you can get more of those sweets?" "Of course," Lu Li replied confidently. "Though the ingredients are rare, so it takes some effort to acquire them." Good as long as you can get more." The merchant's face lit up with joy, though his expression soon turned conflicted. After a moment of hesitation, he pulled a small, palm-sized conch shell from his pocket. "Take this. Whenever you get more super lollipops, blow it, and it'll come to you immediately." Lu Li examined the conch and realized it was a mythical-grade unique item. Item name: Enchanted Conch. Quality: Mythical Unique. Description: a wind instrument that resonates across all realms. Note: don't overuse it, might annoy the neighbors. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Li asked, "Can I also use this to summon you for regular transactions?" "If it's a big deal like today, then yes, you can use it." The merchant seemed reluctant, adding, "But it's best to blow it only when you've got the lollipops. I'm a busy man with lots of places to be." "Understood," Lu Li replied, carefully storing the conch. Just when Lu Li thought the merchant was about to leave, the man leaned over his reindeer and rummaged around. A moment later, he pulled out a large, soot-black iron pot from seemingly nowhere. Lu Li stared at the iron pot in front of him, utterly baffled. The pot was as large as a millstone, far exceeding the size of ordinary cookware. "It's just a pot," the traveling merchant said while brushing off the soot on his hands. Then, he pulled out an enormous spatula from inside his robe. "You bought out all my goods, didn't you? Among them is a set of herbs for strengthening the body. If you use it with this pot and spatula, the effect will be much better." Lu Li raised an eyebrow in realization. "Oh, I get it. It's for medicinal baths, right?" "No," the merchant interrupted, quickly climbing onto the back of a deer. "Take a good look at the instructions later. Don't waste those herbs. It took me ages to gather them, and honestly, I'm a bit reluctant to sell them to you." Lu Li felt a surge of happiness, realizing this must be the result of improved favorability. He nodded quickly in gratitude. "Thanks for the reminder." Watching the red-clad merchant vanish into the void, Lu Li, accompanied by Elisa, found a nearby hotel to rest. Sweet Lover's Hotel? Elisa read the sign slowly, her cheeks turning bright red. She thought to herself, "Master says one thing but seems to act differently." Still, Elisa didn't feel scared or resistant. On the contrary, she felt a sense of joy at being accepted. However, this would be her first time experiencing such a thing, and she couldn't help but wonder if she could meet her master's expectations. Unaware of Elisa's inner thoughts, Lu Li was preoccupied with one thing: getting some proper sleep. The normal kind. "This is the closest hotel. Let's just rest here for now," he said. "All right, whatever master says," Elisa replied obediently, fully prepared to devote herself. The two walked into the hotel side by side, unaware that their actions had caught the attention of a group of survivors passing by. Unlike the ragtag group Lu Li had encountered before, this group was predominantly female, all well-armed. The leader, though not heavily armored, exuded an air of decisiveness and competence. Even more coincidentally, among the group were three of Lu Li's former classmates: Wang Chao, Ma Han, and Su Xiao, who was wrapped tightly in a thick blanket. "Hey, fatty, my eyesight's not great. Take a look." "Was that Lu Li just now?" Ma Han nudged Wang Chao, squinting. "Looks like him, but didn't Lu Li leave with that rich lady Lin Qinfeng? Why would he be here?" Wang Chao scratched his head, puzzled. "Must be someone who looks like him." Ma Han, unsatisfied with Wang Chao's response, nudged him again. Meanwhile, Su Xiao bit her lip, staying silent and refraining from joining the conversation. The leader of the group, however, turned her head curiously. You know those two? Too far to see clearly, Wang Chao and Ma Han said in unison after exchanging a quick glance with Su Xiao. The leader narrowed her eyes and looked at Su Xiao. Su, do you know them? Are they your friends? Su Xiao bit her lip harder and, after a pause, shook her head. No, Wu Jie. I didn't get a good look, but they just resemble someone I know. Not acquaintances then. The leader, whom the group addressed as Wu Jie, nodded. It was as if she had figured something out. Turning to the others, she announced, I'm going to check on those two survivors. Immediately, someone in the group spoke up. Wu Jie, this is Song Siming's territory. We shouldn't linger here. Before they could finish, another person interrupted. What's there to fear? We're a big group. Song Siming wouldn't dare mess with us. I saw that guy taking the girl into a couple's hotel. Doesn't seem like he's up to anything good. Could he be one of Song Siming's men? All the more reason to check. We might even save that girl. What's there to check? That girl must have been forced. Didn't you see how her face turned red? I say we go in and take that guy down. But killing someone here in Song Siming's territory, what if he comes after us? Who cares? Our next stop is the Central Refuge in Yongqing. By the time Song Siming reacts, we'll be long gone. The women chattered noisily, their words effectively sealing Lu Li's fate in their eyes. Wu Jie raised her hand, signaling for silence. We'll just investigate. If the man truly isn't a decent person, I'll bring the girl back. Her words instantly unified the group. Ma Han grinned and sidled up to her. Wu Jie, it's dangerous to go alone. I'll come with you. Fatty too. Wang Chao looked bewildered. Huh. Me too. Yes, and Su Xiao as well, Wu Jie said, giving Su Xiao a meaningful glance. Su Xiao opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately swallowed her words. The four-person team set off immediately, sneaking into the Sweet Lovers Hotel. As luck would have it, Wu Xiu and Wu Jie's full name had a platinum-grade tracking ability. This sensory skill allowed her to locate targets as long as she visualized them in her mind. It was this talent that had drawn Ma Han and the others to join her group, as their primary goal was to reunite with their families. The hotel was completely empty, so Wu Xiyuan had no trouble locating Lu Li's room. She paused for a moment, then raised her hand to knock. Before her hand could touch the door, however, a voice from inside interrupted her. Girl, does it have to be now? Can't we wait a bit? No way. You can wait, but it can't. Hurry up and take off your clothes, or it'll be too late. Wu Xiyuan frowned, her suspicions confirmed. She clenched her hand into a fist, ready to pound on the door. But just then, Su Xiao, who had been silent all this time, grabbed her sleeve. Su Xiao bit her lip, her eyes turning red and filling with tears. Forget it, Wu Jie. Let's just go. Go? Wu Xiyuan asked, sensing something deeper. We haven't even figured out what kind of person that man is. Why leave? I know them, Su Xiao replied with her eyes closed, tears streaming down her face. The guy isn't a bad person. Let's not disturb them. Let's go. Hearing this, Wang Chao glared fiercely at Ma Han. As if that wasn't enough, he reached over and pinched Ma Han's side, eliciting a pained but suppressed reaction. Ma Han shrank back, his face full of regret for causing trouble. Are you sure we shouldn't go in? Wu Xiyuan asked, still listening. Inside, the man's voice sounded increasingly impatient, urging the girl to undress. The sound of objects clattering added to the chaotic scene, making it seem even more questionable. We're not going in, Su Xiao said firmly, turning to leave as if she'd made up her mind. It's getting late. Let's head to the refuge as soon as possible. The hotel room was in complete disarray. Cracks ran along the walls, debris was scattered everywhere, and shattered decorations were a testament to a fierce struggle. Amid the chaos, Lu Li and Eliza clung tightly to each other, both panting and flushed. Did you catch it, Eliza? Lu Li asked with a grin, blood dripping from his nose and trailing down his cheek. Eliza, dripping with sweat and gasping for breath, responded, I did, master. It's so big and strong. Good. As long as you've got it. Let me grab the cover. Lu Li started to release his grip, but Eliza suddenly yanked him back. Wait, master. It's moving again. Eliza exclaimed anxiously. Maybe I should take off my clothes first. Once I steady it, you can prepare the cover. Lu Li hesitated, looking conflicted. All right, but hurry. I'm reaching my limit. Nodding hurriedly, Eliza began fumbling to remove her clothes. Should I take off my undergarments too? They'll get dirty anyway, so you might as well take them off. Lu Li urged impatiently. All right, then I'll take everything off. Overcoming her embarrassment, Eliza stripped down completely. At that moment, Lu Li let out a sigh of relief. A golden glowing, giant egg suddenly shot out from beneath him and nestled snugly into Eliza's arms. Finally, it's under control. Lu Li exhaled deeply. The whole ordeal had started when Lu Li spent 10 tons of refined gold buying out a traveling merchant's inventory. Among the most expensive items were a set of body-enhancing herbs and a watermelon-sized giant egg, which alone cost nearly 8 tons of gold. At the time, Luli had been so focused on earning the merchant's favor that he didn't closely examine his purchases until he returned to the hotel. To his astonishment, the watermelon-sized egg turned out to be a dragon egg. Not only that, but it was already in the hatching stage and possessed a certain level of consciousness. When he retrieved it from his spatial ring, the dragon egg suddenly broke free of its protective cover and slammed directly into Lu Li's face. Despite being level 15 and having a physique stat above 15, the impact left Lu Li with a throbbing nose and momentarily drained of strength. To make matters worse, the egg was not only incredibly strong but also ridiculously slippery. Both Lu Li and Eliza struggled desperately to contain it. As the egg threatened to escape the room, Lu Li had a sudden idea to seduce it. After all, dragons were known for their particular proclivities. That led to the scene where Eliza used her charms as a last resort. Fortunately, the plan worked. At this point, the dragon egg was clinging tightly to Eliza, much like an overly affectionate puppy. "Hang in there, Eliza." Lu Li wiped the blood from his nose and picked up the discarded protective cover, intending to secure the egg again. However, since the egg had entered its hatching stage, the cover no longer worked. The only thing displayed on it was a single line of text. Once in the hatching stage, the dragon egg must be fed regularly to ensure successful hatching. Lu Li frowned in thought. But the egg doesn't even have a mouth. How do you feed it? Could it need energy crystals? He pulled out a 6th-tier energy crystal and pressed it against the egg, but apart from a faint tapping sound, there was no reaction. He tried a variety of foods next, but nothing worked. Eliza offered hesitantly, "Master, it doesn't have a mouth, so it probably can't eat anything." Lu Li nodded grimly. "But the instructions are clear: regular feeding is necessary." Could it require blood? Without hesitation, he used a bugtooth dagger to make a small cut on his arm. However, when he let the blood drip onto the egg, it wasn't absorbed. Instead, the egg grew even more agitated, as if repulsed by the offering. "Master, I don't think it wants blood," Eliza exclaimed, struggling to calm the egg once more. Completely out of ideas, Lu Li slumped to the floor. "If it refuses everything, maybe I should just feed it to the bugtooth dagger. How about trying the herbs?" Eliza suggested. "On planet Palu, I once saw stone-skinned people use medicinal baths to hatch beast eggs." "A medicinal bath? It's worth a shot." Lu Li's eyes lit up as he retrieved the herbs from his spatial ring. The light fragrance of the herbs quickly filled the room, invigorating them both. The dragon egg, too, seemed to sense something, wriggling out of Eliza's arms and moving closer to the herbs. Seeing this, Lu Li didn't hesitate. He pulled out an iron pot and spatula, preparing to create the medicinal bath. But when he read the herb instructions, he froze. The first line read, "These herbs are highly sensitive to water. Exposure will render them ineffective. Stir-frying is recommended for best results." Stir-frying? Lu Li was dumbfounded. Even in 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered such an absurd method of preparing medicinal herbs. Did the target of enhancement need to be stir-fried as well? No wonder the merchant had specifically included an iron pot and spatula. This was a frying setup. "What's wrong, master? Is there a problem with the herbs?" Eliza leaned in curiously. When she saw the instructions, she was equally stunned. Herbs that need to be stir-fried to release their effects? The universe is full of surprises. Should I go find some firewood? No need. With a strange expression, Lu Li flipped his palm and activated his innate ability Bronzeteer Flame Spark. It was a skill he had acquired by chance while scavenging in Tianyi Plaza. Though he had considered it a useless ability, it now proved invaluable. A 6th-tier energy crystal ignited, producing a brilliant blue flame with intense heat. The iron pot quickly became searing hot. "Put the egg in the pot," Lu Li instructed while adding the herbs according to the instructions. Eliza nodded and attempted to place the egg in the pot, but it clung to her as if glued. "It won't let go, master. It refuses to go in." Eliza was on the verge of tears as she watched the herbs in the pot approach the critical cooking time. She knew how precious these herbs were to Lu Li, and wasting them would be a devastating loss. "I'll hold the egg and get in the pot myself." Lu Li scrutinized the iron pot glowing red-hot, his brows tightly furrowed. Turning to Elisa, he spoke in a grave tone. "Although this won't kill you, the process will be excruciatingly painful, no less than the ancient torture of Pao Lao." Elisa's gaze was unwavering as she stepped into the scalding pot without hesitation. The moment her flesh touched the searing metal, a sharp sizzling sound filled the air. She clenched her teeth, releasing only a muffled groan. "Activate extreme healing," Lu Li shouted as he simultaneously tended to Elisa's injuries and tossed medicinal herbs into the pot. The herbs sizzled upon contact, crackling and releasing a rich, fragrant aroma that quickly permeated the room. Taking a deep breath, Elisa lay flat in the pot, clutching the dragon egg to her chest. Luli grabbed a spatula, channeling all his strength-based talents into himself. With a loud yell, he declared, "Time to stir-fry." He swung the spatula with precision, mixing the herbs and Elisa together. The mingling scents of medicinal herbs and roasted flesh filled the space. Elisa's body endured constant wounds that healed instantly, while the high temperature activated the medicinal properties, allowing them to seep into her skin. The dragon egg in her arms began to emit a golden glow, sparkling like a radiant jewel. "It's working!" Luli exclaimed, intensifying his movements. He continued to stir-fry relentlessly until the herbs in the pot were entirely reduced to ashes. Only then did he stop. Exhausted, Elisa fell into unconsciousness, sinking into a deep sleep. Luli carefully lifted her from the pot and placed her gently on the bed. The dragon egg, now fully infused with the medicinal energy, rested quietly in her arms. Its golden light gradually dimmed, as if it too had drifted into slumber. Luli cleaned up the pot and sat down on the sofa, muttering to himself, "I should take a break too." He summoned his soul guards, Chun Hao and Xing Anlin, to stand watch. Chun Hao swiftly assumed his position, while Xing Anlin smirked mischievously and teased Luli, "Bet you enjoyed that stir-fry, huh? Enjoy your head. Just get to your post." Luli retorted with an exhausted eye roll. "Wake me up in 4 hours." Meanwhile, in the Lin family estate's underground chamber, Lin Qinfeng knelt before the crystal coffin containing her father's body. She poured out her long-suppressed doubts and helplessness, her tears falling freely as she wept, resembling a lost little girl seeking comfort. Just then, a message arrived from Lin Qinhua, informing her of a slave contract sent by the Qian family. Lin Qinfeng quickly composed herself, regaining her usual strength. She cast one final glance at her father and said firmly, "Father, don't worry. I will save Qinyu and ensure my sisters live well. The Zhao family will pay the price. The Lin family will not fall." Elsewhere, in Yueqing at the Qian family residence, Qian Tongda sipped fragrant tea while discussing family strategies with his nephew, Qian Tongdan. Qian Tongdan questioned the reason for sending the slave contract to the Lin family. Qian Tongda explained it was a move to maintain balance among the various factions. After hearing this, Qian Tongdan stood up, expressing his intention to go hunt monsters and search for secret realms. Qian Tongda advised him to stay and learn the art of commerce, but Qian Tongdan replied that he would focus on that only after becoming the family head. 3.5 hours later, Luli was awakened by an alert. He checked the message sent by Lin Qinfeng, asking if the demonic energy corruption had been cleared. To his astonishment, not only had the corruption vanished, but he had also gained 2 beneficial effects: immunity to demonic energy and copper skin iron bones, both lasting 20 hours. Luli pondered silently. Who would have thought that the traveling merchant's herbs could purify demonic energy corruption? Just inhaling the medicinal aroma had such incredible effects. I can only imagine the benefits Elisa must have gained from being stir-fried with the dragon egg. Time to get up. Luli gently tapped the shoulder of the young Palura girl, Elisa. Elisa let out a lazy yawn, stretching her body like a cat. As the blanket slid off, her graceful figure was revealed, instantly catching Luli's attention. "Wow, I didn't expect that medicine would trigger a second growth spurt for you," Luli remarked, half joking and half serious. Elisa suddenly snapped awake, realizing her situation. She quickly grabbed the dragon egg to cover her chest, her cheeks flushing bright red. Luli chuckled and turned around, tossing some clothes to Elisa. "Put these on, and while you're at it, send me your personal stats." "Yais, master," Elisa stammered, fumbling as she hurriedly put on her undergarments. Standing by the bedside, Luli carefully reviewed Elisa's personal stats. Elisa Baki. Level: LV 9. Strength: 9.2. Constitution: 33.6. Speed: 9.1. Spirit: 24.9. Innate ability: Blessing of the Goddess of Luck Diamond Tier. Awaiting advancement opportunity. Luli drew in a sharp breath. Constitution: 33.6. Spirit: 24.9. These were stats for someone at level 9? Even with allocated free stat points, it shouldn't exceed 9 points. A single dose of this medicine had granted Elisa a 30-point stat boost, and that was with the dragon egg absorbing most of the medicine's potency. What surprised him even more was the change in Elisa's innate ability. Although it hadn't directly advanced, the words "awaiting advancement opportunity" indicated that she was on the verge of stepping into the next tier. Barring unforeseen circumstances, her ability was bound to evolve. So, even a diamond tier ability can advance. Could it become something like my Soul Devourer, which has no rank classification? Luli murmured to himself, feeling both thrilled and slightly regretful. Thrilled that the medicine had been worth its value, regretful that he hadn't been the one to benefit from it. However, remembering the magical conch shell that could summon traveling merchants, Luli felt reassured. "Master, I finished dressing," Elisa's voice called out. Lu Li turned around, and the sight before him left him momentarily speechless. Elisa wasn't wearing her previous outfit, but rather an extremely revealing set of lightweight armor, draped with a nearly transparent white veil. Instead of concealing her figure, the outfit accentuated her curves, making her look even more alluring. Do I not look good, master? Elisa asked nervously, noticing Lu Li's peculiar expression. You look great, Lu Li managed to say, swallowing hard. But aren't you cold wearing that? Not at all. I feel warm all over right now, Elisa replied cheerfully, stepping closer to Lu Li. Feel for yourself if you don't believe me. Lu Li felt his head spin and quickly sent a message to Lin Qinfeng, asking him to come pick him up. Right now, strengthening himself took priority, especially since he still needed the Lin family's help to gather gold and uncover Zhao Jin's collusion with the Sakura people. Lin Qingyue had to be saved. Lu Li dismissed his soul guards, Qian Hao and Xing Anlin, and had Elisa put on an extra layer of clothing. While it didn't change the overall style, it at least provided some modesty. Before long, Lin Qinfeng arrived in person to pick them up. Apart from a brief moment of surprise upon seeing Elisa, the head of the Lin family remained composed, behaving with the utmost respect, as if he had already signed a servant contract with Lu Li. The atmosphere in the car was slightly awkward, so Lu Li attempted to lighten the mood. Lin Qinfeng, don't worry about your sister. I'll do everything in my power to rescue her. Lin Qinfeng nodded gratefully, though the mood in the car seemed to grow heavier. Lu Li continued, trying to make conversation. I heard Zhao Jin mention that your father was poisoned by him. Can you tell me more about it? Lin Qinfeng's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his knuckles turning white as he recounted a little-known story. The Lin family is a lineage of swordsmanship masters. My father was the most skilled swordsman in our family. While we may not have the financial resources or connections of other families, our swordsmanship is among the best in China. Because of this, the Lin family has managed to maintain its position as one of the 8 Tier 1 families. Only a Tier 1 family, huh? Lu Li muttered under his breath. No wonder he hadn't encountered the Lin family in his previous life, and no wonder the Zhao family had been able to wipe them out so easily. A family relying solely on swordsmanship was unlikely to thrive. Lin Qinfeng's eyes flickered at Lu Li's murmured words, but he quickly composed himself and continued. About a year ago, the Lin family was invited to a swordsmanship exchange tournament in Sakura Nation. It was supposed to be a friendly competition, but the Sakura people resorted to underhanded tactics, injuring several members of our family. They then went further, mocking our swordsmanship, claiming it originated from their own Sakura styles, and demanded that my father kneel and pay homage to their sword masters. My father, a man of unyielding pride, would never tolerate such humiliation. He immediately issued a challenge to face their strongest swordsman in a duel. And your father lost? Are those Sakura swordsmen really that skilled? Lu Li raised an eyebrow. Lin Qinfeng shook his head, his eyes filled with bitterness. If he had lost, I would have accepted it as a matter of skill. But my father, he won. Lu Li's words caught Lin Qinfeng off guard. We won? Then why did it end up like this? She asked, puzzled. Lin Qinfeng gritted her teeth and explained. They cheated. That so-called strongest practitioner of Sakura swordsmanship, Ishii Rokuro, knew he couldn't defeat my father. So during the duel, he never intended to win. Instead, he focused on injuring my father. Afterward, he shamelessly denied that my father's swordsmanship surpassed theirs. She continued. Father was so enraged that he spat blood on the spot. After returning home, he fell gravely ill. Back then, we had no idea their swords were laced with poison. Father's wound healed normally, and we assumed his illness was due to sheer anger. If Zhao Jin hadn't revealed the truth today, my sisters and I would still be in the dark. Lin Qinfeng let out a bitter laugh. Looking back, all the clues pointed to the Zhao family colluding with the Sakura people. That so-called swordsmanship exchange was nothing but a setup against my father. If I hadn't been so naive and had figured out the truth about the poison earlier, father might have survived. Lu Li stroked his chin and tried to comfort her. You can't blame yourself. The Zhao family and the Sakura people clearly planned this meticulously. The poison they used must have been carefully chosen to avoid detection. Lin Qinfeng's smile was bitter, and she fell silent. The rest of the car ride was accompanied only by the low hum of the engine. The Lin family estate was located in the northern part of Yongqing. It wasn't large, and its decor was simple. Lu Li and Eliza followed Lin Qinfeng inside to discuss plans with Lin Qinhua and Lin Qinxue for rescuing the eldest Lin daughter. However, as soon as they stepped into the estate, Lu Li sensed something unusual. He stopped in his tracks, his gaze involuntarily shifting toward the southwest corner, his brows furrowing. This feeling, it's so familiar, he muttered to himself. Noticing his reaction, Lin Qinfeng asked curiously, Mr. Lu, is something wrong? Lu Li spoke frankly, pointing into the distance. What's over there? Following his gesture, Lin Qinfeng's heart skipped a beat. Her tone turned sorrowful. That is where my father rests. Lu Li's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Take me there immediately. What? Lin Qinfeng and Eliza were both stunned. This was confusing. Wasn't Lu Li here to discuss the rescue plan? Why was he suddenly so interested in Lin Tianxia, who had already passed away? Lin Qinfeng quickly tried to make sense of it. Could it be that one hero admired another and he wanted to pay his respects? She said respectfully, Mr. Lu, the Lin family appreciates your sentiment. But shouldn't we focus on Qinyue's situation for now? To her surprise, Lu Li didn't back down. Instead, he became even more urgent. Don't worry, your sister won't die anytime soon. But if we don't act now, your father might really be gone for good. What? Lin Qinfeng and Eliza were left speechless again. Without waiting for their reaction, Lu Li grabbed Lin Qinfeng's hand and strode toward the southwest corner of the estate. Stop standing there, hurry up and take me. All right. Though confused, Lin Qinfeng led Lu Li to the crystal coffin. What happened next left the two women utterly shocked. Lu Li marched forward and yanked the lid off the crystal coffin, revealing the corpse inside. Mr. Lu, what are you doing? Lin Qinfeng cried out, trying to stop him, but Lu Li was faster. He had already torn open Lin Tianxia's collar. As I thought, it's the scent of soul-guiding grass, Lu Li exclaimed. Before Lin Qinfeng could even begin to process this unfamiliar term, Lu Li had already pulled out a boning knife seemingly out of nowhere. With a swift motion, the blade plunged into Lin Tianxia's chest. Lin Qinfeng gasped and covered her mouth in horror, while Eliza's eyes widened in disbelief. Had Lu Li gone mad? What was he doing? The knife moved quickly, as if carving something out. Moments later, Lu Li reached into the wound with his left hand and pulled out a black, writhing mass. It looked like a clump of living hair, twisting and squirming in his grasp, a grotesque sight that sent chills down their spines. Done. Call Lin Xinhua to heal your father. I need to focus on dealing with this thing, Lu Li commanded. What? Lin Qinfeng was stunned for the third time. Thankfully, Eliza snapped her out of it, and she quickly called for Lin Xinhua. Big sister, what's going on? Lin Xinhua froze mid-sentence as she entered the room, utterly horrified by the scene before her. The crystal coffin was overturned. Their father's body lay with a gaping wound in his chest, and in the corner, Lu Li sat holding a blood-stained knife. Beneath him was a massive black cauldron, from which eerie clanging noises echoed. What the hell is happening? Lin Xinhua's mind was in chaos. Second sister, heal father quickly. Lin Qinfeng urged desperately. Heal father. Big sister, have you lost your mind from grief? Lin Xinhua cried out, heartbroken. Father is already gone, you need to pull yourself together. Pull yourself together, my foot. Just heal him already. If you wait any longer, I'll be too late. Lin Qinfeng shouted anxiously. Though still confused, Lin Xinhua activated her healing ability on Lin Tianxia. A soft light enveloped his chest, and the wound began to close slowly. Suddenly, cough. Lin Tianxia's head jerked to the side as he violently coughed up dark, clotted blood. He's alive. Lin Xinhua was so shocked her jaw nearly dropped. Her healing ability was meant for groups. It had never had a resurrection effect before. Why am I here? It's so cold, Lin Tianxia murmured weakly as he sat up from the coffin, looking dazed. Father! Lin Qinfeng cried tears of joy and threw her arms around him. At that moment, Lin Qinxue arrived. Seeing her father sitting up from what had been his coffin, her usually icy expression melted into one of astonishment and delight. Second sister, you brought father back to life? Lin Qinxue asked in disbelief. What? I don't know. Lin Xinhua was still utterly bewildered. She had tried her healing ability on their deceased father multiple times before, to no avail. Why had it worked now? As Lin Qinxue turned to her eldest sister for answers, the clanging from the cauldron in the corner grew louder and more violent. Sitting atop the cauldron, Lu Li's expression darkened. He shouted, Get out of here now. I can't hold it much longer. Lu Li had anticipated that the sentimenture soul-guiding herb would be tricky to handle, but he hadn't expected it to be this troublesome. Just as Lin Qinfeng and the others retreated outside, a deafening explosion erupted inside the house. Boom. Crash. Lu Li, along with the black cauldron he had been sitting on, was blasted out like a cannonball, smashing through the wall and landing outside. Elisa reacted swiftly, rushing forward to lift the cauldron off him. Her voice was filled with urgency as she asked, Master, are you all right? I'm fine, just a sore backside. Lu Li gritted his teeth as he struggled to his feet, his clothes in disarray and his face covered in dust. He turned sharply to Elisa, a determined glint in his eyes. Surpass, max out my luck stat, I'm getting serious now. Elisa blinked in confusion, but before she could respond, Lu Li had already dashed back into the house like a gust of wind. It was only then that she realized what he meant and activated her innate ability, Blessing of the Goddess of Luck. Inside, A series of crackling explosions sounded like a cascade of firecrackers going off. Everyone outside held their breath, not daring to approach. Moments later, a disheveled Luli staggered out of the house, exhaling a puff of black smoke. He announced, "Crisis averted. All right, it's really dealt with this time." Despite the chaotic process, Luli's efforts were richly rewarded. Carefully, he retrieved a fingernail-sized seed from his spatial ring and examined it with satisfaction. It was the seed of the soul-guiding herb, an extraordinary medicinal ingredient known for significantly enhancing mental attributes. In his previous life, Luli had to venture into the perilous demon's eye to obtain this herb. With his powerful spiritual sense, he could easily detect its scent, but entering the demon's eye was always fraught with danger. This underscored the herb's rarity. Yet in this life, he had stumbled upon such a treasure simply by saving an old man. As Luli was about to discuss the rescue plan, Lin Qinfeng suddenly stepped forward and dropped to her knees with a resolute thud. "Mr. Lu, Lin Qinfeng, will never forget your great kindness today." Before Luli could respond, Lin Qinfeng turned to her younger sister and called out, "Qinhua, bring me the servant contract." Elder sister, Lin Qinhua, still recovering from the joy of seeing her family reunited, now looked stricken with worry. She knew all too well that signing the servant contract meant a lifetime of servitude. Lin Qinfeng's eyes were firm, her tone unwavering. "Mr. Lu has shown our family immense kindness. The Lin family already regards him as our master. Signing the contract is but a formality." It was only then that Luli snapped out of his thoughts, looking a bit puzzled. "Yeah, actually, there's no need for that. As long as your family completes the tasks I assign on time, we can maintain a good working relationship." Due to being betrayed in his past life, Luli found it difficult to trust others easily. Even with the Lin family, he maintained a certain level of caution. Most of the tasks he assigned them were inconsequential, ensuring that even in the event of betrayal, it wouldn't significantly harm him. This deeply ingrained wariness meant that unless someone, like Elisa, signed a servant contract, it was hard for Luli to fully trust them. However, Lin Qinfeng's proactive request to sign the contract caught him off guard. Even after hearing that it wasn't necessary, she remained steadfast. "Signing the contract is entirely my own choice. Please, Mr. Lu, grant me this opportunity." Without hesitation, she bit her fingertip and let her blood drip onto the contract. "You're sure you won't regret this?" Luli asked softly. "Never. Not even in death." Lin Qinfeng replied firmly. With a sigh, Luli accepted the contract. When he looked at Lin Qinfeng again, his gaze had softened. A system notification chimed in at just the right moment. Ding. Servant contract successfully signed. Player Lin Qinfeng voluntarily pledges allegiance to player Luli. The contract is now in effect until death. As Luli reached out to help Lin Qinfeng up, Lin Tianxia, her father, finally lost his composure. Having just returned from the brink of death, he now witnessed his eldest daughter pledging herself to someone else. For a father, this was hard to accept. "Kid, you'd better explain yourself," Lin Tianxia growled, attempting to stand but faltering due to his weakened state. Fortunately, Lin Qinhua and Lin Qinxue supported him before he collapsed. After Lin Qinfeng explained the events in detail, however, Lin Tianxia's attitude took a complete turn. Overcome with emotion, the old man knelt down, his voice choked with tears. "Mr. Lu, your kindness is immeasurable. From now on, my life belongs to you." As he prepared to bow his head to the ground, Luli quickly stopped him, worried that the old man might impulsively attempt to sign a servant contract as well. Helping him up, Luli chuckled. "No need for that, old Master Lin. Let's work together going forward and make the Lin family stronger than ever." "Of course," Lin Tianxia said, his eyes brimming with gratitude and tears. But then, as if remembering something, he glanced around and asked, "Where's Qinhua? Why don't I see her?" Lin Qinhua and Lin Qinxue exchanged uneasy glances, unsure how to respond. They feared that telling their father about Lin Qinyu's decision to offer herself as a hostage to the Zhao family might make him collapse from anger. In the end, it was the eldest sister, Lin Qinfeng, who stepped forward to calm their father. She spoke softly, "Dad, although Qinhua is under Zhao Jin's control, her life is not in immediate danger. Mr. Lu is here to discuss a plan to rescue her." Upon hearing this, Lin Tianxia was taken aback. His face turned pale, and he staggered, nearly losing his balance. "What? That girl is in trouble again." He was so furious that he began gasping for air, on the verge of passing out. The three sisters quickly gathered around to console him. After much effort and persuasion, they finally managed to convince Lin Tianxia to return to his room and rest. Once the old man was settled, Lu Li and the Lin sisters headed to the meeting hall and took their seats. Lin Qinxue, unable to contain her urgency, immediately spoke up, her tone laced with anxiety. "If you ask me, we should just search every corner of the Zhao family's territory in Yongqing. We'll definitely find out where our little sister is." Lin Xinhua frowned, her expression filled with concern. Wouldn't that alert them and make things worse? Lin Xinfeng agreed that her sister's suggestion was too rash. She analyzed calmly. The Zhao family is colluding with the Sakura group, and it was the Sakura people who kidnapped our little sister. Even if we turn Zhao's territory upside down, it might be useless. For all we know, she might not even be there, but with the Sakura group instead. Lin Xinhua nodded in agreement and added, I think the safest approach is to gather intelligence from multiple sources and pay other families for assistance. That would be more reliable. Lin Qinxue, however, bristled at this suggestion and snapped angrily, pay other families for help? Second sister, have you forgotten how the Zhao family tricked us? If it weren't for Mr. Liu during that massacre in the secret realm, we would all be dead by now. Among the 6 other human tier families, can you guarantee that none of them would betray the Lin family too? Lin Xinhua felt hurt by her sister's words and retorted in a low voice, even so, it's better than your reckless idea of alerting the enemy. What if it ends up costing our little sister her life? How would we explain that to father? Seeing her 2 younger sisters about to break into a full-blown argument, Lin Qinfeng quickly intervened. Enough, both of you. Calm down and let's hear what Mr. Liu has to say. At this, Lin Xinhua and Lin Qinxue fell silent and turned their eyes to Lu Li in unison. To them, Lu Li was a figure of unparalleled capability, and his advice would undoubtedly be the most reliable. Lin Qinfeng shared the same hope, looking at him expectantly. However, to the sisters' astonishment, the man they regarded as a near deity seemed completely absorbed in something else. Lu Li was intently focused on the data panel in front of him, his fingers swiping and tapping continuously, occasionally inputting some information. The 3 sisters exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of how to proceed. Mr. Liu? Lin Qinfeng called out softly, lowering her voice. Yet Lu Li remained lost in thought, completely unresponsive. Seeing this, Alyssa, standing nearby, gently poked Lu Li's shoulder with a considerate expression. Huh, what's up? Lu Li snapped out of his daze, his eyes blinking as he glanced at the 3 sisters in confusion. Lin Qinfeng couldn't help but chuckle before patiently repeating herself. Mr. Liu, do you have any suggestions on how we can rescue Qingyue? Suggestions? Lu Li frowned slightly. My suggestion is, no suggestions. Huh. The 3 sisters and Alyssa froze in unison, exchanging bewildered glances. Finally, Lu Li tore his gaze away from the interface he had been staring at, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. What I mean is, all you need to do is cooperate with me from here on out. The 3 sisters' eyes lit up. Mr. Liu, do you have a way to find our little sister? More or less, Lu Li replied as he gestured for Alyssa to pull up the data panel. Then, turning to the Lin sisters, he said, you can log into the global trading market and check the message I just posted. Without hesitation, the 3 sisters followed his instructions. As soon as they logged in, a bold and eye-catching trade request from Lu Li appeared on the screen. Urgent. Offering high rewards for any item or method that can remove the negative effects of demonic energy corruption. The Lin sisters exchanged puzzled looks. What did this have to do with rescuing Lin Qingyue? Since Lu Li had posted the message under his own name, responses quickly flooded in. Oh my god, it's Lu Li, the top player on the leaderboard. Is this really the legendary Lu Li? Or just an impersonator? Demonic energy corruption? That sounds terrifying. What kind of monster did Lu Li encounter? Lu Li, I have a mid-grade life elixir. Would that help with the negative effects you're dealing with? Hold on, the person above didn't get ahead of yourself. A mid-grade life elixir is just for healing, isn't it? Lu Li, I have an unrefined purification potion. Interested? DM me with an offer. As the sisters looked at Lu Li with growing curiosity, he calmly began replying to the players who had tagged him. Tangjude, mid-grade life elixirs can't remove demonic energy corruption. I've already tried, but I appreciate your concern. Makabatsu, unrefined purification potions are only effective against poison-related effects. They don't work on demonic energy corruption. After finishing his responses, Lu Li posted 4 additional trade messages in quick succession, hitting the daily limit. His urgency was palpable, as if he were moments away from collapse. Lin Qinfeng, filled with guilt, spoke up, Mr. Liu, I must apologize again on behalf of my sister. I never thought demonic energy corruption would be so stubborn. If she hadn't been so reckless, you wouldn't be dealing with this now. Without turning his head, Lu Li replied, it's fine. I've already removed the negative effects from myself. The 3 sisters stared at him, dumbfounded. You already removed it? Then why did you post those trade messages, acting like it was so urgent? Seeing their confusion, Lu Li explained. The purpose of those messages is to lure someone out. Demonic energy corruption is extremely rare. Besides me, the only ones who might know how to deal with it are the Sakura people. Lin Qinhua furrowed her brows. So you're trying to get the Sakura people to reveal the method by acting desperate? Lin Qinxue was blunt. The Sakura people would never disclose that information. They'd rather see you dead. Lin Qinfeng nodded in agreement. Exactly. The Sakura people and the Zhao family are probably laughing about this in their private channels right now. Lin Qinhua shrugged, looking at Lu Li. So what's the point of this, Mr. Lu? Letting them mock you? Lu Li smirked. That's why I need some cooperation. Alyssa, join the chat channel and reply to my message. Say you have a way to remove the corruption, but it requires a face-to-face trade. The three sisters turned their attention to Alyssa. The cat-eared girl seemed startled to be included, nervously stammering, Madame? All right, master. Moments later, a new reply appeared under Lu Li's trade request. Lu Li, I have a method to remove demonic energy corruption, but it requires an in-person trade. This single message immediately sparked a wave of ridicule in the chat. Lucky Lisa, everyone else has no solution, but you do? Sounds like a scam to me. If you really have a solution, just share it publicly. Why insist on a face-to-face trade? Who even are you? Trying to scam the top-ranked player? Bold move. Lu Li would crush anyone who tries to pull a fast one on him. This Lucky Lisa better watch out. Still, it's better to be cautious. The apocalypse has made everyone desperate. Lu Li watched the chaotic chatter unfold with a slight grin. He quickly added his own reply beneath Alyssa's message. Lucky Lisa, does it really have to be face-to-face? I'm not in great condition right now and worry something might go wrong. For a brief moment, the chat fell silent. Then, as if a dam had burst, messages poured in. Lu Li's not in good shape? He definitely shouldn't meet in person. Yeah, this has trap written all over it. This Lisa person is clearly up to no good. Classic ambush scenario. I've seen this play out too many times. Lucky Lisa, if you really have a solution, just share it here. No need for shady in-person deals. Lu Li patted Alyssa on the shoulder. Now it's your turn to reply. Say, believe it or not, but if you want the solution, you'll have to meet me in person. Otherwise, forget it. Alyssa nodded and typed out the reply as instructed. This time, the chat erupted even more. See? She's not even trying to hide it anymore. Total scam. Believe it or not? What arrogance. Lu Li should just ignore her and let her stew. Lu Li then typed. But if I don't remove the corruption soon, it'll escalate into deep corruption. Lucky Lisa, where are you? I'll come to you. Alyssa glanced at him, hesitating. Master, should I give you a location now? Lu Li shook his head. Not yet. Let the discussion heat up a bit more. Let's hear what everyone has to say first. The Lin sisters exchanged puzzled looks. Wasn't this just a scripted exchange between the two of them? What opinions could they possibly be waiting for? Sure enough, shortly after Lu Li's message, players began chiming in with suggestions. Some offered to act as bodyguards, ensuring Lu Li's safety during the trade. Others volunteered to be intermediaries, handling the exchange on his behalf. The ideas were varied and creative. Ultimately, the most popular suggestion was to choose a public location for the trade, with other players acting as witnesses to oversee the process. After much discussion, the meeting point was decided. Outside the shelter in the heart of Yongqing. Lu Li looked at the messages on the public channel with satisfaction and nodded, signaling Alyssa to respond. She quickly typed, I have nothing to hide. So as everyone suggested, the meeting point will be outside the shelter in the center of Yongqing. Shortly after, Lu Li also confirmed the location on the public channel and set the time for the transaction to be at noon the next day. Lin Qinfeng curiously asked, Mr. Lu, will this really lure them out? Lu Li nodded confidently. It will. Lin Qinhua pressed further. But among the players who agreed on the location earlier, there weren't any Sakura people, and it doesn't seem like there were any Zhao family members either. How can you be sure they'll show up? Lu Li chuckled, a sly glint in his eyes. Because this is a golden opportunity, a perfect chance to kill me. Do you remember what happened when that Sakura woman called Xiaogo turned into a parasitic demon? Meanwhile, Ishii Mitsukin stared at the chat messages, his excitement making him seem like someone drunk on fake liquor. He exclaimed loudly, Subarashi, Raikkonchan's foresight is divine, truly our Sakura clan's hidden genius. Occupying Lin Qingyue's body, Komatsu Raikon scoffed disdainfully. This Lu Li is even dumber than I thought. I expected him to cleanse the demonic energy first before coming after us. But not only has he failed to clear it, he's foolish enough to ask for help on the public channel. Zhao Erwu analyzed the messages carefully, hesitating. As reckless as Lu Li's actions seem, I have to admit he's found a solution. That player named Lucky Lisa will apparently help him remove the demonic energy by noon tomorrow. Ishii Mitsukan patted Zhao Erwu's shoulder with a grin. So what? Erwuzen, look at the location they've chosen. It's outside the shelter in the center of Yongqing. Isn't that your territory? Zhao Erwu gave an awkward laugh. It is my territory, but are you planning to strike during their transaction? Ishii and Komatsu both nodded in unison. A hint of disdain flashed in Zhao Erwu's eyes as he silently mocked the two for not paying closer attention to the messages. He reminded them, Gentlemen, I don't mean to discourage you, But Luli's transaction tomorrow will have other players as witnesses. If you plan to kill him, I won't object. But wouldn't it be a bit challenging to eliminate everyone there? To his surprise, Ishii and Komatsu laughed even more arrogantly. Ishii, full of conceit, declared, "Erwuzan, you don't need to worry about that. We have a sacred artifact blessed by our master, which will ensure none of those onlookers leave alive." Zhao Erwu froze, his face filled with doubt. Really? Komatsu Riken shot Zhao Erwu a condescending look. Of course. You'll even get to pick from their talents afterward as a reward for your cooperation with the Moriaka clan. Elsewhere, in a heavily guarded safe house in Beijing, an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit was staring at the public channel messages with a furrowed brow. After a long silence, he turned to his secretary and asked, "Ask old Jean if there's any record of this demonic energy effect in our database." The secretary quickly typed a message and received a reply moments later. "There isn't." The old man's frown deepened. "Has old Jean tried divination?" "He has," the secretary replied. "It resulted in a con hexagram, but nothing else of value." The old man let out a heavy sigh, as if trying to expel the weight in his chest. "Send General Ao Zhan and his team to protect Luli at all costs. He may very well be China's hope." The next morning, Qi Ziyu woke up early. After spending 3 days hiding in an unfinished building, he decided it was time to head to the center of Yongqing. Not only did the shelter there provide 3 meals a day, but he also wanted to see the commotion for himself. After all, Luli, the top-ranked player at level 15, was a true powerhouse. If he was lucky enough to earn Luli's favor, his days ahead would surely be smooth sailing. With this thought in mind, Qi Ziyu set off for the city center. Along the way, he encountered no danger. Compared to the chaos of the early apocalypse, the city had become much safer. This wasn't because the monsters were gone, but because players' average combat ability had significantly improved. After the initial slaughter, many players with poor talents or survival skills had perished. Those who survived generally had decent abilities and often formed teams, greatly increasing their chances of staying alive. On his way to the shelter, Qi Ziyu came across a group of survivors from Sunshine Community. They explained that they had previously relied on a nearby supermarket for supplies, but it had been mysteriously looted the day before. To avoid starvation, they decided to relocate as a group to the shelter in Yangcheng Center. Aunt Zhang, one of the survivors, chatted endlessly with Qi Ziyu about the dangers of the current world. "Young Qi, you have no idea how treacherous things are nowadays. Just 2 days ago, we kindly took in 3 high school students, only for them to bring trouble to our doorstep. Not only did people in our community die, but the supermarket supplies were completely ransacked. I tell you, being kind doesn't pay off anymore." Seeing Aunt Zhang's resentful expression, Qi Ziyu almost felt like she was accusing him of being one of the high schoolers who caused the disaster. Hoping to avoid conflict and make friends, he awkwardly smiled and nodded, eager to reach the shelter for some peace and quiet. Unexpectedly, Aunt Zhang grabbed Qi Ziyu's arm and smiled. "Young Qi, you seem capable enough to be traveling alone. Your talent must be strong. Do you have any enemies?" After carefully recalling his past, Qi Ziyu confirmed that the closest thing he had to an enemy was Su Xiao, who had tricked him. He quickly shook his head. "No, Aunt Zhang. I don't have any enemies." Aunt Zhang's smile widened, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. "That's great. Why don't you join us? We can look out for each other and survive in this dangerous world together." Qi Ziyu couldn't quite figure out her intentions. After hesitating for a while, he said, "But aren't we all heading to the shelter? We'll all be part of the same group there." Aunt Zhang waved her hand dismissively, her expression full of worldly wisdom. "Where there are people, there's conflict. Can you guarantee the shelter won't have cliques and infighting? Instead of waiting to be targeted, why not stick together now and target others first?" Qi Ziyu silently agreed with Aunt Zhang's assessment. If infighting were to break out among small groups within the shelter, lone players like him would undoubtedly bear the brunt. Rather than waiting passively, it was better to take the initiative. With this thought, he immediately agreed to join Aunt Zhang's proposal. The survivors from Sunshine Community warmly welcomed Qi Ziyu into their group. The atmosphere instantly became lively, as if long-lost family members had finally reunited. As the sun climbed to its zenith, Qi Ziyu's survivor team finally reached the center of Yong City. A considerable crowd had already gathered outside the shelter, most of them players there to witness the trade. They chatted in small groups, but Qi Ziyu couldn't shake an unsettling feeling. These players didn't seem to exude friendly intentions. Instead, they reminded him of a pack of hyenas waiting for carrion. Aunt Zhang, clearly aware of the drama that unfolded in the public chat yesterday, muttered incessantly, "Oh my, that guy Luli sure knows how to make an entrance. Look at all these people here just to witness the trade. Xiaoqi, let's hurry into the shelter. This place is bound to descend into chaos soon." Qi Ziyu looked at Aunt Zhang in confusion. "Auntie, what do you mean by that?" Aunt Zhang glanced around cautiously, lowering her voice. "Luli has more enemies than you can count. Yesterday, It was because of him that we lost several people from Sunshine Community. Who knows what kind of trouble will erupt today? Trust me, he's bad news. We'd better stay far away from him." Without waiting for Chi Ziyu's response, Aunt Zhang grabbed his arm and dragged him toward the shelter. Unable to resist, Chi Ziyu reluctantly followed her inside. By noon, the previously sunny weather had turned gloomy, with heavy clouds gathering and distant thunder rumbling as if a downpour was imminent. While the players outside the shelter grew increasingly impatient, wondering why neither party involved in the trade had shown up yet, the roar of a car engine suddenly echoed from afar. A black Maybach sped toward the crowd like an unstoppable beast, its sleek body slicing through the air. It came to a screeching halt with a sharp drift, leaving the faint smell of burnt rubber lingering in the air. The car door swung open, and a pair of long, pale legs stepped out. The figure that emerged wore a form-fitting pencil skirt that accentuated her alluring curves. A black veil obscured her delicate face, but her captivating eyes alone were enough to stir the hearts of onlookers. Adding to her striking appearance were cat ears and a tail accessory she wore, drawing even more attention. The male players erupted into a frenzy. They had expected Lisa to be attractive, but no one had imagined she'd be this stunning. Crude remarks began to ripple through the crowd. Slender frame, killer looks. She's trouble waiting to happen. That waist, that back, and those legs. Tonight's dreams are sordid. Even in the apocalypse, she goes all out with the Catgirl cosplay. She's got boldness in her bones. If it weren't for their wariness of Lisa's unknown strength, some of them might have already acted on their base desires. Meanwhile, the female players shot her disdainful glares, masking their jealousy behind looks of contempt. Lisa remained unfazed by the reactions around her. She stood there like a serene painting, completely different from how she acted in front of Luli. As time ticked by and Luli still hadn't appeared, the crowd began to suspect he might not show. Just as the thought crossed their minds, the air in front of Lisa began to ripple. A man wearing a trench coat with light armor underneath materialized out of thin air. He appeared to be in poor condition, struggling even to stand upright. Wow, look at him. His face is pale as a ghost. He's clearly not in good shape. Now I get why the trade was scheduled for noon. Why is that? Don't you remember? From 12 to 3 p.m. every day, the challenge mechanism is active. Oh, right. So, if someone manages to kill the top-ranking player during this time, the rewards would be massive. Heh, whoever planned this trade is a genius. Well, if the opportunity arises, it's every man for himself. May the best player win. Hearing the blatant discussions around her, Lisa silently commended Luli for his foresight. His predictions had been spot on. Those who came to oversee the trade had their own ulterior motives. Quickly reviewing the script Luli had laid out in her mind, Lisa prepared to play her part. She tilted her chin slightly, retrieving an item from her spatial ring. This is a high-quality purification elixir. Drinking it will cleanse all negative effects, including the demonic corruption affecting you. I'm not asking for much, just exchange a perfect quality item or piece of equipment for it. As soon as Elisa finished speaking, a playful smirk spread across the faces of the surrounding players. Perfect quality in exchange for excellent quality? That demand was simply outrageous. This was a seller's market, and it was clear that this woman had figured out how desperate Luli was for her purification potion to save his life. Forget perfect quality. Even if it were an epic quality item, Luli would probably have to grit his teeth and hand it over. Luli's expression turned to one of shock, with a hint of pleading in his eyes. In a low voice he said, "I don't have a perfect quality item. Could I trade 2 excellent quality pieces instead?" As he spoke, he quickly pulled out 2 gleaming arm guards from his spatial ring. Elisa shook her head without hesitation, her tone firm. "Only perfect quality. I already have plenty of excellent quality items." The moment those words left her mouth, the crowd erupted in whispers. "She has plenty of excellent quality items," someone murmured in disbelief. "Who would have thought? This woman's actually a hidden tycoon." Instantly, the onlookers' gazes toward the two were filled with even more greed. Luli's face showed a trace of bitterness as he spoke with resignation. "But I really don't have anything perfect quality. How about this? I'll lay out all my items and equipment, and you can pick whatever you like." Without waiting for Elisa's response, he began pulling items out of his spatial ring one after another. In an instant, the ground was piled with treasures of all kinds. Razor-sharp weapons, sturdy armor, glowing crystals, rare herbs, mysterious skill books, and even a few coveted dungeon entry tickets. The sight of the treasure trove left the surrounding players wide-eyed, and a few impatient ones had already drawn their weapons, ready to strike. Elisa noticed the reactions of the crowd and felt a surge of satisfaction. Everything was going according to plan. In her mind, she quickly ran through the next step in her script, the scene where she would give in to greed and suddenly launch a surprise attack on Luli. She rehearsed the scenario in her head as her right hand slowly reached for her spatial ring. just as she was about to draw her dagger and make her move to kill and loot. An unexpected figure burst into the scene. It was Su Xiao. The girl's face was filled with urgency as she rushed to Lu Li's side. In a flustered voice, she exclaimed, "Lu Li, take this perfect quality equipment. Use it to get the purification potion right away." Su Xiao's sudden appearance made Lu Li's eyes widen in shock. Even someone like him, often jokingly referred to as the uncrowned Oscar winner, couldn't hide his surprise. Su Xiao, oblivious to Lu Li's reaction, urgently shoved a piece of equipment into his hands and urged, "Quick, trade this for a purification potion. Your life is more important." Lu Li glanced down and realized it was a short, seductive Jake-style skirt, the very perfect gear he had once pulled from a treasure chest and gifted to Su Xiao. He let out a silent sigh of relief, knowing it was a bound item and thus untradeable. Clearing his throat, Lu Li pretended to inspect the skirt before feigning outrage. "This item is bound. It can't be traded. Are you trying to get me killed?" "Get lost," he growled, tossing the skirt onto the ground. Su Xiao froze, her eyes reddening slightly. She apologized in a small voice, guilt evident on her face. "I didn't realize it was a bound item. I'm sorry, Lu Li. I didn't mean to." She bent down to pick up the skirt. Meanwhile, the surrounding players, who had been eyeing them like vultures, began closing in, their encirclement tightening without warning. Panic surged through Lu Li as he made a swift decision. Without hesitation, he kicked Su Xiao in the rear, sending her stumbling forward into the dirt. "Get out of here," he shouted sternly. "We're even now. Cross my path again, and I'll kill you myself." Caught off guard, Su Xiao fell to the ground, covered in dust and looking utterly humiliated. Watching this unfold, Elisa felt a twinge of pity for her, but she also understood why Lu Li had to act this way. With the distractions removed, the scene shifted back to the main performance. Elisa quickly pulled a dagger from her spatial ring and lunged at Lu Li, stabbing him in the chest with dramatic flair. She delivered her final line with exaggerated malice. "Ha ha ha! Lu Li, you fool. Killing you means all these treasures will be mine." The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Then, someone yelled out, "Damn it! That cunning woman got the jump on him." The tense atmosphere instantly shattered, plunging the scene into chaos. A voice rang out from the crowd. "Kill Lu Li and split his gear." The player's hostility turned squarely onto Lu Li. He dropped to one knee, clutching his wound and feigning desperation. Voices rose in a cacophony of demands. "Lu Li, don't make it so difficult. You've got so much great gear, what's wrong with sharing a little with us?" "Yeah, exactly. You're the top-ranked player. Isn't it your duty to help us level up and get stronger?" Taking advantage of the confusion, Elisa discreetly scooped up 2 pieces of equipment from the ground and retreated to the back of the crowd. A few sharp-eyed individuals noticed her actions, but they assumed she was simply cutting her losses and leaving. Just as the mob prepared to launch a collective assault, Lu Li suddenly raised his hand to his forehead and erupted into maniacal laughter. "Do you really think," he sneered, "that with just this measly number of people, you can take me down? I am the #1 player on the leaderboards." Before his words had fully settled, a swarm of blade-armed mantises materialized out of thin air, forming an impenetrable wall around Lu Li. A wave of overwhelming dominance radiated from him, suffocating the players and leaving them momentarily paralyzed. Lu Li's right arm morphed into a gleaming blade, and a crimson mist swirled around him, giving him the appearance of a vengeful demon emerging from the depths of hell. His voice was icy as he declared, "If you know what's good for you, leave now. I don't waste my blade on weaklings." One by one, the players began retreating, stammering apologies. "I'm sorry, Lu Li. I must have been out of my mind. They'll leave right away." But just as the tension seemed to ease, a voice suddenly rang out, "Wait, everyone. Don't be fooled. Lu Li isn't as strong as he looks." All eyes turned to the speaker, a short, chubby man with a round face and beady eyes. It was none other than Higashio Furuhara, the trusted lackey of Ishii Sanken's. Furuhara raised his voice, addressing the crowd. "Listen, everyone. Lu Li still has a negative debuff from the demonic energy corroding him. He can't hold out for much longer. If we all attack together, we can kill him. Not only will we get the slaughter loot box, but we can also split his gear and items. Don't be afraid, he's not invincible. I even have a secret weapon that guarantees we can take him down." Despite Furuhara's odd accent, his words reignited hope in the hearts of many players. Only a few, wary of Lu Li's mantis soul soldiers, chose to leave. Lu Li smirked coldly. "You little rat. Stirring up Chinese players to kill one of their own? A classic case of using others as your pawns. Well played. Everyone else leave now. This is between me and this fat cherry blossom." Hearing this, a few more players decided to withdraw. But the lure of immense rewards was too great, and a significant number of players stayed behind to side with Furuhara. Satisfied, Fuhuhara nodded and pulled out a strange object, holding it aloft for all to see. This, my friends, is the key to defeating Lu Li. A high-powered stimulant canister. Inhale its gas, and it will temporarily triple all your stats. Take a deep breath, and together we'll bring down the top-ranked player on the leaderboard. With that, he tossed the canister into the crowd. Lu Li instinctively stepped back and hurriedly retrieved a gas mask from his spatial ring. He had never heard of such a miraculous item before and doubted its legitimacy. As the canister released a thick cloud of black-green gas, Lu Li realized the truth. This wasn't a stimulant at all, it was a smoke bomb, filled with concentrated corrupted essence. The gas wasn't meant to enhance stats. It was pure demonic energy. Reacting swiftly, Lu Li recalled his Mantis Soul soldiers to prevent them from being tainted by the gas. To Fuhuhara, however, this looked like a sign of weakness. Look everyone! Fuhuhara shouted gleefully. Lu Li can't hold on any longer. Even his summons are being forced to retreat. Attack now. Whoever lands the killing blow will get the slaughter loot box. Due to the unusually dense demonic energy, coupled with the act of actively absorbing it, players were immediately afflicted with the deep corruption debuff at the start. The elusive sense of power deceived their nerves, quickly corroding their sanity. Kill Lu Li. Take the treasure chest. The frenzied players charged at Lu Li like a pack of mad dogs, one after another. Greed and madness burned in their eyes as they mindlessly repeated these two simple commands. Facing this horde of irrational enemies, Lu Li did not retreat but advanced. His sword cut through the air like lightning, each strike precisely severing tendons and breaking bones. Despite the players' enhanced stats from the deep corruption, the influence of the demonic energy made their movements recklessly predictable. For most, facing such a deranged mob would inevitably evoke fear and hesitation. But Lu Li was different. His gaze remained calm and resolute, his movements precise and powerful. In his previous life, he had fought against tens of thousands of demons alone. Compared to that, these corrupted players were nothing more than a trivial nuisance. Although Lu Li lacked a holy-type talent, he had to constantly monitor his own level of demonic corruption. At this moment, however, his bloodbath slaughter skill had fully cooled down. Its second phase allowed him to cleanse all negative effects on himself, including the demonic corruption. What concerned Lu Li the most was the possibility of Tojo Feiyuan escaping. If that happened, he would lose all leads to finding Lin Qingyue. Fortunately, Tojo Feiyuan had no intention of fleeing. He lingered on the outskirts of the chaos, throwing powerful stimulants into the crowd and corrupting even more players. Like a skunk spreading poison, his presence only made the battlefield more chaotic. He, Lu Li, worn out yet? Tojo Feiyuan's mocking voice rang out. You're about to crumble, aren't you? The so-called top-ranked player is nothing special. I haven't even used my talent yet. Look at these Huaxia players, obedient like my well-trained dogs. This scene was observed clearly by Ao Zhan from a nearby building. His fists clenched tightly, his body tense, and his eyes flickered with a complex mix of emotions. Ao Zhan had secretly arrived in Yongqing the night before, but chose not to appear before the trade. His hesitation stemmed from his own pride. As a player who awakened an ultra-rare talent, Ao Zhan considered himself the true hope of Huaxia. His divine possession talent not only boasted the highest diamond tier rating, but also had incredibly powerful effects. So when tasked with protecting Lu Li, he felt disdain. Just the top-ranked player, Ao Zhan had thought at the time. Probably got lucky. Not even ranked first in combat power. Not worth protecting. But after witnessing Lu Li's battle with Tojo Feiyuan, Ao Zhan's perspective completely shifted. He was shocked to find that Lu Li was no mere lucky fool. This man's strength was unfathomable. As Ao Zhan observed, he repeatedly imagined himself in Lu Li's position. While he could handle the crazed players, he realized it would be difficult to do so without sustaining injuries. Yet, Lu Li, up until now, had only taken one wound from that woman. The difference in skill was unmistakable. All units, stand by for my signal to encircle and capture. Don't let anyone escape, Ao Zhan ordered through his earpiece in a low voice. Especially that Sakura ghost. If he gets away, you'll all be in deep trouble. Understood, came the firm response from his team. Taking a deep breath, Ao Zhan said, they'll make the first move and relieve some pressure off little Lu Li. Just as he prepared to activate his talent, a sudden shift in the battlefield caught his attention. To his astonishment, Lu Li had summoned 4 puppets out of thin air. These puppets wielded long blades, and their facial features were replaced by a single ominous character. Rage. What the another trump card? Ao Zhan muttered in disbelief. Puppets without even facial features? What kind of? Before he could finish, the 4 blade puppets charged into the crowd. Their swords swung seemingly at random, yet each strike accurately claimed a life. The tide of battle turned instantly. Heads fell like ripe wheat. Even Ao Zhan, a veteran of countless deadly battles, felt a chill run down his spine. What terrifying puppets, Aozhan murmured. Tojo Feiyuan's expression froze as he watched the sudden turn of events, his earlier smugness replaced by a look as stiff as congealed lard. Komatsu's intel was spot on, Tojo Feiyuan thought bitterly. This Lu Li's puppets are a real pain. Looks like I'll have to use my talent. He violently smashed a canister to the ground, inhaling the dense demonic energy around him. Lu Li, prepare to face the judgment of the Yama King. Tojo Feiyuan tore off his shirt, revealing a grotesque tattoo of a blue-faced, fanged demon etched across his chest. Seeing this, Lu Li tightened his gas mask and looked on warily. Stripping before a fight? What kind of perverted habit is this? As Tojo Feiyuan's body trembled, the tattooed demon began to move. Its razor-sharp claws clutched Tojo Feiyuan's shoulders, struggling to emerge from his skin. In mere moments, the demon expanded to a towering 3 meters, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. Tojo Feiyuan himself transformed from a bloated, flabby figure into a hulking, muscle-bound monstrosity. From his vantage point, Aozhan couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of talent is this? Summoning a demon while enhancing himself?" The team members hidden nearby anxiously asked, "General Ao, that Sakura Ghost's power level just spiked. Even with Lu Li's puppets, he might not be able to handle this. Should we intervene?" Move Aozhan was about to give the order when he saw Lu Li dismiss his 4 puppets with a wave of his hand. Aozhan and his team were stunned. What was Lu Li doing? Did he have a death wish? Even more baffling was Lu Li's expression. As the terrifying demon loomed closer, a peculiar look spread across his face, as though he was trying to suppress laughter. Ptahaha, Lu Li suddenly burst out laughing. His laughter was so loud it made everyone's heart skip a beat. Tojo Feiyuan froze, staring dumbfounded at Lu Li. "What are you laughing at?" "Sorry, ha ha ha," Lu Li managed between bouts of laughter. "A little ghost daring to call itself the Yama King, it's just too funny. Bakairu, how dare you mock me? I'll kill you." Tojo Feiyuan's veins bulged as he roared in rage. The demon let out an ear-splitting howl and lunged at Lu Li with ferocious force. No. Aozhan's heart sank. He could tell this attack was devastatingly powerful. Lu Li might not survive it. And indeed, Lu Li stood motionless, making no attempt to evade. In an instant, the demon engulfed him. Tojo Feiyuan, clearly not expecting Lu Li to go down so easily, froze for a moment before bursting into maniacal laughter. "Ah, I thought you had some trump card, but you've already lost your mind from fear." "Ah." The demon joined in Tojo Feiyuan's laughter, its voice eerie and hollow like a broken drum. But as the laughter continued, the demon suddenly fell silent. Only Tojo Feiyuan, still reveling in his supposed victory, remained laughing, looking increasingly out of place. "Ha ha ha." Dong Tiao Feiyuan laughed so hard he was almost doubled over, but suddenly, he sensed something was off. His beady eyes widened abruptly, filled with confusion, as he stared at the malevolent ghost before him. The once ferocious and terrifying face of the ghost now appeared vacant and lifeless, as though its very soul had been stripped away. "What's going on?" Dong Tiao Feiyuan muttered to himself, reaching out to reclaim the ghost. But the moment his fingers brushed against it, the ghost snapped its head around, its large, ghastly eyes flashing with an unprecedented fear. This sudden change sent a shudder through Dong Tiao Feiyuan's entire body. At that moment, a deep, bell-like voice emanated from within the ghost, belonging to none other than Lu Li, Soul Devourer. Before the words had fully faded, the ghost's body twisted and shattered into fragments, dissolving into a wisp of black smoke that Lu Li promptly inhaled. A system notification followed immediately. Devoured LV.8 Ghost Spirit Shirwanya. Soul points 50. "No. My King of Hell," Dong Tiao Feiyuan gasped in disbelief, clutching his chest as a sharp pain surged through him. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his once robust figure deflated like a punctured balloon. Lu Li smacked his lips, savoring the moment. A mere ghostling, and it dares to call itself a king? What? Dong Tiao Feiyuan staggered backward, his tiny eyes wide as saucers. "How are you able to devour my King of Hell?" Lu Li responded with irritation. "I already told you, it's just a petty ghost. Isn't it a bit embarrassing to keep calling it that? Got any more? Summon them all at once, so we can end this quickly." "Fine. You asked for it." Dong Tiao Feiyuan growled through gritted teeth, his body trembling violently. In an instant, 4 more malevolent ghosts emerged from the tattoos on his arms and legs, crawling out from his limbs. Though smaller in size, these ghosts were no less menacing than the first. They quickly encircled Lu Li, cutting off any escape. Dong Tiao Feiyuan's body swelled once more, growing taller and more imposing, like a raging beast. He let out a maniacal laugh. "Watch closely, Lu Li. These are 4 ghost spirits. Forcing me to go all out, you can die knowing it wasn't in vain." However, Lu Li's face only showed disappointment. This is the full extent of your power?" Not very impressive, Soul Devourer. Once again, Luli activated his innate ability. The four ghosts didn't even have a chance to react before they were reduced to nothingness, adding 200 soul points to his total. Black. Black. Dong Xiao Feiyuan coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood in quick succession, his once burly frame now shriveled and skeletal. He stammered in disbelief. Impossible, this is impossible. How are you doing this? How can you devour my ghost spirits? Luli, uninterested in explaining, casually dug a finger into his ear and replied mockingly, because I'm the real king of hell. With those words, Lu Li's figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, a rapidly approaching fist filled Dong Tiao Feiyuan's vision. Boom! A deafening impact shattered Dong Tiao Feiyuan's nasal bone, sending him flying 3 meters through the air like a broken kite. And that was with Lu Li holding back after all. He still needed to extract information about Lin Qinyue from Dong Tiao. Lu Li strode forward, grabbed Dong Tiao Feiyuan by the hair, and hoisted him up. Talk. Where is Lin Qinyue? Dazed from the blow, Dong Tiao Feiyuan struggled to form coherent words. It wasn't until Lu Li slapped him twice across the face that he regained some clarity. Heh, you're strong. They'll give you that. But if you think you can get information out of me, you're dreaming. Dong Tiao Feiyuan sneered, revealing a half-broken tooth. I am a samurai of the great Sakura Empire. A samurai who'd rather die than yield. Lu Li's expression darkened. Are you sure you want talk? I want. Kill me if you dare. Dong Tiao Feiyuan straightened his neck, his demeanor unyielding, as if ready to embrace death. Samurai spirit, huh? Lu Li chuckled coldly, channeling all his soul points into a single soul weapon. Let's see if your so-called spirit can withstand this torment. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of black energy erupted around Lu Li. In moments, a towering ghostly figure, 5 meters tall, materialized behind him, exuding a terrifying aura. Thighs, this is my ghost spirit? Dong Tiao Feiyuan was completely dumbfounded. He hadn't even figured out how Lu Li had managed to devour his summoned ghosts, and now the man had summoned a spirit far more powerful than any of his own. I was wondering how to get you to talk, but your little ghosts just made it so much easier. I really should thank you, Lu Li said with a sly grin. He recognized the 5 ghost spirits Dong Tiao Feiyuan had summoned. They weren't some grand king of hell, but merely 5 fortune-bringing imps, each representing one of the cardinal directions. While they could serve as combatants, their true specialty wasn't fighting, it was stealing wealth and reading minds. These ghosts could silently take possessions without breaking locks or barriers, and they could also pry into the thoughts hidden deep within a person's heart. Dong Tiao Feiyuan clearly had a shallow understanding of his own abilities, using these spirits as mere summoning tools. That's why, when Lu Li mentioned the ghosts could help, Dong Tiao Feiyuan was left utterly confused. Help? By torturing me until I confess? Dong Tiao Feiyuan thought to himself. As if, I am a samurai of the great Sakura Empire. Even if I'm beaten to death or torn limb from limb, he won't reveal even the slightest bit of information about Lin Qinyue. Dong Tiao Feiyuan barked in a provocative tone, his eyes brimming with disdain. A sly smirk crept across his face as he continued. Ha! Show me what you've got. If I tell you where Lin Qinyue is, I'll admit you gave birth to me. Lu Li stared coldly at the arrogant invader, his lips curling into a faint smirk. He had no intention of wasting words on someone like this. Turning to the ghostly figure beside him, he commanded curtly, Shirwanya, the Chinese ghost spirit, search his soul for me. Hearing this, the ghost spirit's bell-like eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. It clearly hadn't expected Lu Li to call out its name so accurately. A surge of exhilaration rose in its chest, akin to a steed meeting a true connoisseur. This new master actually recognized its true potential. Overwhelmed with excitement, Shirwanya bowed deeply before placing its hand on Dong Tiao Feiyuan's head. The poor man was still basking in his own arrogance, completely unaware of what was about to happen. It wasn't until the soul-searching began, bringing excruciating pain, that he let out a piercing scream. Ordinarily, Shirwanya's rank as a Chinese ghost spirit wouldn't have been sufficient to fully search Dong Tiao Feiyuan's soul. However, with Lu Li present, he forcibly enhanced its abilities. With barely any effort, Shirwanya completed the task. Every memory in Dong Tiao Feiyuan's mind was laid bare. Even the shameful scene of him sneaking a peek at a widow bathing in a neighboring village during his childhood clear enough to make one cringe. Well done, Lu Li praised with satisfaction before summoning Shirwanya back. Unlike other soulbound entities, the Wucai 5 ghosts didn't dissipate into black mist, but instead transformed into 5 ferocious tattoos, etched onto Lu Li's chest and limbs. After the soul-searching, Dong Tiao Feiyuan had been reduced to a mindless husk. Without hesitation, Lu Li raised his blade and ended his life swiftly and decisively. Killing. Soul Devouring. A system notification popped up immediately. Soul of LV.8 player devoured. Spirit points 30. Ability acquired. Phantom Possession Jade. Retain soul consciousness? Yes, no. Without a second thought, Lu Li chose to erase Dong Tiao Feiyuan's consciousness. Scum like him didn't deserve to become one of his soul guards. However, as Lu Li examined the unique ability of the Sakura Ghost, his eyes lit up. Phantom Possession, he murmured to himself. Now that's a powerful talent. A mysterious smile appeared on Lu Li's face. The new skill he had just acquired, Phantom Possession, filled him with excitement. This ability allowed him to replicate 80 of a summoned creature's attributes and stack them onto his own summon's attributes, up to a maximum of 5 times. It reminded him of the scene where Higahara Tojo summoned malevolent spirits, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. At the same time, his Soul Devourer ability continued to accumulate soul points, enhancing his soul weapon. However, Lu Li realized that his personal strength remained a significant weakness. Now, with Phantom Possession, this issue was finally resolved. As long as his summons grew stronger, his own power would increase accordingly. Even better, he could adjust the level of his soul weapon based on different battle scenarios, gaining stronger attribute boosts. After confirming the area was safe, Lu Li began to delve into Higahara Tojo's memories. Despite the disturbing images they contained, he managed to uncover information about Lin Qinyue's whereabouts. Just as he was about to stop, a particular conversation caught his attention. It turned out that the demon parasitizing Lin Qinyue's body was conspiring with others. Its plan was to continue masquerading as Lin Qinyue and remain imprisoned. If they couldn't defeat Lu Li, they intended to let him rescue Lin Qinyue, using this opportunity to ambush him. Lu Li smirked coldly, grateful that his 5 Ghosts of Wealth ability had allowed him to see through this plot. As Lu Li contemplated his next move, the sound of approaching footsteps reached his ears. Looking up, he saw 10 individuals dressed as Special Forces soldiers heading his way. Leading them was a broad-shouldered, imposing man who exuded an aura that warned he wasn't to be trifled with. "Hello, my name is Ao Zhan," the man said bluntly, extending his right hand. "I've been sent by the highest authority in Huaxia to ensure your safety." Lu Li's eyes narrowed as memories from his previous life flashed through his mind. Ao Zhan ranked among the top 10 combatants in Waxiawas, an awakened individual with the ultra-rare talent, Divine Possession. He had single-handedly repelled 3 waves of insect swarms and defended the capital on his own. In his past life, Lu Li had met Ao Zhan a year after the apocalypse began, and the two had become close friends due to their comparable strength. Looking at Ao Zhan before him, Lu Li's lips curved into a faint, warm smile. At the same time, he began calculating how he could leverage Ao Zhan's power to rescue Lin Qinyue. However, instead of shaking Ao Zhan's offered hand, he slapped it away. "I don't make friends with just anyone," Lu Li said provocatively. "What's your name? Prove it to me with your fists, not your words." Ao Zhan's subordinates were taken aback by this sudden provocation, instinctively stepping back half a step. They feared their commander might lose his temper, but Ao Zhan merely chuckled, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. "Kid, are you sure you want me to introduce myself with my fists?" Ao Zhan asked, his nostrils flaring as he exhaled 2 sharp breaths. The subordinates hurriedly whispered their concerns, reminding Ao Zhan that this was a protection mission, not an execution. But with a single roar from Ao Zhan, they all fell silent. Lu Li, far from intimidated, smirked even more provocatively. "Oh, all bark and no bite." Completely enraged, Ao Zhan activated his innate ability in an instant. A divine, radiant silhouette appeared like a bolt of lightning, and an overwhelming pressure emanated from his body. Divine Possession, Giant Spirit God, manifest. Lu Li's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained a calm exterior. He raised a hand in a timeout gesture and opened his data panel to temporarily remove his title. "Stop wasting time," Ao Zhan growled impatiently. "You're acting like a weakling. Show me everything you've got." Lu Li smirked. "Everything I've got? I'm afraid I might accidentally kill you." This remark completely ignited Ao Zhan's fury. He raised his massive fist and swung it toward Lu Li, unwilling to back down. Lu Li activated all of his strength-based talents and met the punch Hedon with his own. Boom! The collision of their fists produced a deafening sound, like metal clashing against metal. The ground beneath them shattered instantly, spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward. "Haha, good hit." Ao Zhan roared with laughter, clearly impressed. While Lu Li's expression remained composed, he secretly inhaled sharply. That punch had fractured the bones in his right arm. Thankfully, his extreme regeneration ability was already at work, healing the injury. Realizing that brute force alone wouldn't be enough, Lu Li decisively activated his newly acquired Phantom Possession talent. He chose the Stone Skin Man he had defeated in the Nexus Arena as his possession target, instantly feeling a surge in both his physique and strength. Lu Li's body grew taller, his muscles swelled, and an aura of immense power surrounded him. He struck again, this time forcing Ao Zhan to take half a step back. Rather than anger, Ao Zhan's excitement grew. Good, good, good. Come at me again, he shouted, the divine silhouette behind him solidifying further. Luli realized that Aojan was preparing to unleash a finishing move. Without hesitation, he pushed the attribute stacking of his phantom possession to its maximum and launched a preemptive strike. 5x attribute stacking. Lu Li's fist, like a falling meteor, smashed directly into Aojan's face. The sheer force of the blow drove the massive man into the cement ground, leaving a crater in his wake. Staring at Aojan, whose head was buried in the ground like an upside-down green onion, the atmosphere on the scene froze instantly. The group members who had initially rushed to save Luli now realized that it was their leader who needed rescuing the most. General Ao, are you okay? One of the team members exclaimed in shock. The others quickly approached, attempting to pull Aojan out of the ground. However, just as they were about to touch him, a powerful aura erupted from Aojan. The invisible force radiated outward like a barrier, forcing everyone back several steps. A chill ran through the crowd as they realized that General Ao was truly enraged. With his palms pressed firmly against the ground, Aojan suddenly yanked his head free. The phantom of a mighty deity loomed over him, nearly solid in form, and his furious, bulging eyes seemed ready to devour whoever stood before him. You little brat, Aojan growled through gritted teeth, glaring at Luli. You really don't know how to hold back, do you? Before he finished speaking, Aojan's figure accelerated like a cannonball, hurtling straight toward Luli. His mind was consumed with a single thought. Even if the King of Heaven himself intervened today, he wouldn't stop until he left Luli in pieces. But just as Aojan's fist was about to land, Luli suddenly flashed a mischievous grin. In the next instant, his entire body dissolved into black mist, transforming into another unfortunate face. Not again. Why is it always me? Xing Anlin cried out in despair as Aojan's fist came crashing down. Unsurprisingly, Xing Anlin was obliterated in one blow. Aojan froze in place, momentarily stunned. After a long pause, he began scanning the area for Luli. Finally, he spotted the infuriating figure standing at the entrance to the shelter. Luli stood there, waving his right hand and shouting loudly, "Hey, you muscle-headed fool with no brains. I'm over here. If you've got what it takes, come and catch me. If you manage to catch me, they'll even let you hee-hee, you know what I mean." Without waiting for a response, he turned and dashed into the shelter. Aojan, straightforward by nature, despised being called foolish, especially being mocked as all brawn and no brains. Lu Li's taunts were like pulling on the reverse scales of a dragon, igniting his fury. "I swear, they'll beat the crap out of you today, even if you've got nothing left to crap out." Aojan roared, losing all rationality as he charged into the shelter. Hidden in the shadows, Zhao Erwo watched the scene unfold, so terrified that he nearly wet himself. He hurriedly opened his data panel, intending to warn Ishii Sankinsu to retreat. But just as he began to input the message, he felt a hand tap him on the shoulder. Turning around, Zhao Erwo froze in fear. The one who had tapped him was none other than Luli, shrouded in swirling black mist. "Hello, nice to meet you." Luli greeted him politely, his tone completely different from the provocative one he had used with Aojan. He sounded like an old friend catching up after years apart. A sense of foreboding crept into Zhao Erwo's heart as he asked cautiously, "What do you want?" Luli waved his hand dismissively, smiling casually. "Relax, I'm not here to hurt you. I just need a little favor." The sound of Aojan's enraged shouting echoed closer, intensifying Zhao Erwo's unease. He stared at Luli warily and countered, "I don't know you. Why would I help you?" Feigning heartbreak, Luli exclaimed dramatically, "Oh, how could such cold words come from a warm 37-degree mouth? Have you forgotten the times we escaped famine together, herded sheep, and even caused a little mischief for love? Worked jobs, got laid off, fought our boss and won awards." "Stop, stop, stop." Zhao Erwo interrupted, flustered. "When did I ever herd sheep with you? You're making this all up." Before he could finish, Aojan arrived in pursuit. Luli solemnly patted Zhao Erwo on the shoulder, as if entrusting him with a life-or-death mission. "Brother Zhao Erwo, I'm leaving this big fool to you. Teach him a good lesson for me." "What?" Zhao Erwo and Aojan exclaimed simultaneously, one in terror, the other in rage. Without giving either of them a chance to react, Luli activated his invisibility skill, vanishing on the spot. Only Zhao Erwo and Aojan were left, staring at each other. "Oh, so you're standing up for Luli, huh?" Aojan sneered, his anger reaching a boiling point as his massive fists cracked ominously. "No, no, no. I'm not standing up for him. I don't even know him." Zhao Erwo frantically waved his hands, shaking his head like a rattled drum. "Still pretending?" Aojan's eyes widened like a bull's, his voice seething with fury. "Do you think I'm stupid? Escaping famine, herding sheep, and causing mischief for love? Sounds like you two have had quite the colorful past." "That's all nonsense. I really don't know him. Zhao Erwo was on the verge of tears. With no special abilities to his name, he couldn't even fend off a dog, let alone a raging Ao Zhan. Really don't know him? Ao Zhan's teeth ground together audibly, his tone icy. I swear on my life. I'm just an innocent bystander. Zhao Erwo's words tumbled out at lightning speed, as if trying to grow more mouths to plead his case. Then your name is Zhao Erwo, right? Ao Zhan's sudden calmness and thoughtful expression sent a chill down Zhao Erwo's spine. Yes. And you still claim you don't know Luli? Take this punch. Ah. As Zhao Erwo's screams echoed behind him, Luli silently gave Ao Zhan a mental thumbs up. That big guy sure came in handy. Even if he couldn't kill Zhao Erwo, he could at least keep the survivors in the shelter safe for now. With that thought, Luli's expression grew serious. He recalled the secret he had uncovered from Higashijo Furuhara's memories. The entire shelter was nothing more than a resource depot for the Sakura people's experiments. They were using human lives and suffering to power the Moda clay idol, harvesting high-quality abilities to create deities. In his previous life, Zhao Erwo had likely obtained the Frost Heart and become the Frost Lord as a result of this vile artifact. While Luli wasn't altruistic enough to save the world, he couldn't stand by and let the Sakura people succeed. After all, the entire Zhao family was on his revenge list, and their collusion with the Sakura people was just another reason they deserved to die. Luli quickly contacted Lin Qinfeng. Qinfeng, take your team to this location and set up an ambush. Wait for my signal. He sent her the coordinates of the lab. Fearing she might act impulsively, Luli also shared the location with Elisa. Go to this spot, but stay hidden unless absolutely necessary. If Lin Qinfeng tries to enter the lab, make sure to stop her. Luli moved stealthily, blending into the shadows as he made his way swiftly toward the target location. He skillfully avoided the heavily monitored entrances, opting instead to enter through the nearest sewer. Summoning his earth-burrowing wasp soul soldiers, he silently carved a tunnel leading to the underground lab in under 5 minutes. Like a ghost, Luli infiltrated the laboratory with precision, taking lives silently and efficiently. His corpse crystallization talent transformed the bodies of the fallen into energy crystals, which he collected one by one. He showed no concern about being discovered. By the time anyone noticed, the lab would already be nearly cleared. Finally, the alarm blared. Luli deactivated his invisibility and summoned a swarm of Mantis soul soldiers. To avoid harming innocents, he called forth his soul guardians, Xing Anlin and Qian Hao, giving them a cold directive: leave no Sakura soldiers alive. The two soul guardians acknowledged the order and led their respective teams of Mantis soul soldiers in different directions to carry it out. Meanwhile, in another part of the lab, Ishii and Komatsu watched the events unfold on the surveillance monitors, their faces dark with anger. They were stunned by Luli's overwhelming power and even more alarmed that the lab's location had been compromised. Komatsu gritted her teeth, speculating that Zhao Erwo had betrayed them, while Ishii felt a bitter sense of shame for having trusted a lower Huaxia individual. Komatsu suggested moving to the next phase of their plan, which involved using Luli to rescue Lin Qinhua. Ishii volunteered to take Luli's head personally. Komatsu agreed and further proposed that he seize Zhao Jin's undying body talent. She explained that Zhao Jin's residual soul could be stored within Jinaiha, allowing the Zhao family to remain a useful asset. Wasting no time, Ishii completed the talent transfer and reveled in the immense power granted by the dual abilities. Determined to grow even stronger before Luli's arrival, he turned to the captives in the room, intent on further tormenting them to amplify his strength. 3 minutes later, Luli received reports from Qian Hao and Xing Anlin confirming the lab had been cleared. Without hesitation, he switched positions with Xing Anlin and approached the final, uncleared room. Faced with a reinforced metal door, Luli activated multiple talents and obliterated it with a single, devastating punch. Luli stepped through the door, and the scene before him made him gasp in shock. Dozens of naked corpses lay scattered across the floor, their bodies covered in bruises and marks. Amidst the chaos, Ishii Sankinu was pressing down on a woman, gripping her hair as he moved with animalistic frenzy. Luli's lips twitched, and he cursed the depravity of the man in his heart. Even with his base on the verge of collapse, Ishii was still indulging in his primal Desirisa level of absurdity that was beyond comprehension. Without hesitation, Luli made his move. Electricity crackled in his palm as 3 lightning bolts shot out, precisely targeting Ishii's backside. To Luli's surprise, Ishii wasn't injured in the slightest. Instead, he laughed even more maniacally, moving with even greater intensity. Moments later, he stood up, trembling as he pulled up his pants. Damn it, he muttered. There was still one fresh one I hadn't tasted, and you had to show up? Luli sneered. What's the matter? Realized your time is up and you're rushing to enjoy your last moments? Ishii shook his head, a vile grin spreading across his face. These women are just tools to boost my power. If I really wanted to enjoy myself, it would have to be girls under 14. As he spoke, he moved to the wall, grabbing a katana and, without warning, began slashing at the surrounding victims. Seeing this, Lu Li leapt forward, managing to save a young girl with all his strength. Even so, the katana left a deep gash on his body, the wound exposing raw flesh and resembling a grotesque, bloody centipede. Ishii laughed maniacally, mocking him. The great Lu Li, #1 on the leaderboard? Looks like you're nothing special after all. Lu Li ignored the taunt, scanning the area to ensure Lin Qingyue was safe before letting out a silent sigh of relief. Concentrating, he formed a blade from his arm and pointed it at Ishii. Did you really think China has no one to stop you? You filthy beast from the east. Ishii rested his katana on his shoulder, his expression full of mockery. Talk is cheap. If you think you're so tough, then kill me. Lu Li frowned, deep in thought. Although he had searched through Higahara Tojo's soul, he knew nothing about Ishii's unique abilities. To play it safe, he quickly pulled up his data panel, re-equipped his over-level kill title, and took out the Bug Fong dagger, gripping it in his left hand. 5 soul weapons surged with power as they enhanced his body under the influence of ghostly possession. Hold on, Lu Li said as he began preparing. From his spatial ring, he retrieved various enhancement potions and consumed them one by one. Ishii watched him buff himself non-stop, his expression a mix of disdain and mild surprise. After a full 10 minutes, Lu Li finally declared he was ready. By then, Ishii had grown impatient. With a guttural roar, he charged forward, swinging his blade. Lu Li focused intently, using the Chun family sword technique to dodge with precise footwork. As the blade narrowly missed him, he retaliated with both arms, the edges of his weapons aiming for Ishii's chest and throat. The battle ended unexpectedly quickly. Ishii was completely unable to evade Lu Li's attacks. His head was severed cleanly, and the Bug Fong dagger pierced straight into his heart. Moments later, the lifeless, headless body lay crumpled on the ground. Lu Li stood there, stunned, suspecting it was some kind of trick. To be sure, he sent his soul weapons to hack at the corpse repeatedly, delivering over 80 strikes until even the head was reduced to pulp. Only after confirming that Ishii was truly dead did Lu Li cautiously activate his soul devouring ability. When he finally saw Ishii's abilities, everything became clear. Ishii possessed 2 powerful talents, the Diamond Tier Yin Harvesting, Yang Supplementing, and the Emerald Tier Undying Body. Together, they should have made him a formidable opponent. Unfortunately for Ishii, he had encountered Lu Li, a man with overwhelming advantages. The result? Total annihilation. The effects of the 2 innate abilities were nothing short of astonishing. Absorbing Yin to nourish Yang allowed players to randomly gain attribute points during physical activity, with a daily limit of 3 times. Yet these gains could accumulate, offering nearly limitless growth potential. Even more terrifying was Immortal Body, which treated the sum of a player's 4-dimensional attributes as their constitution. With Lu Li's current total attributes at 62.5, activating this ability would instantly raise his constitution to that value. The combination of these 2 talents practically turned the user into an unstoppable tank, grinding opponents down through sheer endurance. Ishii Sankinu was brimming with confidence, believing that no one in the current stage could possibly kill him. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Lu Li, thanks to a special talent called Anti-Magic Domain, which Lu Li had plundered from the Hellhound Cerberus. Any abilities of a lower level than Lu Li's were rendered ineffective. During their battle, Lu Li decisively activated this talent, completely nullifying Ishii's Immortal Body. Although Ishii still retained some of the attribute points gained from absorbing Yin to nourish Yang, these advantages were rendered moot under the effects of the Bug Fong dagger's attribute absorption and the negative effects of Lu Li's blade arm. On top of that, Lu Li had stacked himself with an impressive array of buffs. To put it bluntly, Lu Li at this moment could probably even take down Ao Zhan at full strength. If I'd known he was this weak, I wouldn't have wasted so many potions. Lu Li thought regretfully. Though the potions weren't expensive and he had plenty in stock, waste was still waste. Every little bit counts. There was a long road ahead, and such extravagance was hardly sustainable. But since the potions were already consumed, there was no point in dwelling on it. Shaking his head, Lu Li decided to focus on the task at hand. He began walking toward Lin Qingyue. As Lu Li approached, Komatsu Rikuken quickly forced a smile, feigning immense relief. Lu Li, you've finally come to save me. You have no idea how much I've suffered here. Lu Li nodded dismissively. Oh, is that so? Don't worry then. Now that I'm here, I'll make sure you not only suffer but also endure some extra torment. What? Komatsu Rikuken froze, his expression blank with confusion. Lu Li let out an awkward laugh and quickly rephrased. Ahaha, are those ropes tied a bit too tight? Komatsu Rikuken nodded repeatedly, a faint glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Yes, these Sakura people are so cruel. They tied me up so tightly. Lu Li, please help me get free. Sure, they'll help you out, Lu Li replied, moving behind Komatsu Rikuken to start working on the ropes. However, after a while, instead of feeling the ropes loosen, Komatsu Rikuken noticed they were getting tighter. Luli, are you untying the ropes? Why do they feel even tighter? Luli's cheeky voice came from behind. Oh, if they feel tight, that's perfect. Just stay put for now. They'll deal with you after I finish up here. Oh, what I meant was, they'll take care of you later. With a bright smile, Luli left the thoroughly bound Lin Chinue where she was and began looting the battlefield. After some searching, he finally found the Imo-Tua effigy. Looking at its hideous Sakura-inspired design, Luli couldn't help but grimace in disdain. In the post-apocalyptic game, there was no such thing as the Imo-Tua effigy. Instead, there was a mystical material called impression clay, which could be shaped into any form based on the user's will and used to store or exchange souls and abilities. The Imo-Tua effigy seemed to be made from impression clay, but for some reason, its usage required pain as a cost, relying on humans suffering to charge the artifact. While undeniably powerful, the artifact held little appeal for Luli. His Soul Devourer ability could already replicate the Imo-Tua effigy's function without requiring any sacrifices. Still, Luli decided not to discard it, as Soul Devourer only worked on the dead and couldn't extract anything. To deal with Komatsu Rikuken, who was parasitizing Lin Chinue, the Imo-Tua effigy would be necessary. It'll take the pain of about 10 people to fully charge it. Maybe I should capture 10 Sakura people and give them a little lesson? Luli pondered as he made his way to the other side of the room. There was another metal door there, seemingly even sturdier than the previous one. Holding to the principle of leaving no loose ends, Luli decided to check inside. If he happened to find 10 little Sakura soldiers hiding in there, he'd have just enough to charge the Imo-Tua effigy. However, before Luli could reach the door, a soft moan echoed through the room. Turning back, he saw the girl he had just rescued trembling on her knees. What's going on? Luli was about to approach her when Lin Chinue suddenly spoke up. She's been drugged by the Sakura people. Judging by her reaction, it's probably taking effect now. Drugged? Luli was taken aback. What kind of poison? Where's the antidote? Lin Qinyu's expression turned odd. It's not poison, it's an aphrodisiac. An aphrodisiac? Yes, and a very potent one at that. Hiss. Luli sucked in a sharp breath. Can't we use healing abilities to counteract it? What about a holy blessing? None of those will work. Lin Chinue shook her head helplessly. This drug was specially concocted by Ishii Sankinu. I doubt there's even an antidote. What happens if we just leave her like this? Luli had a sinking feeling. She'll go insane, Lin Chinue said with a faint smirk. The only way to save her is through vigorous exercise. Luli was immediately conflicted. He didn't even know this girl. Even if his intentions were to save her, the act itself wouldn't change. Wouldn't that make him just as despicable as the Sakura people? No, I can't stoop to their level. There has to be another way. Luli shook his head, trying to recall any solutions from his past life. But just as he was racking his brain, a pair of slender arms suddenly wrapped around him from behind. His train of thought was completely derailed. The searing heat of her body pressed against his back, and her curves left no room for ambiguity. Please, take me. I need you, the girl whispered, her breath warm against his ear. She even playfully flicked her tongue against his earlobe. Luli froze in place, his mind going completely blank. As Luli turned around, the piercing screech of tires skidding against the ground filled the air, but it was powerless to stop the impending tragedy. His gaze fell on the young girl, whose eyes shimmered with a misty haze, a mix of shyness and longing. Her slightly hurried breaths were startlingly audible in the quiet space, as though silently conveying an unspoken message. It was then that Luli noticed the girl was completely naked. During the rescue, his attention had been solely focused on Ishii Sankinu, and only now did he truly take in the scene before him. Even with the experience of a past life, it was difficult for him to avert his eyes from such an alluring sight. The girl parted her lips slightly, her voice soft and almost inaudible. You saved me just now, and am really grateful. Can you save me again? Please, I feel so unbearable. Luli suddenly realized her face looked familiar. Just as he was about to take a closer look, the girl misunderstood his intent. Like a water snake, she entwined herself around him, and in an instant, they were swept into a vortex of desire. After the passion subsided, the girl curled up in Luli's arms and drifted into a deep sleep. Only then did Luli recall her identity, and a wave of panic surged within him. This was none other than Li Luo, the most renowned female assassin of his past life. As Luli was contemplating his next move, a mocking voice sounded from behind him. Ahem, are you finally done? Or do you plan to go another round? Luli suddenly remembered there was someone else in the room. He turned around embarrassed, to face Komatsu Chikin, who smirked and continued teasing. I have to say, your technique is impressive. Quite the show, really. Ignoring the taunt, Luli walked straight toward the metallic door. Komatsu Chicken's expression shifted dramatically, and he urgently called out, Luli, don't open that door. Untie me first. Luli gripped the door handle and asked, what's behind the door? Untie me first. Komatsu Chicken's voice grew more desperate. Luli deliberately tugged at the handle, and a muffled thud immediately came from behind the door, as if something heavy had struck it. Komatsu Chicken struggled violently against the ropes binding her to the chair, but Luli had tied them too tightly for her to break free. Another loud bang reverberated, and the heavy metal door warped, bulging outward significantly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luli quickly retreated, summoning his soul weapon to shield himself. Suddenly, the deformed metal door burst open like a runaway train, hurtling toward Luli. Thanks to his soul weapon, he narrowly avoided severe injury. The loud crash jolted Liluo awake. Wincing, she struggled to prop up her sore body. Through the settling dust, she caught sight of a familiar figure and instinctively called out, Mom? What answered her was an ear-splitting screech. Luli swiftly activated his scouting ability, and the information displayed on his interface was deeply unsettling. Name: Corrupted and Modified Chaos Broodmother Overlord. Biological level: LV.30. Note 1. This creature has undergone extensive corruption and modification, completely deviating from its original biological template. It has succumbed to chaos, and further information cannot be obtained. Note 2. The creature's actual combat capabilities are unknown and vastly exceed the displayed level. Combat potential is beyond assessment. Immediate evacuation is advised. As the dust cleared, a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Liluo emerged. Her vacant eyes radiated a deranged killing intent. Her arms had been grotesquely replaced with mantis-like scythe blades, and her upper body was crudely fused with the massive abdomen of a mantis broodmother. Black blood oozed continuously from the jagged sutures. On her back, 2 massive canisters, as thick as thighs, were strapped, pumping an unknown gas into her body through attached tubes. Luli was horrified by the brutality of such inhumane experimentation, barely able to suppress the urge to kill Komatsu Chicken on the spot. Mom! Liluo cried out again, her voice filled with despair. The woman's neck twisted stiffly as she slowly turned her gaze toward Liluo. Mom, Mom! Liluo's desperate cries echoed through the laboratory as she stumbled toward the woman who was both familiar and yet unrecognizable. Just as the distance between them was closing rapidly, the woman's body jerked suddenly, her arm trembling slightly. Luli immediately sensed danger, his pupils contracting sharply. Damn it! He cursed inwardly, recognizing the telltale signs of an impending attack. Without hesitation, he accelerated, wrapping his arm around Liluo's slender waist and yanking her back forcefully. At that critical moment, a glint of cold steel flashed through the air. A sharp blade sliced past Liluo's hair, cutting off a stray lock. Li's heart tightened, and he barked out a command without delay. Soul weapon, block it. Taking advantage of the soul weapon's interference, Luli pulled Liluo back quickly, retreating to the doorway while unleashing a swarm intimidation toward the mutated woman. Though the creature had transformed into a chaotic entity, the term motherworm still lingered in its designation, allowing the swarm intimidation to take effect. Unfortunately, the vast level gap meant that Luli's full force ability could only slow the woman down momentarily. Using this brief respite, Luli successfully withdrew with Liluo to the hallway. Tears streamed down Liluo's face as her gaze remained fixed on the grotesque figure of her mother. Fortunately, she hadn't lost all reason and refrained from rushing forward again. Luli exhaled slightly in relief, but remained on high alert. It's too dangerous to stay here. You need to leave, he ordered decisively. Go outside the lab. My people are there, they'll keep you safe. Liluo shook her head furiously, her tear-filled eyes pleading. No, my mom and dad are still in there. I won't leave. Li's brows furrowed deeply. The situation was dire, and he had no time for further persuasion. If you won't leave, then stay put in the corner and don't move. Before she could respond, Luli raised his left hand and delivered a swift strike to the back of her neck. As Liluo collapsed unconscious, Luli summoned his soul guard, Chunhao, and commanded, stay with her. Protect her at all costs. With that, he turned and strode back into the room without hesitation. Facing the terrifying creature, Luli felt a strange surge of excitement. I thought the boost from that pill would go to waste. Now, with a mother worm here, I can finally test my strength. Despite his enthusiasm, he kept his wits about him, refraining from recklessness. Luli cast his gaze toward Lin Chinua, who was tied up in the corner. Hey, does this thing have any weaknesses? He asked. The entity masquerading as Lin Chinua Matsumoto, Inakama had initially considered answering truthfully, but realizing that doing so might arouse suspicion in her role as a hostage, she quickly changed her tone. How should I know? All I know is there's a terrifying monster locked behind that metal door, and I warned you not to mess with it. Your summoned creature won't hold out for long. Hurry up and untie me. Luli scoffed and ignored her, leaving Lin Qinyue to stew in frustration. He then summoned the 5 ghosts of fortune and asked in a low voice, if you were to search her soul, would it harm the other soul inside her? The other 4 ghosts turned in unison to Sherwanya, as if he were their true leader. Though unable to speak, Sherwanya understood Luli's question. After a moment of thought, he shook his head regretfully. All right, looks like I'll have to figure it out myself. Luli nodded and dismissed the 5 ghosts. This exchange did not go unnoticed by Lin Qinyue, or rather, Matsumoto Inakami. A storm of thoughts churned within her mind. She was astonished that Luli had managed to seize control of the 5 ghosts, formerly belonging to her ally Higashitoru. What a terrifying talent he has. If I could kill him and obtain his ability, I'd become a hero of the great Sakura Empire. No, wait. With such a power, why would I serve Sakura? I could become the first female emperor of Sakura, commanding the loyalty of all its people. Now we stop there? I could rule the entire world. Her gaze turned feverish, and when she looked at Luli again, her eyes betrayed an unmistakable greed. I can't help but wonder, what rank is such a terrifying ability? She murmured to herself. Luli, oblivious to Matsumoto's scheming thoughts, had already focused all his attention on the chaotic mother worm. The creature stood a full 15 levels above him, presenting a colossal challenge. Levels primarily increase core attributes and unlock stronger abilities for certain talents. For example, Ao Zhan's divine possession could summon progressively more powerful deities as his level rose. While Luli had previously defeated the level 10 Queen Bee as a level 0, that victory relied heavily on his knowledge of the Queen Bee's weaknesses. He had leveraged his past life experience and combat skills to bridge the level gap. This time, however, the circumstances were entirely different. He knew nothing about the mother worm's weaknesses or abilities. His Dispel field talent was ineffective due to the level disparity. Beyond that, he had to contend with the 15-level attribute gap and the constant threat of demonic energy eroding his sanity, risking a descent into deep corruption. To make matters worse, the mother worm's actual combat strength far exceeded its displayed level, rendering conventional evaluations meaningless. This battle would undoubtedly be the toughest challenge Luli had ever faced. The true combat strength of the broodmother far exceeds level 30. This unimaginably powerful creature would have likely ended Luli's life long ago if not for the assistance of the 4-blade slaves. Without a doubt, this was the most grueling battle Luli had faced since his rebirth, one that even forced him to unleash his blade techniques. Unlike the battles in the Nexus Arena, every move Luli executed this time strictly followed the guidance of the tattered blade manual. He dared not deviate in the slightest. As the blade danced through the air, a fierce and domineering aura swept through the underground space like a thunderstorm. Luli could feel his strength attribute surging steadily, quickly reaching its peak. Yet, even at his peak, he was unable to overcome the chaotic broodmother. This grotesque creature seemed almost invincible, recovering from every attack in the blink of an eye. In stark contrast, Luli was at a constant disadvantage, where even the slightest misstep could lead to his demise. The situation grew increasingly dire, and Luli's brow furrowed deeply. Despite numerous attempts, he failed not only to kill the broodmother but even to identify its weakness. The only clue he had was the demonic energy tank on the broodmother's back. Destroying it might weaken the creature's regenerative abilities. However, the broodmother seemed fully aware of the tank's importance, guarding it with impenetrable vigilance. Even when Luli attacked with lightning arrows, the broodmother's body shielded the tank completely. As the battle dragged on, failure seemed inevitable. The thought of retreat crossed Luli's mind after all. Only the young Matsuzi Inu was present, and silencing him afterward would be simple. Just as Luli was contemplating a strategic and dramatic escape, a panicked shout from Chen Hao echoed from outside the door. "Boss, he's gone." Luli froze for a moment. Suddenly, a shadowy mass, dark as ink, slipped into the room like a fish diving into the sea, disappearing soundlessly into the broodmother's shadow in an instant. Luli stared intently at the shadow of the chaos broodmother, his voice tinged with panic. How could she just disappear? Chen Hao stammered, clearly shaken. She woke up, saw me watching over her, and begged me to save her mother when I refused. She started crying, and then her whole body turned into a puddle of black water. His voice trailed off as his uneasy gaze darted toward Luli. As a soul guard, he was fully aware that his existence depended on Luli's will, and he dreaded the thought of having his consciousness erased because of this failure. Turned into a puddle of black water? Luli muttered to himself, his brow furrowed. His mind raced, trying to make sense of Li Luo's abilities. Could this be her innate skill? Shape-shifting? But he quickly dismissed the idea. If she had truly turned into black water, how could she move so quickly? More importantly, how could black water merge into the shadow of the Chaos Broodmother? As Luli pondered, the shadow of the Chaos Broodmother suddenly became restless. It defied the fundamental laws of light and shadow, writhing like a pot of boiling water. At the same time, the Chaos Broodmother's movements grew slower and slower until it froze in place, unable to move. Forced control. Lu Li was stunned. He finally understood why Li Luo held the title of the top female assassin. This ability to infiltrate and forcibly control an enemy in an instant was tailor-made for assassination. However, it seemed that Li Luo's mastery of her ability was still lacking. The shadow only managed to restrain the Chaos Broodmother for a brief moment before it began to calm down. The Broodmother regained its mobility and lunged toward Lu Li with a menacing snarl. This girl is unreliable, time to make a run for it. Lu Li thought to himself as he sidestepped just in time to dodge the Broodmother's mantis-like scythe aimed at his head. Invisibility. Activate. The Chaos Broodmother roared in frustration after missing its target and prepared for another attack. But as it raised its arm, it realized that Lu Li had already vanished from the room, leaving only 4 lifeless puppets standing in place. Though lacking intelligence, the Chaos Broodmother instinctively sought weaker prey. Its gaze locked onto Lin Qinyue, who had been watching the scene unfold from the corner. Inside Lin Qinyue's body, the parasitic entity known as Shaosong Zhigo was panicking. The situation was spiraling completely out of control. She had assumed everything was accounted for. Even if Lu Li slaughtered everyone in the lab, she could still escape using Lin Qinyue's body. But now, not only was she securely tied to a chair, but she was also about to be torn apart by a monster. Wasn't Lu Li here to rescue the hostages? Why would he abandon Lin Qinyue and run off? Where did I miscalculate? Shaosong Zhigo's mind was in turmoil. As the Chaos Broodmother crept closer, Shaosong Zhigo's eyes filled with despair. The creature's deadly scythe slowly rose, pausing at its peak before suddenly slicing downward with terrifying speed. Despite her rigorous training under the Empire, which should have equipped her to suppress fear, Shaosong Zhigo found herself utterly powerless in the face of imminent death. "Save me!" she cried out, breaking down into uncontrollable sobs. At the critical moment, the mantis scythe abruptly halted mid-swing. Lu Li, now visible again, stood behind Lin Qinyue, his expression one of astonishment. Before him, the Chaos Broodmother's shadow had solidified, sprouting numerous sharp black spikes that pierced or impaled the creature's body. Li Luo, petite in stature, had appeared at some point. With the aid of the shadow's black spikes, she was using all her strength to resist the mantis scythe. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out, "Mom! Mom, wake up! Please, stop killing!" But the Chaos Broodmother, having lost its mind, was deaf to the girl's pleas. It thrashed and writhed desperately, attempting to break free from the shadowy spikes. Controlled again? This could be an opportunity. Lu Li's brow arched as he summoned his blade-like arm. Seizing the moment while the Broodmother was still restrained, he positioned himself and struck at the demonic energy canister with all his might. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. This time, Lu Li's attack hit its mark, shattering the canister and releasing a torrent of black-green mist that quickly filled the room. Thanks to his gas mask, Lu Li remained relatively unaffected. However, both Li Luo and Lin Qinyue inadvertently inhaled large amounts of the demonic mist. Li Luo, being closest to the source, absorbed the most and immediately collapsed, unconscious and drained of strength. The corrosive effects of the mist began to manifest rapidly, growing worse with each passing second. If no action was taken, within half a minute, Li Luo would succumb to deep corruption and irreversibly transform into a demonic cocoon. Kicking the Broodmother aside, Lu Li roared at the person tied to the chair. "Use your ability, Lin Qinyue." He deliberately emphasized her name, his glare menacing. "If Li Luo turns into a cocoon, I'll kill you without hesitation." Shaosong Zhigo, inhabiting Lin Qinyue's body, felt her heart skip a beat under Lu Li's fierce gaze. To her shock, the dormant soul of the body's true owner, the real Lin Qinyue, seemed to stir in response to Lu Li's threat. How was that even possible? Suppressing her fear, Shaosong Zhigo tried to negotiate. "I'll use my ability, but you have to untie me first." "You want to die?" Lu Li snarled, plunging his blade into Lin Qinyue's abdomen without hesitation. Before Shaosong Zhigo could scream in pain, Lu Li withdrew the blade and raised it again, ready to strike a second time. Faced with Lu Li's reckless and unrelenting demeanor, Shaosong Zhigo was utterly terrified. She suddenly recalled how Zhao Jin's attempt to use Su Shao as leverage against Lu Li had failed miserably. It seemed Lu Li truly didn't care about hostages. "I'll do it. Don't kill me," Shaosong Zhigo shouted urgently. "I'll use my ability right now to cleanse the corruption." A holy light descended, purging the corruptive effects from both Li Luo and Lu Li. However, Shaosong Zhigo deliberately refrained from using the ability on herself. Lu Li noticed but chose not to confront her. There was no point in exposing her, as he still couldn't separate her from Lin Qinyue's body. Acting rashly would gain him nothing. Supporting Li Luo, who was barely conscious, Luli cast an advanced healing spell on her. Once she had recovered slightly, he spoke decisively. You have two choices right now. First, leave this place immediately. Second, stay and help me kill that monster. I won't choose either. She's my mom, not a monster. Li Luo screamed at the top of her lungs, tears streaming down her flushed face as she struggled desperately to break free from Luli's grip. Her eyes were bloodshot, and the tears fell uncontrollably. Smack! A loud slap cut through her cries. Her left cheek swelled instantly, turning red as the tears poured even harder. Luli stared at her coldly, his face emotionless. You have to choose, or I'll kill you right now. Li Luo clutched her face, her eyes wide with fear as she looked at Luli. Her body trembled slightly, clearly terrified by the sudden act of violence. Hurry up and choose. Luli urged, casting a cautious glance into the distance. The mother insect he had kicked away was already getting back on its feet, preparing to attack again at any moment. 18-year-old Li Luo seemed to be locked in an intense internal struggle. Her gaze suddenly changed, becoming unfamiliar, almost as if she were a different person. I choose the second option, she said firmly. What do you need me to do? Use my ability to control my mom? Luli was momentarily taken aback. He had expected her to choose to leave. Suppressing his surprise, he quickly nodded. Exactly. How long can you maintain control? I'm not sure. Very briefly. Maybe less than 2 seconds, she replied quickly. That's enough. Luli turned his attention to the chaotic mother insect. If you can hold it for just 1 second, I can kill it. Li Luo hesitated, her gaze darting away before she tentatively asked, could I take the killing blow instead? Luli raised an eyebrow, unsure if he'd heard her correctly. Why? Because she's my mom, Li Luo said, her voice heavy with emotion. Even if she's turned into a monster, she's still my mom. And you've saved my life, you're my benefactor. I don't want you to become my enemy by killing her. Luli felt a wave of complex emotions, but simply responded, I'll try. He gripped his blade and prepared himself, activating his abilities to their fullest. With Lin Qinyue's divine blessing shielding him from demonic corruption, Luli fought with no reservations. Soul guards, Luli called out in a low voice. Black mist swirled and condensed, forming two figures, Black Fiend and White Fiend. Black Fiend, White Fiend. Will you give it your all in the upcoming battle? Luli asked with a faint smile. The two figures exchanged glances before kneeling in unison. We live to serve you, master. Luli nodded and turned to Li Luo again. During the fight, keep your eyes sharp. Don't miss my signal. Got it, Li Luo replied softly. The battle erupted in an instant. Luli and the soul guards charged at the chaotic mother insect, their strikes coordinated and relentless. For puppet blade slaves joined the fray, creating a 7-against-stone melee that held the mother insect at bay. Li Luo crouched in a corner, waiting anxiously for Luli's signal. But soon, she found herself captivated by the ferocity of the battle. Luli's precise movements and decisive strikes seemed to imprint themselves in her mind. After delivering a heavy blow to the mother insect, Luli withdrew momentarily and glanced at Li Luo. Seeing the entranced look in her eyes, he confirmed his suspicion. Li Luo had an extraordinary gift for learning. Merely observing the fight had put her into a state of flow. Wanting to give her more time to absorb and learn, Luli prolonged the battle, fighting the mother insect for an additional 10 minutes. When his stamina finally waned, he shouted, Now, use your ability to restrain it. Li Luo snapped out of her daze and hastily activated her power. Her body transformed into a viscous, ink-like shadow that quickly merged with the mother insect's shadow. For a brief moment, everything was still. Then the shadow began to boil, erupting with countless spikes that pierced the mother insect relentlessly. Trapped with no escape, the creature was riddled with wounds. Seizing the opportunity, Luli swung his blade with precision, slicing the human half of the creature clean off the mantis-like body. The battle was over. Without a source of demonic energy to sustain it, the mother insect's injuries were beyond recovery. Li Luo reverted to her human form, staring blankly at the monstrous figure of her mother, who still twitched feebly. Here, Luli said, handing her a sharp insect fang. Drive it into her forehead. If your mom still has any awareness left, this will end her pain quickly. Tears streamed down Li Luo's face once more. She took a deep breath and, without hesitation, plunged the fang into her mother's forehead with precision and strength. When it was done, she knelt beside the lifeless body, staring at it in silence. Luli stepped away, giving her space to grieve. After converting the mother insect's corpse into energy crystals, Luli began to search for spoils of the battle. But before he could proceed, Lin Qinyue's voice rang out loudly. Luli, now that the danger's over, could you untie me already? Her voice was unusually loud, almost as if she were trying to signal something. Luli frowned and turned, ready to brush her off, when he caught sight of a shadow lunging toward him from the corner of his eye. He'll kill you, the attacker roared. The distance was too close to dodge in time. Instinctively, Luli twisted his body and raised his arm to block, but he was a fraction of a second too slow. The glinting edge of a scalpel closed in on his chest. In that split second, Luli could see the triumphant grin on the attacker's face. But the expected impact never came. Instead, a sharp clang of metal on metal rang out. Clink. What? The attacker's grin froze, replaced by an expression of utter disbelief. Before he could react, Lu Li's powerful fist smashed into his jaw with a sickening crunch. Crack. Amplified by several strength-based abilities, the punch shattered the attacker's lower jaw completely. That scared me, Lu Li muttered, still shaken. He glanced down at his chest, where his light armor bore a deep scratch, faint traces of demonic energy lingering on it. This was the strongest defensive armor he'd bought at a high price from the Nexus Arena, and it had nearly been breached. He turned his attention to the fallen attack-era middle-aged man with an unremarkable, honest-looking face. A stranger. Who are you? Why did you try to kill me? Lu Li demanded. But with his jaw broken, the attacker couldn't answer. Just as Lu Li prepared to summon his soul-searching abilities, Li Luo's terrified scream suddenly pierced the air. Lu Li stared in astonishment as Li Luo stumbled toward him and asked, "You know him?" Li Luo's eyes were filled with pain as she looked at her father, Jin Naihe, whose jaw had been shattered. She wanted to blame Lu Li, but the words wouldn't come out. Of course, he's my father, Jin Naihe. Lu Li's expression grew even more incredulous. He's your dad? A surge of confusion rose in his heart. Why would Li Luo's father attack him? Was it because he saw his daughter in close contact with him? But that was just to save her. Suddenly, Lu Li frowned, realizing that things weren't as simple as they seemed. He recalled the scene just before entering the room, when the little pine spirit dog had deliberately barked loudly. A chilling suspicion crept into his mind. Could it be that Jin Naihe also had another soul within him? If that were true, using the 5 Ghosts soul search recklessly could harm Jin Naihe's original soul, and Li Luo would surely hate him for it. Without consulting Lin Qinyue, Lu Li called for the black-white duo to restrain Jin Naihe and then used extreme healing on him. Although his jaw healed quickly, Jin Naihe still struggled to speak. His words were not only slurred, but also completely incoherent. Lu Li, I beg you, you must kill yourself, take care of my daughter, kill you, the Zhao family, won't spare you, please. Lu Li listened intently, piecing together 2 entirely different messages from Jin Naihe's jumbled sentences. One voice wanted to kill him, while the other pleaded for him to take care of Li Luo. This confirmed his suspicion 2 souls were indeed coexisting within one body. The one entrusting Li Luo to him was clearly Jin Naihe's original self, while the one threatening him with the Zhao family's wrath could only be Zhao Ji. Frustration welled up in Lu Li's heart. Dealing with one soul was already a headache, and now there was a second. According to the energy requirements of the magic clay figurine, separating the souls of the little pine spirit dog and Zhao Jin would require sacrificing the pain of at least 20 people. Lu Li sighed inwardly. Where was he supposed to find so many unfortunate souls? Li Luo, realizing the state her father was in, immediately understood the problem. Whatever blame she had left for Lu Li vanished entirely. Nervously clutching the bedsheet wrapped around her, she looked at him with a pitiful expression. Benefactor, what's happening to my father? Lu Li hesitated before responding. It's a long story. For now, to prevent your father from hurting himself, we should tie him up. What? Can't we avoid tying him? Li Luo instinctively tried to protest, but when her eyes fell on the wound on Lu Li's chest, the words caught in her throat. Her father's earlier attack was undeniable. The fact that Lu Li hadn't killed him on the spot and was only restraining him was already an act of mercy. The black-white duo worked quickly, binding Jin Naihe securely. Once the lab was deemed safe, Lu Li opened the chat interface and sent a message. Before long, Lin Qingfeng arrived with a group of Lin family members. Alyssa was among them, bringing news that caught Lu Li off guard. She had been followed. Despite the stalker's cautiousness, they couldn't escape the sharp senses of the cat-eared girl. According to Alyssa, the follower was a young man dressed like a special forces soldier. It didn't take much thought for Lu Li to deduce that the follower was one of Ao Zhan's men. But he didn't mind Ao Zhan getting involved. In fact, Alyssa's exposed trail had been intentional. Had planned to lure them in, and sure enough, Ao Zhan's people had taken the bait and followed them here. Lu Li muttered to himself. When did that big guy get so clever? He actually figured out that Alyssa and I are working together. Still, since they were already here, the subsequent handling of the situation was no longer his concern. He could leave it to the professionals. Worried that Lin Qingfeng might not be able to keep an eye on both Lin Qinyue and Jin Naihe, Lu Li specifically asked Alyssa to accompany them back to the Lin family. As for himself, he decided to head to the shelter. First, to explain things to Ao Zhan, and second, to confirm whether Zhao Erwo had been killed. Li Luo wanted to go with Lu Li, but couldn't bring herself to leave her father behind. Reluctantly, She joined the group returning to the Lin family. Surrounded by unfamiliar faces, she didn't dare to speak casually and simply followed along quietly, like a timid little shadow. Alyssa, noticing this, approached Li Luo and handed her a long coat. Here, you can't keep walking around wrapped in a bedsheet. Put this on. Li Luo stared at the coat for a moment, hesitating before cautiously accepting it. She murmured a soft thank you. Alyssa smiled and added, you don't need to worry. Lu Li is an incredibly strong leader. Following him is definitely the right choice. Li Luo felt a bit uneasy at Alyssa's phrasing but couldn't pinpoint why. She nodded slightly and asked in a small voice, Sister, did the benefactor save you too? Of course, Alyssa said proudly, puffing out her chest. If it weren't for Lu Li, I wouldn't have survived my first arena battle. The motion of Alyssa's chest left Li Luo momentarily dazed. She glanced down at her own, feeling a pang of insecurity. Arena battles? That sounds terrifying. She couldn't quite grasp Alyssa's second statement. Nevertheless, Alyssa's genuine kindness quickly won her over. Despite the cat-eared woman's peculiar way of speaking, her warmth felt sincere. It made Li Luo feel safe. Wanting to hold on to that feeling, she tentatively asked, Sister, can my father and I stay with you? Alyssa blinked in surprise, looking at Li Luo with mild astonishment. The young girl, misinterpreting the reaction, shrank back nervously like a startled rabbit. If it's too much trouble, just pretend I didn't ask. No, no. Alyssa waved her hand dismissively, a smile returning to her face. I just thought Lu Li had already taken you in. Hearing this, Li Luo's expression dimmed. She stole a quick glance at Alyssa's ample figure and whispered, he saved me, but I don't think he said anything about taking me in. Alyssa patted Li Luo's shoulder with a knowing grin. These things require initiative. You can't just wait for Lu Li to say something. They'll ask Lin Mimi later if she can arrange another contract. Once it's signed, we'll all be part of the same group. Really? Li Luo's mood brightened instantly, her face lighting up like sunshine after rain. Thank you, sister. Oh, by the way, I just realized I don't know your name yet. Alyssa chuckled, scratching her head sheepishly. If you're signing a contract, you'll need to write down your name and offer a drop of your blood to seal it. My name is Li Luo, the girl replied sweetly. Lu Li stood at the entrance of the shelter, his brows tightly furrowed. The scene before him caught him completely off guard. Zhao Erwo lay on the ground, battered and barely clinging to life, while the culprit, Ao Zhan, stood glaring at him like a predator, ready to strike again at any moment. I thought you'd run off, kid. Come on, let's keep going. Ao Zhan grinned, baring a set of gleaming white teeth. Quickly assessing the situation, Lu Li decided to change his approach. He raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. I surrender. I admit you're amazing, okay? Ao Zhan, right? My name's Lu Li, as in strange and dazzling. Nice to meet you. Before the words even settled, Lu Li bolted forward at lightning speed, grabbing Ao Zhan's hand firmly. They say you don't really know someone until you fought them. From now on, we're good friends. Ao Zhan froze on the spot, staring down at his hand, now clasped in Lu Li's, then back up at Lu Li's beaming smile. His brain seemed to short-circuit. This twist was way too sudden. Just a few hours ago, this cocky kid had been itching to introduce himself with his fists. Now he was acting like an entirely different person. After a moment of contemplation, Ao Zhan thought he had it figured out. This kid must have been scared senseless by the sight of Zhao Erwo's miserable state. With that realization, Ao Zhan's anger dissipated significantly. Sure, it was a bit embarrassing to have been punched by Lu Li earlier, but considering he'd beaten Zhao Erwo to a pulp, he still came out ahead. Having made peace with the situation, Ao Zhan softened his tone. Scratching his head awkwardly, he said, well, I might have gotten a little carried away earlier. Maybe I hit too hard. But don't worry, I'll take care of your buddy's injuries. I'll make sure he fully recovers. As he spoke, Ao Zhan hoisted Zhao Erwo off the ground in a show of goodwill. Unfortunately, he misjudged his own strength and accidentally broke 2 more of Zhao Erwo's bones. The poor man immediately passed out. Uho, not again. Sorry, brother Zhao Erwo. I didn't mean to. Ao Zhan stammered, looking utterly flustered. Seeing Ao Zhan genuinely treating Zhao Erwo like a brother, Lu Li quickly clarified. Actually, he's not my brother. What? Ao Zhan looked baffled. Don't mess with me. If he's not your brother, why'd he hold out for so long? Lu Li silently cursed in his mind. You didn't exactly give him a chance to give up, but outwardly, he kept smiling. What I mean is, this guy's secretly been working with Sakura. The survivors in this whole shelter? They're actually just backup test subjects for an underground lab. Lu Li decided to lay it all out, knowing Ao Zhan's team had already discovered the Sakura lab while tailing Elisa. Instead of letting them waste resources on further investigation, he figured providing the information upfront might even earn him some favor. However, Ao Jean still looked completely lost. It wasn't until one of his subordinates whispered something in his ear that the general finally started to piece it together. Oh, I see. So that's it. Wait, what? Those damn Sakura bastards are conducting human experiments? Initial estimates say there are 50 victims? Damn it, they can't even clean up their own mess, and now they're targeting us? Huh, 3 survivors? Where are they? Don't tell me they're still locked up in the lab? Oh, they were rescued? Who rescued them? Spit it out already. What's with all the pointing and gesturing? The special ops soldier who had tailed Elisa looked like he was about to cry. He'd hinted as much as he could, but his commander still wasn't getting it. Finally, Luli sighed and stepped in. The 3 survivors were taken away by my people. Don't worry, they'll receive proper medical care. Ah, I see, Ao Jean said, enlightened at last. He turned to the special ops soldier and smacked the back of his head. You could have just said that. What's with the sign language? Did you leave your vocal cords at home? The poor soldier was knocked flat onto the ground, struggling to get back up as Lu Li's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He cast a sympathetic glance at the rest of Ao Jean's team. At first, he'd been surprised by Ao Jean's sudden sharpness. Now it was clear. The order to tail Elisa hadn't come from this big lug at all. Right, the mission. Ao Jean suddenly exclaimed, slapping his forehead. He turned to Lu Li. I'm here in Ning City specifically to protect you. By the way, you're still dealing with that demonic energy corruption, right? How do we get rid of it? The other soldiers looked utterly defeated, their faces screaming, seriously? You actually remember we have a mission? And that we're supposed to help Lu Li with the demonic energy? If he really needed your protection, he'd probably be dead by now. Lu Li chuckled softly and explained. The demonic energy corruption was just a cover to draw out the hidden Sakura operatives. I'm perfectly fine. To reassure Ao Jean, he even displayed his status panel. But Ao Jean's frown only deepened. No, that can't be right. There's no way you're fine. Why not? Lu Li asked, puzzled. The other soldiers were equally confused. What was their commander going on about now? Ao Jean's eyes widened, his expression turning deadly serious. A cant hexagram is a cant hexagram. Old man Jin's divinations never miss. Cant hexagram? Old man Jin? Lu Li froze, a foreboding feeling washing over him. A certain elderly figure popped into his mind. Wait a second. You don't mean that old crow, do you? Are you talking about Jing Guoxuan, the guy with the knack for divination? Ao Jean's face lit up with excitement. Hey, you know him? Yeah, that's the guy Jing Guoxuan. Lu Li's expression turned to stone. Great. It really was that unlucky old man. Jing Guoxuan, an 81-year-old elder, seemed like a celestial being who had stepped straight out of a traditional painting. His head was crowned with white hair, his flowing beard gleamed like snow, and his eyebrows were as frosty as winter. He often donned a plain white robe, and apart from his deep, dark eyes, his entire appearance was a pure, unblemished white, as if he were detached from the mortal world. Yet, this seemingly otherworldly old man always reminded Lu Li of an ominous bird the crow whenever they crossed paths in his past life. It wasn't because of his appearance, but rather due to his unnerving gift, divination. Jin Goxin's prophecies always foretold doom. Out of 10 predictions, 9 spoke of narrow escapes from death, and the remaining 1 spelled certain demise. If his predictions were inaccurate, it might have been easier to dismiss. Unfortunately, the opposite was true. His staggering accuracy, where at least 98 out of 100 prophecies came true, had earned him infamy among players. He was so notorious that a widely circulated rhyme emerged. If old Jin stays silent, the world goes on fine. If old Jin speaks a word, there's no escape from ruin. Players avoided him like the plague, dubbing him the old crow's mouth. At this moment, Lu Li was silently screaming in frustration. This wretched old man. Who asked him to make these random predictions about me? Did he even consider my opinion? But what was done was done. The divination had been cast, and there was no point in losing his temper. Lu Li quickly regained his composure and turned to Ao Jean to ask, so, old Jin's prediction was the kin hexagram. Any additional details? Like, how can I avoid this disaster? Ao Jean tilted his head and pondered for a while. Finally, under Lu Li's expectant gaze, he shook his head. Nope. All I know is the result of the divination. Kin hexagram? Worried that Lu Li might not understand, he asked, do you know what the kin hexagram means? Lu Li weakly replied. It means bad luck opening the door to more bad luck. What does it mean exactly? Ao Jean fell silent again, his mind seemingly stuck in a loop. It means I'm doomed, Lu Li muttered, pressing a hand to his forehead and taking a deep breath. He knew that Jin Goxin's divination results had a 24-hour validity. If Ao Jean's information was accurate, then today he would undoubtedly face a significant crisis. If mishandled, the outcome could be fatal. Lu Li began methodically scanning for potential threats in his surroundings. Could it be the little pine dog's spirit hiding within Lin Qingyue? Impossibly had already uncovered her scheme. Was it an enemy seeking revenge? The Zhao family's influence in Yongqing had been mostly eradicated. Even if Zhao Quan wanted revenge, it wouldn't happen for another couple of days. Could it be Li Luo? A fleeting image of the girl transforming into a shadow passed through Lu Li's mind. While her abilities as the future #1 assassin were indeed strange, her current level was too low to pose a threat. A single anti-magic field would render her powerless. Besides, with unresolved issues surrounding Zhenaihe, Li Luo had no reason to harm him. As Lu Li racked his brain, unable to pinpoint who might push him to the brink, a heated argument suddenly erupted in the distance. He looked up to see a large crowd gathered at the shelter's entrance, split into two opposing factions. The pushing and shoving made it hard to discern the exact cause, but the tension was palpable. What's going on over there? While Lu Li was still cautiously formulating a plan, the straightforward Ao Zhan had already bellowed at the top of his lungs. Too conspicuous. Lu Li frowned, instinctively wanting to retreat behind Ao Zhan, but a large hand blocked his escape. Come on, brother Lu Li, let's check it out together. Ao Zhan said with a grin, casually tossing the barely conscious Zhao Erwer to a member of the special operations team. Lu Li's mouth twitched. He had almost forgotten about this big guy's penchant for meddling in other people's business. Brother Ao, I still haven't figured out Old Jean's divination. Maybe we should, Lu Li started, reluctant to get involved in the disputes among other survivors. He had enough problems of his own to deal with, but Ao Zhan simply laughed heartily, clapping Lu Li on the shoulder with his massive hand. It's just a minor disagreement among the survivors. Won't take much time. Besides, you're so strong, brother Lu Li. If there's truly a disaster coming your way, it won't be from these people. That's not necessarily true, Lu Li muttered, frowning. He didn't share Ao Zhan's optimistic outlook. From his past life, he knew that constant vigilance was the key to survival in the apocalypse. However, Ao Zhan wasn't about to let Lu Li stay on the sidelines. With one arm slung around Lu Li's shoulders, he practically dragged him toward the crowd. Realizing he couldn't break free, Lu Li activated his invisibility ability, blending into the background. The survivors in the shelter had all witnessed Ao Zhan storming in earlier and brutally beating Zhao Erwer. Although they didn't know his exact identity, his overwhelming strength had left a lasting impression. In this apocalypse, where power reigned supreme, no one dared to stop him from intervening in the dispute. Instead, they eagerly began explaining their sides of the story. Lu Li listened intently for a moment and pieced together the situation. It seemed the conflict stemmed from a group of people trying to expel several survivors. I'm not exaggerating. Those jinxes will bring disaster to us all. Keeping them in the shelter puts everyone's lives at risk, an elderly woman named Zhang Dama shouted, her voice shrill and her spittle flying. Ao Zhan wiped his face, a look of mild disgust crossing his features. Come on, Dama. We're all survivors here. No one's bringing disaster to anyone. Hearing someone speak up, a sharp and capable-looking woman stepped forward. It was Wu Xiyuan, who had previously stormed in with Su Xiao's group. She retorted, exactly, Dama. We're all survivors seeking refuge. You can't just accuse my team members and demand they leave without any evidence. Zhang Dama crossed her arms and rolled her eyes. Young lady, you clearly don't know what you're talking about. I'm old, but I don't make things up. Your team members have enemies everywhere, and they'll bring trouble right to our doorstep. If that's not a disaster, then what is? If you don't believe me, ask the others here. She gestured dramatically toward her supporters. The residents of Sunshine Community immediately chimed in, their voices buzzing like an irritating swarm of flies. Wu Xiyuan frowned, trying to make sense of the chaotic accusations. Finally, she raised her voice to argue. You've got it all wrong. My team members are victims, not the targets of these enemies. The shelter is safe, and I'll stake my reputation on that. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Sensing an opportunity, Wu Xiyuan opened her mouth to continue. But before she could say another word, a beer bottle suddenly hurtled out of the crowd and smashed against her head with a loud crack. What does your so-called dignity amount to? Can it guarantee the lives of everyone in this shelter? A sharp, enraged shout pierced through the tense atmosphere. The shattering of a glass bottle echoed like the detonation of a time bomb, instantly igniting the simmering anger within the crowd. The relentless pressure of survival in the apocalypse, coupled with deliberate provocation, had driven the survivors to the brink of madness. Chaos erupted like a flood, fists flew, blades were drawn, and within mere seconds, blood stained the ground. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Ao Zhan immediately activated his innate ability. The oppressive aura of a divine presence enveloped the area, and the towering phantom of a celestial spirit let out a thunderous roar, barely managing to quell the chaos. However, amidst the battered and bruised crowd, the embers of resentment continued to smolder. Frowning, Ao Zhan turned to Zhang Dama and Wu Xiyuan. Where are those three troublemakers? Bring them out so I can take a look. Wu Xiyuan's eyes flickered with disappointment as she replied coldly, they're my teammates, not troublemakers. Ao Zhan awkwardly rubbed his nose. I was just saying. Fine, let them come out first. With a steely expression, Wu Xiyuan waved her hand. The crowd parted, forming a path as three familiar faces emerged into view. Hidden under his invisibility, Lu Li couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. These so-called troublemakers were none other than Su Xiao, Wang Chao, and Ma Han. Wang Chao and Ma Han glared defiantly, their abilities on the verge of activation. Su Xiao, on the other hand, hung her head low, like a child caught doing something wrong. Wu Xiyuan placed a comforting hand on Su Xiao's shoulder, speaking softly, don't be afraid, Xiao Su. No matter what happens, I won't abandon you. Su Xiao let out a faint sigh. Thank you, Sister Wu. I'm the one dragging everyone down. Ao Zhan scrutinized the trio before raising an eyebrow. Just these three high schoolers? Trouble? Really? Dama, trust me. Them staying here won't bring disaster to the shelter. Zhang Dama's smug expression instantly vanished, replaced by her usual bluster. You big ox of a man. Do you ever think before you speak? Ao Zhan's face stiffened. They've already explained theory, just collateral damage, not the target of anyone's revenge. Zhang Dama stubbornly turned her head away. I don't care. As long as they're here, that Lu Li will show up, and the shelter won't be safe. Wait, Lu Li? Ao Zhan finally caught on. The troublemaker you're talking about is Lu Li? The survivors of Sunshine Community nodded in unison. Brother Lu is no troublemaker. Wang Chao shouted in protest. If it weren't for him, you'd all be dead by now. Ma Han chimed in, his neck stiff with defiance. Exactly. If Wang Shuyan hadn't attracted the enemy, none of this would have happened. Instead of going after the real culprit, you're bullying us, the victims? But their voices were swiftly drowned out by the enraged crowd. The sorrow on Su Zhao's face deepened as she tugged on Wu Xiyuan's sleeve. Sister Wu, forget it. They'll just leave. No, Wu Xiyuan said firmly. You're my teammates now, and I said I wouldn't give up on you. Her team members echoed her sentiments, rallying behind Su Xiao. The tension in the air thickened once more, teetering on the edge of another eruption. Just then, a sudden voice broke through the commotion. Hey bro, did you hear that? They're calling you a troublemaker. Ao Zhan suddenly glanced around, puzzled. Wait, where's my bro? Zhang Dama squinted at Ao Zhan, eyeing him like he'd lost his mind. You've been alone this whole time. What bro are you talking about? No, seriously. Ao Zhan pointed at the air beside him, then at himself. There was someone right here with me. You all didn't see him? Zhang Dama rolled her eyes and ignored him. Turning back to the crowd, she shouted, everyone, together now. Let's drive these three troublemakers out. Get out. Leave. You're not welcome here. The crowd roared, with a few impatient individuals already stepping forward to drag Su Xiao away. The scene descended into chaos once more. Ao Zhan wanted to intervene, but no one was willing to listen to him. He dared not recklessly use his divine power, fearing it might harm innocent people. Wang Chao and Ma Han could have fought back, but Su Xiao's pleas held them back, leaving them defenseless and humiliated. Wang Chao shouted in frustration, if Lu Li were here, would you all dare act so arrogantly? You're only bullying us because you think we're weak. Zhang Dama smirked with mockery, sneering, then go ahead and call Lu Li here. Let's see if we'd still be afraid. As soon as she finished speaking, a deep voice sounded right by her ear. I'm already here. The invisibility faded, and Lu Li appeared, his faint smile sending a chill through the now stunned crowd. Zhang Dama's face went pale, her words stumbling out incoherently. You. That's right. I'm Lu Li, he confirmed, leaning in close to Zhang Dama, his voice deliberate and icy. The so-called troublemaker you speak of. Zhang Dama took 2 shaky steps back, nearly falling before someone caught her. Feeling the support of the people behind her, she regained some confidence. Her eyes darted as she adopted a spiteful tone. Since you know you have so many enemies and are nothing but bad luck, why don't you take your little girlfriend and leave? There are so many innocent people here if you bring trouble to them. Isn't that on you? Bad luck? Lu Li chuckled as if he'd heard the most absurd joke. Your victim-blaming logic isn't bad luck? Let me make this clear right now, Su Xiao and the others have nothing to do with me, and my enemies won't come here looking for them. Lu Li had intended to mention that the Zhao family's influence in Yongqing had been largely dealt with, but he refrained, wary of potential ties between the shelter's management and Zhao. Unexpectedly, his words only fueled Zhang Dama and her supporters further. If they have nothing to do with you, then stay out of it. Expelling them is an internal matter for our shelter, it's none of your business as an outsider. Lu Li's gaze was cold and piercing, surrounded by swirling black mist. In an instant, hundreds of mantis-like soul soldiers materialized, encircling the shelter's exit completely. This abrupt and menacing scene left Ao Zhan wide-eyed and speechless. The residents of Sunshine Community recoiled in fear, huddling together like a flock of frightened sheep. Luli, what are you trying to do? Nothing much, Luli replied emotionlessly. Xiao Su and the others aren't leaving the shelter. If you agree, erase the exit. You can leave now. As he spoke, the soul soldiers behind him parted in perfect unison, creating a narrow path. If you disagree, stay. You have 1 minute to decide. With his arms crossed over his chest, Luli watched them coldly, unmoved by Zhang Damas' repeated pleas. Wu Xiyuan was the first to lead her group through the gap. Before leaving, she gave Luli a thumbs up. Not bad, kid. You've got guts. 40 seconds left, Luli announced, his tone icy, his gaze never shifting toward Wu Xiyuan. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Luli, Ao Zhan attempted to mediate. Brother, don't act rashly. We can talk this out. It hasn't come to that. You should leave too, Luli said, glancing at him indifferently. Don't think about stopping me. You can't. What? Ao Zhan chuckled nervously. Brother, don't joke. Before he could finish, Luli activated his ability, Nullification Zone. A 20-meter radius around him instantly became a void where all abilities ceased to function, including Ao Zhan's prized divine possession. I'm not joking. You have 20 seconds left. I don't want to kill you too. Ao Zhan froze, realizing something was terribly wrong. He couldn't even form words. Sensing danger, the Special Forces members swiftly dragged their leader through the gap. Many residents, seeing the commotion, fled as well. Only Zhang Dama and a few others hesitated, rooted in place. Luli, there are so many of us here. Are you really going to kill us all? Zhang Damas' voice trembled with panic, though defiance lingered. 10 seconds left. All this, just to let 3 people into the shelter? You'd kill so many innocent people? 5 seconds. You're insane. How are you any different from those monsters? Time's up. Lu Li's lips curled into a sinister smile. I gave you a chance to live, but you squandered it. The slaughter began. The Mantis Soul soldiers, empowered by the Nullification Zone, moved like reapers, cutting down lives with ease. In less than 10 breaths, the scene was reduced to silence, save for Zhang Dama, deliberately spared. She knelt trembling on the ground, muttering, Umitba, I'll give you one more chance, Luli said with an unsettlingly gentle smile. Apologize. Buddha might forgive you. Zhang Dama, as if granted a reprieve, crawled on her knees toward Su Xiao, her legs too weak to stand. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have called you a curse. I shouldn't have gossiped. Su Xiao looked away, her face filled with pity. Why did you kill them? They were just meddlesome, not deserving of death. Luli mimicked Zhang Damas' earlier tone mockingly. Killing them was my decision as a lunatic. Nothing to do with you, O virtuous one. Su Xiao fell silent, unable to retort. Meanwhile, Wang Chao and Ma Han exchanged subtle nods of approval toward Luli. Luli, Master Lu. I've apologized. Can I go now? Zhang Dama clasped her hands together, pleading. No, you can't. You'll die here. Why? You said that if I apologized, Buddha would forgive me. Yes, Buddha will forgive you. That's why I'm sending you to meet him. Before she could react, her head fell to the ground. The soul soldiers withdrew, and a gust of wind swept through, scattering dust and leaving the stench of blood hanging heavily at the shelter's entrance. Restrained by the special forces, Ao Zhan muttered in disbelief. The hope of Huaxia is a madman. As Luli focused on disposing of the bodies, devouring their souls, and refining them into soul crystals, an unexpected visitor appeared. Luli, truly incredible. Qi Ziyu stared at Luli amidst the carnage, his gaze filled with obsession. He stepped forward eagerly. Here for revenge? Luli asked, glancing up. No, not at all. I'm here out of admiration. Qi Ziyu's eyes burned with fervor. Master Lu, could I shake your hand? I've dealt with Su Xiao before. She's my friend. I'm not a bad guy, I swear. I'm just in awe of your power. Luli instinctively glanced at Su Xiao, who seemed just as puzzled. We've done business before? Who are you? I'm Qi Ziyu. Remember? The guy who traded soul crystals with you? You even scammed me a little back then. Qi Ziyu chuckled, showing no resentment. Seeing that Qi Ziyu indeed had some connection to Su Xiao, Luli relaxed slightly but declined the handshake. I'm busy dealing with these corpses. Qi Ziyu stepped closer. Just one handshake, Master Lu. It won't take much time. I really admire you. Suddenly, Qi Ziyu lunged forward, grabbing Lu Li's hand in a swift motion. Plunder. Qi Ziyu roared in exhilaration. In an instant, Lu Li felt as though his palm had been pierced by 1,000 steel needles, the excruciating pain almost unbearable. He tried to activate his nullification domain, but it was too late. The familiar sensation of his talents vanished completely, replaced by an unfamiliar void. All his abilities, including Soul Devourer, were sealed and rendered unusable. Qi Ziyu's face flushed bright red with excitement, his veins bulging. He burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I did it. I really did it. Lu didn't hesitate. He swiftly withdrew his hand and retrieved the Chun family blade puppets from his spatial ring. Kill him, he commanded sharply. For puppets drew their blades in unison, the cold gleam of steel flashing. Sensing the danger, Qi Ziyu immediately retreated. His exposed skin quickly hardened, forming a thick layer of stone granite armor, a talent Lu had once claimed from the Nexus arena. The blade struck, sparks flying and shards of stone scattering, but they failed to harm Qi Ziyu. Ha ha ha, what a powerful talent. As expected from the top of the rankings, Qi Ziyu exclaimed smugly. Aozhan, seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, attempted to activate his talent to assist. However, as soon as he approached, his divine possession ability was nullified by the nullification domain. Left with no other choice, he relied on his naturally formidable physique to confront Qi Ziyu in close combat. As the fight progressed, Aozhan began to notice something was off. Qi Ziyu employed different techniques to counter each attack, sometimes using granite armor to endure the strikes, other times dodging with lightning speed. He was rapidly mastering Lu's abilities. Although Aozhan wasn't known for his intellect, he realized that Lu had been holding back during their previous sparring sessions. However, he hadn't anticipated the sheer extent of Lu's hidden strength. Now that these talents were in Qi Ziyu's possession, Aozhan felt a looming sense of danger, as though death was closing in. After several exchanges, Aozhan not only failed to injure Qi Ziyu, but also found it increasingly difficult to disengage. Qi Ziyu sneered. Aozhan, is it? Your talent seems decent too. Why don't you hand it over to me as well? What? Aozhan was taken aback, panic flashing across his face. Just as he tried to evade, a lightning bolt shot toward him with blinding speed. If it struck, Aozhan would be instantly paralyzed, left at Qi Ziyu's mercy. He attempted to dodge, but the lightning bolt was too fast. It's over, he thought, closing his eyes in despair, bracing for the inevitable. At the critical moment, a figure suddenly stepped in front of him, enduring the devastating lightning bolt hidden. Lu, are you insane? Aozhan's eyes widened like saucers. Without your talents, you'll die. Lu grunted in pain, but remained largely unscathed. You think I rely solely on talents? He retorted. The electric arcs burned away his trench coat, revealing a lightweight armor underneath. With a swift motion, Lu flipped his palm, producing an intricately crafted conch shell. Under the bewildered gazes of Qi Ziyu and Aozhan, Lu brought the conch to his lips, took a deep breath, and blew forcefully. A sound like a ship's horn reverberated through the air, so loud it made everyone's eardrums ache. Qi Ziyu, wary, immediately went on guard, not daring to let his vigilance slip. However, no attack followed. The conch seemed to be nothing more than a loud instrument. Are you trying to be funny? Qi Ziyu mocked after confirming there was no immediate threat. Lu didn't respond. He simply stood still, waiting patiently. With the four blade puppets keeping Qi Ziyu occupied, he couldn't approach Lu or escape. Lu knew all he had to do was wait. Hurry up. Why is it taking so long? Though his expression remained calm, Lu was inwardly anxious. This mythical-grade unique item, the miraculous conch, was something he had never used before. He wasn't sure how long it would take for the multiverse merchant to arrive after the conch was blown. If it took too long, Qi Ziyu would undoubtedly find a way to escape. Fortunately, Lu's concerns were unfounded. 3 minutes after the conch sounded, a thunderclap erupted in the sky. Moments later, a majestic elk stepped through the void, carrying 2 massive bundles several times its own size on its back. Narrowing his eyes, Lu spotted a familiar red figure sitting atop the bundles, and his heart eased considerably. It was the red-clad merchant, exactly who he needed. The elk landed gracefully, its hooves carving long skid marks into the ground. The red-clad merchant greeted Lu with a cheerful wave. Well, didn't expect to see you again so soon. Have you brought me my beloved lollipops? A faint smile tugged at Lu's lips. The lollipops are not an issue. But this time, I've called you not to purchase items, but to buy your services. The merchant blinked in surprise before a grin spread across his face, revealing his eagerness for conflict. As one of the unique NPCs of the multiverse merchants, he wasn't limited to trading. Lu was well aware of the special abilities each merchant possessed. The red-clad was a fighter for hire, the blue-clad specialized in escape services, the yellow-clad offered riddles and opportunities to enhance items. Without needing further explanation, the red-clad merchant understood immediately. He scanned the area and asked, "Who do you want dead?" "Him," Lu said, pointing at Qi Ziyu. "No problem." The merchant raised his arm, extending a single finger toward Qi Ziyu's neck. Although Qi Ziyu didn't know who this bizarre red dwarf was, his instinct screamed danger. He instinctively shifted to the side, narrowly avoiding the invisible spatial force. The merchant's first strike missed, severing Chi Ziyu's arm instead. Huh, I missed. The red-clad merchant sounded genuinely surprised. Lu Li grew anxious but refrained from rushing him. Relax, I won't fail this time, the merchant said confidently, spreading his fingers and preparing to strike again. Chi Ziyu tried to flee but found himself trapped by invisible barriers. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. You can't escape, the merchant said with a chilling laugh, slowly clenching his fist. Just as the spatial force was about to crush Chi Ziyu, he suddenly pulled out a secret realm admission ticket and roared, Lu Li, if I survive this realm, I swear I'll kill you. Ha ha ha. The ticket erupted in a dazzling light. Alarmed, the red-clad merchant attempted to accelerate his attack, but he was a moment too late. Chi Ziyu vanished on the spot, leaving only an empty patch of ground behind. He escaped. Sorry about that, Lu Li. My bad for the first time. The red-clad merchant looked genuinely embarrassed. Lu Li hadn't expected Chi Ziyu to have a secret realm admission ticket either. After a moment of silence, he waved it off. It's fine. I didn't anticipate his backup plan. The merchant huffed, clearly frustrated. If it had been any other ticket, I might been able to interrupt it. But it just had to be a rules secret realm. Hearing this, Lu Li frowned. Can you tell which rules secret realm he entered? The merchant nodded. Of course. It's the rules secret realm. Fairy Tale Town? Fairy Tale Town? Lu Li's eyes lit up as he remembered the admission ticket he had purchased from the redrobed traveling merchant. According to what he knew, Fairy Tale Town was a mid-sized rule-based secret realm, requiring at least 2,000 participants to initiate the paranormal event. Since Chi Ziyu had just entered, it would probably take a while longer. Lu Li quickly retrieved the admission ticket from his spatial ring and casually pulled out a giant lollipop, handing it to the redrobed merchant in front of him. This is for me? The redrobed merchant looked at Lu Li in confusion. But I haven't even fulfilled any service you requested. Lu Li chuckled lightly. Consider it a token of appreciation for traveling all this way. There's an old saying in Huaxia. Even if a deal doesn't work out, kindness remains. I look forward to our next transaction if the chance arises. The redrobed merchant froze for a moment before breaking into a wide grin. All right, next time we meet, I'll give you a discount. On the side, Ao Zhan, noticing that Lu Li seemed ready to enter the secret realm, spoke with concern. Lu Li, you're not seriously thinking of entering the secret realm, are you? You've lost your talent, and the secret realm is so dangerous. You're basically walking into a death trap. Before Ao Zhan could finish, Lu Li had already used the admission ticket. Hey, I wasn't done talking. Ao Zhan's words faded into the air. Only the redrobed merchant and Ao Zhan were left on the scene, staring at each other in silence. After a long pause, the redrobed merchant finally muttered, wondrous treasures from all realms, honest trading, fair prices, no deception. So, esteemed guest, are you looking to buy or sell? After entering the secret realm, a system notification appeared before Lu Li. You have entered the rule-based secret realm. Secret realm name, Fairy Tale Town. Minimum participants, 2,000. Current participants, 1,995. Estimated wait time, 5 minutes. Would you like to teleport to the waiting plaza in advance? Lu Li glanced at the wait time, but chose not to teleport to the waiting plaza. Though the plaza was extremely safe, players could not attack each other under the rules and could trade items, exchange information, or even form teams. None of that mattered to Lu Li. His goal was to clear the secret realm solo and reclaim his lost talent. Staying low-key was the best strategy. The waiting time passed quickly. Lu Li felt darkness envelop his vision, and the scent of grass and soil filled his nose. The rules of the paranormal event had been activated. He touched the mask that had somehow been placed on his face and felt a surge of confidence. Just as in his past life, the first part of Fairy Tale Town's trilogy was The Big Bad Wolf and the Three Little Pigs. Lu Li scanned his surroundings and found himself standing in a vast grassy field. Around him were players wearing the same piglet masks as his, gathered in small groups and chatting. He didn't rush to look for Chi Ziyu but instead sat cross-legged on the ground, waiting patiently for the rules to appear. Before long, the cartoonish sky above sparkled with stars that moved and aligned to form lines of text. Welcome, players, to the Fairy Tale Town paranormal event. Please adhere to the following rules and strive to survive until the end. Fairy Tale Town Trilogy Part 1. The Big Bad Wolf and the Three Little Pigs. 1. The sun has set, and the Big Bad Wolf is about to appear. Little pigs, hurry back to your houses before the wolf eats you. 2. The Big Bad Wolf is a fearsome creature that hunts little pigs. They are nocturnal, waking up at midnight and falling asleep at 6 a.m. 3. Mama Pig once said, pigs cannot fight the Big Bad Wolf. To stay safe, pigs must build pig houses to keep the wolves outside. 4. The space in a pig house is not unlimited. Each house can accommodate a maximum of 300 pigs. 5. Little pigs are harmless companions, but they will exclude any outsiders from entering the pig houses. After carefully reading through the rules and confirming they matched his memories from his past life, Luli finally felt at ease. He stood up and began walking along the path toward the pig houses. He had barely taken 2 steps when 2 female players wearing piglet masks stopped him. "Hey, are you from Huaxia?" one of them asked. Without stopping, Luli sidestepped them and replied, "Yes, want to team up?" The 2 women, speaking quickly as if they'd found their savior, added, "We arrived late and didn't make it to the waiting plaza, so..." Before they could finish, Luli cut them off decisively. "No." "Why not?" the 2 asked in unison. "Having teammates to cooperate with is better than going solo, isn't it?" Luli nodded but kept walking. "You're right, but my talent is a black iron grade scouting ability. Are you sure you want me on your team?" "Black iron grade scouting?" The 2 women exchanged glances, their faces betraying their disdain. "I thought he must be some big shot with armor that fancy. Turns out he's just a weakling. He's probably going to die soon. What a waste of time. Sis, let's check over there. That crowd must be surrounding someone strong." "Good idea." The 2 women quickly gave up on Luli and headed in another direction. Afterward, Luli received several more invitations to team up. But once the other players learned his talent was a black iron grade scouting ability, none of them wanted to team up with him. To avoid further interruptions, Luli took out a tracksuit from his spatial ring and put it on, covering his light armor. Then, he opened his attribute panel and switched to the Secret Realms chat channel. Talent, Scouting, Black Iron Grade. No teammates yet. Interested parties, meet me at the signpost. The Secret Realm chat channel didn't display players' real names, instead assigning numerical IDs. Additionally, the piglet masks concealed everyone's true appearances. Luli wasn't worried about Cheesy Yu noticing his message. Soon, other players noticed Luli's post and glanced toward the signpost. Unlike the initial enthusiasm of the 2 women, these looks were filled with mockery and scorn. A few bored players, particularly some foreign ones, even approached Luli to taunt and insult him with words and gestures. Luli remained unfazed. His goal was to make others lose interest in him. Only then could he focus on clearing the paranormal event alone. The chat channel was flooded with ridicule. "Player 1414, your fate might just match your number on Verona 4. Sounds like, gonna die, gonna die. Ha ha ha. Man, that's harsh. He's just looking for teammates. No need to roast him like that. Black iron grade scouting? Dude, were you dragged into this secret realm against your will? Ha ha ha. Player 1414, I can't team up with you. But if you have a wife or daughter outside the secret realm who needs care, I can help." Amid the sea of mockery, one message flashed briefly and disappeared. Luli quickly skimmed through the message log and immediately pinpointed the crucial information. "Player 1203, if you really can't find a teammate, come find me. I'll be under the first tree on the mountain path." He raised his eyes toward the path on the mountain and, sure enough, spotted a figure wearing a piglet mask waiting under the first tree. Without replying to the message, Luli strode toward the mountain path. As the distance closed, he got a clearer look at the figure waiting under the tree, a tall blonde woman with long, slender legs that immediately caught the eye. Even someone as composed as Luli, with the experiences of 2 lifetimes, couldn't help but glance again. The blonde woman noticed Luli approaching and asked in slightly stilted Chinese, "Are you player 1414? The lone black iron scout?" Luli nodded in confirmation. The blonde woman gave an okay gesture. "Well then, we're teammates now." Curious about her motives, Luli asked, "Mind if I ask why you decided to team up with me? You don't happen to think that a black iron scout could play some unexpected role in this strange rule-bound domain, do you?" The blonde woman pulled a hair tie from her wrist, gathering her hair into a long ponytail. She replied candidly, "Of course not. I'm just betting you might be a little stronger than you look. Plus, I don't have a teammate and could use a helping hand." With that, she extended her right hand to Luli. "By the way, I'm Nikita Gambler Nikita." Looking at her outstretched hand, Luli shook his head and replied softly, "Thanks for the offer, but I'm really not interested in teaming up. Sorry about that." With that, he continued walking ahead. Nikita stood frozen in place, her hand still hanging awkwardly in the air. It wasn't until Luli's figure disappeared into the forest that she snapped out of her daze and muttered to herself, "Not interested in teaming up? What a strange man." Meanwhile, the players scattered across the grassland began to set off one after another. Most of them were familiar with the fairy tale of the Big Bad Wolf and the 3 Little Pigs, and those who weren't were quickly briefed by their teammates. The story tells of how 3 little pigs built houses to protect themselves from the Big Bad Wolf. The first pig built a house of straw in a day, the second pig used sticks and finished in 2 days, while the third pig spent 20 days constructing a sturdy house of bricks and cement. In the end, the Big Bad Wolf easily blew down the first 2 houses but was powerless against the brick house. While the moral of the story is about the value of hard work, in this rule-bound game, things might play out differently. A bald man in a sharp suit and polished leather shoes who seemed to be a professor began to analyze the situation. Based on the 5 rules provided by this domain, Our priority should be reaching the pig houses as soon as possible. We shouldn't even consider trying to confront the big bad wolf. Most players nodded in agreement, believing that this Professor Hua had a point. However, someone quickly raised a concern. But the rules clearly state that each pig house can only accommodate 300 pigs. There are so many of us here, how are we all supposed to fit into Pig 3's house? The atmosphere grew tense. A young woman dressed like a student tentatively suggested, maybe it's first come, first served? Chi Ziyu, a one-armed man standing nearby, let out a cold laugh. If it were just first come, first served, there wouldn't be a fifth rule. What do you mean by that? The female student turned to look at him. Chi Ziyu pointed to the pig mask on his face, his tone laced with a hint of menace. Haven't you thought about why each of us is wearing one of these? Pigs are safe, harmless companions, but they'll keep anything that doesn't belong outside the pig houses. Care to guess what happens if you lose your mask? Think you'd still be allowed inside? The female student staggered back in fear, nearly tripping. A muscular young man, seemingly her companion, stepped forward. What are you trying to say? You want us to start attacking each other? Chi Ziyu smirked and looked at him mockingly. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just interpreting the rules. But as a friendly reminder to weaklings like you, take good care of your mask. The muscular man, provoked, roared, stop with the cryptic threats. They'll rip your mask off first. With that, he lunged at Chi Ziyu. What he failed to consider, however, was a critical factor: innate abilities. Before he could even touch Chi Ziyu's mask, a sharp blade extended from Chi Ziyu's arm and pierced through his abdomen. Blade arm. The muscular man muttered in disbelief, staring down at the wound in his stomach before collapsing to the ground. Chi Ziyu approached him slowly and stomped on his face with brutal force, shattering both the pig mask and his nose. Next time you want to pick a fight, make sure you know your own limits, trash. The other players watched in silence, too frightened to speak. To everyone's surprise, the female student who had been under the muscular man's protection suddenly spoke up in agreement. He's right. Before you start something, know your place. The fallen man looked up at her with a face full of pain and disbelief. The female student sneered. You really thought I liked you? If it weren't for you buying me meals, taking me shopping, and spoiling me before the world fell apart, I would have dumped you ages ago. Look at yourself though, you really think a chicken like you deserves a phoenix? Pathetic. The man tried to speak, but blood gurgled from his throat, silencing him. He could only watch as the girl he once adored threw herself into Chi Ziyu's arms. Chi Ziyu didn't hesitate, wrapping his arm around her and shamelessly toying with her in full view of the dying man, his blood-stained hands leaving crimson streaks on her skin. Treated as a toy and played with at will, the female college student showed no trace of dissatisfaction. Instead, she let out coquettish moans, a stark contrast to the disdain she had shown towards the boys earlier. Holding onto Chi Ziyu's arm, her eyes sparkled with a flattering light as she spoke in a syrupy tone. Good brother. My name is Shall We. Can you take care of me? I'll do anything you want. A smug smile curled at the corners of Chi Ziyu's lips. Not bad, you're quite clever. All right, stick with me, he said, his voice tinged with amusement. The surrounding players turned their heads, many looking on with disdain. A few female players even spat on the ground, expressing their contempt. However, after the earlier conflict, no one dared to confront Chi Ziyu Heedon like the muscle-bound man had. Everyone understood that the horror tale had only just begun, and conserving strength was the wisest course of action. Just as the crowd thought the tension had subsided, Chi Ziyu suddenly raised his voice. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation is now crystal clear. The only way to safely pass this horror tale is to enter Pig 3's concrete house. There are limited spots available, 298 left to be exact. If you want to sign up, act quickly. With that, Chi Ziyu's grin widened unnaturally, stretching beyond the edges of his pig mask, making him appear both eerie and arrogant. Who gave you the right to decide everyone's fate? Do you really think killing one person is enough to make us all fear you? Someone shouted from the crowd. Chi Ziyu turned toward the speaker, raising an eyebrow. Oh, aren't you afraid? Of course not, the person yelled back, raising their arms in defiance, attempting to rally the others. Your so-called ability is just turning your arm into a blade. Sure, you killed one person, but do you really think you can kill us all? Before the words had fully left his mouth, a lightning-fast arrow pierced straight through his forehead. His body flew backward, slamming into a tree trunk with a sickening thud. Who told you my ability was limited to just one? Chi Ziyu sneered, his body suddenly shrouded in a red mist. His speed surged as he shouted, Mountain Shaker, activate! With his strength amplified, he stomped down, shattering the man's leg with a sickening crunch. Chi Ziyu didn't deliver a killing blow, instead letting the victim writhe and scream in agony. Grinding his heel into the ground, he swept his gaze across the crowd, his eyes brimming with arrogant dominance. So, is anyone afraid now? The players' faces turned pale, and an oppressive fear filled the air. If you're still not afraid, Chi Ziyu continued, his tone chilling, then maybe this will do. As he spoke, black mist erupted from his body, and hundreds of mantis-like spirit soldiers materialized, their eyes gleaming with predatory menace as they stared down the crowd. This display of power broke the players' resolve completely. Chi Ziyu's strength was overwhelming, capable of wiping them all out with ease. Boss, I want to sign up. Boss, I don't want to die. Please take me with you. The crowd descended into chaos as players scrambled to plead for their lives. Chi Ziyu raised a hand, signaling for silence, before speaking slowly. If you want to sign up, priority goes to young, beautiful women. His words left many male players visibly stiff, though none dared to voice their dissatisfaction. They could only swallow their anger in silence. A few players, realizing they had no chance of joining Chi Ziyu's group, decided to break away from the main group and head toward the mountain. Chi Ziyu didn't stop them. To him, they were nothing more than ants, easily crushed and unworthy of attention. The 300 spots quickly filled, including Chi Ziyu himself and 299 young, attractive female players. Even so, many other female players were left out and now surrounded Chi Ziyu, begging desperately. Some, in their desperation to secure a spot, even began stripping and offering themselves, creating a scene of utter depravity. Chi Ziyu made no effort to stop them. His intentions were clear: to exploit these female players to strengthen himself. In harvesting, yang replenishing, activate, he declared, reveling in the indulgence of his surroundings. Meanwhile, far away, Luli had already bypassed the straw and wooden houses and arrived in front of the third pig house, a solid structure made of bricks and cement. Yet, he had no intention of entering. Memories from his previous life surfaced in his mind. Back then, he had avoided the big bad wolf's attack by hiding in this house, successfully clearing the first rule-bound horror tale. Like everyone else at the time, Luli had believed that taking refuge in Pig 3's house was the safest option. But that wasn't the whole truth. The Three Little Pigs and the Big Bad Wolf horror tale had another way to clear it: finding the fourth pig house. The clue lay in the third rule. Pig Mommy had said that pigs couldn't fight the Big Bad Wolf. To ensure their safety, pigs could only build houses to keep the wolf out. If the Three Little Pigs could build houses to protect themselves, then Pig Mommy could too. Most players wouldn't think of this and would instead fight tooth and nail to get into the third pig house. Little did they know, the fourth pig house at the end of a hidden path was the safest refuge. The only catch was that it had to be reached by midnight. Luli had set out early, giving himself plenty of time. Only Pig Mommy's house was suitable for someone like him, a little pig without any special abilities. Seeing no one around, Luli didn't linger and continued up the mountain path. Not long after Luli had disappeared up the trail, the bushes along the path rustled, and a blonde woman emerged. Nikita glanced at the pig house by the road, then at the direction Luli had gone, her face puzzled. Why wasn't 1414 entering the third pig house? Why was he heading further up the mountain? Did he not know the story of the Three Little Pigs? After a moment of contemplation, Nikita dismissed the idea. If 1414 truly didn't know the story, he would have stayed with the main group instead of venturing out alone. Could there be another way to clear this tale? She opened her data panel and checked the time. There was an hour left until midnight. Might as well take a gamble, she thought. I'll follow him and see. If he really finds another way, I won't have to fight for a spot in the house. Maybe he'll even get a special reward. Her curiosity piqued. Nikita made up her mind and strode after him. The path grew narrower beyond the third pig house. Overgrown weeds nearly obscured the trail, as if no one had walked it in years. If not for Nikita catching occasional glimpses of Luli's figure ahead, she might have given up long ago. But the further she climbed, the more uneasy she felt. The vegetation grew denser, the air heavier with an ominous stillness. A creeping sense of dread settled over her, a feeling that she had strayed from the main storyline. After nearly half an hour, Nikita finally decided to turn back. I can't keep following him blindly. I need to return. If she retraced her steps now, she could still make it back to Pig 3's house before midnight. But just as she was about to turn around, she realized something was wrong. The path she had come from was gone. The dense vegetation had swallowed the trail completely, leaving no way to descend. Nikita's heart sank. Looking up the mountain, she saw that Luli's figure had vanished as well. A terrifying thought gripped her. She was lost. Lost in a rule-bound horror tale, where monsters would soon emerge. The forest was eerily silent, and Nikita could clearly hear the rapid thudding of her own heartbeat. A wave of helplessness washed over her, paralyzing her for a moment. She regretted recklessly following Luli. Is anyone there? Nikita called out hesitantly. Her voice echoed through the empty mountains, but no one answered. Taking a deep breath, she mustered the courage to shout louder. Black Iron Recon. I'm lost. Can you help me? Her cries were carried away by the mountain wind, and it felt as if she was the only player left in the entire forest. Suddenly, an idea struck her data panel. She could send a message to 1414 through the secret realm chat interface. The thought felt like a lifeline, sparking a glimmer of hope in her. With trembling hands, Nikita quickly opened the chat interface and typed, 1414, I apologize for following you earlier, but I'm lost now. Could you please help me? After sending the message, the chat interface remained eerily silent, no response, not even a punctuation mark. Biting her lip, she sent a second message. Please, 1414, I truly regret what I did. If you don't come for me, I might die out here in the mountains. Still, there was no reply. Despair crept back in. Nikita understood that if the roles were reversed, she probably wouldn't save someone who had been stalking her either. But even so, she gathered her courage and, with shaking fingers, typed a third message. If you come to save me, I'll repay you with my first time after we leave the secret realm. Just as the message was sent, the bushes beside her rustled. The sudden noise startled her so much that she collapsed to the ground. Luli emerged from the bushes, his eyes shifting between the chat interface on his device and Nikita herself. He glanced at the message he had just received, then read it aloud, word for word. If you come to save me, I'll repay you with my first time after we leave the secret realm. Nikita's face instantly turned beet red, as if she were a boiled shrimp. Sounds like a tempting deal, Luli said with a faint smirk, his gaze lingering on the long-legged beauty. Mortified, Nikita wished she could disappear into the ground. After a long pause, she muttered in a voice barely louder than a whisper, only after we leave the secret realm, okay? All right, follow me. Luli didn't press the matter further, instead urging her to pick up the pace. The truth was, the main reason Luli came back to save her was concerned that her cries might attract other players. If Nikita kept shouting for help halfway up the mountain, it could easily draw players who had already reached the third wolf's den. That, in turn, could expose the location of the fourth wolf's den. If Chiziyu discovered it, Luli's own safety might be compromised. We're temporary teammates for now, Luli said without looking back. Don't tell anyone about what you see here. I'll help you clear the ghost story challenge. Got it, Nikita replied with a nod. The relief of being rescued made her feel a surge of gratitude toward Luli, and her nerves began to ease. Relaxed, Nikita started to chatter. Since we're teammates now, shouldn't you tell me your name? Not necessary. Just call me by my number 1414. Oh, okay. So, 1414, where are we heading now? The fourth wolf's den. But aren't there only 3 wolf dens? You'll see when we get there. All right, but seriously, can't you just tell me your name? I told you mine. I am Nikita. Come on, I don't want to give my first time to a guy whose name I don't even know once we're out of here. Luli stopped in his tracks, glaring at her with visible irritation. My name is Guangwai. Now shut your mouth, or I'll leave you in the mountains. Yes, Mr. Guangwai. Nikita zipped her lips with a mock gesture and obediently fell silent. With 5 minutes left until midnight, Luli and Nikita finally arrived at the fourth wolf's den. Unlike the previous 3, this den was nothing like a traditional structure made of straw, sticks, or bricks. Instead, it was constructed entirely from massive bones. A circle of low walls built from sinister skulls with long, sharp fangs surrounded the den, all of them belonging to big bad wolves. Luli sucked in a sharp breath, silently marveling to himself. No wonder this is the safest safe zone. The pig mother is terrifyingly powerful. Nikita, too, was stunned by the sight of the bone house, her mouth agape. She quickly voiced her concern. Guangwai, is a house made of bones really sturdy? Luli shot her a look. Whether it was sturdy or not, he didn't care. The safety factor was undeniable. After all, no sane wolf would dare approach a house built entirely from wolf bones. Any wolf that did probably ended up part of the construction materials. Let's go inside. And remember, never take off your mask, Luli reminded her before heading toward the house. He knocked lightly on the door, which was made from the lower jawbone of a big bad wolf, then stepped back. The door creaked open, and a towering, intimidating figure appeared in the doorway. A pig mother, chomping on a cigar, wielding a chainsaw over her shoulder, clad in 4 bras and rippling with muscles. The pig mother narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the masks on Luli and Nikita's faces. After a long moment, she spoke in a gravelly voice. You 2 poor little things, come in and take shelter. Luli and Nikita nodded fervently, making no unnecessary movements as they quickly entered the house. Inside, the atmosphere was warm and inviting, a stark contrast to the eerie darkness outside. A fire blazed cheerfully in the hearth, and a pot of soup bubbled on the stove, filling the air with a rich, meaty aroma. Despite her rough exterior, the pig mother still retained her pig-like nature. Rule 5. Pigs are safe and harmless companions, but they will keep all outsiders locked out of the pigsty. As long as Luli and Nikita kept their masks on, they could safely spend the night in the pig house. Not only that, but the pig mother even ladled out 2 bowls of soup from the pot, warmly offering them to the pair. You 2 must be starving. Here's some freshly cooked wolf meat soup, drink up to warm yourselves. Wolf meat soup? Is this safe to drink? Luli wondered, his guard up. This was his first time spending the night in the fourth wolf's den, and he'd never encountered a soup-drinking scenario before. But before he could verify anything, Nikita had already eagerly grabbed her bowl. With a few loud gulps, she drained the entire bowl in one go. She sighed with satisfaction, but the very next moment, she let out a startled scream. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the soup? Luli asked in a hushed tone, his voice tinged with suspicion. Nikita's reaction was peculiar first. She shook her head, then nodded hesitantly. After a long pause, she stammered, "Thighs soup. It increases attribute points. My constitution just went up by 10. Really?" Luli's eyes lit up with excitement. He quickly raised the bowl to his lips and took a sip. Just as Nikita had said, his constitution immediately increased by 2 points. Finishing the entire bowl indeed granted him a full 10-point boost. As the two marveled at their unexpected fortune, other players were facing a far grimmer reality. On the narrow path outside the trio of pigsties halfway up the mountain, corpses were strewn everywhere. Most of the bodies bore the marks of Chi Ziyu's ruthless slaughter, while the rest were mangled with savage bite wounds. Occasionally, twisted shadows darted through the trees, and with each movement, a few corpses mysteriously vanished. The eerie, crunching sounds of chewing echoed intermittently, like the unsettling hum of cicadas on a summer night. Inside the straw-thatched hut of the pig boss, 300 players huddled together in a suffocating mass, cursing Chi Ziyu under their breath. The ominous noises outside only heightened their unease, making them squirm in regret for ever entering this cursed secret realm. Suddenly, a frantic pounding on the door startled everyone, sending a collective shiver through the crowd. "The wolves are here!" someone shouted in panic. Before the words even finished, the thatched walls of the hut collapsed in an instant. Twisted shadows surged into the room, and chaos erupted as players scattered in every direction. Despite knowing the other pigsties were already filled to capacity, most of the players instinctively fled uphill, driven by sheer survival instinct. The shadows, unhurried and deliberate, began their grim harvest, ensuring no one escaped their grasp. Those who managed to narrowly evade the slaughter soon arrived at the second pigsty. "Open the door. The monsters are coming," they cried, pounding desperately. From within, a cold voice replied, "We're already full. You knew that. Stop banging on the door. If you want to blame someone, blame Chi Ziyu." Despair turned into frenzy as the players outside began tearing at the tree branch walls of the pigsty. Some even activated their abilities, intent on destroying it entirely. As the structure began to shake and sway, a portion of the group decided to flee further uphill, even though they knew the third pigsty was also packed, and Chi Ziyu would never let them in. The twisted shadows soon reached the second pigsty. Their forms had swelled noticeably, and their numbers had multiplied several times over. Encircling the pigsty, they moved in slowly, tightening the noose. Screams, pleas, and curses were abruptly silenced, replaced by the grotesque sound of flesh being torn and devoured. Inside the pigsty, the players barely had time to catch their breath before another frantic pounding erupted at the door. "Damn it, those bastards are going to get us all killed. The treehouse can't take much more of this." Panic spread like wildfire among the group. "Maybe we should all go out and fight the wolves," someone suggested. "Did you even read the rules? The third rule clearly states that pigs can't fight the wolves. We can only rely on the pigsty for protection. And right now, we're all considered pigs." Before anyone could respond, the entire treehouse began to quake violently. Cracks spread across the walls, splintered branches rained down, and icy winds howled through the gaps. "It's going to collapse. Run!" someone screamed, igniting a stampede as players shoved and clawed their way out. The shadows continued their methodical slaughter, picking off stragglers one by one. The survivors fled to the third pigsty, too terrified to shout or curse. Instead, they begged Chi Ziyu to use his abilities to save them. Inside the third pigsty, Chi Ziyu lounged leisurely in a chair, surrounded by scantily clad women who attended to his every whim. Their faces were obscured by masks, giving them the eerie appearance of humanoid sows. At his feet, a young woman named Xiaowei, a university student, looked up and asked sweetly, "Brother Ziyu, you're not going to let them in, are you? Relax. Just focus." Chi Ziyu replied with a smirk, pressing her head back down while sipping from a cup of tea. The tea was a special brew made by the third pig boss, with each cup granting a 1-point boost to spirit. He had already downed all 3 cups. As he casually tossed the empty cup aside, the women around him scrambled to grab it, even fighting fiercely over the chance to lick the remaining drops. Watching the scene unfold, Chi Ziyu couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Strength truly was intoxicating. So what if Luli was ranked first on the leaderboard? In the end, Chi Ziyu had stolen his ability. Sure, it had cost him an arm, but the power and pleasure he now enjoyed were well worth it. He chuckled to himself, imagining Luli cowering and weeping in some dark corner. The thought, combined with the sensation beneath him, sent a shiver of satisfaction down his spine. This is the life, he murmured. Shall we wipe the corner of her mouth and looked up again. Brother Ziyu, I just had an idea. Oh? Let's hear it. Chi Ziyu said lazily, his mood buoyant. The third rule. Since we only count as pigs while wearing these masks, doesn't that mean if we take them off, we can fight the wolves? What are you suggesting? That I go out there and save those people? Chi Ziyu's expression darkened. Of course not. Shall we shook her head fervently. Those lowlifes aren't worth your time. I'm saying, if you kill the wolves and get their meat, your power could grow even more. Chi Ziyu's furrowed brow relaxed as he listened to Zhu Laosan recount how his mother had once brewed wolf meat soup for him to drink. He speculated that wolf meat might have a similar effect to Zhu Laosan's tea leaves, potentially enhancing attribute points. The players inside the house initially thought Chi Ziyu would act immediately, but instead, they watched as his expression suddenly darkened. In a low voice, he said, "But what if, even after removing the mask, we still can't harm the big bad wolf?" Suddenly, Chi Ziyu struck out, his hand clamping around Xiaoyi's neck like a vice. "Are you trying to set me up? Do you want me to die for nothing?" he demanded harshly. Xiaoyi shook her head frantically, struggling to explain. No, Brother Ziyu. I have a way to test this without you having to try it yourself." Chi Ziyu let out a cold snort, throwing Xiaoyi to the ground with a single motion. "Speak. If you can't explain, I'll kill you right now." His intense reaction was fueled by his inner unease. Since acquiring Lu Li's powerful innate ability, his strength had skyrocketed so quickly that it left him feeling deeply insecure. Any small disturbance made him overly tense. After coughing for a while, Xiaoyi finally managed to speak. "We can have the players outside the house remove their masks to test it. They can't come inside anyway. If there's even a slim chance of survival, they'll definitely give it a shot." Xiaoyi's suggestion was undeniably clever. With just a few words, they could use others' lives to verify the hypothesis. If the guess was wrong, Chi Ziyu and the others, safely hidden inside the house, would suffer no losses. "Fine, we'll do as you say," Chi Ziyu agreed after a moment of thought. Xiaoyi quickly moved to the door and shouted to the players outside, "Take off your masks. It might let you harm the big bad wolf. If you work together, you might even kill it." At first, the players outside ignored her, but as the shadows closed in, they had no other choice. "Damn it, we're dead anyway. Might as well try." Someone cursed as they tore off their mask. Moments later, cries of surprise erupted. "Holy crap, it works. Once I took off my mask, those shadows turned into physical wolves. I can hit them. I drove the big bad wolf back. I killed one. The big bad wolf can really be killed. Everyone, attack together. If we kill all the wolves, we can survive this." Faced with certain death, the players found hope and fought with renewed vigor. However, the sheer number of wolves was overwhelming. Even with their newfound strength, the players outside couldn't hold out for long, and their numbers dwindled. At this critical moment, the door to the house suddenly swung open. Chi Ziyu, shrouded in black mist, strode out with measured steps, slowly removing his mask. "Let me save you pathetic fools," he said coldly. Meanwhile, inside the house, Pig Mama turned to Luli and Nikita after they finished their soup and asked, "So, how was it? Not bad, right?" The two nodded enthusiastically. "It's past midnight now, so I doubt any more little pigs will show up. If you like the soup, you can have the rest," Pig Mama added. "Really?" Luli and Nikita's eyes lit up with joy. "Of course," Pig Mama said casually, puffing on her cigar. "But Mama doesn't like freeloaders. If you have something to trade, Mama will be very happy." "What is Mama like?" Luli asked tentatively. While his inventory wasn't massive, it was far better stocked than the average players. Trading some items for soup that could permanently enhance physical stats seemed like a fair deal. Pig Mama pondered for a moment, looking slightly conflicted. "Mama is very easygoing. Anything will do. But if it's food, that's even better. The tastier, the better." As she spoke, she couldn't help but drool. Food. Luli and Nikita froze at the same time. For Luli, the problem was choosing from the abundance of food in his spatial ring. For Nikita, it was the opposite. She had next to nothing, save for a half-eaten pack of sausages. "Let's split the soup 50-50 and each offer some food in exchange," Luli suggested, unaware of Nikita's predicament. He casually pulled out a large box of premium chocolates from his spatial ring. After some thought, he added 2 bottles of fine wine, 4 smoked beef legs, and a whole bluefin tuna. While these items were a mere fraction of the treasures in his ring, they were plentiful and delicious. Pig Mama's eyes widened at the sight of the feast. She sniffed the beef legs with her twitching pig nose and nodded in satisfaction. "Good child, Mama is very pleased. The soup is yours." Hearing this, Nikita quietly slipped the half-eaten sausages back into her pocket. While she was eager for her share of the soup, she decided it was better to feign having no food than to risk angering Pig Mama by offering something so meager compared to Luli's luxurious spread. Pig Mama didn't seem to mind, but Luli raised an eyebrow. Didn't we agree to split the soup? You don't have any food? Nikita, frustrated by her lack of preparation, reluctantly pulled out the half-eaten sausages and threw them at Luli. This is all I have. I don't want to embarrass myself. Luli looked at the sausages and couldn't help but laugh. He decided not to press the issue and prepared to store the entire pot of wolf meat soup in his spatial ring for later. As he lifted the pot, he noticed small text etched along its edge. It wasn't a rule but rather a hidden message, dedicated to the eternal friendship between Pig Mama and the hunter. Hunter, Luli muttered, pieces of the puzzle starting to fall into place. Curious, Nikita leaned over to see the text. Hunter? I don't remember a hunter being part of the Big Bad Wolf and Three Little Pigs story. That's because it's not part of this story, Luli explained as he packed the soup. The rule-based folktale town is divided into 3 chapters. This message might be a clue for the next tale. He turned to Pig Mama. Mama, were you close with the hunter? Of course, Pig Mama replied. Besides this pot, the chainsaw was also a gift from the hunter. I see, Luli said, his mind racing. According to the 3rd rule, pigs couldn't fight back against the Big Bad Wolf. Yet Pig Mama, a pig herself, had managed to kill wolves and even used their bones to build her house. This contradicted the rules, so there had to be a reason. Now it was clear the chainsaw gifted by the hunter was a special item capable of killing the wolves. If they could acquire it, it might provide a quicker path to clearing the next tale. Thinking quickly, Luli spoke up. Mom, are you selling your chainsaw? The moment he said this, both Mama Pig and Nikita froze in place, as if they'd been hit with a petrifying spell. Nikita's eyes widened as she stared at Luli like he had gone mad. Tugging on his sleeve forcefully, she whispered under her breath, What are you doing? Did a sip of wolf meat soup make you drunk? Don't provoke Mama Pig. Luli remained calm, a determined glint in his eyes. Mom, I really like this chainsaw. If you can't sell it, could you lend it to me for a few days? The surprise on Mama Pig's face slowly faded. She took a deep drag from her cigar, her expression thoughtful as smoke swirled around her. Selling is out of the question. This chainsaw was a gift from a hunter, and it holds great sentimental value. But lending it to you for a few days that could work. However, her eyes gleamed with cunning. Little piglet, to ensure you don't run off with it, you'll need to leave something of equal value as collateral. Luli sighed inwardly. He hadn't planned on returning it anyway, but since Mama Pig had brought it up, he couldn't argue. All right, I'll use this as collateral. As he spoke, Luli retrieved a gleaming insect tooth dagger from his spatial ring. Mama Pig took it, gave it a casual glance, and nodded. A growth-type item. Quite rare. Its value is sufficient as collateral. You can have the chainsaw, just don't break it. Thank you, Mom. Luli expressed his gratitude and swiftly stored the chainsaw in his spatial ring with smooth, practiced movements. The entire process was seamless, leaving Nikita utterly stunned. Nikita's mind raced. He actually got the chainsaw? Is this how you're supposed to play these rule-bound realms? She didn't know how the chainsaw would help with the upcoming supernatural event, but one thing was clear: it had to be a highly valuable item. Most players wouldn't have anything of equivalent value to offer as collateral. Yet Luli casually handed over a dagger and secured the chainsaw. What did that mean? It meant his stash of resources was absurdly deep. For a player with such immense resources, how could his talent ability only be a low-tier black iron reconnaissance skill? Something didn't add up. Who exactly was this man from Huaxia named Guangguai? Nikita resolved to report everything that happened here to her father once she left the realm. The long night passed. After enjoying the meal Luli had prepared, Mama Pig quickly fell asleep on the couch, snoring thunderously. It was clear she had no intention of guarding against the Big Bad Wolf. Luli and Nikita curled up on the sofa as well, preparing to rest. Nikita wanted to chat. There were so many questions swirling in her mind, but Luli showed zero interest in conversation. No matter how she tried, his answers were always perfunctory. Eventually, he simply closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, leaving Nikita feeling frustrated. Bored out of her mind, Nikita opened her data panel to see if there were any messages from other players. What she saw nearly made her jump off the sofa. The chat was flooded with messages tagging her 1203 and Luli 1414. 1203 and 1414, are you still alive? Where are you? Is there another place to hide from the Big Bad Wolf besides Pig 3's house? 1203 and 1414, respond immediately. Big Boss Cheesy You wants you to reply. Are you both dead? You've clearly scavenged some good stuff and are hiding it for yourselves, you selfish cowards. Nikita had initially considered replying, but as the messages grew increasingly hostile, she withdrew her hand from the panel. Why should I share information with you? Where were you when everyone was fighting over the pig houses? Did you think about anyone else then? She muttered to herself, rolling her eyes dramatically. She hadn't witnessed the players scrambling for the pig houses, but she had scrolled through the chat history and checked the survival statuses. Most of the players who had begged Chiziyu for help were already dead. The few who were still alive had gone silent. After a while, Nikita lost interest in the chat, closed the interface, and went asleep. When she woke up, it was already the next morning. The first supernatural event had been successfully cleared with ease. Luli, who had woken up earlier, was checking something on his data panel. Noticing Nikita stirring, he gestured toward the table. Eat something simple. In an hour, we'll enter the next event. Mama Pig even prepared breakfast? Nikita asked as she grabbed some bread and milk, marveling at how well-rested she felt. It had been her best sleep in a long time. I prepared it, Luli replied indifferently. You might not get a chance to eat during the next event. What? Nikita paused mid-bite. What's the next supernatural event? Is it dangerous? It's Little Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf, Luli said as he closed his panel. The details are on the panel. You can read them while you eat. You'll need to choose a faction. Nikita nodded and opened her data panel. As Luli had said, the details for the second event were displayed. Congratulations to all surviving players. In 1 hour, the second part of the fairy tale trilogy, Little Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf, will begin. Before the event starts, players must choose their faction. There are 3 factions: the Big Bad Wolf, Little Red Riding Hood, and the Hunter. Big Bad Wolf rules. 1. The Big Bad Wolf possesses immense strength and speed, making it the most fearsome creature in the forest. Nothing can stop us. 2. The Big Bad Wolf's disguises are flawless. 3. Beware of excessive hunger, as it will trigger uncontrollable howling. 4. Little Red Riding Hood is too adorable to resist. She must be eaten. Killing her is the ultimate goal. 5. Never challenge the hunter, or you'll end up as a wolfskin rug. 6. Do not attack on open roads without cover. It'll only scare Little Red Riding Hood away and might attract the hunter. Little Red Riding Hood Guidelines. 1. Little Red Riding Hood is a clever and adorable girl but cannot fight the Big Bad Wolf. If you encounter one, run. 2. The hunter is Little Red Riding Hood's friend and will keep her safe. 3. Little Red Riding Hood must reach Grandma's house before sunset, as the night is particularly dangerous for little girls. Hunter's notes. 1. Hunters are awesome, especially those with guns. However, if Little Red Riding Hood dies, the hunter will succumb to grief and perish. 2. Hunters must hunt. The Big Bad Wolf is the ultimate prey. Kill them all and turn them into wolfskin rugs. 3. Hunters must protect Little Red Riding Hood while also completing their hunt. 4. Hunters can only enter Grandma's house after the moon rises. 5. Experienced hunters can pinpoint a hungry wolf's location just by hearing its howl. Nikita stuffed a piece of bread into her mouth while contemplating Luli's earlier explanation. On the surface, this secret realm didn't seem particularly dangerous. In the original fairy tale, Little Red Riding Hood was ultimately saved by the hunter from the wolf's stomach, and even the wolf, who had been gutted, managed to escape alive. This isn't the original fairy tale. It's a rule-based secret realm, Luli reminded her sternly. In The 3 Little Pigs, no one dies in the story either, but how many players are still alive now? Scratching her head, Nikita fell into deep thought. Analyzing the rules, the goal of the Big Bad Wolf faction was the simplest: just eat Little Red Riding Hood. The fairy tale's plot, where the wolf successfully disguised itself as the grandmother and devoured Little Red Riding Hood, along with Rule 2 stating the Big Bad Wolf's disguise is flawless, confirmed this. In contrast, the other factions faced tougher challenges. Little Red Riding Hood had to reach her grandmother's house before sunset, constantly at risk of death. The hunter not only had to protect Little Red Riding Hood but also hunt. And to make matters worse, if Little Red Riding Hood died, the hunter would succumb to grief and die as well. Meanwhile, the Big Bad Wolf could ambush at any time and even disguise itself as the grandmother if necessary. Which faction should I choose? Nikita asked, looking at Luli. The hunter faction, Luli replied without hesitation. Why? Because it's the safest. Little Red Riding Hood might get eaten, and the Big Bad Wolf might get shot, but the hunter won't. According to Rule 5, the Big Bad Wolf can't directly confront the hunter, and Little Red Riding Hood certainly can't harm the hunter. Nikita swallowed the last bite of her bread. But if Little Red Riding Hood dies, the hunter dies too, right? That's why I chose the Little Red Riding Hood faction. What? Nikita spat out the milk she had just sipped. Luli calmly grabbed a napkin to wipe his face. Are you insane? Your talent is only at the black iron rank for reconnaissance. I have the pig mother's chainsaw. Realization dawned on Nikita, but when she checked the faction selection results, panic set in. Luli was the only one who had chosen the Little Red Riding Hood faction. Everyone else had chosen the Big Bad Wolf faction. Over 300 players. Even with the chainsaw, you should have picked the Big Bad Wolf faction. It has the highest survival rate. Nikita groaned in despair. Luli couldn't be bothered to explain further. If you trust me, pick the Hunter faction. If not, go with the big bad wolf. Seeing that the Hunter faction had 0 members, Nikita's heart raced. A regular person would probably choose the big bad wolf faction to ensure survival, but she was a gambler. Last time, following Luli not only kept her safe, but also rewarded her with wolf meat soup that boosted her physical stats. This time, she decided to take another gamble. All right, I trust you. Hunter faction it is. She confirmed her choice without hesitation. Once all players had completed their selections, the system began distributing items. Outside the third pig's house, the waiting players confirmed receipt of their items, each receiving a vial of werewolf serum, a potion that would transform them into powerful werewolves upon consumption. Chi Ziyu ordered Xiaowei to test the serum first. Despite her fear, Xiaowei was forcibly made to drink it. She quickly grew gray fur, transforming into a werewolf and claiming her abilities had been significantly enhanced. This discovery made Chi Ziyu's eyes light up. Amidst a chorus of flattery, all players in the big bad wolf faction drank the serum. In an instant, the clearing was filled with over 300 werewolves. Werewolf faction ready. Initiating teleportation. Once all players had chosen their factions, the system began distributing the corresponding items. Do you confirm to receive? The system's prompt echoed. Confirmed. The players responded in unison. In an instant, a flash of light appeared, and a double-barreled shotgun materialized in Nikita's hands. It was an exaggerated and impressive weapon. She eagerly examined its details. Item name: double-barreled shotgun exclusive to the secret realm. Quality: excellent. Description: delivers lethal damage to wolf-like creatures. Automatically retrieved upon leaving the secret realm. Note: the price of wolfskin rugs is going up again. I think I'm starting to like the Hunter faction, Nikita said excitedly, fiddling with the shotgun and occasionally mimicking shooting poses. Meanwhile, Luli also received his faction's item. However, upon seeing the item details, his expression turned sour. Item name: Little Red Riding Hood's cloak. Quality: poor. Description: wearing it will make you look adorable. Note: don't doubt it. This is just an ordinary women's cloak, and yes, it's a playful one. Remember, there's no going back after your first time in women's clothing. Suppressing the urge to throw the cloak to the ground, Luli gritted his teeth and reluctantly draped it over his shoulders. To his surprise, the cloak fit him perfectly. Nikita, upon seeing him, exclaimed in amazement, "Oh my gosh, Guangwei, you're literally Little Red Riding Hood. So adorable." Luli's face darkened. In a low voice he said, "Get ready to move out. Stay in touch at all times." Nikita chuckled and nodded. "Don't worry. For the sake of my own life, I'll protect you with everything I've got." The system's voice chimed in. Hunter faction ready. Commencing teleportation. Little Red Riding Hood faction ready. Commencing teleportation. After a wave of dizziness, Luli opened his eyes to find himself inside an old wooden cabin. In front of him stood a village woman tying up a small bundle. "Little Red Riding Hood," the woman said, handing him the bundle. "This is bread and wine. Take it to your sick grandmother. Don't get distracted along the way, and make sure to deliver it before sunset. And remember, avoid the dense forest path. Stick to the main road." "Got it," Luli replied, taking the bundle. However, he didn't leave immediately. Cautiously, he reached into his spatial ring, pulling out a chainsaw to ensure it was functional before finally feeling reassured. "All right, I'm heading out." Meanwhile, the players in the werewolf faction, under Chi Ziyu's command, had already taken their positions. Not only was the forest path teeming with werewolf players, but even the main road was under surveillance to track Little Red Riding Hood's movements. Chi Ziyu, seeking to maximize his personal rewards, had ordered all werewolf players to avoid killing Little Red Riding Hood. Instead, they were to restrain and report immediately upon spotting him. Though many players harbored dissatisfaction with this, they reluctantly complied due to Chi Ziyu's overwhelming power. Zhang Qi and Zhang Ling, 2 sisters, had hidden near the town's exit, the closest point to Lu Li's starting location. They had barely crouched down when they spotted a red-cloaked figure slowly approaching from the distant street. "Sis, Little Red Riding Hood's coming," Zhang Ling whispered. "That was quick," Zhang Qi said with a hint of disdain in her eyes. "All right, let's take him down together and deliver him to Chi Ziyu. We'll clear this stage in no time." "I don't need your help, sis. I can handle this alone," Zhang Ling said confidently. Thanks to the faction chat interface, the sisters already knew the identity of the approaching Little Red Riding Hood. "He's just a weakling with a black iron rank. I don't even need to shift into werewolf form to take him down." Zhang Qi agreed and didn't stop her sister. "Instead," she added, "once we capture him, make sure to strip off his light armor before handing him over to Chi Ziyu. That gear looks valuable. Why let someone else have it when we can keep it for ourselves?" "Don't worry, sis," Zhang Ling sneered. "They'll make sure he's left with nothing but his underwear." As Little Red Riding Hood drew nearer, Zhang Ling prepared to strike. When the moment was right, she launched herself forward like an arrow, speeding toward the red cloak. Victory seemed within her grasp, and a triumphant grin spread across her face. But just before she could touch the cloak, Lu Li suddenly turned around, pulling out a massive weapon from seemingly nowhere. "I've been waiting for you," Lu Li said with a cold smirk. Meanwhile, Qi Ziyu was leisurely making his way toward the forest cabin, in an exceptionally good mood. In the previous tale, he had managed to increase his mental stats by 3 points by drinking tea with piglet number 3, and he had even slain all the big bad wolves to earn wolf meat that could enhance his attributes. Despite some challenges, the overall outcome had been favorable. Now, clearing the second tale seemed like only a matter of time. Qi Ziyu attributed his success to his intelligence rather than Lu Li's so-called talents. What's the use of having countless abilities? In the end, they're all just stepping stones for me, he thought smugly, eager to leave this realm and personally eliminate Lu Li. However, just as Qi Ziyu was basking in his own brilliance, a series of notifications appeared on his data interface. Opening it, he saw that the werewolf factions chat was in chaos. 2 werewolf players had died. He quickly checked the IDs of the deceased players and found they were the Zhang sisters, who had been stationed at the town's exit. How could they die so suddenly? Could it be the hunter? He wondered. After some thought, he concluded it was the only plausible explanation. After all, he knew the Zhang sisters' abilities. While not particularly strong, they were surely more than capable of dealing with a black iron-ranked scout. It seems the hunter's weapon can easily kill werewolves. Making a move at Grandma's house was indeed the right decision, Qi Ziyu mused, recalling his earlier analysis of the rules. He had noticed a crucial time gap. Little Red Riding Hood had to reach Grandma's house before sunset, but the hunter could only enter after the moon rose. This meant that during the twilight period, Little Red Riding Hood would be left vulnerable without the hunter's protection. No matter how strong the hunter is, not understanding the rules will still lead to death. Qi Ziyu sneered, then composed a message in the werewolf faction chat. Stop attacking Little Red Riding Hood. Maintain surveillance only and avoid detection by the hunter. Let's minimize unnecessary casualties. Qi Ziyu coldly scanned the group chat, his fingers gliding swiftly across the screen. His actions weren't out of goodwill to warn other players, but rather to prepare for the next urban legend. To him, the other players were nothing more than expendable pawns. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste resources unnecessarily. The moment his message was sent, the group chat erupted into chaos. What's going on, boss? Why did we suddenly stop targeting Little Red Riding Hood? Yeah, I was just about to find her. Are we really not going to attack? The boss already said it don't attack to avoid being spotted by the hunter. Wait, were our 2 werewolf teammates killed by the hunter earlier? Isn't that obvious? If it wasn't the hunter, who else? Little Red Riding Hood herself? Amid the heated discussion, someone chimed in to remind the group, hey, the boss already gave the order, just observe and don't attack. Why are you all still arguing so much? Exactly, just follow the boss instructions. We'll do whatever the boss says. The group chat quickly turned into a competition of flattery aimed at Qi Ziyu. However, one player still raised a question. 1748. Qi Ziyu, boss, are you sure delaying won't be an issue? According to Rule 3 of the Big Bad Wolf's Code, werewolves can't go too long without eating, or they'll involuntarily howl from hunger. And per the hunter's guidelines, Rule 5 states that hunters can locate a wolf's position with precision as soon as they hear a howl. If we don't take down Little Red Riding Hood soon, what if hunger sets in and we end up attracting the hunter? Qi Ziyu frowned slightly as he stared at the message. He had only considered how to efficiently take down Little Red Riding Hood and had completely overlooked the possibility of werewolves succumbing to hunger. Changing the plan now would undoubtedly damage his authority and make him appear indecisive. After a brief pause, he quickly typed a reply. Who said a werewolf's hunger is directly tied to Little Red Riding Hood? If you're hungry, can't you just find something else to eat? Once his message was sent, the group chat immediately echoed with agreement. Exactly, if you're hungry, just eat something else. Idiot. Haha, some people really think they're smarter than the boss and can come up with things he hasn't already considered. Werewolves are powerful creatures. Of course, they burn through energy faster and get hungry more often. Stop linking random things together and wasting our time with your nonsense. The player who had raised the question stared blankly at the screen, watching the flood of insults. Subconsciously, he touched his stomach. Was he overthinking it? Could it be true that a werewolf's hunger level had nothing to do with capturing Little Red Riding Hood? But why, despite eating plenty of food from his inventory, did he still feel increasingly hungry? Shaking his head, he tried to articulate his perspective again in the group chat. No, the rules can't be that simple. If the werewolf faction faces no penalties for passive hunting, it would be way too overpowered compared to the other factions. That's just unfair. However, no one responded this time. Most werewolf players chose to remain silent, sticking to Qi Ziyu's plan. A few others continued mocking him, using it as an opportunity to flatter Qi Ziyu indirectly. Meanwhile, Nikita groggily regained consciousness, only to find an old hunter with a scruffy beard standing before her, looking displeased. As my apprentice, you're unbelievably lazy. The old man grumbled impatiently. Everyone else has already left, and you are still dawdling here. Today is your first day working solo, so you'd better pull yourself together. Now, repeat your duties to me. Nikita blinked, still a bit dazed. After a moment of thought, she hesitantly replied, my duty is to protect Little Red Riding Hood? The old hunter gave a nonchalant grunt, but, seeing that she didn't elaborate further, he frowned deeply and added, and hunting. Hunting? Oh right, hunting too. Nikita nodded hurriedly, flustered. As a competent hunter, you're expected to bring down at least one wolf today. The old man emphasized. Of course, you also need to protect the townsfolk. Got it, got it. Nikita nodded repeatedly, recognizing this as a key plot prompt. All right, get out of my sight already. The old hunter waved her off irritably. Just looking at your lazy demeanor is raising my blood pressure. Kicked out of the hunter's cabin, Nikita stood outside, surrounded by dense woods. She decided to contact Luli first. Little Red Riding Hood and the hunter were allies and could share information. However, as soon as she opened the chat interface, her attention was drawn to the death count in the top corner of the screen. A werewolf has already died? She froze, her mind immediately conjuring up Luli's face. Was it his doing? But she quickly dismissed the thought. Based on the story's timeline, Nikita deduced that hunters should leave earlier than Little Red Riding Hood. At the very least, they should leave at the same time. Nikita's mind raced as she suddenly realized a crucial point. There was no way she was the only one in the hunter's camp. Otherwise, the werewolves could simply ambush her at the town gates and easily take her down. She recalled the old hunter's words she was the last apprentice to leave. This likely meant that the rules of the secret realm had assigned other hunters as allies. This thought brought Nikita a sense of relief. She had initially assumed she would have to face over 300 big gray wolves on her own, with the heavy burden of protecting Luli resting solely on her shoulders. Now, knowing there were others to help, she felt significantly lighter. As she ran her fingers over her hunting rifle, she murmured to herself, if there are other hunters protecting the glimmer, should I focus solely on hunting the gray wolves? To confirm her suspicions, Nikita sent a message to Luli, asking if he needed protection. His reply validated her guess didn't need help, and even reminded her not to forget about hunting. Looks like someone really is guarding the glimmer, Nikita muttered, deftly loading her rifle. In that case, it's time for me to start the hunt. She picked a direction, crouched low, and slipped silently into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, Luli had just turned off his roaring chainsaw, shaking off the blood splattered on it. At his feet lay the mangled remains of 2 werewolf corpses. Looking down at the bodies, Luli's expression was one of regret. Why only 2? He wondered. Do they think so little of me, Luli? Are 2 werewolf players all they think I'm worth as a challenge? He regretted not hyping himself up more in the public chat earlier. With knowledge from his past life, Luli understood exactly how to secure the highest rewards in the Little Red Riding Hood versus Big Grey Wolf's Tale, by racking up kills. Regardless of which side you were on, the more enemy players you eliminated, the better the rewards. Of course, being the naturally weaker faction, the Little Red Riding Hood camp could still claim a special reward just for surviving until the end of the tale. But Luli wasn't content with just that. He wanted both rewards. If the mountain won't come to me, then he'll go to the mountain, Luli said to himself as he stowed his chainsaw and adjusted his red cloak. The terrifying chainsaw killer vanished in an instant, replaced by an innocent-looking, seemingly harmless Little Red Riding Hood. He surveyed his surroundings and chose not to follow the main road. Instead, he headed straight into the heart of the forest. Within this shadowy woodland, a thrilling and deadly game of hunting was about to begin. Time ticked by second, as a relentless stream of death notifications from the werewolf faction flooded the group chat like an unending snowfall. The werewolf players finally began to sense that something was amiss. A creeping unease spread through the group. What the hell is going on? Why are people still dying? Are they all idiots? Didn't Chiziyu specifically say to observe only and not engage? The death tolls already hit 95. Are they rushing to reincarnate, or something? Meanwhile, Chiziyu was hiding out at his grandmother's house, lying in wait for Luli to fall into his trap. But as he scrolled through the chaotic messages in the group chat, his brow furrowed deeper and deeper. In just half a day, nearly a third of the werewolf players had already been wiped out, something completely out of the ordinary. He quickly analyzed the situation. The hunter faction consisted of only one player, 1203, whose ability to kill should be strictly limited. Moreover, the werewolf players were evenly scattered along the routes, not clustered together. Even if the hunter had perfect aim and could take out one target with each shot, it was still impossible to kill 95 players in such a short amount of time. Even if there were 95 pigs wandering in the forest, they couldn't be slaughtered this fast, let alone intelligent werewolf players. A chilling thought suddenly struck Chi Zayawat. If the hunter had somehow gained prior knowledge of the werewolves' hiding spots? Did anyone witness what happened firsthand? He suppressed the growing unease in his chest and posed the question in the group chat. The previously chaotic chat fell silent. Finally, one player, 1888, replied, I didn't see everything, but one thing's for sure, the ones killing us aren't hunters. Not hunters? That's impossible. Chi Ziyu's expression darkened. You just said you didn't see the specifics. How can you be so certain? A few scattered voices echoed Chi Ziyu's doubts. After a brief pause, 1888 responded, because the last werewolf who died was right near me, and there wasn't any gunfire. The group chat fell into a stunned silence, the weight of the revelation sinking in like a hammer blow. No gunfire? Then how were the werewolves being killed? Could it be something supernatural? Just as Chi Ziyu was about to press for more details, a new death notification abruptly appeared. Player 1888 from the werewolf faction has been killed. Total werewolf deaths, 96. The atmosphere in the chat plummeted to an icy low. A player who had been actively sharing information mere moments ago had vanished without a trace. Fear began to spread like wildfire among the werewolf players. I thought the werewolf faction was supposed to be the safest. How is this happening? Did we misunderstand the rules? There's only one hunter, isn't there? Why aren't there any gunshots? Can they kill us just by looking at us? 1203 must be cheating. There's no way they could kill this fast otherwise. As the group descended into chaos once more, Chi Ziyu closed the data panel and fell into deep thought. He began piecing together the clues. Rapid, silent killings. What kind of scenario could account for both? An ambush, he muttered to himself. Only an ambush could explain this. But for that to happen, that unsettling idea surfaced again. The hunter must have prior knowledge of the werewolves' locations. But how? The werewolves' hiding spots had only ever been mentioned in their private group chat, inaccessible to any other faction. Suddenly, Chi Ziyu's eyes widened in realization. A traitor. There's a mole in the werewolf faction. That was the only explanation for how the hunter could pinpoint their locations so precisely and deliberately avoid using gunfire to keep the rest of the group unaware. Unfortunately, the werewolves couldn't harm the hunter, or else they could simply eliminate 1203 and end the threat. And identifying the mole now seemed almost impossible. Were they doomed to sit and wait as the hunter methodically wiped out every last werewolf player? No way. Chi Ziyu couldn't care less about the other players' fates, but if too many werewolves died and it jeopardized the mission, he'd suffer a massive loss. His mind raced as a plan began to form. Reopening the werewolf group chat, he typed a message with deliberate precision. Everyone, I believe there's a strong possibility that we have a traitor among us. The group chat suddenly erupted into chaos. Someone angrily accused, there's a traitor colluding with the hunters, spilling all our werewolf hideouts. No wonder we're dying so fast we don't even hear the gunshots. Other werewolf players chimed in, their outrage growing. A player who went by the name Chi Ziyu, claiming to be a pro, spoke in a steady tone. To prevent more teammates from being slaughtered, I've got a plan. Everyone, stop scattering around. Gather together and focus on finding Little Red Riding Hood. Once we find her, we'll take her down as a team and speedrun this cursed game. However, one player voiced concerns. But if all the werewolves stick together, won't that make it easier for the hunters to wipe us out? Plus, the traitor is among us. The hunters probably already know our every move. Doing this might not speed things up, it could just get us killed even faster. Chi Ziyu, however, remained confident. Don't worry, I have a way to distract the hunters. What's the plan? Someone asked eagerly. Chi Ziyu didn't answer. The tension in the group chat grew palpable. Other werewolf players quickly turned on the person who had asked the question. If the pro says he has a plan, then he has a plan. Why are you asking so many questions? Are you the traitor, trying to figure out the plan so you can tip off the hunters? The accused player, identified as player 888, hastily defended himself. That's not fair. I was just asking casually. How could I be the traitor? But the group wasn't having it. Stop making excuses. Explaining yourself only makes you look guiltier. Want to prove you're innocent? Sacrifice yourself. Yeah, just kill yourself already. The accusations and demands escalated, and it seemed like player 888 was about to be drowned in a tide of hostility. At that moment, Chi Ziyu intervened to calm the situation. Everyone, there's no need to worry. Even if 888 really is the traitor, it won't affect the plan. Just stick to the strategy and leave the rest to me. The werewolves will win. Luli was moving swiftly through the forest when he suddenly came to a halt. Tilting his head in confusion, he squinted into the distance. There was something peculiar in the air, an invisible force seemingly pulling at something. Were the werewolf players starting to gather? To confirm his suspicion, Luli quickly pulled out a gleaming chainsaw from his side. Closing his eyes, he focused intently on the movements around him. No mistake, werewolf players were indeed converging, heading collectively in one direction. Luli silently calculated, recalling past events. There weren't any traitors in the werewolf faction, nor had anyone leaked information to the hunters. The reason werewolf players had been dying so quickly was entirely due to a powerful item he had borrowed from Mama Piga, legendary weapon known as the Frenzied Chainsaw. This mythical grade item possessed 3 terrifying abilities. 1. Werewolves must die. A guaranteed lethal strike against wolf-like creatures. 2. I smell their stench. Automatically tracks wolf-like creatures within a 10-kilometer radius. 3. Freeze until death. Immobilizes any wolf-like creature within sight until it dies. With this weapon, Luli had been able to effortlessly locate and eliminate werewolf players. And why weren't there any gunshots? Naturally, because they'd all been taken down by the chainsaw. Frowning, Luli pondered the werewolf players' sudden gathering. Were they trying to speed up their demise? Or were they attempting to ambush him? He quickly dismissed these ideas. If they wanted to ambush him, why not act at the town's exit? Then, a chilling thought struck him: they were planning to hunt the hunters. Luli's expression darkened immediately. He recalled a similar scenario from his past experiences in the Rules Dungeon, where werewolf players had teamed up to take down hunters. The werewolves had deduced the first rule of the hunters faction. Hunters are formidable, and hunters with guns are even more so. While hunters' guns had no ammunition limit, they did have a fixed firing interval. If the werewolves rushed in all at once, they could seize the hunter's firearm. Without their gun, hunters would lose their advantage and be easily defeated. Realizing this, Luli quickly contacted Nikita and informed her of the werewolves' gathering location, cautioning her to steer clear. Though Nikita didn't understand how Luli had such precise knowledge of the enemy's movements, she trusted him and chose to follow his advice. Got it. They'll wait for you near Grandma's house, Nikita replied. Luli swiftly typed back, perfect. There are a few werewolf players in that area too. You can take them out, but only if you're certain you can do so safely. Closing the data panel, a sly grin crept onto Luli's face. 200 werewolves gathering in one place was a massive threat to hunters, but to Little Red Riding Hood armed with the Frenzied Chainsaw, it was nothing short of a jackpot. How convenient. Saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one, Luli muttered under his breath, pulling his red hooded cloak tighter around himself as he strode purposefully toward the werewolves' gathering point. Meanwhile, the werewolf players had successfully regrouped under Chi Ziyu's command. Though some harbored doubts about his plan, the pressure of his overwhelming talent left them no choice but to comply. As the werewolves gathered, discussions inevitably broke out. Aside from Chi Ziyu's plan, the most talked about topic was the enigmatic player 888, who had introduced himself as Chao. So, you're the one snooping around about Chi Ziyu's plan earlier? A werewolf player snarled at 888. You look like a traitor. Probably trying to tip off the hunters. Huh? If you ask me, we should just kill you now and get rid of the liability. Player 888's face turned pale as he hastily defended himself. Please, sisters, I swear I just asked a question out of curiosity. I'm not a traitor. But the other werewolves weren't convinced. They pressed on. You think we'll take your word for it? Didn't we see you chatting with player 1414 earlier in the public channel? Highly suspicious. Exactly. And didn't you even say something about taking care of his wife and daughter? Sounds like you two are pretty close. Player 888 was on the verge of tears, deeply regretting his earlier indiscretions. As the werewolves closed in on him, he desperately shouted, Think about it. If I were a traitor, would I have come here after hearing about the gathering? Any sane person would have stayed away. His argument gave the werewolves pause. It was true, if 888 were a traitor, he would have avoided the gathering entirely. Why would a spy knowingly walk into a trap? To prove his innocence, the werewolves proposed a test. When Little Red Riding Hood shows up, you'll be the first to charge and grab him. If you do that, well, believe you're not a traitor. Player 888 hesitated. It wasn't out of loyalty to some traitor code, but sheer fear of death. Zhang Qi and Zhang Ling had both been mysteriously killed while trying to ambush Little Red Riding Hood at the town gates. Being the first to confront him was practically a death sentence. Still, 888 reasoned that if Chi Ziyu's plan worked and the hunters were drawn away, Little Red Riding Hood might not pose much of a threat, and refusing now would likely get him killed by his own teammates. With no other choice, he nodded reluctantly. Fine. When Little Red Riding Hood shows up, we'll go first. Time passed quickly as they waited anxiously. Finally, a figure in a red hooded cloak appeared in the distance. He's here. He's here. The werewolf players tensed up, while 888's heart pounded like a drum. Little Red Riding Hood seemed to notice the werewolves flanking the road. Yet, he showed no fear. After a brief pause, he casually resumed walking toward them at an unhurried pace. 888's heart sank. This was bad. Little Red Riding Hood was clearly prepared. Even though there was no sign of the hunters, his fearless demeanor was a dead giveaway. The hunters had to be nearby. Charging in now would be suicide. Sweat drenched the fur on 888's back as he screamed internally. Where's Chi Ziyu's plan? Why hasn't it started yet? The persistent urging of 888's wolf teammates echoed from behind, laced with subtle threats. Feeling the intense killing intent looming over him, he had no choice but to move forward, albeit reluctantly. Suddenly, a piercing wolf howl came from the distant forest, followed by the sharp crack of a gunshot. Bang! The sound, though far away, was unmistakably clear. A flash of realization crossed 888's eyes. This was Chi Ziyu's master plan. The hunter's camp had only one hunter, and the wolf howl would lure him far away. The little Red Riding Hood ahead of him was left unprotected. The fear on 888's face vanished instantly, replaced by the ecstatic joy of someone who had narrowly escaped death. Chi Ziyu truly is a genius, he thought to himself, his steps quickening involuntarily. In his mind, an unguarded little Red Riding Hood was an easy target. Surrender now, 888 shouted excitedly, breaking into a full sprint. However, Little Red Riding Hood remained completely still, as if oblivious to the charging werewolf. The distance between them closed rapidly, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. 888 pushed off with all his strength, leaping high into the air. In that critical moment, Little Red Riding Hood suddenly moved. He swiftly threw off the cloak covering his entire body, revealing a blood-stained chainsaw. With both hands, he yanked the pull cord, and the machine roared to life with a deafening screech. The chain spun furiously. The grin on 888's face froze. He wanted to escape, but his airborne body was beyond his control. In the final moments of his life, he finally understood. The 96 werewolf teammates who had died before him weren't killed by the hunter at all. The real killer was this merciless Little Red Riding Hood. After dispatching the charging 888, Luli flicked the blood off his chainsaw and fixed his sharp gaze on the distant werewolf players. The group of werewolves collectively recoiled, as if they were now the helpless Little Red Riding Hood. Luli's voice was ice cold. Do you all want to come at me together? Rewind to 10 minutes earlier. Brother Ziyu, what's the plan? Xiao Hui asked, tugging on Chi Ziyu's arm in what she thought was an endearing manner. However, her werewolf appearance made the gesture utterly repulsive. Chi Ziyu's face twisted with disgust as he shook her hand off, sneering, Why are you asking so many questions? Could it be that you're the traitor? Xiao Hu's face stiffened, and she quickly shook her head. No, of course not. I've been with you this whole time, Brother Ziyu. How could I possibly be the traitor? The other female players sneered. Who knows if you've been secretly feeding information to the enemy? Xiao Hui panicked. That's slander. If I could be a traitor, then couldn't any of you also be one? Her retort silenced the others. After all, the data panel was highly confidential unless someone willingly shared it. Only the individual could see their own information. Chi Ziyu clapped his hands, commanding everyone's attention. Enough guessing. It doesn't matter who the traitor is. What matters is that we clear this mission quickly. He reached into a spatial pouch at his waist and pulled out 5 sticks. Each of you will draw one. Whoever gets the short stick will act as bait and perform the hungry wolf howl. The 5 female players immediately understood the plan. According to the rules, the hunter could pinpoint the location of a wolf howl, and a starving werewolf would instinctively howl. This would lure the hunter away, allowing the assembled wolf pack to complete their objective with ease. The only downside was that the player acting as bait was certain to die. Xiao Hui eyed the 5 sticks nervously and forced a smile. Brother Ziyu, there are 6 of us, but only 5 sticks. How about I sit this one out and let the 4 sisters draw instead? The other 4 female players rolled their eyes, fully aware that Chi Ziyu had never intended to include himself in the draw. A short-haired woman stepped forward. I'll go first. One by one, 4 sticks were drawn. Chi Ziyu turned to Xiao Hui with a cold smirk and opened his palm. In his hand lay the short stick. Brother Ziyu, I don't understand what you're saying. Xiao Hui forced a smile, her body instinctively retreating, her voice laced with unease. Chi Ziyu's expression remained cold and emotionless, his tone sharp and chilling. You drew the short stick. You'll act as the bait. Xiao Hui tried to resist, her voice trembling. But you were the one who drew the stick. It has nothing to do with me. I even said from the beginning that there were 6 of us, but only 5 sticks. Before she could finish, the short stick in Chi Ziyu's hand suddenly transformed into a sharp blade, its tip pointing directly at Xiao Hui's throat. Her voice froze, and her pupils dilated in terror. What do you mean by that? Chi Ziyu pressed, the blade inching closer. Xiao Hui let out a nervous laugh, trying to defuse the tension. WWE can redraw? Find 6 sticks this time and try again. The moment those words left her mouth, the expressions of the other 4 women darkened. Their furious glares pierced through Xiao Hui like daggers. You shameless wench. What did you just say? A shrill voice erupted. You're ugly and yet so audacious. Chiga told you to draw earlier, but you refused. Now that you've gotten the short stick, You want to redo? And you want to include the boss in the draw? Him as bait while you protect us? Are you out of your mind? Chi Ziyu let out a cold laugh, a glint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. Redraw? Sure. Before the words fully left his mouth, his blade-wielding arm swung down mercilessly. Xiaoyi's left arm was severed in an instant, blood spurting everywhere. Ah! A blood-curdling scream tore through the stillness of the night. Xiaoyi collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Chi Ziyu pressed his foot against Xiaoyi's chest, towering over her as he questioned, "Still want to redraw? No. No more? Please, no more." Xiaoyi sobbed, completely broken, her will to resist shattered. Moments later, the injured Xiaoyi was unceremoniously thrown out of the small wooden cabin belonging to her grandmother. Under Chi Ziyu's threat, she tipped her head back and let out a desperate, mournful howl. Unexpectedly, the moment her wolf-like howl echoed through the air, a hunter's bullet whizzed through the forest. A sharp gunshot rang out, and Xiaoyi was killed instantly, her scheming life coming to an abrupt and tragic end. As the remaining werewolf players watched in stunned silence, a tall, long-legged woman emerged from the forest. She clutched a double-barreled shotgun and strode confidently toward Xiaoyi's lifeless body. "Haha, what a great start!" the woman exclaimed to herself, visibly exhilarated. "I can't believe my first kill was this easy." This hunter, named Nikita, basked in her triumph, completely unaware of the werewolf players still hidden inside the wooden cabin. Chi Ziyu froze when he heard the woman's celebratory exclamation. Great start? First kill? His mind raced in confusion. So, before killing Xiaoyi, this hunter hadn't made a single kill? Countless possibilities flashed through Chi Ziyu's mind. Was she pretending? Trying to throw me off? No, she didn't seem to notice the werewolves in the cabin. It looked like she was just passing through. If Xiaoyi was truly her first kill, then who had taken out the 96 werewolf players before this? Suddenly, Chi Ziyu recalled a message sent by player 1888. "I didn't see the specifics, but one thing is certain: the person slaughtering our werewolf players isn't a hunter." The theory of a traitor among them was instantly debunked. The player responsible for the massacre was someone else entirely. It's Little Red Riding Hood. Chi Ziyu's breathing quickened, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. That player 1414, her talent is Black Iron Great Scouting. It's her. A familiar, suffocating sense of dread crept over him. Chi Ziyu couldn't help but think back to just a few days ago, when he was still ranked first on the leaderboard and hailed as Big Boss Chi Ziyu. But deep down, he knew the truth. He wasn't a real powerhouse. He was just a lucky scavenger who had killed a few special monsters using a unique talent. He hadn't expected that absorbing a few high-grade energy crystals would catapult him to the top of the global rankings. This mismatch between his strength and status left him deeply unsettled. Desperate for a true ally, Chi Ziyu quickly set his sights on Lu Lia, terrifying player who had reached level 15 in no time, effortlessly defeated Aozhan, and wiped out most of the residents of Sunshine District in a short span. Chi Ziyu thought to himself, if I could steal Lu Li's talent, would I finally feel secure? The answer was a resounding yes. After acquiring Lu Li's many talents, Chi Ziyu felt an unprecedented sense of safety. He couldn't help but marvel, so powerful, truly worthy of being number one. Although that red-cloaked monstrosity had nearly ended his life, Chi Ziyu remained composed. He had prepared an escape route. From the information forcibly implanted in everyone's minds when the apocalypse began, he knew that the secret realm tickets had a forced teleportation function. Using this, Chi Ziyu had narrowly escaped death. Since then, everything should have gone smoothly. Yet now, in this rules-based secret realm, Chi Ziyu once again felt that suffocating unease. This time, it wasn't the rules or the anomalies causing it was that Black Iron scouting talent, the seemingly worthless Little Red Riding Hood. I have to act first before she kills me. Chi Ziyu calculated internally, a crazed plan taking shape in his mind. There's a saying, even the strongest tiger can't fend off a pack of wolves. He planned to use the lives of all the werewolf players to take down Little Red Riding Hood. Chi Ziyu quickly estimated the time. The werewolves gathering now should have already encountered Little Red Riding Hood. They'll send a message to warn them not to underestimate her. With over 200 werewolves attacking all at once, we're bound to take her down. Feeling slightly more at ease, Chi Ziyu opened the werewolf chat group to issue his command. As he waited for the interface to load, Chi Ziyu's gaze inadvertently swept over the other 4 female werewolves in the room. For some reason, their expressions were disturbingly blank, their jaws practically on the floor. What's with those faces? It's just a hunter killing a werewolf player, Chi Ziyu scoffed internally. These women have such weak nerves. Hopefully, they won't drag me down later. With these thoughts in mind, Chi Ziyu turned his attention to the now loaded interface. But the moment his eyes landed on the data panel, his expression became even more exaggerated than the 4 women's. This can't be real. Chi Ziyu stared at the werewolf faction's death count, rubbing his eyes repeatedly, fearing he had misread it. Werewolf faction deaths, 312. Chi Ziyu remembered clearly that there had been 317 werewolf players at the start. With 312 dead, that meant only he and the 4 women remained. Everyone else was gone. The 4 dumbfounded women snapped out of their daze at Chi Ziyu's outburst and exchanged uneasy glances. After a long pause, the short-haired woman hesitantly spoke up. Chiga, we swear we're not traitors. We can swear on anything. So, does this mean you've had a better plan for clearing this realm all along, one you didn't share with us? Chi Ziyu's eye twitched uncontrollably as he fought the urge to curse. Pinching the bridge of his nose, he spoke in a low, steady voice. I know you're not traitors. Hearing this, the 4 women visibly relaxed, a sense of relief washing over their faces. The short-haired woman hesitated before speaking, her tone tinged with flattery. Brother Chi, since there's no one else here, could you perhaps share the joint clearance plan with us? Before she could finish, Chi Ziyu raised his voice, cutting her off sharply. And am not a traitor either. The 4 women froze, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure how to respond. Doubts began to creep into their minds. Could it be that all of this wasn't orchestrated by Chi Ziyu? That's impossible. Without an insider providing real-time location updates, how could just 2 players from the opposing faction wipe out over 300 werewolf players? Besides, the hunter was outside earlier and couldn't have been involved in the slaughter. Without Chi Ziyu's help, could that useless bronze-tier Little Red Riding Hood have killed over 300 werewolf players all by herself? That's absurd. The 4 women didn't believe Chi Ziyu's denial, assuming instead that he simply didn't want to share his plan. After a moment of awkward silence, one of them forced a smile and cautiously said, Brother Chi, we just want to stay alive. If you don't want to tell us, that's fine. Just let us know the next steps, and we'll follow your lead. Chi Ziyu furrowed his brows, about to explain further, but then thought better of it. There was no point wasting his breath on these foolish women. As long as they cooperated, that was enough. He said coldly, think whatever you want. But if you want to survive, you'll follow my instructions from now on. The 4 women nodded repeatedly, terrified of angering their traitor boss. Chi Ziyu continued, even though there are only 5 of us left in the werewolf faction, we still have a good chance of taking down Little Red Riding Hood. At these words, the women's expressions shifted subtly. If 300 werewolves couldn't stop Little Red Riding Hood before, how could just 5 of them possibly succeed now? This only reinforced their suspicion that Chi Ziyu was indeed a traitor. Still, for the sake of their survival, the 4 women didn't press him further. Instead, they played along, asking, so, what exactly do you need us to do? Simple, Chi Ziyu said as he stepped aside to reveal several tattered floral headscarves. Remember the second rule of the Big Bad Wolf? The wolf's disguise is flawless. In the original fairy tale, the big bad wolf dressed up as Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother to successfully trick and eat her. These floral headscarves are clearly a set of disguise props prepared for our werewolf faction by the rules of this twisted story. All we need to do is disguise ourselves and wait for the target to walk into this cabin. The women hesitated. That's it? It sounds too easy. Are you sure it's not dangerous? Chi Ziyu took a deep breath, suppressing his frustration. Relax. I'll be in disguise with you, staying right here in this cabin, waiting for Little Red Riding Hood to show up. Hearing this, the 4 women finally felt somewhat reassured. As the 5 werewolf players busied themselves with their disguises, Luli had already finished cleaning up the battlefield elsewhere. Not only had Luli collected the loot from the werewolf players, but he had also stored their corpses one by one into his spatial ring. He calculated silently to himself, the ring has plenty of space, so why not? Besides, these werewolf corpses will come in handy later. Chi Ziyu really isn't among these bodies, Luli muttered to himself. Not surprising. For the werewolf faction, the safest way to take down Little Red Riding Hood would be to disguise themselves as the grandmother at the cabin's endpoint. That way, they can ensure she doesn't escape and avoid interference from the hunter. Plus, the rule that the wolf's disguise is flawless offers werewolf players significant protection. Luli's mind wandered to his experience in a previous life when he participated in the Fairy Tale Town rulebound dungeon. Back then, the werewolf faction had used this exact strategy to kill many Little Red Riding Hood players, which had been a major headache for him as part of the hunter faction. Fortunately, a player named Qian Tongdan had eventually devised a solution, allowing the hunters to see through the disguises and eliminate all the werewolves. I just don't know if that method will work for Little Red Riding Hood this time, Luli thought as he made his way toward the grandmother's cabin. As the cartoonish sun dipped below the horizon, a figure in a red cloak finally arrived at the endpoint. Standing outside the cabin was Nikita, who had been waiting for some time. Seeing Luli approach, she hurried over. Guangwei, I still think it's too dangerous for you to go in alone. Can't we wait until the moon rises, and he'll go in with you? The rules cannot be broken, Luli replied calmly. You've already tried entering the cabin, haven't you? Nikita nodded dejectedly. I did try. The door's ajar, but I just can't push it open. Then wait here until the moon rises. Luli stepped forward and effortlessly pushed open the very door Nikita had struggled with. Inside the dimly lit cabin, a single half-burned candle cast flickering shadows. Luli could make out 5 figures moving to encircle him. He paused briefly and then sighed, muttering, I knew the grandmother would be a disguised wolf, but 5 wolves pretending to be the grandmother? That's just ridiculous. Even in a fairy tale, everyone knows you can only have one grandmother. Stop talking, barked Chiziyu from among the wolves. Attack now and kill him. Little Red Riding Hood is bound by the rules and can't see through our disguises. As long as we kill him before the moon rises, we'll clear this twisted story. As the 4 female werewolves lunged at him, Luli silently flicked back his cloak and yanked the pull cord. Vroom! The chainsaw roared to life, its deafening sound forcing the werewolves to recoil in shock. What is that? One of the female werewolves shrieked. Why does he have a chainsaw? Luli lowered his head slightly and replied in a calm tone. If the big bad wolf can wear a headscarf and pretend to be the grandmother, then is it really so strange for Little Red Riding Hood to have a chainsaw? It's a fairy tale. Don't sweat the details. Chiziyu's pupils contracted sharply as realization dawned. He finally understood how over 300 werewolf players had been slaughtered. He never imagined Little Red Riding Hood would possess such a devastating weapon. However, after a moment's thought, Chiziyu regained his composure. So what if she had a chainsaw? The wolf's disguise was flawless. The werewolf faction was protected by the rules themselves. Don't panic, Chiziyu shouted, trying to steady the nerves of the 4 women. We're still in disguise. No matter how powerful his chainsaw is, it can't harm us. The female werewolves suddenly realized the truth, their confidence surging. They understood that the werewolf faction was protected by the rules. If the rules declared that the big bad wolf's disguise was undetectable, then it absolutely could not be exposed. It was just like the urban legend mentioned earlier. A pigsty could only hold 300 piglets, not one more, no matter how hard you tried. Such was the power of the rules in this mysterious realm. The short-haired female werewolf roared angrily and lunged at Luli first. Everyone, attack! Let's kill this bluffing Little Red Riding Hood. However, the anticipated invincibility did not manifest. The chainsaw easily tore through her body, as effortlessly as a finger poking through a thin paper window. The werewolves were dumbfounded. One of them screamed in desperation, clawing at the floral headscarf on her head. How can you hurt us? We're still in disguise mode. It's the chainsaw. There must be something wrong with that chainsaw. Another female werewolf shrieked. The last female werewolf turned to the one beside her in panic. Chiga, what do we do now? Chiziyu's eyes were wide with disbelief, unable to comprehend what was happening. Impossible. The rules state that while in disguise, we're invincible. How are you able to break the rules and attack us? Luli didn't answer. Instead, he slowly lifted his head, revealing his face under the shadow of his hood. In the dim candlelight, Chiziyu saw a familiar pig mask. He was stunned. The big bad wolf's disguise is indeed undetectable, Luli said, his voice calm. But I'm not human anymore with that. He swung the chainsaw down at Chiziyu with deadly intent. Seeing no time to dodge, Chiziyu hastily grabbed a nearby teammate as a human shield. The roaring chainsaw claimed yet another werewolf. The 2 remaining female werewolves, realizing the dire situation, immediately fled toward the door. Luli didn't stop them, as the hunter Nikita was lying in wait outside. Moments later, 2 gunshots echoed from the forest. Now, Chiziyu was the only werewolf left. His face twisted with rage, dark mist swirling faintly around him. Do you really think you can kill me with that ridiculous chainsaw? If werewolf players couldn't use their talents, you might have stood a chance. But now, it's time to say goodbye. As he finished speaking, the dark mist surged violently, forming dozens of blade-armed mantises that hissed and clawed at the space between him and Luli. Chiziyu cackled maniacally. I heard your talent is just a black iron-grade scouting ability? Ha ha ha. Come on, try to fight my superior talent. Luli looked at the hysterical Chiziyu and sighed softly. Actually, I lied to you. What? Chiziyu's smile froze. My talent isn't black iron-grade scouting. In fact, I have no talent at all, Luli said, reaching up to remove the pig mask from his face. Luli? Chiziyu's eyes widened in shock, momentarily forgetting to breathe. The strange Little Red Riding Hood player standing before him was none other than the talentless Luli, the one whose abilities he had stolen. He had even chased Chiziyu all the way into the realm governed by the rules. But Chiziyu quickly regained his composure, laughing even more wildly than before. Ha 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 ha. You idiot, I was just wondering how I'd kill you once I left this realm. And here you are, delivering yourself to me. Without your talent, what do you have to defeat me? This, Luli replied with a smirk, raising the chainsaw in his hand, and the hunter waiting outside. Ha 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 ha, Chiziyu laughed as if had just heard the funniest joke in the world. The hunter can't enter the cabin before the moon rises. And you, no matter how strong your tool is, can't kill me without getting close, can you? Luli nodded. That's true. Chiziyu sneered. But I can use my talents to kill you. At his command, the Mantis Soul soldiers sprang into action, raising their blade-like arms and slashing down at Luli. Yet Luli stood motionless, as if frozen in fear. He didn't even attempt to dodge, let alone fight back. Die! Chiziyu roared in excitement. But in the next moment, Luli remained unharmed, standing exactly where he was. The Mantis soldiers' attacks had no effect. The blade seemed to strike an invisible barrier, dissipating into smoke the moment they touched Luli's body. What's going on? Chiziyu's expression changed drastically. He immediately tried using other talents. Crackling lightning bolts rained down on Luli like a storm. Yet Luli still didn't move, completely unfazed. The attacks were useless. The lightning didn't even leave a scorch mark on him. This is impossible. Why can't my talents hurt you? Chiziyu shouted in disbelief, desperately trying every ability he had. But none of them worked. The absurdity of the situation exploded in his mind. He was so powerful, how could he not kill this insignificant little Red Riding Hood? Luli lifted the chainsaw and said calmly, I already told you. I'm not just relying on this tool to beat you. I'm also relying on the hunter outside. Rule 2 for Little Red Riding Hood. The hunter is Little Red Riding Hood's best friend. As long as the hunter is around, Little Red Riding Hood is safe. What? Chiziyu's mind reeled. Wasn't that rule supposed to mean the hunter would protect Little Red Riding Hood? Was there another hidden meaning? Luli's lips curled into a grin. It means that as long as the hunter is present, Little Red Riding Hood is invincible. Hunter Nikita, are you still outside? From beyond the door, Nikita responded, bewildered. Of course I am. But I can't enter the cabin until the moon rises. That's fine. Just being there is enough, Luli replied, nodding to himself before turning back to Chiziyu. Now, do you understand? Without waiting for a response, Luli suddenly charged forward, chainsaw revving as he aimed a brutal strike. Chiziyu, sensing danger, tried to retreat. But in the next instant, he was caught by the chainsaw's immobilizing effect, his movements sluggish and uncoordinated. In desperation, Chiziyu activated every talent he had, including invisibility. As Chiziyu's figure vanished into thin air, the control effect of the frenzied saw blade instantly dissipated. Luli reflected inwardly, as expected after all. The skill's prerequisite was to impose a paralyzing effect on wolf-shaped creatures within the line of sight. Without visual contact, the control naturally ceased. Even so, the earlier attack had inflicted severe damage on Chiziyu. Luli murmured to himself, it seems he won't be able to retaliate anytime soon. We'll have to wait until he's starving enough to howl like a ravenous wolf, and then Nikita can finish him off. No sooner had he spoken than the window beside him shattered with a sharp crack. Chiziyu, still in his invisible state, seized the chance to escape. Simultaneously, the moon began its slow ascent, casting a faint silver glow over the scene. Outside the cabin, Nikita, who had been lying in wait, finally entered. Dragging 3 werewolf corpses behind her, she looked visibly frustrated. I couldn't catch that werewolf who broke the window and fled, she admitted, her face filled with regret. Luli didn't blame her. Instead, he reassured her, it's not your fault. With his invisibility talent, he's indeed hard to deal with. Once he howls from hunger, you'll be able to pinpoint his location. Nikita nodded, her expression brightening. You're right. Besides, there's no way he can get to Little Red Riding Hood, so he's bound to howl eventually. The only concern is whether other hunters might get to him first. Other hunters? Luli raised an eyebrow, a peculiar look crossing his face. He pulled a bar of chocolate from his spatial ring and handed it to Nikita. You haven't eaten all day, are you so hungry it's muddling your thoughts? You're the only one in the hunter faction. Where would other hunters come from? Taking the chocolate, Nikita began munching on it as she retorted. Just me, a lone hunter? No way. That's impossible. Who took out those 300 werewolves, then? It couldn't have been you, could it? Luli silently watched as Nikita devoured the entire chocolate bar in a few bites. He nodded. Of course it was me. Nikita choked on the spot. If not for the water stored in Luli's spatial ring, this overly energetic girl with long legs might have become the first player to choke to death inside the secret realm. I didn't see that coming. Bright anomaly. Nikita exclaimed in amazement. I thought you were just the brains of the operation, but it turns out your brawn is just as impressive. Credit goes to the tools. Luli deflected casually as he bent down to inspect the 3 werewolf corpses Nikita had dragged inside. With just one glance, his brow furrowed. One of the corpses was missing an arm. Where's her arm? Luli asked. Nikita shrugged nonchalantly. No idea. It was already gone when I killed her. Why? Is it important? Not particularly, Luli replied, his expression darkening. After a moment of silence, he added, but it does mean we won't be able to eliminate all the werewolf players. I can't follow your logic, Nikita confessed. Didn't you just say that once that escaped werewolf howls from hunger, they'll be able to track him down? That's correct, Luli said, storing the corpses into his spatial ring. But now he has something to eat. We probably won't catch him before the second urban legend ends. Nikita froze for a moment before realization dawned on her. Her expression twisted in disgust. Cannibalism? Exactly. The night passed without incident, just as Luli had predicted. Even as the second urban legend concluded, the escaped Chiziyu never let out the telltale howl of hunger. A soft dong echoed from the clock on the cabin wall. A wooden bird popped out of the clock face, its mechanical voice announcing, "Congratulations to all players for surviving. The final chapter of the fairy tale trilogy, Snow White, will commence in 2 hours. However, the surviving player count is insufficient to meet the activation requirements for Snow White supplementing necessary participant supplementation failed. Detecting the presence of 2 or more domain-level talents. Executing base directive. The special urban legend, Hansel's Casino, will now begin immediately." What? Luli's heart sank. Before he could react, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, spinning his world into chaos. When Luli regained consciousness, he found himself seated at a gambling table. Nikita and Chiziyu sat on opposite sides of the table, their expressions equally bewildered. This is bad, Luli thought grimly. His original plan had been to smoothly enter the third urban legend, Snow White, to reclaim his talent. But now, due to the low player count, the final chapter had been forcibly replaced. 2 or more domain-level talents, Luli narrowed his eyes. He was aware of the uniqueness of his Soul Devourer talent, but this domain-level classification was new to him. Moreover, the fact that there were at least 2 such talents present implied that someone else here had a talent on par with Soul Devourer. Is it Chi Ziyu's plunder? Luli speculated. Highly likely. After all, Chi Ziyu used it to forcibly strip away all my talents, even locking Soul Devourer into an unusable state. While Luli pondered, Chi Ziyu and Nikita also snapped out of their daze. Both immediately noticed him. Nikita's expression relaxed noticeably, while Chi Ziyu's face twisted with rage. His mouth was smeared with blood and bits of flesh, evidence of his desperate feast. "Luli, you've driven me to this state, I'll kill you," Chi Ziyu roared, raising his hand to conjure a lightning bolt. But after several failed attempts, not a single spark appeared. "My talent, why isn't it working?" Chi Ziyu stared blankly at his right hand. "In my casino, violence is strictly prohibited." A voice boomed like a tolling bell from behind the trio. Luli turned to see a ragged young man standing there. He bore all the hallmarks of a washed-up gambler, disheveled, destitute, and unkempt. The man swaggered over to the table with a peculiar gait, his eyes lingering on each of them in turn, pausing longest on Nikita. With a lewd grin, the young man spoke. "Let's skip the long-winded introductions. My name is Hansel, and welcome to my casino. I never imagined I'd have the pleasure of hosting the 3 of you today. What a thrill. Now, allow me to explain the rules of my casino." Luli and the others, knowing this was crucial, immediately focused their attention. 1. Violence is strictly prohibited in the casino. Repeat offenders will find their names permanently listed on the cleaning staff roster. 2. Cheating during gambling is allowed, but don't get caught. The consequences? Refer to Rule 1. 3. Bets are player defined but must be of equal value. 4. The challenger's bet cannot exceed the total value of the house's bet. The house must agree to the challenger's proposed wager. 5. Each player must participate in at least 3 rounds of gambling. 6. The house may choose the gambling game and receive an additional 25 bonus to the wager. This privilege is limited to 1 use per player. All right, is there anything else you don't understand? Hansel asked, scanning the 3 of them with a cheerful grin, his gaze filled with a hint of expectation. Nikita instinctively raised her hand, only to realize how unnecessary that was. Hansel's smile widened even more. "Beautiful and powerful lady, this isn't a classroom. You can ask your questions directly." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Nikita lowered her hand and cleared her throat. "I'd like to know, does everyone have the chance to be the dealer? Or is the dealer chosen, or always you?" Hansel clasped his fingers together and explained patiently, "Everyone is qualified to be the dealer. Of course, if none of you want to, I can take the role." As soon as he finished speaking, Kaziyu immediately interjected, "What gambling games are available? What are the specifics?" Hansel's smile visibly faded, and his tone turned colder. "Check your data panels. You can choose any gambling game listed there. If you want to play something special, that's fine too, but it must go through my approval." After answering Kizya's question, Hansel turned his sharp gaze to Luli, his demeanor suddenly becoming intimidating. "Player Luli, do you have any questions?" Luli remained unfazed, calmly asking, "When it comes to stakes, Can it be anything? This question puzzled both Nikita and Kazuyu, as the rules already stated that players could freely determine their stakes. However, Hansel narrowed his eyes and stared at Luli for a long moment, his expression wary, before nodding slowly. That's right. As long as you possess it and it doesn't violate the rules, anything can be used as a stake. Luli leaned back in his chair with ease. Thank you. I have no further questions. Hansel gave Luli a long, penetrating look before finally announcing, well then, I wish you all an enjoyable time. With that, he pulled out a chair and sat by the gambling table, watching silently like a spectator. The three players opened their data panels to browse the available games. The selection Hansel provided was extensive, ranging from common games like mahjong and poker to obscure ones like Hero vs. Demon King. Luli only glanced briefly before closing his eyes to rest, clearly uninterested in gambling. Kazuyu, though equally indifferent, forced himself to browse for a while in search of potential loopholes in the rules. Nikita, on the other hand, was thoroughly engrossed, occasionally letting out excited exclamations. Hey, long-legged foreigner, how much longer are you going to look? Kazuyu finally couldn't hold back his impatience. It's just gambling games. Can we start already? Snapping out of her excitement, Nikita turned to him with an apologetic smile, her cheeks flushed with enthusiasm. Sorry. I almost forgot we're still in the rule rift. Kazuyu let out a derisive snort. Luli glanced at him and said calmly, according to Rule 6, the dealer can choose the gambling game and also receives an additional 25 on top of the stakes. So, who's going to be the dealer for the first round? Kazuyu glared at Luli. Whoever wants to can take it. I'm not doing it. He was well aware that while being the dealer seemed advantageous with additional stakes, it also came with significant constraints. According to Rules 3 and 4, players could freely decide their stakes, and the value must be equal. If a player chose something trivial, like a strand of hair, the dealer would gain nothing even if they won. They'll do it, Nikita said excitedly. Lulio, or should I say Guangwei, don't mind, right? Luli looked slightly uncomfortable. If Kazuyu hadn't just exposed him, Nikita wouldn't have known he was using a fake name. While it wasn't a big deal, having it pointed out so openly was still a bit awkward. I don't mind, Luli replied. But when you pick the game, choose something simple. I'm not very good at gambling. Don't worry, Nikita said with a cheerful snap of her fingers. Russian roulette is super simple. Kazuya's eyes widened in astonishment, and he was about to protest when Hansel interrupted. The dealer has chosen the game. Players, please determine your stakes. Noticing Kazuya's hesitation, Nikita added with a grin. Relax, my version of Russian roulette doesn't involve real bullets. We're just playing for stakes. Hansel, could you prepare 3 revolvers for us? No live ammo, please. A flicker of disappointment crossed Hansel's face, but he obliged, retrieving 3 identical revolvers from beneath the table. He picked one at random, loaded it with a single round, and pulled the trigger against his own head. With a loud click, the gun released a small flag with the words, "You're dead," scrawled on it. Will this work? Hansel asked. Nikita nodded in satisfaction. Exactly what I envisioned. Just 1 bullet per gun, and the chambers get spun randomly. Hansel complied, though he accidentally knocked over the box of bullets in the process, scattering them across the floor and creating a brief moment of chaos. Once each player had a revolver in hand, Nikita began explaining the rules. Each player would take turns aiming the gun at their own head and pulling the trigger for 6 rounds. Each round, players could either raise the stakes and fire or forfeit and withdraw. Those who raised the stakes and survived would move to the next round, with the stakes accumulating. Those who died would lose all their stakes to the survivors. Players who forfeited couldn't reclaim their stakes, but would share half of the deceased stakes as surviving participants. The shooting order would start with the dealer, followed by the others. Aside from the initial basic bet, the stake increase for each round would be determined by the last player to fire. Twirling the revolver in her hand, Nikita smiled. It's a shame we're not using real bullets. It'd be so much more thrilling. To make up for it, I propose we use attribute points as stakes. Gentlemen, what do you say? I have no objections, Luli responded calmly, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. He had already seen through Nikita's intentions after drinking the wolf meat soup cooked by the pig mother. He had an extra 10 points in his physical attributes. This bet was a win-win. If he won, he gained more, and if he lost, he wouldn't be at a loss. Chiziyu squinted, cautiously observing Nikita and Luli. He deliberated deeply but couldn't find any flaws in their plan. As a bystander, he could easily veto Nikita's proposal and suggest something trivial as the stakes. But where would the fun be in that? The gun and bullets were prepared by Hansel, and Russian roulette was inherently fair. There was no way to cheat. Since that was the case, why not take a gamble? Winning could even mean taking someone else's attribute points. A spark of greed began to ignite in Chiziyu's heart. I happened to gain an extra 3 points in mental attributes during the first paranormal encounter, Chiziyu calculated silently. Losing won't hurt me much. I'll join this game. Clearing his throat, he spoke up. I agree to wager attribute points, but to prevent any collusion between you two, I insist on shooting last. Nikita, as the dealer, held the final say, but the decision ultimately rested with Luli. To Chizuyu's surprise, Luli didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Suit yourself. Russian roulette. Let's begin. After some discussion, the three agreed on a base bet of 1 attribute point for the first round. Nikita, as the dealer, was the first to pull the trigger. With only one bullet in the revolver, Nikita showed little sign of nervousness. A 1 in 6 chance, surely her luck wouldn't be bad enough to lose on the first shot. She pulled the trigger lightly. Click. Empty. Luli and Chizuyu followed suit, each pulling the trigger, and again, no shots were fired. In the second round, Chizuyu raised the stakes by adding 2 more attribute points. Still, no bullets were fired, and they escaped unscathed. It wasn't until the third round that the tension truly began to rise. Chizuyu raised the stakes dramatically, adding 7 points to the bet. Including the accumulated bets from earlier rounds, each participant now needed to wager a total of 10 attribute points if they chose to continue. Chizuyu's bold move was intended to pressure Nikita into withdrawing. He speculated that as a level 2 contender, Nikita likely had no more than 10 attribute points to lose. Even if she survived this round, she wouldn't be able to continue into the next. Come on, just fold, Chizuyu silently hoped. The third round commenced. As expected, hesitation flickered across Nikita's face. But to Chizuyu's astonishment, the blonde didn't back down. After a brief pause, she decisively pulled the trigger. Click. Empty. Looks like my luck's holding up. Nikita exhaled deeply, her expression relaxing. Luli, as in the previous rounds, pulled the trigger swiftly, his actions seemingly detached from the mounting tension. Again, the gun did not fire. Damn it, Chizuyu muttered under his breath, his anticipation dashed. Taking a deep breath, he slowly pulled the trigger. Click. Still empty. By the fourth round, Chizuyu thought, that blonde must be out of attribute points by now. I'll just add 1 point to force her to fold. But just as he was about to announce his bet, Hansel, who had been observing from the sidelines, suddenly slapped his forehead and interrupted. Sorry, everyone. I think I made a mistake earlier. The bullet in your gun might actually be real. You're not joking, are you? Luli frowned, his sharp gaze locking onto Hansel. I'm not, Hansel shrugged, pulling out an identical revolver from beneath the table. He picked up a bullet from the table and held it up for the three to see. This is the type of bullet I loaded into the gun earlier, right? With that, Hansel loaded the bullet into the chamber, pointed the gun skyward, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The deafening gunshot echoed through the room. It's real. Chizuyu jumped from his chair, his voice trembling with panic. The bullet is real. How are we supposed to continue this game? Let's just cancel it. Apologies, but once a game begins, it cannot be cancelled, Hansel replied with a smile. However, since this was my mistake, I'll compensate the winner with an additional 10 of the total stakes after the game. What's the point of extra attribute points if you're dead? Chizuyu protested angrily. Hansel's smile vanished instantly, his tone turning cold. If you're afraid of dying, you can choose to withdraw. But the game cannot be cancelled. Chizuyu was at a loss for words. Fear began to creep into his heart. He was willing to wager all his attribute points against Luli, but risking his life was an entirely different matter. It was already the fourth round. There were only 3 more chances to pull the trigger, and the odds of the gun firing were now 1 in 3. If his luck ran out, everything would be over. Are we continuing? Chizuyu looked toward the other two. Luli's expression remained unreadable, his brows furrowed. But Nikita's face was flushed with excitement, her eyes gleaming with a crazed fervor. Sensing Chizuyu's gaze, Nikita suddenly turned her head, her voice brimming with exhilaration. What are you waiting for? Raise the stakes already. What? Chizuyu's face paled. Was this woman insane? Did she not hear what Hansel just said? The bullet in the revolver was real. If the gun fired, it would all be over. And even if they ignored that, did Nikita even have enough attribute points left to continue? Are you both sure you want to keep going? Chizuyu finally managed to ask. Of course. Raise the stakes. Nikita urged impatiently. Clenching his teeth, Chizuyu made his decision. Fine. Another 8 points. Including the accumulated 10 points, each participant now had to wager 18 attribute points. Chizuyu's decision to go Allen wasn't reckless, it was a calculated risk. He was betting that Nikita was bluffing and didn't actually have enough attribute points to match the stakes. But Chizuyu quickly realized he had miscalculated. Not only did Nikita have enough points to continue, but she also pulled the trigger without hesitation. Match, she declared. Click. Empty. Ha ha ha, Nikita laughed uncontrollably, her entire body trembling as if that single pull of the trigger had drained all her energy. Thrilling, this is the kind of game I live for. Your turn, Mr. Lu Li. Lu Li raised the gun, hesitating slightly. Good. Chi Ziyu thought to himself, feeling a glimmer of hope. If Luli backed out, Chi Ziyu would immediately follow suit. While this would mean losing some of his stakes, as the last player to shoot, Chi Ziyu could split Luli's forfeited points with Nikita. It wouldn't be a total loss. Staring intently at Luli's lips, Chi Ziyu silently chanted, "Quit. Just quit already." But the next words he heard shattered his hopes. Match. Click. The hammer struck the empty chamber with a hollow snap. Empty chamber. Chi Ziyu's heart sank like a stone. He stared at the revolver in disbelief. 1 in 3 odds. And this guy actually got lucky? Lu Li's face betrayed no dramatic reaction, only a slight exhale of relief, in stark contrast to Nikita's jubilant expression beside him. My turn. Chi Ziyu's breath hitched. Should he take the gamble? A 2/3 chance to keep playing, but a 1 in 3 chance of instant death. Both Lu Li and Nikita had escaped unscathed. Surely his luck couldn't be that bad? Screw it. Chi Ziyu reached for the revolver. The moment his fingers brushed its cold steel, a chill ran through him. Was he really willing to risk it? If he died, that was it. Everything would be over. He had only just acquired a powerful talent, and he hadn't even begun to savor the taste of superiority. Was it worth risking his life for a few measly attribute points? No. Losing the attribute points was one thing, could always find a way to earn them back. But if he lost his life, it was game over for good. He couldn't keep playing along with these lunatics. I'm out. Chi Ziyu jerked his hand back as if burned and shouted toward Hansel. I'm not gambling anymore. Are you sure? Hansel's smile returned, sly and unsettling. Yes, I'm sure. It's just 15 attribute points, right? Take them. They'll start over if I have to. Having made his decision, Chi Ziyu felt an odd sense of relief. Very well. With a wave of Hansel's hand, the rules took effect, and Chi Ziyu's attributes dropped to 0 in an instant. The sudden and severe loss hit him like a sledgehammer, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Hansel remained indifferent, turning instead to Lu Li. Now, as the last remaining player, it's your turn to set the stakes for round 5. Lu Li nodded and glanced at Nikita, who was slumped in her chair. If I'm not mistaken, those 20 attribute points are all you've got left, aren't they? Nikita struggled to sit up, gasping as she pleaded. Yes, that's right, so please, just wager 2 attribute points. If you think that's not enough, we can bet on something else. Anything. Just don't end the game. I'm begging you. Watching the desperation in Nikita's eyes, Lu Li couldn't help but reflect on the depths of her gambling addiction. Are you sure about this? If you take the shot next round, there's a 50-50 chance you'll die. His warning seemed to push Nikita into a strange state. Her veins pulsed visibly, her skin flushed red, and her long legs shifted restlessly against each other. A fine sheen of sweat glistened on her skin, evaporating into a faint mist in the heated room. She parted her lips, panting. I'm sure. Please, push me to the edge. Force me to the brink. Lu Li watched her with a growing sense of uneasy. It was as if had become some kind of instrument for her twisted thrill. All right then. For round 5, they'll raise the stakes by 2 attribute points. Before his words had fully settled, Nikita snatched up the revolver and pressed it to her temple. Her body trembled uncontrollably, a faint, wet sound emanating from beneath her. She pulled the trigger. Bang! A sharp crack echoed through the room as the gun discharged, only to reveal a small flag unfurling from the barrel. Scrawled across it in messy handwriting were the words, "You're dead." Both Nikita and Chi Ziyu froze in stunned silence. Wait, wasn't it supposed to be real bullets? How did it end up being fake? Nikita asked, her voice trembling. Hansel smacked his forehead in an exaggerated gesture. Oh, right. Turns out I loaded fake bullets by mistake. My bad. My bad, sorry for the scare, everyone. Fake. Nikita's tone was a mix of relief and disbelief, while Chi Ziyu's was dripping with fury. What the hell is this? Are you rigging the game with him? Chi Ziyu demanded. Hansel let out a sinister chuckle. Why would I? You can question my character, but not my fairness. Before Nikita pulled the trigger, not even I knew whether the bullets were real or fake. Chi Ziyu looked ready to argue further, but Lu Li suddenly raised his gun and aimed it at Hansel's head. The raggedly dressed man flinched instinctively, tilting his head to the side. Bang! A real bullet tore through the air, grazing the top of Hansel's scalp. Looks like he's telling the truth, Lu Li remarked nonchalantly, tossing the revolver back onto the table. He really did mix up the bullets. Chi Ziyu was too shocked to speak, while Hansel glared daggers at Lu Li. With a wave of his hand, Hansel transferred Nikita's 20 points and Chi Ziyu's 18 points to Lu Li, 5 points each to his 4 main attributes, with an additional 10 to Constitution and 3 to Spirit. The remaining 5 points were left as freely distributable. Lu Li didn't rush to allocate them. Instead, he stared at Hansel expectantly. What now? The points have been transferred. What else do you want? You promised a 10 bonus to the winner's total stakes as compensation, Lu Li replied with a sly grin. Hansel's face tightened, but he begrudgingly added an extra 3.8 points to Lu Li's pool of free attributes. Lu Li's updated stats now read: Strength, 20.8. Constitution, 40.6. Speed, 20.9. Spirit, 23.2. Luck hidden, 15.8, automatically increasing to 25.8 at level 25. Free points, 8.8. At level 15, Lu Li's attributes were already powerful enough to dominate players 5 levels above him. Due to the rule that each participant must take on the role of dealer at least once, the next round could only be hosted by either Lu Li or Qi Ziyu. How about I take over? Lu Li offered, feigning concern as he glanced at the weakened Qi Ziyu. You're in no condition to keep going, you should rest. Qi Ziyu's instincts flared. He had studied Lu Li closely. This man had seemed indifferent while reading the gambling rules, yet remained unervingly calm during the roulette game. He wasn't just a thrill-seeker. He had the poise of a seasoned gambler. Letting someone like this choose the game was tantamount to suicide. No way. He'll be the dealer for the next round. Lu Li leaned back with a nonchalant air, a playful smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. His expression clearly infuriated Qi Ziyu, whose eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent, as though he wished to tear Lu Li apart on the spot. However, bound by the rules, Qi Ziyu could only suppress his rage, taking a deep breath to calm himself. I choose the game kings and beggars. Is that acceptable? Qi Ziyu turned to Hansel for confirmation. Receiving a nod of approval, he began explaining the rules in detail. Kings and Beggars is a relatively obscure card game of strategy and competition. The deck consists of 28 cards divided into 7 types: King, Queen, General, Guard, Soldier, Commoner, and Beggar, each available in red, yellow, blue, and green. At the start of the game, each player is dealt 3 cards, with the remaining cards forming the draw pile. Patiently, Qi Ziyu explained the 5 possible card combinations: scatter cards, partner cards, sequence cards, formation cards, and army cards. He also emphasized a special combination called the assassination hand, which, though weaker than other combinations, could counter the powerful king's army formation. Next, Qi Ziyu outlined the 5 possible actions in the game: rest, recruit, prepare for battle, confront, and surrender. Each action came with its own set of betting rules, requiring players to choose their strategies carefully based on the situation. After finishing his explanation, Qi Ziyu cast a disdainful glance at Lu Li. So, did you get all that? Or do I need to explain it again? Lu Li lazily picked at his ear, his demeanor careless and relaxed. More or less. A couple of rounds and I'll figure it out. But tell me, for all these rounds of betting, what exactly are we wagering? Hansel chimed in at just the right moment, offering a solution. That's easy. Use points as a conversion. Each player puts up stakes of equal value, which are then converted into equivalent points. During the game, points are used for betting. Once one or both players run out of points, the game ends, and the loser pays the winner. If no one runs out of points, the game continues. Lu Li clapped his hands dramatically, feigning admiration. Qi Ziyu, while annoyed by Lu Li's attitude, had to admit that Hansel's suggestion was practical. Nikita had no objections either, as long as she could be part of the gamble. Seeing that the 3 players had reached an agreement, Hansel promptly announced, "All right then, please decide on your stakes." Nikita turned to Lu Li with anticipation, recalling the thrilling gambling experience from the last round. She trusted that Lu Li would once again deliver something extraordinary. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Li suddenly declared, "I'll wager my life." The 4 words struck like thunder, leaving everyone stunned. Nikita trembled with excitement, her legs instinctively pressing together. Qi Ziyu, on the other hand, turned pale as if he had just seen a terrifying monster. "You lunatic!" Qi Ziyu blurted out in disbelief. Lu Li smiled and calmly elaborated, "I know you're scared, so here's the rest of my proposal. I bet my life and Nikita's life against all of your abilities. How about that?" Qi Ziyu found himself trapped. He knew Lu Li wanted to reclaim the abilities he had lost and intended to put an end to everything here. But as the dealer, Qi Ziyu was obligated to accept the stakes proposed by the other players. The internal conflict and fear gnawed at him, filling him with shame and even self-loathing for his cowardice. Rage quickly replaced fear as Qi Ziyu's thoughts spiraled. Why does Lu Li have such confidence? Why does he think he can win? This is my game. The game I excel at. After a fierce internal struggle, Qi Ziyu finally regained his composure. He nodded at Hansel with a steady resolve. "I accept Lu Li's proposal. My abilities against his life and Nikita's." Then, turning to Lu Li, his eyes burned with murderous intent. "I will kill you in the game I know best." The game began with all 3 players having their bets set at 500 points on their data panels. Hansel started dealing the cards, with Lu Li and Nikita alternating as the first free player. By the end of the first round, the face-up cards in front of the 3 players were as follows. Nikita had the red queen, Lu Li had the green commoner, and Chiziyu had the blue guard. As the first free player, Nikita opted for a cautious approach. She bet 10 points and activated preparation, revealing one of her hidden cards. A slight smile played on her lips, indicating she was quite satisfied with her hand. Luli and Chiziyu followed suit, each betting 5 points and choosing rest. In the second round, Nikita once again bet 10 points. After checking another hidden card, a look of regret briefly crossed her face. Luli, maintaining his usual stoic expression, opted to bet 5 points and activated recruitment, playing a red commoner as a hidden card. Seeing this, Chiziyu let out a mocking laugh. Resting in the first round and recruiting in the second? And you played a red commoner that could form a pair? Haha, Luli, you're just playing randomly at this point. Luli replied calmly, oh? Is there a rule against me playing this way? Not exactly, Chiziyu said through gritted teeth. Alright then, let's see how you managed to lose everything. With that, he bet 5 points and chose rest. At this point, Chiziyu's hand consisted of the blue guard, the blue soldier, and one hidden card. He calculated silently if the hidden card turned out to be a blue general or blue commoner, he could form a formation, second only to a military array. By comparison, Luli's visible card was the green commoner, and he had played a red commoner. Unless he had absurd luck and drew 2 more commoners to form a military array, he was bound to lose. As for Nikita, despite her visible card being the red queen, her changing expressions suggested her hand might only form a pair, with her highest card being the queen, which would be no match for a formation. In the third round, Nikita eagerly initiated a confrontation, targeting Chiziyu. She wagered 30 points, but unfortunately, she failed. Hansel announced, "My beautiful and powerful lady, I regret to inform you that your confrontation has failed. 50 points will be deducted and added to the points pool." Player Chiziyu. The game continues. Nikita's cards were shuffled back into the deck, while Chiziyu's hand remained intact. Luli became the first free player and started the third round. Chiziyu shot Luli a provocative look. So, are you planning to prepare in the next round? How did you guess? Luli raised an eyebrow and then calmly bet 10 points to activate preparation, revealing one of his hidden cards. His expression remained as composed as ever. It seems luck is not on his side. Upon learning the outcome, Luli frowned deeply, his face filled with regret. Chiziyu, however, seized the opportunity to mock him. With a smug grin and a voice dripping with sarcasm, he sneered, "It's not bad luck. It's because you're as dumb as a pig. Where's your little pig mask? Go ahead and put it on." Haha. His laughter echoed through the casino, drawing the attention of other gamblers. Internally, Chiziyu was calculating his next moves. Before the game started, he had thought Luli might be a gambling expert and was terrified. But now, it was clear Luli was nothing more than a lunatic. No, calling him a lunatic was giving him too much credit. This guy was a complete fool. In the first round of Russian roulette, Luli managed to survive purely by blind luck, like a clueless cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. But as soon as the game required even a hint of skill, his incompetence became glaringly obvious. Chiziyu was secretly overjoyed. Moving forward, he only needed to keep an eye on the blonde foreign woman. Luli's life was as good as his. Faced with Chiziyu's ridicule, Luli's expression remained blank, his tone flat and almost cold. "What's with the goofy grin? You look like a braying mule." "So, you won one round, big deal. There are still 425 points left. Come back and laugh when you've taken them all from me." Chiziyu's face darkened, but he let out a cold laugh. "Fine, I bet it won't take me more than a few rounds to clean you out." The second round began. Luli's face-up card was a king, but in the second turn, he hastily initiated a confrontation without even checking any of Nikita's hidden cards. For this, he paid 4 times the bet, a total of 20 points. Although he won, he only claimed the ante Nikita had placed in the first turn. Sensing the unfavorable situation, Chiziyu quickly folded, leaving just 5 points in play. When the cards were revealed at the end of the round, Luli's hand turned out to be a 3-king army, the strongest possible hand. Yet he only won 10 points. This result sent Chiziyu into fits of laughter, and even Nikita shook her head, baffled by Luli's reckless play. Still, Luli remained unfazed, his expression unreadable. In the subsequent rounds, he either dismantled strong hands or rushed into confrontations with his best cards, losing more often than winning. His points dwindled rapidly, dropping below 300 by the start of the 8th round. In contrast, Chiziyu's points soared, approaching the 700 mark. With ample resources, his playstyle grew increasingly aggressive. Even Nikita's large bets failed to intimidate him, and she ended up losing a considerable amount to him. The situation took a sharp turn. By the end of the 13th round, Luli was down to just 205 points, Nikita had 425, and Chiziyu's total had skyrocketed to 870. The 14th round began, and Chiziyu resumed his usual taunts. This time, however, Luli didn't respond as he had before. Like a desperate gambler at the end of his rope, He leaned toward the dealer, Hansel, and murmured, "Give me a good hand this time." Hansel's eyes flickered, neither agreeing nor refusing. He simply said calmly, "May Lady Luck be with you." Chiziyu chimed in mockingly, "That's right. May Lady Luck be with you." Haha. Hansel began dealing the cards. Whether by chance or some divine favor, Luli's face-up card this time was indeed Impressivia Red Queen. But Chiziyu's was even better. A Red King. Seeing the Red Queen in front of Luli, Chiziyu sneered, "Oh, Luli, no matter how lucky you get, you're still just a queen. And me? I'm the king. Ha ha ha. Sorry to say, but I'll always be one step ahead of you." Holding a green peasant card, Nikita tried to console him. "Don't let him get to you. The two hidden cards are still unknown. A single face-up card doesn't mean much." Luli ignored both Chiziyu's mockery and Nikita's reassurance. Silently, he retrieved a small pig mask from his spatial ring and put it on. Then, he turned to Nikita and spoke with solemnity, "No matter what happens, do not challenge my hand this round." Nikita froze, instinctively wanting to ask why. But when her eyes met the deep, enigmatic gaze behind the pig mask, all her questions dissolved. She nodded quietly. Chiziyu didn't hear what Luli said. The moment he saw Luli put on the pig mask, he was laughing so hard he could barely breathe. "Ha ha ha. Luli, you actually did it. I called you a dumb pig and told you to wear a pig mask, and you really went and put it on? What do you think, this mask is going to give you some kind of superpower?" "Maybe it will," Luli replied, his tone as calm as ever. But it was precisely this detached attitude that struck a nerve with Chiziyu, reminding him of the time he had fled in disgrace during the last supernatural encounter. "Superpower, my ass." Chiziyu slammed the table, his anger boiling over into derisive laughter. "I've studied all 6 rules of this casino. There's not a single one that mentions anything about a pig mask." "Impressive," Luli said, his voice unchanging. "In that case, let's get this game started. I'm ready to take everything from you in one round." "Arrogant fool." Chiziyu thought. "Luli, you're nothing but a clueless idiot. You've lost so much already, and you still dare to talk big? Take everything from me in one round? What are you going to use to win? Fine. If you're in such a rush to lose everything, I'll grant your wish." Chiziyu returned to his seat with a sinister grin. "All right then, let's see if you take everything from me, or if I send you packing in one round." The game began. In the first turn, Nikita placed a 20-point ante and initiated preparation. When she revealed her hidden card, it was a blue peasant, not a strong card, but enough to form a companion pair. Both Chiziyu and Luli matched her 20-point bet and chose to rest, making no moves. The second turn began. Just as Nikita was about to prepare again and check another hidden card, she glanced at Hansel on a whim. The young man's eyes twinkled with amusement, as if he were eagerly anticipating something. To Nikita, it felt like watching a child. Chiziyu murmured to himself silently, a glint of triumph flashing in his eyes. The yellow king card hidden in his hand boosted his confidence. Although a green king had already appeared in the deck, the hope of forming a 3-king army was still alive. More importantly, Luli's revealed card was merely a queen, and he seemed utterly devoid of any card-playing skills. In the third round, Luli remained inactive, neither preparing for battle nor recruiting. He simply paid a single bet to initiate a rest phase. As the fourth round began, Nikita immediately chose to prepare for battle, eager to check her final hidden card. When she saw the image of a civilian on the card, her pupils dilated in shock. 3 civilians saw civilian army. This meant she now held the strongest civilian combination in her hand. Nikita tried to suppress her excitement, taking a deep breath as she carefully covered her hidden card. Her unusual reaction caught Chiziu's attention, and he began speculating about her hand. Meanwhile, Luli chose to rest again, matching the 20-point bet. Chiziu followed suit with disdain, thinking to himself that this idiot was simply handing over points for free. Another round passed, and Nikita calculated the point standings. She had 140, Chiziu 120, and Luli 100. It was time. Double the bet, 240 points, against Chiziu, Nikita declared, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. At this moment, she was all in. If she won, she'd bask in glory. If she lost, she'd be left with nothing. The sheer thrill of the gamble made it impossible for her to stay composed. Hansel deliberately delayed the announcement, letting the tension build to its peak before revealing the result. Nikita's challenge failed. Deduct 420 points. Chiziu was initially stunned, but quickly erupted with joy. Not only had he gained a significant number of points, but more importantly, he had confirmed his hand a 3-king army. "Your turn, Luli," Chiziu said smugly, already envisioning his victory. However, Luli remained calm, choosing to rest once again, as if oblivious to the situation. This baffled Chiziu. He stood up and demanded, "You're still resting? Don't you realize what my hand is?" Luli replied calmly, "Of course I do. Kings, right?" Kaziyu was even more puzzled, but soon regained his composure and sat back down. He decided to let Lu Li continue giving away points. 5 more rounds passed, and Lu Li's points were completely depleted. Just as Kaziyu thought it was time for a forced showdown, Lu Li removed a spatial ring from his finger and tossed it to Hansel. "I'm raising the stakes," Lu Li said nonchalantly. Kaziyu exclaimed in shock. "You can do that?" Lu Li explained. "I'm only betting my life. I never said I couldn't use items as collateral. Now that I'm out of points, I'll use this item to make up the difference. Is that not allowed?" Hansel pondered for a moment before agreeing to this approach. Lu Li smiled and said, "Then I'll use this spatial ring to cover the deficit." Dealer Kaziyu still has 1 life left to wager. "I believe this ring should be more than enough to match the value of his life." Zizia's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the spatial ring before him. His voice trembled with rage. "My life is only worth a single spatial ring?" The unprecedented humiliation ignited a fiery anger within him. Hansel cast a cold glance at Ziziu, his tone carrying an undeniable warning. "I'll determine the value of the wager. Kindly keep quiet." He picked up the ring, examining it carefully. Storage capacity of 100,000 cubic meters, with time frozen inside. "Not bad, not bad," Hansel murmured to himself before his tone shifted. "But just a ring to settle a life? That's still not enough." Ziziu was initially astonished by the ring's immense storage capacity, but upon hearing "not enough," he burst into laughter. He thought, trying to add more value with items? Keep dreaming. However, Hansel hadn't finished speaking. "But if we include some of the items inside the ring, then it should suffice." "What?" Zizia's laughter froze on his face. Lu Li shrugged nonchalantly, his expression indifferent. "Fine, throw them in. If I lose this bet, I won't have any use for them anyway." "All right," Hansel said with a faint smile as he waved his hand. Lu Li's data panel instantly showed an additional 500 points. "Now, let's continue the game," Lu Li said as he turned to Ziziu, his eyes gleaming with provocation. "Raising the stakes round by round is too slow. How about we go all in?" All in?" Ziziu stammered. "No, no way. In the king and slave game, you can't go all in. That's against the rules." Lu Li, wearing his piglet mask, grinned, his eyes forming crescent moons. "But you didn't set a limit on the minimum bet. And since Nikita quit, I'm the first player now. So, for the next round, the minimum bet is 500 points. I'll activate rest round." As he spoke, he casually pushed all the points he had just earned into the pot. Ziziu was utterly dumbfounded. He quickly calculated. Lu Li had already bet 200 points since the start of the game, and now he added 500 more, totaling 700 points. And he was still resting. What kind of hand does he have? Ziziu blinked hard, his eyes fixed on the cards in front of Lu Li. The red queen was prominently displayed, but the 2 face-down cards remained hidden from the start. Why is he so confident, raising the stakes continuously? Could his hand possibly beat my 3 kings army formation? Impossible. Suddenly, a thought struck Ziziu like lightning. Wait, the 3 kings army formation is the strongest hand, but it's not invincible. It's countered by the assassin cards. He muttered under his breath. Yellow commoner, blue beggar, red queen. Cold sweat trickled down Ziziu's forehead. Lu Li's 2 hidden cards, are they the yellow commoner and blue beggar? Did he anticipate powerful king cards appearing in the game and prepare assassin cards in advance to counter them? But doubt quickly clouded his mind. How could that be? Lu Li hasn't even looked at a single hidden card. How could he be so sure his hand is an assassin set? Ziziu suddenly remembered Lu Li's peculiar behavior before the game began. The blessing of Lady Luck. He turned to look at Hansel in horror, finding him smiling mischievously, his expression filled with malice. The dealer, Hansel, rigged the game. The thought struck Ziziu like a thunderbolt. He gave Lu Li an assassin hand and dealt me a 3 kings army formation, which is countered by it. More and more details came rushing into Ziziu's mind. That's right. Before the game started, Lu Li even spoke to Nikita. What were they discussing? It must have been about rigging the cards. Ziziu sneered. No wonder Lu Li said he'd win everything in 1 round. So this was his plan all along? But I won't let him succeed. I'm going to forfeit. However, just as he grabbed his cards to activate a forfeit, the sight of his 3 kings made him hesitate. This is the 3 kings army formation. What if Lu Li doesn't have the assassin cards and is just bluffing? I'd be throwing away 200 points for nothing. No, 640 points if I count Nikita's losses too. That's too much of a loss. Lu Li, noticing Zizia's hesitation, spoke up. What are you waiting for? Make your move already. If you're worried my hand is too strong, you can always forfeit. Worried? Forfeit? Ziziu sneered. You're afraid I'll see through your bluff, aren't you? Lu Li, your hand isn't an assassin set, is it? He gritted his teeth and shouted. I'm challenging you. However, Hansel remained unmoved. Tilting his head slightly, he said, "Insufficient points to challenge. Luli has 2 hidden cards on the table. To challenge, you must pay 4 times the total bet so far to 800 points. Currently, you only have 670 points, including your life, which brings you to 1,170 points. That's not enough to challenge. Then what am I supposed to do?" Ziziu panicked. "Do I just keep playing until I run out of points?" "Of course not," Hansel replied with a smile. "When one side runs out of points, I will force a showdown. Run out of points? That still means betting my life." Ziziu's heart sank. "No, I can't keep playing along with Luli. I have to challenge." With that thought, Ziziu removed a pouch from his waist and placed it on the table. "I'll add more points." Hansel glanced at the pouch with disdain. Storage capacity of 100 cubic meters, with only minor time deceleration. Worth 5 points at most. "Count the items inside," Ziziu said reluctantly. Hansel's expression shifted to one of mild surprise as he examined the pouch's contents. After a moment, his face displayed astonishment. "This item, it's quite valuable, though heavily damaged. I'll give you 2,100 points for it." Hearing this, Lu Li's eyes narrowed. He had suspected Ziziu might possess some rare items, but he hadn't expected something worth 2,000 points. He thought to himself, if I were to use Elise's coward's shield as collateral, it'd only be worth 1,000 points. An epic item is worth 2 lives, but Ziziu's pouch contains something worth 4 lives. It must be a mythical grade artifact. Despite the storm raging in his mind, Lu Li maintained his outward composure. Ziziu added a few more trinkets, finally scraping together 2,800 points. This meant that if Ziziu lost the challenge, he'd be left with nothing but his life. Greedy and cowardly to the core, Lu Li thought to himself, paying 2,800 points to challenge. Ziziu roared, his voice filled with desperation. Even before the cards were revealed, he began mocking Lu Li without restraint. "Didn't see this coming, did you, Lu Li? I'm going to expose your cards." Lu Li appeared slightly helpless as Ziziu stood before him. A smug grin plastered on his face, as if he had already seen through Lu Li's hand. Ziziu burst into arrogant laughter and sneered, "Of course. You fool. Dumber than a pig. Did you really think going Allen with your points would scare me into surrender? Huh. If you hadn't rushed me earlier, I might fallen into your trap. But now, with 2,800 points, he'll show you what it feels like to hit a brick wall." With a dramatic flick of his right hand, Ziziu slapped 2 hidden cards onto the table. The yellow and blue royal cards were revealed, forming a trio of kings with the red king already on display. The 3 kings formation was complete. Ziziu glared at Lu Li, desperate to catch a flicker of fear in his expression. But behind the piglet mask, all he could see were a pair of deep, fathomless black eyes. Calm and unhurried, Lu Li raised his hand and flipped over his hidden cards. 1 yellow, 1 bluey, a commoner, and a beggar leaning on a crutch with a bowl in hand. Alongside the red queen, the assassination formation was complete. Ziziu's legs gave out, and he collapsed into his chair, his eyes blank and lifeless. He had lost, utterly and completely. As he looked at Lu Li again, the piglet mask on his face seemed to mock him silently. Lu Li lightly tapped his mask and said with a faint smile, "You were right. Wearing this piglet mask really does bring good luck." This parting blow shattered Ziziu's composure entirely, and he broke into wails that echoed through the room. At that moment, Nikita's soft gasps filled the air. Her lithe figure twisted sensuously, clearly having reached the peak of pleasure. Lu Li's mouth twitched at the sight of the provocative scene. With other people still present, was this really the time to lose oneself so completely? The mix of Ziziu's howls and Nikita's moans made Lu Li's hair stand on end. Thankfully, Hansel's voice cut through the noise at the right moment. "The game is over. Loser Ziziu, pay up your wager." Gripping his spatial pouch tightly, Ziziu bared his teeth like a dog guarding its food. "No way. I refuse." Lu Li cheated. "You're all cheating. This game's results are invalid, completely invalid." Hansel's gaze darkened. "You accuse Lu Li of cheating? Do you have proof?" Ziziu ranted hysterically. "Proof? Huh. You're all the proof I need. You, Lu Li, and that crazy woman, you're all in on it. Conspiring to rig the game and set me up?" Hansel's face twisted into a grim smile, as chilling as a reaper's. "That's your so-called proof? Just your wild imagination? That holds no weight." Ziziu screamed. "But before the game started, Lu Li clearly signaled you. He asked you to deal him a good hand, and you responded that Lady Luck would bless him. If that's not collusion, then what is?" Lu Li spoke up calmly. "That was nothing more than a gambler's pregame prayer. I just happened to get lucky, that's all." Removing his piglet mask, he continued, "And besides, did you really think I didn't know how to play cards? Just because I dislike gambling doesn't mean I can't play. All those points I lost earlier, they were bait to lure you in. my dear Mr. Cheesefish. These words completely broke Cheeseyu. His chest heaved violently before he spewed a mouthful of blood, staining the gambling table red, and then collapsed unconscious. Luli clicked his tongue. Wow, couldn't even handle a few words? I thought someone who could steal my abilities would at least be formidable, but it seems he's just average. Hansel waved a hand, stripping Cheeseyu of all his talents and transferring them to Luli, focusing his mind. Luli sensed that the souls of his loyal spirit guards were still intact. It seemed Cheeseyu had only used the Soul Devouring ability as a basic summoning skill, without delving into its deeper potential. Xing Anlin, Chen Hao, and the Fortune 5 ghosts all expressed their joy at reuniting with Luli. The Black and White Furies, ever efficient, reported, Master. During this time, Cheeseyu absorbed numerous souls, but he erased their consciousness. Luli sighed inwardly. Those must have been other players who had entered the secret realm. As he examined the abilities he had gained, he realized that Hansel's transfer was thorough, even including Cheeseyu's plundering ability. To his surprise, it also triggered a fusion condition. System notification. Detected that Soul Devourer and Plunder share the same? Classification. Would you like to proceed with enhancement fusion? Note. Due to the unique properties of abilities, there will be a temporary inability to use the newly merged skill. Luli frowned slightly. What were these 3 question marks about? After a brief moment of thought, he decided to hold off on the fusion. The secret realm had yet to be cleared, and any mishap now could be disastrous. As for Cheeseyu's spatial pouch and other belongings, Luli tossed them into his spatial ring, planning to sort through them after clearing the realm. Once Luli finished tidying up, Hansel looked at him impassively and asked, Player Luli, would you like me to extract player Nikita's life force for you? Luli shook his head. No need. Let her keep it for herself. He figured this matter was settled. However, Hansel seemed to misinterpret Luli's response. With a knowing smile that only men understand, he pulled out a slave contract from his waistband and let it drift lazily toward Nikita. Come, sign the servant contract, and you won't have to die. Hansel's voice was deep and magnetic, exuding an irresistible allure. Nikita let out a dazed laugh, her eyes unfocused, clearly still lost in the lingering waves of pleasure. Sign. I'll sign, she murmured softly, her voice barely audible. Luli stood there, stunned, watching the scene unfold before him. Hansel grabbed Nikita's hand, slicing her fingertip with a blade, and let drops of crimson blood fall onto the contract. Absent-mindedly rubbing his chin, Luli drifted into thought. This contract of servitude seemed to have been signed under rather murky circumstances. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, he never intended for Nikita to sign any servant contract. And besides, wasn't he supposed to be on a path of cold-blooded revenge? How did things suddenly take such a bizarre turn, leaning into a harem narrative? Actually, when I said to spare her life, I didn't mean for her to sign a servant contract. Luli raised his head, about to stop Hansel, but it was too late. The disheveled young man had already handed the contract over to him, wearing an expression of smug satisfaction. All done. Payment. Please, one high-quality item. Luli's eyes widened in disbelief. Your efficiency is off the charts. Wait, what do you mean by one high-quality item? Hansel gave the contract a little shake and replied with a serious tone. That's the cost of this contract. I only provide wager settlement services, for free servant contracts aren't included. Of course, if you'd prefer to pay with refined gold or other hard currency, that's fine too. Luli squinted, a trace of hope in his voice. Can I return it? I don't think I ever agreed to buy a servant contract. The moment Luli mentioned returning the contract, Hansel's fleeting smile vanished, replaced by a frosty expression as cold as ice. Servant contracts are consumable goods, no returns or refunds once sold. You don't have to use it, but you do have to pay for it. You've got to be kidding me, Luli muttered, unable to suppress a curse. He rummaged through his spatial ring and pulled out a pair of high-quality arm guards. He had bought these earlier from a red-clad traveling merchant, but since they clashed with his light armor, he hadn't used them. Now, they could serve as payment for the contract. The transaction complete, Luli took the contract but didn't sign it immediately. Instead, he carefully stored it in his spatial ring, thinking to himself, this kind of thing is a lifelong commitment. It should at least be signed willingly. I'll wait until that long-legged scatterbrain sobers up. The third round of the gambling game had yet to conclude. According to the casino's 5th rule, every player must participate in at least 3 rounds of gambling. So far, Luli had only participated in 2, meaning he still hadn't fulfilled the conditions to clear the dungeon. Each person only gets one chance to be the dealer, so for the 3rd round, it's either me or you as the dealer, right? Luli asked. Hansel nodded in confirmation. Luli stared at Hansel's face for a long moment before suddenly asking, if you were the dealer, what kind of gambling game would you choose? You'll find out if I'm the dealer, Hansel replied with a blank expression. Can't you give me a hint?
No.
Luli quickly shifted the topic. What if I'm the dealer? Would you, as a player, join my game? A flicker of something unreadable passed through Hansel's eyes. After a brief pause, he replied, maybe I will, maybe I won't. Luli smirked, leaning back in his chair with a resigned air. Well, it seems like I'll have to be the dealer then. I just hope you, as a player, don't end up betting your life against me. Hansel chuckled lightly, but offered no response. The gambling game Luli proposed was surprisingly simple, even simpler than Nikita's Russian roulette. Dice rolling. 3 dice would be placed in an opaque dice cup, shaken at random, and revealed simultaneously to compare results. However, this game had a twist. Before revealing the dice, no one would know whether the round was about betting on high numbers or low numbers. Luli explained with an example. Suppose Hansel and Luli both rolled their dice and revealed them at the same time. Hansel's dice showed 3, 5, and 1, totaling 9. Luli's dice showed 2, 1, and 4, totaling 7. To determine the winner, they would count the odd and even numbers on their dice. If there were more odd numbers than even, the round would be decided by the lower total. If there were more even numbers than odd, the round would be decided by the higher total. If the counts of odd and even numbers were equal, or if the sums were the same, the round would be void, and they would roll again. In this example, there were 4 odd numbers and 2 even numbers, so the result would favor the lower total. Luli's 7 would win the round. Since the odd-even count couldn't be predicted beforehand, it was impossible to know whether the round would favor high or low totals until the dice were revealed. This clever design eliminated most opportunities for cheating. The game would consist of 4 valid rounds. Bets would be placed before each round, and the game would conclude after the 4th round. After hearing the rules, Hansel frowned. Your game sounds like it has no skill involved whatsoever. It's purely a test of luck. Luli chuckled. At the end of the day, isn't gambling all about luck and probability? Besides, look at those two. What kind of high-skill gambling game could they possibly handle? Hansel followed Luli's gaze toward the gambling table. Sure enough, Nikita still hadn't fully sobered up. Her face was flushed, a silly smile lingering on her lips. Meanwhile, Chi Ziyu, though no longer unconscious, sat there in a daze, staring blankly at the table as if his soul had been sucked out. Hansel rolled his eyes, his face full of impatience. The fact that these two can even shake a dice cup is already impressive. And now they want to play some high-stakes gambling game? Give me a break. He muttered disdainfully. Fine, let's get on with it. I wouldn't mind a little fun myself. Luli observed Hansel's every expression and movement closely, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He had already minimized the skill factor in the gambling game, reducing it to a simple matter of probability, making the process utterly devoid of excitement. Yet Hansel insisted on participating as a bystander. Could it be, as Luli suspected, that this enigmatic master of folklore was targeting him specifically? From the moment Hansel stepped into the casino, he had been antagonizing Luli at every turn. During the first round of Russian roulette, Luli couldn't believe that a master gambler like Hansel would make such a rookie mistake as confusing real bullets with blanks. He secretly theorized that the only real bullet was likely in his own revolver. In the second round, the king and slave game, Hansel appeared to be helping Luli against Kaziyu on the surface. However, Luli knew better. Hansel had cleverly exploited the casino's second rule. Cheating is allowed during games, but never get caught. At first glance, this rule seemed contradictory, as if the casino only punished those with poor cheating skills. But Luli understood there was more to it than met the eye. His gaze swept over the gambling table as a cold smirk formed in his mind. In this casino, anyone who cheats, no matter how skilled, will inevitably be caught. After all, the casino's owner was Hansel, a gambler in fairy tales who never loses. Even Death himself had been bested in Hansel's games. So who could cheat without being caught? The answer was obvious. Only Hansel, the casino's master. Luli had initially thought he could use the second rule to secure an easy victory, but instead, he was dealt an assassination card. As if that wasn't bad enough, Nikita received a hand of 3 civilian militia cards, a powerful combination. If Luli hadn't been cautious and warned Nikita not to reveal his hand, he might have lost his life in the last round. Hansel's intentions were crystal clear within the boundaries of the rules. He was doing everything in his power to eliminate Luli. This is no friendly encounter. A chill ran through Luli's heart, though his face betrayed nothing. The next round was about to begin, and the air felt thick with tension. Everyone held their breath, bracing for the nerve-wracking game ahead. Ms. Nikita, our first idol player, hurry up and decide your bet already. I can't wait any longer. Hansel rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Nikita looked puzzled upon hearing this and mumbled, "Why is it always me? Can't I get a break? I'm going to be played to death at this rate." Luli frowned and quickly interjected, "Just keep it simple. Bet an item. Any item, it doesn't matter what quality it is." "Oh, this sounds fun." Nikita giggled foolishly, then suddenly reached into the opening of her collar. With a soft click, She pulled out a black brassiere and dramatically slapped it onto the table. Let's go with this. Lu Li's eyes widened in disbelief, silently cursing. What the hell? I clearly said to bet an item, not underwear. What is this long-legged airhead thinking, putting something so personal on the line? But upon closer inspection, Lu Li was even more astounded. It really was an item. Item name: Season Driver's Complete Lingerie Upper Body. Quality: excellent. Effect: when equipped correctly, reduces physical damage taken by 10. Note: embracing all with room to spare. Lu Li sighed inwardly, thinking, living another life sure brings unexpected surprises. Hansel raised an eyebrow and smirked playfully. Not bad. I'll match that with this. He placed a pair of arm guards on the table, the very same ones Lu Li had used as payment for a slave contract earlier. Though not as unique as Nikita's set, they were still of excellent quality. Hansel shot Lu Li a smug glance. Lu Li pretended not to notice and pulled something from his space ring. Item name: Spine Whip. Quality: perfect. Effect: pain stacking. The damage dealt by the Spine Whip increases with the user's strength attribute. Guaranteed to bypass defense. Each effective attack inflicts at least 1 point of damage. Note: the favorite tool of S&M enthusiasts. Hansel's eyes lit up, and he began to chatter incessantly. A perfect quality weapon item? You really have a knack for collecting good stuff? But aren't you overdoing it for this round? We're just betting excellent quality gear. Using that seems like a waste. Lu Li rolled his eyes. He was well aware of the rarity of perfect quality items, but his space ring simply didn't have any other excellent quality gear to use. Besides, whips were his least favorite weapons. They were tricky to handle and often led to self-inflicted injuries. Coupled with its unsettling description, Lu Li figured it was best suited as a gambling stake. Seeing that Lu Li ignored him, Hansel turned to Chi Ziyu. Your turn, Chi Ziyu. Place your bet. Chi Ziyu shuddered, raising his vacant eyes. His voice trembled as he stammered. I have nothing left. Nothing at all. Hansel dragged out the sound, feigning disappointment. But you still have your life, don't you? Why not put a portion of that on the line? Chi Ziyu shook his head vigorously like a rattledrum. Having lost all his talents and items, he had become even more timid than before, now clinging to his life desperately. But Hansel wasn't about to let him off the hook. Come on, don't be scared. As the saying goes, take a gamble, and your bike might just turn into a motorcycle. Where's the fun in crying all day or losing every single bet? Who knows, maybe this round could turn things around for you. Before Chi Ziyu could protest, Hansel snapped his fingers. Wisps of green light, representing Chi Ziyu's life force, floated out of his body and coalesced into a stack of chips on the table. Let's start with half. If you run out, it'll help you extract more. Despair filled Chi Ziyu's eyes. With all bets placed, the dice shaker began to rattle. The sound of dice clattering against the container filled the room, chaotic and unpredictable. After a few breaths, the players simultaneously stopped and revealed their dice rolls. Nikita: 5, 4, 5. Chi Ziyu: 3, 5, 5. Hansel: 5, 6, 3. Lu Li: 4, 4, 4. Lu Li's gaze sharpened. 7 odds, 5 events. Winner was determined by the smallest total. With a sum of 12, Lu Li had the lowest total. Round 1 goes to Lu Li. Well, looks like you've got some killer luck, huh? Beginner's luck, maybe? Hansel smirked mischievously as he tossed the arm guards in front of Lu Li. But Lu Li's expression remained serious, showing little joy. He reassured himself inwardly, it's probably just a coincidence for the first round. The second round began, with Chi Ziyu now tasked with deciding the stakes. Chi Ziyu's face was ashen, his entire body trembling. He realized he had no way out, nothing left except his life. Swallowing hard, his shaky finger pointed to his jacket. Tool bet this jacket. A hint of disdain flickered across Hansel's face, but rules were rules, and he couldn't reject the wager. He shrugged. Your jacket, huh? All right, then I'll bet mine. Don't mind if it's a bit worn. Lu Li, expressionless, pulled a shirt out of his spatial ring. After all, he had cleared out an entire shopping mall, so he had more than enough clothes to spare. Nikita blinked her large, watery eyes and giggled. She crossed her hands over her stomach and said, since everyone's betting clothes, Illinois. Before she could finish, she lifted the hem of her shirt, revealing her flat, toned abdomen. Lu Li immediately caught on Nikita was only wearing that one piece of clothing. Considering the stakes of the previous round, alarm bells went off in his mind. Wait, he shouted hastily. Peeking out from behind her shirt, Nikita's expression turned playful. What's wrong, Mr. Lu Li? Is winning my underwear not enough for you? Do you want my panties too? She let out a soft laugh. No way. My panties are a premium item. If you want to win them, you'll need to put up something of equal value. Lu Li was momentarily speechless. This airhead girl actually had a sharp sense of logic. Was she suddenly lucid? But if she was lucid, why was she still trying to strip? The thought of the potentially scandalous scene made his temples throb. No, he had to stop this from spiraling out of control. Clearing his throat, he quickly pulled another shirt from his ring. Ahem, I mean, don't take it off. They'll cover your bet this round. Hearing this, Nikita lowered her hands and purred flirtatiously, such a charming gentlemanly gesture. Then Nikita owes you one piece of clothing. They'll take it off for you in private later. Luli let out an awkward laugh and started shaking the dice cup. After a few moments, the four of them revealed their dice simultaneously. The outcome showed 8 evens and 4 odds, with the big bet winning. Chiziyu had the highest total of 15 points, securing his victory in the second round. However, Lu Li's brow furrowed deeply. It wasn't because he had lost the round, but because the dice results were identical to the previous round. Once again, he rolled 3 fours. This coincidence made him wary. Lu Li turned to look at Hansel, only to see the latter enthusiastically instilling gambling notions into Chiziyu. See? I told you. Eating, drinking, and playing around are all losses. Only gambling can turn things around. If you'd listened to me and bet everything, who knows, you might have already taken Lu Li out. Chiziyu remained silent. Lu Li cleared his throat and pretended to be annoyed. Hey, I'm still here, you know. If you two are plotting to cheat, could you at least keep it down? Hansel feigned alarm. Oh no, sorry you overheard. Just consider it my careless rambling, don't take it to heart. Lu Li couldn't be bothered to argue and urged, you sure talk a lot. Are we playing or not? Of course we're playing. Hansel replied eagerly. Next round, we'll set the stakes. For the third round, let's bet. Hold on, Lu Li interrupted. What is it? Hansel asked with a knowing smile, as if he had anticipated Lu Li's objection. Small bets are boring. Winning doesn't even feel exciting, Lu Li said, mimicking Hansel's earlier gesture by crossing his index fingers in front of him. Why not raise the stakes? Sure. Hansel's eyes lit up, but his expression quickly turned regretful. Unfortunately, the side better's stakes can't exceed the dealer's, and they must be of equal value. Even if the two of us raise our bets, they wouldn't be able to match it. Who cares about them? Lu Li said dismissively. They can play small bets, and well wager higher stakes off the table. That way, it's still within the rules, and we can enjoy ourselves. Don't you agree? Hansel's smile froze for a split second. What do you have in mind? Lu Li smiled amicably. Your authority. Everyone was taken aback. My authority? What authority? Hansel was stunned. Leaning back into his chair, Lu Li said casually, to put it simply, the ownership of this casino. A long silence followed. Hansel didn't give an immediate response and instead countered. If I wager the ownership of the casino, what will you put on the line? Lu Li pointed to himself. Everything I have. If you win, you get it all. If I lose, I'll stay here as a janitor. Hansel narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice. You're betting this much on a game that's purely based on probability? How do you dare? Just consider me crazy. So, what do you say? Do you have the guts? Lu Li remained calm, as if the stakes were nothing to him. Hansel hesitated. His gambler's instincts told him Lu Li had something up his sleeve, but his rational mind dismissed the thought. Dice rolls were purely a matter of probability, there was no way to cheat. If that was the case, why not take the chance? Hansel's gambler's nature began to awaken. He could no longer recall how long he had been in this casino or how many games he had played. The only constant was his unchanging victories. But endless wins had only brought monotony. He admitted that he missed the thrill of high-stakes gambling, the tension before the results were revealed. So when Lu Li made his proposal, Hansel was tempted. A spark of madness, identical to Lu Li's, ignited in his eyes. Deal. Hansel pulled out a document, scribbled a few quick strokes, and slid it over to Lu Li. Hey, race the wager you wanted. Lu Li examined it carefully and found it to be a unique item. Item name, Casino Ownership Deed. Quality, mythical, Oniofa kind. Description. Signing this deed grants ownership of the casino. The owner can freely enter or leave, invite or expel guests. Note, fully licensed and legally operated. Just as Hansel claimed, his name had already been crossed out, leaving the casino without an owner. Lu Li raised an eyebrow and smiled. The wager looks good. Let's start the third round. The dice cups rattled noisily as they were shaken. Hansel was visibly tense, his eyes fixed on Lu Li's every move, watching for any sign of trickery. Yet Lu Li's technique didn't change, it was even more casual, as though he might toss the cup away at any moment. After a few breaths, it was time to reveal the dice. The four of them lifted their cups simultaneously. Nikita, 4, 2, 4. Chiziyu, 2, 3, 3. Hansel, 6, 6, 4. The three of them totaled 7 evens and 2 odds, meaning the big bet would win regardless of Lu Li's result. Hansel had rolled 2 sixes and a 4, with a total of 16 points. He was confident he had the victory in the bag, but when he saw Lu Li's dice, His confidence shattered instantly. Luli had rolled 3 6s. How is this possible? Hansel exclaimed in disbelief. Luli was just as surprised by his roll. After a moment of joy, he let out a long sigh of relief. Before Hansel could recover, Luli swiftly grabbed the pin and signed his name on the casino deed. For good measure, he mischievously added 2 extra words before his name. As soon as he finished signing, a notification popped up on the data panels of all the players present. The special anomaly, Hansel's Casino, has been renamed to Luli's Spectacular Casino. Luli exhaled deeply. The crisis was finally resolved. Although there was still one round left in the game, it was now a trivial matter for him as the new casino owner. However, Hansel, the defeated gambler, seemed oblivious to this fact. His bloodshot eyes glared at Luli with desperation. There's still one more round. He'll turn this around. Calm down, Mr. Hansel. Luli calmly slid the casino agreement into his spatial ring, his tone steady but laced with a hint of warning. He looked at the agitated Hansel before him and continued. As the saying goes, a little gambling is entertaining, but too much can ruin you. If you keep forcing bets after losing, you're bound to end up in ashes. Hansel's face flushed bright red, his eyes bloodshot with rage. He slammed the table and shouted hoarsely, I don't care. There's still one last round. Even if you're the owner of the casino now, you can't break the rules. Luli sighed, spreading his hands in exasperation, a slight frown on his face. I never said I wouldn't bet. I'm just advising you not to lose control. Spare me your advice. Hansel roared, his voice filled with defiance. For the fourth round, he'll wager the ownership of the entire casino. Luli's expression wavered, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. He hesitated before probing. Going all in again? How about lowering the stakes for this final round? No way. Hansel rejected firmly, his eyes burning with a crazed determination. The wager must be the casino's ownership. I'll put up something of equal value to bet against you. Luli's face betrayed his reluctance, though his tone remained calm, even carrying a trace of subtle persuasion. But the stake for the fourth round is up to me to decide. Besides, what could you possibly offer that matches the value of this casino? Hansel didn't respond immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Luli with a wary gaze, as if trying to decipher the deeper meaning behind his words. After a long silence, he finally spoke. I have a magical deck of cards and a pair of extraordinary dice. I used them to win this casino in the first place. Betting them in the fourth round will definitely match the casino's value. Confidence gleamed in Hansel's eyes as he spoke, clearly placing immense faith in his prized tools. However, to his surprise, Luli shook his head, his tone dripping with disdain. No thanks. As I've said before, I'm not interested in gambling. The treasures you cherish so much are nothing but junk to me. Hansel's expression froze, his mouth opening and closing wordlessly. Desperation crept into his voice as he pressed. Then what do you want me to bet? My life. Luli chuckled softly, his tone almost fatherly. What would I do with your life? I'm just advising you to let it go. You've already lost the casino. Don't throw away everything you have left. Hansel hesitated, his expression shifting unpredictably. As the ruler of strange tales, he now found himself feeling an unprecedented sense of powerlessness in front of a mere player. Suddenly, his eyes grew eerily calm, as if he had reached an epiphany. Heh. Hansel let out a dry laugh. So this is what it's like to face someone chosen by the king. In that case, it's worth risking everything. His tone turned resolute. I know what you're after. I'll wager everything I have for a fair match with you. Luli's smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression. He asked solemnly, Are you sure about this? Let's do it. Hansel nodded firmly. The final round will decide not just the winner but life and death. Nearby, Nikita and Chizayu, who had been silent spectators, exchanged glances. They saw the same look of astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes. The fourth and final round of the gamble began. The sound of dice striking the walls of the dice cup echoed repeatedly, no different from the previous rounds. Hansel ignored Luli entirely, focusing all his attention on his own dice cup. This was a life-or-death gamble, and he offered his most fervent prayers to Lady Luck, hoping for even the slimmest chance of victory. However, Hansel failed to grasp one crucial detail. This was a gambling game hosted by Luli, the casino's owner. From the moment the game began, Hansel's defeat was inevitable. Reveal, Hansel shouted, flipping open his dice cup with a dramatic flourish. Nikita and Chizayu also revealed their dice. Unlike Hansel, whose face was flushed with intensity, the two wore expressions of mild bewilderment. Nikita's dice showed 3, 3, 5. Chizayu's dice showed 4, 1, 6. 4 odd numbers, 2 even numbers. When Hansel saw his own dice, he froze. All 3 dice showed the same face too. How can it be this low? Panic began to set in as Hansel realized the stakes. The current tally was 4 odd numbers and 5 even numbers. If Luli rolled 2 more even numbers, Hansel would lose without question. 3 odd numbers, right? Desperation tinged Hansel's voice as he glanced toward Luli. But what he saw made his heart sink completely. 3 neatly arranged dice in front of Luli, each showing a 6. Hansel's heart plummeted. Another set of 3 sixes? Hansel's eyes widened in disbelief before a sudden realization struck him. Wait a second. These are the same 3 sixes from the previous round. You didn't even roll the dice. You cheated. Luli remained unperturbed, calmly admitting, that's right. I didn't roll the dice at all. After all, how else could I guarantee a win? Chi Ziu's face lit up with schadenfreude as he chuckled. Caught cheating. Huh? Ha. Luli. You're gonna be stuck here as the casino's janitor forever. Luli turned to Chi Ziu, a sly smile playing on his lips. Only players get punished for cheating. And me? I'm the owner of this casino now. In just 2 sentences, Luli detonated a mental bomb in Chi Ziu's mind. That's right. Luli is now the owner of the casino. This sudden realization made Chi Ziu's eyes widen in shock. He turned his head toward Luli with difficulty, a growing unease brewing in his heart. Luli nodded calmly, as if confirming Chi Ziu's thoughts. You guessed right back then it was cheating, Luli said softly. But the one who cheated wasn't me. It was the previous owner of the casino, Mr. Hansel. Luli's gaze swept over everyone present as he continued to explain. This casino has a hidden rule. Once a gambling session begins, the casino owner must grant one request from a gambler. At this, Luli turned to Hansel, a faint smile playing on his lips. By the way, your authority was quite handy. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to secure a guaranteed win in the final round. Hansel's face turned deathly pale at those words. He stood frozen as if struck by lightning. It was only then that he realized Luli hadn't crossed out his name on the casino's agreement during their previous wager. Luli was still the owner of the casino, giving him not only the ability to cheat, but also full control over the outcome of the games. You despicable man, Hansel shouted, his voice filled with fury and frustration. I told you I wanted a fair match, and you still schemed against me like this. In response to Hansel's accusations, Luli put on an innocent expression. I warned you before the game started. A small wager is entertaining, a big one is harmful, and reckless gambling leads to ruin. You didn't listen. How is that my fault? You. Hansel trembled with rage, his fingers shaking as he pointed at Luli, gritting his teeth. He spat. This is the person chosen by the king? How could the king pick someone so underhanded? Yet, no matter how furious and resentful Hansel was, the outcome of the gamble was final and irreversible. Eventually, Hansel let out a deep sigh, his entire demeanor deflating like a punctured balloon. The king must have his reasons for choosing him, Hansel muttered to himself, his voice tinged with defeat. A wager is a wager. I've lost, and all my stakes are here. My life, you can take it any time. As he spoke, Hansel waved his hand, and 3 items appeared on the gambling table. A deck of cards, a pair of dice, and a miniature golden apple tree. Hansel himself adopted a posture of noble resignation, as if prepared to face death at any moment. Much to everyone's astonishment, Luli didn't claim all the stakes, nor did he take Hansel's life. Instead, he simply reached out and picked up the miniature golden apple tree, pushing the other 2 items back toward Hansel. This unexpected gesture left everyone in the room silent, the air thick with an indescribable tension. This scene left Hansel utterly stunned. Luli spoke calmly. I told you, I don't want your cards or dice, nor do I want your life. If you like this casino, you can stay, Hansel asked in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly, his eyes full of astonishment. I can still stay here? Luli nodded and added, of course. If you don't want to, you can leave any time. I won't stop you. Hansel was not an ordinary being. He was a peculiar entity, a unique existence within the realm of rules. Among such entities, territorial boundaries were strictly enforced. Even the strongest of them would become incredibly weak once they left their domain. Though the casino had changed hands, Hansel remained the only entity of its kind here. Luli's proposition was undoubtedly a lifeline for him. In a sense, as long as Hansel chose to stay, he could still reign over the casino, albeit under Luli's terms. While it wouldn't be as free as before, at least he wouldn't be annihilated. More importantly, Hansel was filled with curiosity. He wanted to see how far this man chosen by the king could go. Following Luli might offer him a new perspective. Hansel said nothing. He simply rose from his seat, took half a step back, and bowed slightly to Luli, signaling his submission. Luli shifted his gaze from Hansel to Chi Ziu. As for you, he said coldly, they'll give you 2 options. Chi Ziu trembled all over, as if he had already foreseen his fate. The first option, Luli continued, his tone icy, I kill you right here. Refine your body into energy crystals, and utterly devour your soul. The second option, sign a janitor contract and become a permanent part of this casino. Chi Ziu let out a bitter laugh. If he could go back, he wouldn't have dared to covet Lu Li's abilities. He'll sign the contract. Player Chi Ziyu voluntarily signs the permanent labor contract as the casino's janitor. The contract is effective immediately and lasts for eternity. As the contract was finalized, the system notification sounded. Congratulations to all players for successfully clearing the rule's secret realm. A 3-hour free exploration period is now open. Players may choose to leave the realm voluntarily or wait for forced transmission after the exploration time ends. Time to claim the rewards. Lu Li stretched lazily and left the casino with Nikita, who had already regained her composure. Since the casino was a special anomaly, it was connected to other rules' secret realms. As they pushed open the door, an eerie little town came into view. It resembled the one from the second anomaly, Little Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf, but everything was shrouded in a gloomy gray-white tone. Only a small house, a wooden cabin in the woods, and a distant hill in the town retained a vibrant, cartoonish color, clearly remnants of the two previously cleared anomalies. "We'll split up," Lu Li said. "They'll go claim the Little Red Riding Hood reward, and you can report back to the hunter's cabin. Wait for me there once you're done." All right," Nikita replied hesitantly, her gaze somewhat evasive. Without looking back, Lu Li tossed something to her. "Here, put this on." Nikita caught it, and immediately felt her face flush with embarrassment. What Lu Li had thrown was none other than the gear she had recklessly gambled away earlier, a set of veteran's undergarments. She was about to explain her previous state of mind, but when she looked up, Lu Li was already far ahead. "Hurry up. You'll be forcibly ejected from the realm in 3 hours." Left with no choice, Nikita sighed and headed toward the hunter's cabin. Meanwhile, Lu Li entered Little Red Riding Hood's house and received the exclusive reward for siding with her Factiona bottle of wine that increased strength by 10 points. On the other side, Nikita received her reward from the hunter's faction. "Not bad. You managed to take down 5 wolves. I'm impressed." The grizzled old hunter, puffing on his pipe, patted Nikita on the shoulder with a look of approval. "As an outstanding apprentice, you've earned yourself a wolfskin rug." Item name: Exquisite Wolfskin Rug. Quality: Fine. Description: Standing on it slightly increases health regeneration and reduces some pain sensations. Note: a meticulously crafted rug. Although the item seemed somewhat lackluster, it was better than nothing. Besides, she hadn't put much effort into the last anomaly, just waited for the right moment and fired a couple of shots. Feeling content, Nikita didn't think much of it. That was, until Lu Li entered the cabin. "Oh my god." The old hunter, who had been lounging in his rocking chair puffing smoke, jumped up the moment he glanced outside. He rushed to Lu Li, stammering, "Those wolves outside, did you kill all of them?" "Yes," Lu Li replied with a calm smile, as if discussing something trivial. "There were quite a few, so I piled them up on the clearing outside your cabin. Hope you don't mind. I've never seen a Little Red Riding Hood like you." The hunter circled the mountain of wolf corpses, clicking his tongue in amazement. "I, an old hunter, hereby declare you the greatest." Player Lu Li has earned the old hunter's admiration, unlocking the hidden title Wolfbane. He unlocked a title? Nikita, watching from the sidelines, was dumbfounded. Her reward was a mediocre wolfskin rug, while Lu Li unlocked a hidden title. The comparison was infuriating. Lu Li, however, remained indifferent as he opened his data panel to examine the title's effects. Title: Wolfbane. Achievement conditions: in the rules anomaly Little Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf. As Little Red Riding Hood, kill more than 300 werewolves. Effects: increases damage to wolf-like creatures by 300. Temporarily negates all negative effects and transforms into a werewolf. Strength, speed, and constitution are doubled. During transformation, weapons and armor cannot be used. Duration: 1 hour. Cooldown: 72 hours. Note: why won't you believe me? I'm a good wolf. Not bad, Lu Li thought. A title that negates negative effects and grants a powerful werewolf form was certainly practical. "Let's go to the 4th pig's house." Lu Li casually closed Nikita's gaping mouth and said, "The mother pig still has some good stuff." Okay," Nikita muttered, still processing what she had just witnessed. She assumed Lu Li was only planning to return the chainsaw and retrieve the dagger they'd left as collateral. But when Lu Li pulled out a massive pile of wolf corpses from his spatial ring, Nikita's jaw nearly hit the floor again. "So many big gray wolves. When did you kill them?" Nikita asked instinctively, her eyes wide with surprise. She thought back to their first encounter with the paranormal and was certain she had been with Lu Li the entire time, not even taking a single step away from him. If anything had changed, she would have noticed. Lu Li answered calmly, "I didn't kill them. These are Chi Ziyu's spoils." He saw no need to hide the truth after all. Chi Ziyu had already gambled away everything to him in the casino. With a bit of thought, Nikita could easily figure out the origin of these trophies. "I see," Nikita murmured, her gaze sweeping over the mountain of wolf carcasses. All of these big gray wolves killed by Chiziyu. His talent must be far stronger than I imagined. Luli simply smiled without responding, turning instead to hand the chainsaw back to Mama Pig. At the same time, he retrieved his own insect fang dagger. He knew that only through Mama Pig's iron pot could the wolf meat be transformed into a nutritious soup that enhanced physical abilities. With that in mind, he planned to have all the wolf carcasses processed by her. Mama Pig accepted the task happily but mentioned she'd need to deduct a processing fee. After some negotiation, they reached an agreement. After subtracting the cost of preparation, Luli would receive 30 pots of wolf meat soup, along with a portion of wolf tenderloin that could be cooked in any way to boost physical attributes. Though it would take more than 3 hours to process such a large quantity, it wasn't an issue for Luli. As the new owner of the casino, he could access the paranormal world at any time using the casino's ownership agreement, free from the time constraints faced by other players. After collecting all his rewards, Luli prepared to leave the secret realm. Before departing, he wanted to address the matter of Nikita signing the servant contract. This was something you signed while not in your right mind. So here, take it back, Luli said, holding the contract out to her. The tall, awkward girl stared at the contract but didn't reach out to take it. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke. Aren't you forgetting something? Huh. Luli blinked, confused about what she was referring to. You know, back during the first paranormal encounter, when I followed you and got lost. Nikita's voice grew increasingly flustered, her pale skin quickly turning a deep shade of red. Oh, that. Luli suddenly understood and chuckled. Back then, I was just worried your shouting would attract others. It wasn't because of the terms you offered that I came to save you. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. It was just a joke. Not that kind of person? Nikita's mind felt like it had been struck by lightning. A mix of frustration and humiliation surged within her. She silently screamed in her head. What does that even mean? Are you implying that I'm that kind of person? I have the looks, the body. People lining up to pursue me could fill this entire secret realm. I sacrificed my first time to repay you, and am the one losing out here. Was it necessary to sound so dismissive? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Her inner gambler's competitive spirit flared to life. Before Luli could react, she snatched the servant contract, grabbed his hand, and pressed it onto the paper without a word. Hey, what are you doing? Luli exclaimed in shock, trying to pull his hand away, but it was too late. A system notification chimed. Ding! Servant contract successfully signed. Player Nikita Ivanov voluntarily pledges allegiance to player Luli as master. Contract is now in effect until death. You've got to be kidding me. Luli felt like losing his mind. What had just happened? Did he say something that could have been misunderstood? He didn't force her to sign the contract, did he? How did he suddenly end up with a female servant? Nikita, on the other hand, tilted her chin up triumphantly, like a victorious general. The contract is sealed, master. Now you're responsible for me. Responsible for you? Do you think this is a marriage certificate, or something? Luli was utterly exasperated. Then his eyes fell on the contract, and he froze, noticing Nikita's full name. Wait a second. Your last name is Ivanov? That surname struck Luli as oddly familiar. Memories of a legendary figure from his past life surfaced: a ruthless war machine known as the Massacre of Millions, the unshakable pillar of the Russians, and a battle-obsessed lunatic with muscles for brains. Marshal Ivanov, who was also rumored to be a doting father. Luli glanced nervously at Nikita. Thankfully, this tall, awkward girl had blonde hair, while Marshal Ivanov was known for his fiery red locks. From a genetic standpoint, they couldn't possibly be father and daughter. Yes, that must be it. Just a coincidence that they share the same last name. Luli reassured himself, but just to be safe, he decided to probe a little. Nikita, your hair color, it must take after your father, right? Nikita blinked at the seemingly random question, but answered honestly. Of course. Daughters usually take after their fathers. My dad is blonde too. Isn't it a nice color? Ahaha, yes, very nice indeed. Luli let out a sigh of relief. As long as she wasn't Marshal Ivanov's daughter, he could relax. He didn't worry about her lying under the contract's influence. A servant's loyalty to their master was absolute, so lying was impossible. You're not planning to return? Luli asked, looking at Nikita with a mix of resignation and frustration. I'm not going back. I just need to let my father know. Nikita declared smugly, her eyes locked onto Luli. You're quite an interesting person. I've decided to stick with you, so don't even think about shaking me off. Luli's heart sank, and his brows furrowed slightly. In less than 7 days of this global apocalypse, he had already taken in Elisa and Lin Qinfeng, and now here came Nikita. 3 female followers in such a short time. This efficiency was a bit too much. He consoled himself silently. Apart from being a little extreme in some ways, they weren't too bad overall. Since she was now under his command, Luli decided to show the generosity of a leader. He retrieved 2 pieces of equipment from his spatial ring and handed them to Nikita. I noticed you don't have any suitable weapons. You can use these for now. Nikita examined the items carefully, her beautiful eyes lighting up with excitement. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. A spine whip and a fiery arm guard, top-tier weapons and excellent quality armor right off the bat. Luli tugged the corner of his mouth into a wry smile. Heh, as long as you like them. After double-checking that nothing was left behind, the two exited the secret realm. Since they had cleared the area, they could choose their destination for the teleportation. Luli set the location to the Lin family residence and notified Lin Qinfeng in advance through the data panel. After a brief bout of dizziness, Luli and Nikita appeared in the Lin family courtyard. Lin Qinfeng and the others were already waiting nearby. As soon as Luli appeared, they hurried over to greet him. Lin Qinfeng's eyes were filled with concern. Mr. Lu, you're back. I heard from Ao Zhan that your ability was... Luli gave her a reassuring look. It's fine. I've already gotten it back. Where's your sister? Still tied up, I hope? Lin Tianxia stepped forward hesitantly, his voice trembling. As per your instructions, Mr. Lu, we haven't loosened her bonds for even a moment. Please, sir, save my wayward daughter. As he spoke, he was about to kneel before Luli. Luli quickly helped the old man up while scanning the crowd. I'll do my best. Please, Mr. Lin, there's no need to kneel, by the way. Where's Elisa? You'll need her help to save Lin Qingyue. I'm here, master. Before he could finish speaking, a graceful figure darted out from behind Lin Qinhua. Waving a contract in her hand, Elisa looked like a child who had aced a test and couldn't wait for praise. Before we save anyone, you should sign this first. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.